Chapter 401 Doubting. A small town. A winding river flows through the center of the town, and the main road of the town is paved with bluestone slabs. In the hazy drizzle, a night watchman was beating a gong and shouting in the streets. The annual spiritual testing ceremony of Liang Doubting is about to begin. As long as the child has spiritual roots, he can be sent to school with free food and accommodation, and can become a high-ranking immortal master in the future. 10-year-old children should be sent to the threshing ground in the town as soon as possible. Otherwise they will not be waited for later. And in the threshing ground, a child had already been waiting with his parents, looking at an old man with white beard and white hair in front of him, touching his bones with a nervous look on his face. No spiritual roots. The old man looked like an immortal, but in fact he was just an early-stage cultivator. He was reluctant to use the spiritual testing talisman and performed the spiritual testing technique slowly by himself. As soon as he spoke, the little girl opposite cried out. The old man had seen this scene for a long time, and said calmly, "Next. No spiritual roots. No spiritual roots. No spiritual roots." In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual roots are rare. The old man was careless, adjusted his breath, and continued to cast spells. Huh? Suddenly, he looked at a chubby little boy opposite him, and saw a faint light coming out of his forehead, which was colorful and very short. Low-grade mixed spiritual roots can enter the school. The old man nodded and announced, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." A farmer couple hugged their son and thanked him repeatedly. Hee. No need to thank me. This is the rule of the Taoist court. The old immortal master shook his head and asked the clerk beside him to record it. Your family has produced a fairy seedling, and you can be exempted from taxes for 3 years. Okay. Next one. For some reason, there seemed to be some reluctance in his eyes. Looking at the back of the little boy, he seemed to see his former self again. The unification of the immortal world has really extended its tentacles to all aspects. High in the sky, Feng Xing sat on the clouds and looked at everything happening in the town below indifferently. The Liang Palace governs the Liang immortal world, establishes schools in various towns of mortals, collects fairy seeds, and all the spiritual veins in the world are under the control of the Taoist court. I'm afraid there are not many soils for casual cultivators here. The so-called Liang Taoist court is actually the outer gate of the Liang Palace. What a prosperous scene. When Fairy Cheung saw this scene, she was a little envious. The prosperous age of immortal cultivation? Hee. Feng Xing suddenly sneered. The range of his spiritual awareness is much wider than Fairy Cheung's, and he can see more things in detail. At this time, with a few flashes in the void, several jade slips fell into Feng Xing's hands, and he casually threw them to Fairy Cheung. This is the so-called introductory practice of the school. Take a look. Fairy Cheung's consciousness entered the jade slips and nodded gently. The grass and tree secret, the Mingwan Gong, are indeed superficial. Huh? You can see that. Although these practices are superficial, they are full of evil intentions. They are the exclusive practices of medicine men and miners. Feng Xing smiled and shook his head, cultivating immortals. In the end, you can't even touch the edge of building a foundation. If you are not good at it, you may even shorten your life and use your own essence to cultivate spiritual herbs. This, if you have low aptitude for cultivating immortals. I am afraid that you will never be able to build a foundation in your life. And you can only do such a job. Fairy Cheung replied weakly. After all, there are similar cultivators at the bottom of Piamu Immortal Palace. But it is not so simple and direct. And there are additional compensations. But looking at the current Tao court ruling the world, it is obvious that there is no compensation. After all, they have no external enemies, and do not need to worry about any criticism. Even if the lower-level cultivators were in a turmoil, the high-level cultivators could suppress it with a wave of their hands. If it is a child with excellent qualifications, there should be hope for him to join the Liang Palace. Just as Fairy Cheung finished speaking, Feng Xing took her to a big city. There are quite a few good seedlings in the school below. At least they have top-grade spiritual roots. Feng Xing sneered. It seems that they are learning the Taoist military skills, and there are secret doors in it. Once triggered, the meridians will be cut off, and they will die. And it is too superficial. I am afraid that there is little hope for him to form a pill in this life, let alone a nascent soul. This, aren't you afraid that the inheritance of the sect will be cut off? Fairy Cheung was surprised. You can guess the situation. It's nothing more than family-based and aristocratic. In the Liang Palace, there are probably tens of millions of descendants of high-level cultivators. We can choose the best from them. As for the promotion channels of the Liang Dao court, it is not unique, but it is getting narrower and narrower. Fang Xing shook his head. It depends on plundering the resources of the entire cultivation world to continuously pile up gods. But don't think about refining and ascending. In this regard, the soul-searching god beggar Tianzuan, is actually very clear. Today's Liang Palace is a golden exterior with rotten cotton inside. Perhaps this is the corruption and degeneration without external enemies? Is it so? Fairy Qiong was a little bit unbelievable. Isn't it normal for the immortal cultivators, who attach great importance to resources, to eventually become monopolists? Fang Xing smiled and said, as far as I know, there are 4 veins in Liang Palace, namely Hua, Li, Sun, and Qian, who take turns to hold power. There is also the Danning vein, Jianong vein, etc. Anyway, they are all party members who fight against dissidents and only recruit their own people. And all the spiritual veins in Dayang's immortal cultivation world belong to Liang Palace. And those who do not obey will die. Various immortal cultivation techniques are set as taboos. And those who dare to teach privately except in the school will be killed. In such a world, the lower-level immortal cultivators must be very desperate. But the power of the immortal cultivators belongs to themselves. As long as Liang Palace produces the god of transformation from generation to generation, the cultivators below will not be able to resist at all, no matter how excellent the immortal seedlings are. They practice the Daobing technique, and Dan is the limit. They use their heads to fight against the god of transformation? Such a rule has been maintained for tens of thousands of years. And it can even be imagined that it will continue for hundreds of thousands or millions of years in the future, as long as there is no external influence. It can still continue. What's even more ridiculous is that this world of immortal cultivation was controlled by the Jialong King's court. And the human race was like livestock. At that time, the Liang Palace was the savior of the human race. It fought for 600 generations, and overthrew the Jialong King's court, which was a great contribution to the human race. Fang Xing sighed silently, but now it has all decayed. Are you here to sweep the world? I wonder if you plan to preach here? Fairy Qiong asked with a charming smile, her eyes shining. No. I will plunder this Dayang immortal world and give it to you. Piaomu Immortal Palace? Fang Xing said lightly. In her heart, she added, just consider it as a tip. Then I would like to thank you first. The Lord of Piaomu Palace smiled sweetly and said, I just don't know how you are going to start. Such a decadent force, even with a 6th level formation, is like a dead bone in a tomb. With the death of the divine beggar venerable, the highest force suddenly lost balance, and they might even fight among themselves. Fang Xing sneered. The gate of Liang Palace is located in Dayang Mountain. It is a towering mountain range that stretches for an unknown distance, and is thousands of miles high. It is said to be the ancestral vein of Dayang's immortal world. Such a rich spiritual energy. The core is probably of the 6th level upper grade. Fang Xing came to the 1,000-mile-high mountain, and couldn't help but sigh. It's really a waste of natural resources. Fairy Qiong also sighed. Haha. Has the trouble started from within? Fang Xing's soul sensed the surge of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, but suddenly spoke. The fight has already started? Fairy Qiong's eyes lit up. It seems that the tranquility of the human world before was just an illusion. And it was, after all. They were at the end of the rule. And no matter how the big guys fought, it had little to do with them. Those who should be medicine men were medicine men. Those who should be miners continued to be miners. And the same was true for the Taoist soldiers. Fang Xing complained in his heart. And with a pinch of the seal, a hazy light enveloped the two of them. And then his figure disappeared. When they flew to the top of the mountain, they saw magnificent palaces stretching for thousands of miles. At this time, there was a black dragon with a body of thousands of feet, which was raging wildly in the Liang Palace. Why is the mountain protection formation not activated? Fairy Qiong saw something wrong at a glance. It was destroyed from the inside. It's really a disaster from within. Fang Xing shook his head and looked at the 4 great gods fighting. One of them was naturally the black dragon, and the other 3 gods were divided into 2 camps. A man with a tall hat and a strange face was teaming up with a divine dragon to fight against 2 other divine masters. In the Liang Palace, there are 4 divine masters of this generation. However, Only the divine beggar of the Hua family has cultivated to the late stage of divine transformation. And the rest are in the early stage of divine transformation. From the three branches of Li, Sun, and Qian, this is already the heyday of the Liang Palace. I didn't expect that the demon power in the world of immortal cultivation could rebound. This generation actually produced a 5th level dragon. And the divine master of the Sun family actually let the wolf into the house. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xing saw the situation clearly. And he was complaining in his heart, I am still too cautious. I always thought that the Liang Palace, as a holy place, still has a lot of foundation. And I should be more careful to avoid capsizing. But I didn't expect that before I came. They would fight each other. And even bring in foreign enemies. Even the most important 6th order formation was destroyed. Seeing the miserable state of the dragon, it must have used all its trump cards. Right? In fact, after searching the soul of the beggar god, Fang Xing might know more about Liang Palace than the 3 transformation gods. Even the strength of the 9 dragons holding the Sun formation, the great formation of the Liang Palace, was clear to him. It was completely possible to sneak in without anyone noticing, and then assassinate the transformation gods one by one, and then control the overall situation. Originally, Fang Xing planned to do this, but he didn't expect the enemy to be even more stupid than he thought. The news of the death of the ancestor of the sect, the strongest fighting force, came, and they did not speak out against the outside world, but instead started an internal conflict. Even, they brought in the demon clan for this. It is still easy to tell whether that 5th order black dragon is a spiritual pet. Even, Fang Xing could feel that this dragon was stronger than the 3 transformation gods. But he deliberately concealed his weakness, just to make the 3 transformation gods of the human race lose both. It seems that if I hadn't come, maybe the cultivators of Liang Palace would have been overthrown. And even the Liang cultivation world would have fallen into the hands of the demon race? Chapter 402 Dao Soldiers. Just as Fang Xing was observing silently, the field changed again. Rise! Jinja Sun made a hand gesture, and a strange knife-shaped treasure emerged. Its blade was extremely sharp, and there seemed to be a dragon on the back of the blade. Dragon-slaying blade? Old son, you even used this one-time secret treasure, so it's not our fault. The 2 gods on the opposite side looked at each other and played their trump cards. The spiritual power of heaven and earth rolled in, turning into extremely exquisite spells and prohibitions. The venerable of the Qian family was a fat man dressed as a monk with a smile on his face. He looked extremely solemn, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth was poured into the Brahma Dharma behind him. And a golden Maitreya with a height of 1,000 feet emerged. He has a big belly, a smile on his face, and wears a golden swastika cassock, which carries a sense of constancy. At this time, the Dharma image put his hands together and clamped the knife light swung by the dragon-slaying blade in his palm. The golden light and the knife light entangled and consumed, forming a terrible storm. The venerable of the Li family is a woman, but her magic power seems to be the strongest. In her hand, there is a black bead, which is a space treasure. In the space, there are densely packed Taoist soldiers, led by 36 Yuan of the Li and Qian lineages. They are under the command of 300 direct lineage Jindan monks, 3,600 Jindan monks, and countless foundation-building Taoist soldiers, forming a large formation. Countless restrictions were flying, and the powerful fluctuations of mana were added to the female venerable, making her random spells almost comparable to the power of the heavenly venerable. This venerable Li is the direct descendant of the venerable Shen beggar, in charge of the Taoist soldiers in the palace. Originally, after the soul lamp of the venerable Shen beggar was extinguished, she should have inherited the power and presided over the overall situation. However, Venerable Sun disagreed and even brought in the 5th level divine dragon. He attacked from the beginning, severely injured this woman, and destroyed the 6th level mountain protection formation. Otherwise, even if Venerable Sun and the 5th level dragon joined forces, they might not be the opponent of this female venerable. Old son, it's time to fight to the death. But you are still reluctant? The 5th level dragon was covered in blood and shouted, "We all swore an oath with our souls. And we also control part of each other's soul restrictions. What is there to be unbelievable?" It was the remnant of the Dragon King court in the past, and had been running around in the Daong Xiuxian world. Later, it was valued and funded by Venerable Sun. Only then did it have the opportunity to be promoted to a god in other Xiuxian worlds. This time, after hearing the news of the death of the divine beggar Venerable. Knowing that the opportunity was rare, he had already fought to the death, even deep in the heart of the dragon. There were many hidden evil thoughts. The human cultivators were too terrifying, and they were the dominant forces. Fortunately, they loved internal fighting the most. Kill. Die. It would be best if all of them died together, so that my demon race would have a chance to rise. After hearing the dragon's voice transmission, and seeing that the injuries of the female Venerable surnamedly were recovering rapidly, Son Venerable, who knew what kind of secret technique the other party used, finally stopped hesitating and handed a black bowl to the 5th level dragon. Is that the Yuan-Hai bowl? When the Venerable surnamed Qian saw this scene, he couldn't help but get angry. Old son, you have forgotten your ancestors, and actually handed this treasure to the demon race. Son Venerable has always been responsible for the taming of the sect's spiritual pets. At the beginning, due to the harvest from the attack on the Dragon King's court, there were all kinds of mixed blood dragons and dragon beasts in the Liang Palace, as well as various training secrets, elixirs, and even battle formations. It was a complete system, very suitable for the development of beast control. Moreover, the monks of Liang Palace like luxury. When high-level monks travel, they must have a 9-dragon carriage to show their dignity. What the superiors like, the subordinates will like even more. Most of those disciples also raise dragon blood monsters as spiritual pets. After a little training, they are indeed good helpers. Even the sect has cultivated dragon spirit beasts for a long time, and there have been powerful descendants with blood returning to their ancestors. But they are all restricted and can be cultivated to the 4th level at most. Most of them are raised in the Yuan-Hai Bowl, which is the most important demon clan Taoist soldier of the sect. This treasure is both a space treasure and a restraining treasure. The restrictions of a large number of mixed blood dragon species are placed on the Yuan-Hai Bowl, which can control life and death with a thought. But now, they were all given to the 5th level dragon. Wouldn't that make the demon race powerful immediately? Humph. Juinja-san disagreed. The sect has a big problem, and the problem lies with you guys. I am here to rectify the chaos and clean up the world. As for joining forces with the dragon, it is just a helpless move. Roar! The 5th level dragon grabbed the Yuan-Hai bowl with its claws and let out a long and happy roar. A series of Tianyao secret texts flashed, turning into various Tianyao secret seals and prohibitions, and refining the Yuan-Hai bowl. Hua la la. The sound of waves emerged. At the top of Liang Palace, a dark and deep sea water surged up at some point. In the seawater, there were countless sparkling waves, which were the reflections of a large number of scales, dragons and snakes intertwined, and the demonic energy soared into the sky, turning into a military formation. The power of the battle array was added to the 5th level dragon, and it immediately looked like a dragon entering the sea. Its antlers on its head split into 2, and a piece of illusory scales appeared on its throat, and a 5th toe grew on its claws. It actually seemed to have transformed into a real dragon in one leap. Not good. The deep sea bowl was originally the treasure of the Dragon King court, and it is extremely suitable for the growth of dragons. Venerable Qian and Venerable Li looked at each other, and both felt their scalps tingling. The sect has been a bit slack in recent years. There seem to be no less than 100 4th level dragons in the deep sea water. Even one of the white dragons and the yellow dragon seemed to have experienced a return to their ancestral bloodline, and the aura of a real dragon was very strong. If it were not for the restrictions, it would have been promoted to the 5th level long ago. Even so, the 5th level divine dragon that has obtained part of the foundation of the Dragon King court is almost a perfect match for this deep sea bowl. It roared, and the black water surged down, submerging the Liang Palace. The countless disciples, whether they were practicing qi to build a foundation or forming a pill and a primordial infant, actually seemed to have lost the ability to fly and were submerged in the dark sea water. Countless mixed blood dragon beasts surged up, and soon they could not even scream, and only a large amount of deep red emerged in the seawater. The 5th level dragon shook its head and tail, and suddenly pressed out a claw. The clouds follow the dragon. The wind follows the tiger. Under this claw, the void fluctuated violently, as if it would break in the next moment. This is a blow that is infinitely close to the 6th level refining void. In the treasure of the void of Lizun, a large number of cultivators changed their faces, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The 10,000-foot-long golden body of Mithriya directly cracked, and golden Buddha blood flowed out, and then slowly dissipated. Amidba. Senior sisterly. It is impossible to do it. Let's go. Junzun Qian put his hands together. I will cover for senior sister. Although the sect is corrupt and decadent, it has never lacked great wisdom and courage when it comes to overthrow. None of you can leave. The 5th level dragon roared. And the dark sea realm covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, blocking a radius of 10,000 miles. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it seemed that thunder would fall at any time. This kind of power even surprised the next Zun's son, and he felt a little regretful in his heart. Really? As an outsider? I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, a clear female voice sounded in the air. The 4 gods were surprised. They mobilized the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and their consciousness covered 1,000 miles. How come they didn't find anyone watching the battle? Even at such a close distance? A silver light flashed in the void, and a young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes appeared with a dignified and elegant woman in his arms. The aura on his body reached the level of God transformation. God transformation master? God transformation from the outside world. The face of the venerable Li was full of doubt. Piamu Fairy Palace? The venerable son seemed to recognize Fairy Qiong, and his eyes rolled around as he thought of more. You are too weak. It's almost not worth my sword. At this time, Fang Xing spoke first, but I am a human sword cultivator after all. So of course, I have to stand on the side of the human race. Dare to mess with the human race with the demon race. Die! As soon as the word die came out, he drew his sword and slashed. Cry! A loud phoenix cry came from the void. Countless red sword threads emerged, turning into a flaming phoenix. Its wings spread out, and infinite flames radiated, like a big sun. Where the big sunlight crown passed, even the void was evaporated. The sea, dark clouds, thunder, disappeared in an instant. Not good. Sun Zun, who had already felt bad, was about to use some secret method, but the sword light was too fast. Even the cry of hundreds of birds towards the phoenix, turned into the most terrifying spiritual attack, had rushed into his soul, making him slow down for a moment. In this instant, it was a matter of life and death. Swish! A series of red sword threads cut through. And no matter what 5th level talismans, defensive treasures, 5th level treasure clothes, or even his own strong physique, they were all easily torn apart like paper. Even the Yuanshan was like this. The fire phoenix flew over, and Sun Zun was annihilated. Compared to Sun Zun, the 5th level dragon roared, and blood oozed from all parts of its scales, as if it had turned into a blood dragon. It sprayed out its own 5th level demon pill, controlled the Yuanhai bowl, and crashed into the fire phoenix that killed Sun Zun. In the end, the Yuanhai bowl screamed, and countless dragons died instantly, being torn apart by the swords, and died miserably. The 5th level dragon spit out a mouthful of blood, and then took the Yuanhai bowl and turned into a dark light without hesitation, fleeing far away. You have to run for your life. This is not a sword master of the spirit transformation at all. To the 5th level dragon, it feels like a great master of the refining void, or a refining void sword cultivator. Being able to take the sword, he has already used all his trump cards and escaped with luck. If he resists again, he will definitely be unlucky. Where can you escape under the void? Fang Xing sighed softly and drew his sword again. The void flashed, and the rotten iron sword appeared directly above the head of the dark dragon. On the tip of the sword, the void was directly shattered. The terrible silver storm instantly cut the body of the 5th level dragon, not even sparing the soul. It was the supreme method of Taishu flying sword technique combined with a sword to break the void. The void is broken. The power of refining the void? Not only Venerable Qian and Venerable Li, but even Fairy Qiong saw Fang Xing full strength for the first time, and they were all shaken and almost unable to control themselves. Can he perform a refining void attack at the initial stage of the transformation of spirit? Fairy Qiong seemed to have stars in her eyes. Is the young master really the reincarnation of a banished immortal? Chapter 403 Map. 2 swords killed 2 gods. Jinja Qian and Lizha looked at each other, and were both scared to death. This is not even a god-transforming celestial being, but something that only a true refining master can do. However, no matter which refining master, he will be rejected by the Qianyuan realm. Even if he can seal his cultivation with a secret method to force it to stay, it can only be delayed for a short period of time before he is forced to ascend. But this one is obviously different. It seems that he is really a cultivator in the early stage of God transforming. The deterrence brought by this is even more terrifying. Fang Xing seemed to be unaware, waved his sleeves and cast 2 spells, and held a few things in front of him. In addition to the storage bag of Sunjin, there are also the remains of the 5th level dragon, the demon pill, and the Yuanhai bowl. This Liang Palace has a lot of good things. Fang Xing sighed, but thought it was normal. The size of Liang Xiuxian World is comparable to Hanhai Xiuxian World, and Hanhai Xiuxian World's 3 major holy places have several 6th level treasures. This Yuanhai bowl is of the 6th level, which is normal. When his spiritual sense entered it a little, he saw a large army of monsters, like mountains and seas. Most of them suffered heavy casualties. Only 2 dragons, one yellow and one white, were still active, and bowed their heads to show their submission. Although their scales were broken, and the sea was stained with blood, an extra fish tank, raising 2 little dragons in it, is quite relaxing. Fang Xing nodded. Venerable Qian and Venerable Li looked at each other, and felt that their own sex treasures would definitely not be returned. Even so, they had to smile. Venerable Li bowed. I am leeching you. Thank you for saving my life. If you have any instructions, my Liang Palace will work hard to do it. This is the good thing about cultivators. They are not rigid at all, and know the current situation. Since ancient times, those who know the current situation are heroes. Don't thank me first. After all, God beggar Tianzuan died under my sword. Fang Xing smiled, and said something that made the 2 gods change their faces. So Brother Hua offended you. He really deserved to die. My Liang Palace is willing to compensate. Jinja Qian's smile froze. And then he said with a stiff face, Okay. Very good. Fang Xing clapped his hands and smiled. Then you will compensate me with Dayang Xiaoxianji and the entire Liang Palace. By the way, if you 2 want to live, let go of your soul and let me plant the restriction. Otherwise you will die. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Jinja Li and Jinja Qian changed drastically, and they all felt that they had driven away the wolf from the front door and let the tiger in from the back door. Sir, don't you think it's too much? Jinja Li's hand showed a silver talisman, and the Taoist army formation took shape again, and the majestic and solemn aura shocked the surroundings. Oh, you should be very used to it. Right? Fang Xing had a perfect look of doubt on his face. You planted restrictions on those with excellent spiritual roots under your rule and used them as Taoist soldiers. Now it's my turn. It's just the reincarnation of heaven. Why do I have to act like a little girl and make people laugh? He held the rotten iron sword and slashed it casually. Swish. A sword breaks the void. The void shattered, entangled with the silver talisman, and the void within a radius of 100 miles instantly turned into a ball of chaos. In the chaos, another trace of red sword energy was generated. It carried the determination to break all laws with one sword, and swept the body and soul of Li Zun. Boom! The Taoist soldier formation collapsed with a bang, and those direct lineage Yuaning and Jindan cultivators changed their faces one by one. And then a trace of sword marks appeared on the Jindan and Yuaning, and they died instantly. The rest of the Taoist soldiers spit out a mouthful of blood, and their faces were depressed. Either accept him as a dog, or behead him with a flying sword. Fang Xing looked at the only remaining divine master in Liang Palace. What will you choose? Jinja Qian looked helpless, and finally bowed his head, meet the master. A few days later, Fairy Qiong came back from inspecting the property of Liang Palace, with a hint of excitement on her face. Liang Palace alone occupies an immortal cultivation world, and monopolizes all spiritual vein resources. Its property is much larger than that of Piamu Immortal Palace, at least several times larger. Young master. She stood beside Fang Xing, trying to make herself useful. The 5th level spiritual medicine garden of Liang Palace has been inspected, and all the useful 5th level spiritual medicines have been sealed. After the restriction was planted on Venerable Qian, he cooperated very well. Now the savings of the main sects have been counted, and the total number of top-grade spiritual stones. Fang Xing waved his hand. No need to report the number. Just do it as you see fit. The restriction he planted in Venerable Qian's soul mainly came from 9 strategies of the heavenly demon, and many of the insights from myriad hearts were added to it. Even the great power of Lianqiu could not remove it. Venerable Qian could only accept his fate and give Fang Xing whatever he wanted. It was simply to measure the material resources of Liang Palace and win Feng Xing favor. Feng Xing counted now that he had quite a few 6th level treasures on him. So he naturally looked down on those spiritual stones. Except for the 5th level cultivation resources that he must personally review. The rest can be completely handed over to Fairy Cheung. He said no more and came to the highest point of Liang Palace. The walls are thousands of feet high, surrounded by cliffs, strong winds, and countless restrictions. Venerable Qian led the way in front, looking at the restrictions that flashed with spiritual light, and felt very regretful. If after the death of Venerable Shen Beggar, the 3 great masters of the divine transformation had not been in turmoil, but instead worked together, with the help of the 6th level formation of the 9 dragons holding the sun formation, as well as many 6th level treasures, talismans and other heritage left by their ancestors, they might not be unable to deal with Feng Xing. Of course, everything is too late now. What he didn't know was that even in the face of such a situation, Feng Xing could easily break the situation. After all, no one could imagine that he could search the soul of the divine beggar Tianzuan. Even for the refining void great power, it is not a simple matter to search the soul of a divine transformation cultivator. It can only be said that the great Sun Tathagata curse is too shameless. Feng Xing's favorite thing is to use the high technology of other worlds to crush the local natives. This is the case with the great Sun Tathagata mantra and the 10,000 hearts secret method. The different styles of prohibitions completely eliminated the possibility of Venerable Qian asking for help from outsiders and rebelling. Even if he got the guidance of the great power in the upper realm, he might not be able to crack it. This is Feng Xing's confidence. When he came to the top of the peak, he saw that there was only a lonely area on all sides, and only an ancient wooden ancestral hall stood. This is the ancestral hall of this palace. Venerable Qian introduced, in the ancestral hall, there are still 3 pieces of Qitian incense, in conjunction with the sect 6th level formation. There is another void node above this place. Although it is too dangerous to accommodate cultivators to sneak into the spirit world, it is enough to pass on some news. The order from the upper realm that senior brother Hua received before came from here. Feng Xing nodded. Not only that, he also knew that it was very troublesome to make Qitian incense, and many materials have been extinct. It can be said that the Liang Palace has only 3 opportunities to take the initiative to contact the upper realm. Moreover, after the connection is established with the heavenly prayer incense, if the cultivators in the upper realm are willing to pay a huge price, it is not impossible to send down some items. Of course, the higher the grade, the greater the consumption. And sending down a cultivator, the consumption is extremely terrifying. Basically, the resources consumed by a cultivator in the early stage of refining emptiness to the lower realm can even pile up a cultivator of fusion. There is a certain possibility of failure. If you are not a real spiritual world power, you can't afford it. Of course, now that the rare treasures of the Immortal Mansion have appeared, the value is far beyond the fusion. Maybe a great power will descend to the lower realm. Feng Xing knows this very well, but he is not afraid at all. This kind of outside cultivator is the most oppressed by the Qianyuan Great Realm. No matter what kind of cultivation, it will be suppressed to below the refining emptiness soon after descending to the realm. Because of this, those big forces have chosen cultivators in the early stage of refining emptiness, so that the consumption is the least. Facing this kind of descending power, even Feng Xing, the immortal clone, has the strength to fight. As for the original body, that's completely bullying. This deity is now always with the death god, and has the law perception and the 18 fire guns. He is a strong man among the 10 realms. In other words, he is at least equivalent to a cultivator in the late stage of the refinement void. And because he has just reached the level of transformation, and the mecha is a dead object, the suppression is minimal. A cultivator in the late stage of the refinement void fights a cultivator in the early stage of the refinement void. And the cultivator in the early stage of the refinement void is in a very bad state. Hee. Should I deliberately attract more cultivators to come down and give me treasures? Feng Xing thought about it, and came up with a few fishing plans. While thinking, the 3 of them had already walked into the ancient and fragrant ancestral hall. Venerable Qian bowed to the plaque, chanted a few spells, and stretched out his palm. In the flashing silver light, his right hand seemed to reach into a void, and then he took out an ancient scroll and a wooden box, and handed them to Feng Xing respectfully. Master, all 3 prayer incense sticks are here, and there is also a roll of Qianyuan Yutu. It was given by the ancestor of the upper world. Fang Xing opened the wooden box and saw 3 green incense sticks lined up, with a bit of ancient meaning. He nodded. Not bad. You are very sensible. You did not activate the 9 heavens, 9 earths, 9 yuan demon-killing blood curse in the ancestral hall, and you did not hide anything. When Venerable Qian heard this, he couldn't help sweating. Master, I dare not. He did have some thoughts before, but when he thought of the restrictions in his own soul, that he could not find any clues, he completely gave up the idea. And now it seems that it is just luck. This sword master of the god of transformation seems to be very familiar with the various mechanisms and restrictions in the Liang Palace that only the venerable of the god of transformation knows. If he really took the risk, there was no other possibility except sending himself away. In fact, this was exactly the case. This 9 heavens, 9 earths, 9 yuan demon-slaying blood curse was previously maintained by the divine beggar venerable, and the key nodes had long been dismantled by Fang Xing. Today, he used it to test the venerable Qian and also to warn him. Fang Xing knew the family background of the Liang Palace very well, and could not be deceived. If Fairy Qiong played tricks on him, it would also be fun to watch. But at this time, he was too lazy to care about other things, and opened the Qianyuan map. The appearance of the entire Qianyuan realm slowly unfolded in front of Fang Xing. Fairy Qiong came over curiously, and took a breath of cold air. It's so big. Chapter 404, Traveling the Human World. This Qianyuan map doesn't look big, but it is very beautifully made. The map on it contains a huge amount of information, involving mountains, rivers, and even the location of ancient teleportation arrays. It can only be barely browsed with the powerful consciousness of a Yuanian cultivator. Of course, for Fang Xing, it was a piece of cake. He first looked for the Hanhai Xiuxian realm, and found that it only occupied a small corner in the east of the map. The Dahuang Xiuxian realm is located to the west of the Hanhai Xiuxian realm. Its area is very large, but on the map, there is only one big island. The periphery of the Hanhai Xiuxian realm and the Dahuang Xiuxian realm is covered by a circle of strange black sea water, marked as Xianming Sea. To the north of Xianming Sea is the Liang Xiuxian realm. Going east, there are 9 large and small Xiuxian realms, including Xuanji, Muling, Feishuan, Baihua, etc. Even the civilized area occupied by so many Xiuxian realms is less than 1/10 of the map. The rest are either Jedi where even the god-transforming venerable will perish if he is not careful, or places without souls. This map is very valuable. Fang Xing nodded, looking at the locations of the ancient teleportation arrays, and the routes connecting the major immortal realms. Although these routes are dangerous, the god-transforming venerable can cross them if he is careful. It can be said that it is a strategic map. You, the Liang Palace, got such an advantage for nothing. But you don't think about making progress. You deserve this day. He complained to the Venerable Qian next to him. The Venerable Qian smiled awkwardly, but could only swallow his anger. A few years later, Feishuan Immortal Realm, Tian Meiyuan. The sky is covered with dark clouds. If you look closely, you will find that they are floating islands that cover the sky. On the island, there were all kinds of immortal cultivators. Countless forbidden runes were everywhere, and the aura of the battle array rose to the sky, manifesting into various kinds of weapons, gods, and beasts. On the ground, there were also various armies, mixed with righteousness, evil, and Buddhism. From the demonic corpse refining square array, to the large number of spirit beasts and war beasts raised by the righteous, and the monks of Buddhism, it was all-encompassing and had everything. At a glance, there was no end in sight. It was obvious that after today, Tian Meiyuan, a small place that was originally unknown, would definitely spread throughout the Qianyuan world. The two sides in the confrontation were different forces of transformation. One of the sides had more than a dozen 5th-level wild beasts to support them. They were as huge as mountains, and they carried the wild and fierce aura from ancient times, making ordinary immortal cultivators dare not stay nearby. One of the beast kings in the late stage of transformation of spirit looked a bit like Tao Tai, with a ferocious appearance, staring at a young sword fairy in white clothes in the opposite battle formation. Lord of the Great Wilderness. Fang Xing smiled leisurely. I missed you so much after we parted in the Great Wilderness. A few years ago, after conquering Liang Palace and obtaining the map of Qianyuan Realm, he began to kill crazily. The first place he went to was the Great Wilderness Xiuxian Realm. where he went deep into the wilderness with a sword and killed the 5th-level wild beasts. These ancient beasts were no match for him at all. Only the Lord of the Great Wilderness actually had the blood of Tao Tai, and used some amazing innate magical powers to escape. The rest of the 5th-level ancient beasts were naturally used as alchemy materials. After conquering the Great Wilderness Xiuxian realm, Fang Xing did not stop and swept through Shuangji, Muling, Baigua and other Xiuxian realms. There were only a few holy places and several transformation of spirits in these Xiuxian realms, and it was difficult to resist the power of Lianqiu Flying Sword. Before the other immortal cultivation worlds could react, he had taken down 6 of them in one go. It was not until the 7th, the Feishuan Immortal Cultivation World, which was also located in the middle of the Qianyuan realm, that Fang Xing was truly blocked. Other holy places actually joined forces to form an army of cultivators, and set up a super formation that almost spanned half of the Feishuan Immortal Cultivation World, blocking his steps here. Now, the war is about to break out. Fang Xing glanced at his own home and saw a group of crooked melons and jujubes, flying different banners. Lion Palace, Wuji Palace, Dahuang Ten Sects, Biyun Palace, Xinyu Sect. They were all immortal cultivation forces conquered by him, and all those above the level of the God Transformation Venerable had placed Yuansh restrictions. In addition, the Piaomyu Immortal Palace was also dragged into the water. The Ancient Venerable and the Jin Venerable held the banners of the 2 realms. Looking at the many God Transformation cultivators in the opposite formation, their expressions were extremely solemn. However, these God Transformation Venerables, who were defeated by Fang Xing, were very confident in their master. After all, the outcome of the battle in the world of immortal cultivation still depends on the top combat power. The army of cultivators in Tianmeiyuan looks terrifying, but in fact most of them are still the forces of the local world of immortal cultivation. Only these incarnation cultivators were summoned. Whether it is through the ancient teleportation array or through the Jedi separating the 2 worlds of immortal cultivation, it is very simple. The top cultivators of Qianyuan realm should all be here. Right? The ancient venerable sighed. Not only cultivators, even monsters and wild beasts cannot be spared. The venerable Jin was a little disappointed. I just don't know whether we will completely rule Qianyuan realm or fall into heterodoxy after today's battle. I am more worried about one thing. It is almost impossible for so many Huashan sects to join forces without pressure from the upper realm. The eyes of the ancient venerable suddenly moved. You mean, there are powerful people who descended to the realm? That's right. Without such people, how can we make those Huashan Tianzins obey orders? In the enemy camp, several Huashan Tianzins gathered. They came from different cultivation worlds. There were monks and Taoists, old and young. Among them, there was actually an old boy who was the leader. That kid is only in the middle stage of Huashan realm, but he actually scared you to death. Hee hee. The boy sneered. Dao Yutian can. This person is not simple. He once killed a late-stage cultivator with the cultivation of the early stage of Huashan. The monk-robed Master Chen clasped his hands together. He and Tao Ziyuan, Huang Yunso, and this Tiankin boy. And finally, with the Lord of the Great Wilderness. They are the 5 with the highest cultivation in this coalition. It's not that there are no other Tianzuan-level cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, but these immortal cultivators either focus on practicing hard in seclusion, pursuing the refining of the void and ascending, and have no interest in the changes in the outside world. Some are arrogant and take the initiative to find the swordsman, and then nothing happens. Dong dong. The war drum sounded. One after another, the war beasts were released from their confinement and roared towards Fang Xing. They have thick skin and flesh, and they have various magical powers to break the formation. They actually broke the outermost defense formation here into pieces. Thunder into the 9 heavens formation. Quick! Venerable Qian took the lead and waved a purple flag in his hand. Above the sky, thunders that had been brewing for a long time fell, which were even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation of the transformation of the gods. Even if those ancient war beasts, no matter how tough and thick their skin and flesh were, they were knocked over one by one and fell to the ground, as if there were small earthquakes, and the smell of meat was wafted out. The armies of both sides kept getting closer, first with various tentative attacks, and then with spells bombarding them head-on. Various secret arts, prohibitions, magic weapons, flashed with colorful brilliance. The spiritual power of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles continued to gather, forming a chaotic tide. and the void kept fluctuating, as if it would break in the next moment. Fang Xing stood in the center of the battle formation, his eyes calm, watching these scenes. Now his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. This is also thanks to the 5th level spiritual medicine provided by the major cultivation worlds, as well as the contributions of those ancient beasts in the great wilderness. Originally, as long as he had patience, even if he only occupied a few cultivation worlds, as long as he waited for hundreds of years, another round of spiritual medicine and other resources would be harvested, and he could use. Hua Ding refines a large number of top-grade elixirs to increase mana. But Fang Xing, who is blessed by the great Sun Tathagata mantra, hates waiting the most. There are so many places to conquer, and so many elixirs to take. So why wait? With less than half of the resources of Qinyuan realm, he can break through the middle stage of the spiritualization, and even go a long way in the practice of the middle stage of the spiritualization. Then occupy the entire Qinyuan realm. Use all the existing 5th level resources to. After refining, can he be promoted to the refining void? At that time, this immortal clone will also be a trump card. Anyway, he has no rivals in this lower world, and he still has the original body as a backup. Fang Xing naturally did what he wanted to do. Especially, he also suspected that these unhuman celestial masters on the opposite side could unite. And there must be something fishy. Maybe his trapping plan was also successful. At this time, seeing the fierce fighting scenes, I felt that the rotten iron sword in my body that had been promoted to the 5th level middle grade was also roaring. Hee, Xiao Qiong. The command here is left to you. Fang Xing ordered casually. The Pyongyu Palace Master, who was standing on the Qingwan next to him and wearing a simple green battle armor, was startled. Before she could respond, she saw a brilliant sword light rushing out of the battle formation. With a casual wave, several 5th level wild beasts were split in two. The spiritual power of heaven and earth surged rapidly, and sword lights broke through various formations, thunder, and restrictions, and resounded through the 9 heavens. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Fang Xing stood silently, and saw a black gluttonous wild beast with 4 late-stage spirit transformation cultivators standing on its back. Each of them had extraordinary qualities. Surrounding herself in the center, Lord of the Great Wilderness, Monkey Chen, Taoist Siyuan, Huang Yuso, and Tianqin Tongzi. His eyes were blurred, and it seemed that 1,000 fantasy worlds flashed by one by one. He laughed and said, "You have already embarked on your own destiny. Do you know that your death is coming today?" "Destiny?" Tianqin Tongzi's soul trembled for some reason. Monkey Chen exclaimed, "Not good. This beast is using some kind of magical power to curse us. Isn't he a sword cultivator?" Taoist Ziyuan waved his whisk, and the whisk in his hand turned out to be a 6th level treasure, inlaid with a large number of gems. And a clear light fell, which could purify all the filth in the world. But at this time, it had no effect at all. "Kill him, and all curses will be lifted." The Lord of the Great Wilderness roared, and his body suddenly exploded. The remaining 4 gods formed a great formation by pinching their fingers. Clang! The spiritual power of heaven and earth surged, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, was completely usurped. Even the battlefield below seemed to be quiet. A giant with a black skull all over his body appeared in the sky, with 36 faces and nearly 10,000 arms, each holding a different magic weapon. And on some of the particularly strong arms, there were wooden fish, whisks, flying swords, treasure umbrellas. Each of them emitted different treasures, breaking the void, and they were all 6th level treasures. This giant with 10,000 arms, which was condensed by the power of the battle formation, already had the power of refining the void. "Well, it's still worth seeing," Fang Xing commented, and casually flicked his sleeves. From his sleeves, one after another, 6th level treasures flew out. Wuji Demon Palace, 5 Dragon Pillar, Abyssal Sea Bull, White Cloud Flag, Demon Sword. The spirits of many 6th level treasures seemed to have surrendered, and now they began to fight desperately, each of them blooming with different brilliance. For example, Wuji Demon Palace released a 1,000-foot magic light and slammed into the giant fiercely. The 2 sides continued to entangle, causing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to boil, and the void within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely shattered and turned into a chaos. In the chaos, a little red light flashed again, Cry. It was like a white bird crying to the phoenix. A red sword thread followed, wrapped around the 10,000-foot giant, and gently circled it. Compared with the 10,000-foot giant, the sword thread looked insignificant. But the next moment, the giant's figure waving his arms suddenly stopped, and then collapsed with a bang. 5 streams of light flew out, and the treasure umbrella in Tian Kentongzi's hand opened, turning into thousands of auspicious auras to protect himself. His palms were shaking. Is this really the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit? Even sword cultivators, who have perfected the transformation of the spirit, are not so fierce. There was a tremor in his voice. That flying sword was too fierce. Even on the handle of the umbrella, a burnt sword mark had already appeared. This is a 6th-level treasure. Fang Xing was too lazy to pay attention to him. What he really focused on was the Lord of the Great Wilderness. Your bloodline magical power is quite good. You were able to escape from my hands before, but today is different. You chose to use the power of magical power to strengthen the battle formation. And you lost the only chance of escape. He looked cold. When I hunted the wild beast, I had not yet been promoted to the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit, and I had not yet started to comprehend the law of fate. But this time, it was different. The Lord of the Great Wilderness made the wrong choice, which was also a kind of fate. Clang! Fang Xing drew his sword again. He and his sword merged into one, and the sword shone brightly, attracting the divine light of fire from heaven and earth, illuminating the area for thousands of miles, trapping the huge Lord of the Great Wilderness in it. His extremely solid body was easily torn apart by the rotten iron sword, and deeply pierced into his body. Not good. Lord of the Great Wilderness, help quickly. Monkey Chin, Taoist Siyuan, and others also reacted quickly. However, they were blocked by the treasures such as the Wuji Demon Palace and the 5 Dragon Pillars, and they were one step slower after all. When their soul power swept over, they saw a red sword light coming out from the scales on the surface of the Lord of the Great Wilderness, and from its 7 orifices. Then, pieces of flesh and blood fell off, as if they had been tortured by thousands of cuts. Fang Xing walked out of the broken corpse of the Lord of the Great Wilderness. His clothes were spotless, and he showed a smile. The rotten iron sword in his hand disappeared. When it reappeared, it was in front of Huang Yunso. Above the tip of the sword, a void was shattered, shattering all of Huang Yunsu's defenses, and then pierced through his forehead. For a cultivator of the transformation of the spirit, a piercing through the forehead is not a fatal injury, but the wound on the soul is difficult to heal. Huang Yunsu's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it after all, and his soul was extinguished. Huang Yunso, the heavenly venerable of the transformation of the spirit. Die! Chapter 405 Battle of the Void. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Although Tian Kentongzi was under the protection of the 6th-level treasure umbrella, he felt his whole body was chilled to the bone. That flying sword actually ignored the defense and emerged directly from the void. Even one sword broke the void. The swordsmanship that shattered the void was simply not something that ordinary incarnation cultivators could resist. Just as he was horrified, the sword light flashed. Master Ichin chanted the Buddha's name, and a blood mark appeared on the golden body of the Arhat. The Arhat died, and the world was in great sorrow. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 great incarnation gods were gone. Seeing this scene, the cultivators on the floating island collapsed first. Several incarnation cultivators fled the battle array without saying a word, desperately performing various miraculous skills and secrets, and fled to the back. In the world of immortal cultivation, the top combat power ultimately determines everything. Now seeing the 3 incarnation gods being killed like dogs and chickens, it is normal for morale to collapse. Even though the coalition of cultivators below still had a certain advantage, they were now retreating and were in disarray. Haha. The Lord's divine power. Venerable Qian waved the thunder flag in his hand with a smile on his face. At least, his life was saved. After being planted with the restriction, he gave up and only prayed that Fang Xing could successfully unify the Qianyuan realm. As for the ancestor of the upper realm, anyway, he was not a material for ascending. And even like Buddhism more, he learned a Buddhist inheritance that was confiscated from the sect's Sutra Pavilion. I think the ancestor of the upper realm didn't like him very much, so they just didn't meet each other and lived in peace. In another void formation, Venerable Gu and Venerable Jean waved the 2 realm flags, cutting the space and trapping the incarnation cultivators one by one. Originally, The two of them had some small thoughts and reserved some strength. Facing the enemy's incarnation cultivators, they basically sealed the town and never killed them. But when they saw Fang Xing ruthlessly killing the three great gods, they immediately shuddered, attacked with all their strength. The ancient venerable and the Gene venerable looked at each other and saw the determination in their eyes. And a magic power hit the banner of the two worlds. Void storms formed one after another, drowning the gods trapped in different spaces. Fairy Qiong, dressed in armor, stood on the blue phoenix bird, commanding with confidence. Looking at these scenes, she felt helpless. The merit of command is not as good as breaking the formation and killing the generals. In the world of cultivating immortals, the realm is respected after all. She felt a little hot in her heart. Her own aptitude was originally very good. Otherwise she would not have become the master of Piaomu Immortal Palace. Now that Fang Xing is about to unify the Qinyuan realm, she can also get a lot of benefits by following him. With the accumulation of various gods, there is no problem in becoming a god. Maybe there is still a hope of ascending in the future? Just when Fairy Qiong was thinking about it, she saw a silver light flashing above the 9 heavens. And suddenly a woman in white appeared. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, and she had a temperament that was not like that of a mortal woman, as if a fairy from the 9 heavens had fallen to the mortal world. At this time, she waved her white hand lightly, and a series of silver-white runes were cast, and the formation that originally covered most of the immortal world suddenly changed. Boom! In the void, a series of silver-white light pillars emerged, like a cage, trapping Fang Xing in it. A descending monk finally appeared. Fang Xing laughed loudly, fearless, and slashed out with a rotten iron sword. And the sky and the earth intersected, and a dazzling star appeared. Amid the stars, a galaxy with an extremely sharp sword intent penetrated. The void was broken, and several silver-white light pillars were actually directly broken from it. Seeing this, the white-clothed woman's face showed a trace of solemnity, and she pinched her hands, and a ring appeared. This ring is bright silver, with extremely complex seal characters inside. After the magic power was injected into it, the black and white colors intertwined and suddenly turned into a black and white Tai Chi diagram filled with the two-element Yuan magnetic divine light. Fang Xing suddenly felt that his natal flying sword was out of control, and his expression changed. Two-element Yuan magnetic, wouldn't it be necessary to use such a method? This is the two-element ring condensed by my Jiuxiang Palace ancestor with great magical powers, which contains a ray of the innate two-element Yuan magnetic divine light. Even if your flying sword is not made of metal, it will be restrained. The voice of the woman in white was as clear as a mountain spring. At this time, the hand gesture changed again, and the two-element ring disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already on the rotten iron sword. Fang Xing groaned, and even felt that the connection with his natal flying sword was a little vague. For a sword cultivator, this is an extremely incredible thing, as expected of a cultivator from the upper realm. He sighed, and could see that the other party was still at the initial stage of refining the void, drawing endless spiritual energy from the void, and his mana would never run out. If this continued, he would be the only one to lose. But you have also walked into your own fate. Fang Xing Immortal Clone smiled slightly, raised his hand slightly, and the purple-green divine flames turned into 9 fire dragons, coiling around his body with amazing power. Fate? The woman in white from Jiuxiang Palace suddenly felt a chill. As a great power who had descended to the realm of the refining void, her impulse was extraordinary and must be effective. Clang! The next moment, a flash of fire appeared. In the fire, there was a spear tip. A ball of sparks flickered on the spear and sword. The void was broken, and the light like a star burst out. Die! Fang Xing was dressed in black, holding the Black Death spear in his hand, and the spear came out like a dragon, aiming at the woman in white. The ribbons in front of the woman in white were flying, like 2 colorful giant pythons, sweeping towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing held a gun in one hand, and casually slapped it with the other hand. Pop! 2 colorful giant pythons flew out at the same time. At the same time, this style of star-like fire also hit the back of the woman in white, causing a talisman on her body to ignite without wind. Even so, the white-clothed woman's face flushed. Her eyes horrified. 5th level. No. 6th level upper grade physical cultivation? Impossible. How could the lower realm allow you to stay? In the lower realm, the power of the realm is extremely strict. not to mention the late stage of refining emptiness. Even the middle stage of refining emptiness will be forced to ascend instantly. This is the treatment of the cultivators in this realm. If it is a cultivator from another realm, the talismans and magic weapons on his body carry the aura of another realm, and he will be rejected. With the status of Jiuxiang Palace in the spiritual world, there will be no shortage of 6th level upper grade and even 7th level talismans. But the white-clothed woman cannot carry too much, or she will be suppressed too much by the power of the realm, and the gain will outweigh the loss. According to the main universe, the luggage of the descending cultivators is also a share. That Liangyu ring has occupied most of it, and there are not many others. And the one that took Fang Xing's shot was the trump card of the woman in white, the last 6th grade top grade defensive talisman. At this moment, she was shocked, because Fang Xing's performance was just like a great cultivator in the late stage of refining emptiness. She was only in the early stage of refining emptiness, and was suppressed by the Qianyuan realm. This, Dao Yu, please listen to me. The woman in white kept casting spells, causing silver petals to fall from the void and guard her side. While she said, Dao Yu's magical power is amazing, and you should occupy the Qianyuan realm with Venerable Ming Kuan. I have no intention of stopping you, but Dao Yu will definitely ascend in the future. Right? My Jiuxiang Palace is also a force in the spirit world. Please consider it. Her words were very sincere, and there was a breathtaking magic. This magic seemed to come from her body fragrance, which was simply ecstatic. Should I be so terrified that I obediently send the treasures from the immortal palace? Dream on! As Fang Xing roared, his martial arts will soared into the sky and turned into a Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata. The Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata looked exactly like him, with a solemn appearance and a Dharmakaya boundary seal. Boom! A round of red sun descended, and as the range of the sun's flames continued to expand, the great sun Dharmakaya enveloped Tian Meiyuan, destroying the original silver light column immortal formation array base one by one. At the same time, Fang Xing martial arts will turn into a Buddhist knife, slashing into the white-clothed woman's soul, ignoring other secret techniques to defend against spiritual consciousness, causing her smart eyes to lose consciousness for a moment. Roar! In the white-clothed woman's lost eyes, a fire dragon suddenly appeared. Every scale and every claw on that fire dragon are made of the extremely rich power of the rules of fire, and they look extremely vivid. As Fang Xing's spear tip moved, the dragon head roared and fell in front of the woman in white with the spear tip. Then, silver petals burned and withered. Puff! The Black Death spear directly pierced the woman in white, and the hot fire attribute rule power almost burned her soul and lifted her up. Tian Kentongzi and the surviving Ziyuan Taoist originally wanted to assist the upper world envoys to besiege the venerable Ming Kuan. But then, they saw this scene and were shocked. That's the envoy from the upper world. How did they get strung together? Tian Kentongzi and Ziyuan Taoist looked at each other, and seeing the look from the venerable Ming Kuan, they couldn't help but put away their magic weapons and bowed respectfully. We are willing to surrender. At this time, changes happened on the battlefield. The woman in white finally recovered from the impact of her will, let out a scream that resounded through the fields, and blood-red seal characters appeared on her body. It was obvious that she had prepared an extremely fierce counterattack. This may not even be spontaneous, but forcibly planted by a cultivator of a higher realm. Boom! At this moment, a red sun emerged. It was centered on Fang Xing's body and covered the surroundings. The dazzling sun's true fire mixed with the sun's golden flame to form a sun furnace. In the core of the furnace, it was the woman in white. Her clothes turned into ashes first, revealing her jade-like skin, and then her flesh and blood burned, revealing her bones. This is the best of the beauty and withered bones. When the bones were burned out, a moon-like light fell, which was the soul of the woman in white. I will not let you go in Jiuxiang Palace. The woman in white looked ferocious and uttered the last curse. Then, her soul was also burned. Endless memory fragments were squeezed out and turned into fuel for the sun. Fang Xing's eyes moved and he covered his forehead. The memory of a female cultivator in the early stage of refining emptiness was indeed extremely vast. And she also carried a lot of knowledge from the spiritual world, which made him feel that the trip was worthwhile. Chapter 406, Tuyin Ring. A few days later, the Battle of Tian Meiyuan came to an end, and the Death God Island won a great victory. After this battle, not only did the entire Feishuan Xiuxian world bow down, But other Xiuxian worlds also sent high-level cultivators with expensive gifts to express their submission to Fang Xing. Hearing the news that the messengers from the upper world had died at the hands of the second island master of the Death God Island, all the Huaxian cultivators understood that at least in the Qianyuan Great Realm, the venerable Fang Yun had nothing to fear. Naturally, they could only submit obediently. Fortunately, the Death God Island did not ask for much, and only needed the 5th level resources of each family. Well, for many Huaxian cultivators, this is almost the same as a life. But compared with their own lives are definitely more important. In a cave on the top of Tianyu Mountain, where the spiritual energy in the Feishuan Xiuxian world is the most abundant, Fang Xing himself sat cross-legged, still slowly digesting the memory he had obtained from the envoy who descended to the world. The spiritual world is vast and boundless. The human race occupies only 1/10,000th of the land. Above the realm of Lianqiu, there are also realms such as Fusion and Mahayana. When the Mahayana stage is perfected, you can overcome the immortal tribulation and ascend to become an immortal. Jiuxiang Palace is indeed quite amazing. It is known as the 3 ancestral lands of the human race in the spiritual world together with Dongwang Imperial Court and Linghui sect. There are Mahayana ancestors sitting in charge. This time, Jiuxiang Palace is considered to be offended severely. Although thinking so, Fang Xing didn't care at all. After all, he already knew that he might appear at any area of the human race in the spiritual world after ascending. And it was impossible for him to be so unlucky to be encountered by people from Jiuxiang Palace. The most important thing in this woman's memory is to obtain the rare treasures of the immortal mansion. And a formation. Fang Xing touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He can now unify the Qianyuan world and search the world to find the disappeared tripod spirit of the Wanhua Ding. Even in the memory of this descending female cultivator, there is an extremely mysterious formation. You can use the connection of the 70% to 80% complete Wanhua Ding, cooperate with the nodes of the great formation spread all over the world, and forcibly summon the Dingling through the power of sacrifice and blood sacrifice. At that time, as long as the Dingling is still in this world, it will definitely not escape. It just seems a little bloody. I should not be able to do it. Besides, it is just a rare treasure of the immortal mansion. Apart from the powerful alchemy, it seems that there is nothing extraordinary about it. The power of external objects is not as strong as your own. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, concentrating his consciousness on the attribute panel. The secret pattern of will is perfect, which means that my martial god will has reached its limit. The Sun Tathagata palm is also gradually approaching the perfection of the Grandmaster. The road to martial god is about to come to an end. Fang Xing suddenly felt a sense of emotion. That is the regret of all Blue Star martial gods. The road to martial god is almost at the peak, and there is no way after that. He yawned, looked at the 3 major laws, the bodybuilding secrets and the myriad hard secrets, and suddenly felt that the road was long and arduous. The law of fate is indeed a higher law. It's so terrifying just getting started. And the gate of the heavens. After a few years, the progress has finally reached perfection, and a new world can be opened. Fang Xing was quite looking forward to it. In the main universe, it takes more than a day to travel through a galaxy cluster. It may even take more than a few years. It's just right to take advantage of this free time to explore the new world. In another cave, the Blue Phoenix cried, as if with a hint of sorrow. After a moment, Fang Xing immortal clone walked out lazily. He was wearing a casual loose white robe, with his hair disheveled. He strolled casually in the garden and came to a Yao Qin. To be honest, if it weren't for cultivation, I wouldn't want to travel around the world. Maybe I would just find a spiritual vein. Play the qin occasionally. Look at the flowers. Travel to Kangwu in the morning and Beihai in the evening. Only then can I enjoy the joy of cultivating immortals. Fairy Qiong followed behind and rolled her eyes secretly. Ming Kun, who was ruthless and attacked and destroyed many 5th level holy places, and killed several gods under his sword, said such words. Someone has to believe it. Forget it. Fang Xing was too lazy to care about these. The disabled boy and Taoist Ziyuan have been banned by me. And even Lianqiu can't remove it. It's just right for them to take action and unify the Qianyuan world. After that, rule this world in the name of Death Island. You will be the chief steward of Death Island. Yes. Fairy Qiong was overwhelmed. Since ancient times, it seems that no cultivator has ever truly unified the Qianyuan realm. Now they are making history. And the benefits behind this are enough to drive any cultivator crazy. It's still the old rules. Those 5th level elixirs and other resources must be handed over. Otherwise the family will be exterminated. Fang Xing added faintly. Yes. Fairy Qiong was awed and retreated respectfully. Fang Xing walked into the pavilion and casually took out a bottle of the sea's 5th level Great Sun pill. This pill was red all over, like the sun, and was most suitable for the cultivators who practice fire-attributed techniques to increase their magic power. He swallowed one at random, chanted the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, and refined it immediately. His soul grew stronger and stronger. He was very satisfied. This newly seized elixir, especially the Great Sun pill, is really a good thing. He felt that this kind of elixir was very suitable for him. Unfortunately, the Great Sun Palace that produced the elixir had been destroyed. But it didn't matter. As long as those 5th level spiritual medicines were still there, they could be produced continuously in the future. It just took time. For the venerables of the transformation of the spirit, the 5th level elixir that increased mana was also very rare. Even in normal cultivation, they were reluctant to take it, but used it to attack the pass and bottleneck. Like Fang Xing, eating elixirs as candy beans is simply unique. Even in the spirit world, it is very rare. Only the Daozi of the Mahayana forces such as Jiuxiang Palace may have such treatment. And this crazy consumption brought a terrifying improvement in cultivation. In less than a few years, he was promoted from the early stage of the transformation of the spirit to the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. It looks like the bottleneck of the late stage of transformation of the spirit will be in these 2 days. Well, even if you are a Taoist of Jiuxiang Palace, without the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, you still have to slowly refine the medicinal power. It is impossible to make such rapid progress as me. Fang Xing took out another Great Sun pill and swallowed it directly, feeling like swallowing a ball of fire. Even the transformation of the spirit cultivators of the Great Sun Palace dare not swallow such a violent pill like this. But wrap it with the Yuanshan and slowly absorb the essence of the Great Sun. The process may take 10 or even dozens of years. Even worried that the medicinal properties are too violent, you have to use various means to ease it, such as taking it with the moon bait. But for Fang Xing, the more violent the medicinal properties are, the better. Even if it contains toxins, it is not afraid. Well, with the purification of the Wanhua Ding, these top-grade pills do not contain any toxins. Even if there are, under the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, they are just fuel and supplements. After eating the 5th level pills as candy beans, Fang Xing came to a hall. Outside the hall, there were many restrictions, colorful and extremely cold. The entire square outside the hall seemed to be paved with 10,000-year-old cold jade, emitting an extremely cold air. But outside the palace, there was a faint heat wave, which was enough to imagine how hot the temperature in the palace was. Fang Xing felt the purple and green divine flame in his body move slightly, and he smiled and walked into the hall. Inside the hall, bronze pillars rose from the ground, with a large number of complex and mysterious sealed characters engraved on the surface. Countless restrictions were dense, like chains, and on each bronze pillar, a kind of spiritual flame was sealed. Red, dark blue, pale, bright yellow, blood red, various kinds of fairy flames, magic fires, emit terrifying brilliance and heat. These are naturally Fang Xing spoils of war. Although the strange fire of heaven and earth is very rare, after taking over the entire cultivation world, you can find a lot of it, especially after killing the enemy high-level cultivators who practice the magic fire. There are often such spoils. Most of them are 4th level, but there are also 5th level ones. He came to a bronze pillar and saw a blood-red spiritual flame sealed in it. This is a kind of magic spiritual flame, the blood flame of all spirits. It is not a spiritual fire of heaven and earth, but a kind of magic flame refined by the magic power of cultivators. It has the effect of burning blood and corroding bones. It is the legacy of a certain magic Yuanian great true lord after his death. Fang Xing sucked it casually, and this original spiritual flame was sucked into his stomach through his mouth and nose. The purple and green divine flame flashed, and it easily wrapped the blood flame of all spirits and refined it. The power increased by a negligible amount. After all, it's only a 4th level spiritual fire. Fang Xing shook his head and walked to the next bronze pillar. He no longer needs the Qingyang magic lamp now. And even the magic formula and restrictions of the magic lamp to cultivate various magic fires seem extremely crude. The spells Fang Xing used now were obtained from many 5th level forces in the world of immortal cultivation that were famous for their flames, such as the secrets in the Great Sun Palace. After being integrated into a new secret method through the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, it took the path of sacrificing oneself to fire, and was named the Sacrificing Fire spell. After the purple-green divine flame devoured many 4th level and 5th level spiritual fires, its power would surely rise to another level. After devouring many flames, Fang Xing burked with satisfaction and touched a strange ring in his hand, which was the Liangyi ring. This treasure is at least a 6th level upper grade, even a quasi-7th level. Especially, it contains a ray of innate Liangyi UNC divine light, which is a rare treasure in the spiritual world. It can suppress the 5 elements and prohibit all methods. But now, it belongs to me. The spirit in this Liangyi ring is very tough. But Fang Xing is not a good person. It was directly disintegrated by the impact of the original martial arts will. Otherwise, the Liangyi ring might be considered a true 7th-tier treasure. Chapter 407, Crossing. 7th level treasures are treasures refined by fusion cultivators. As far as Fang Xing knew from searching the soul of the Lianqiu cultivator of Jiuxiang Palace, the Mahayana ancestors are often elusive in the spirit world. The fusion cultivators are absolutely high level. According to the combat power calculation of the main world, the fusion cultivators should have 11 realms of combat power. According to this calculation, the Mahayana cultivators correspond to the combat power of the 12th realm. That is, the existence of the sub-star level in the Star Master realm of the Great Xiao world, the final ascension to immortality, the realm of the true immortal, is equivalent to the realm of the Master of the Law. That is, the combat power of the 13th realm. Unfortunately, Fang Xing is less clear about the higher the combat power. But in theory, there is indeed such a possibility. In the spirit world, there are also mortals, Shi training, and foundation building cultivators. Even the spirit transformation cultivators are rare top masters. And the Lianqiu are middle-level figures of the big forces. But even such a spiritual world would still be swept by the Creator. The powerful being in the realm of the Lord of Law is really terrifying. And he still has a dispute with me? Fang Xing immortal clone pondered for a while, and looked in the direction of the original body. The new world has begun. On the top of Tianyu Mountain, in the cave, Fang Xing original body opened layers of restrictions, and threw out treasures, such as the Wuji Demon Palace for protection. Then, his thoughts gathered on the attribute panel. On the attribute panel, the symbol representing the gate of the heavens suddenly shone brightly, and a stream of information flowed out. What? This time, can only consciousness descend? Fang Xing was shocked. Then, he felt a strong spatial fluctuation. Before, his spatial perception was too low, and he could not perceive it even if the gate of the heavens was opened. But this time, he felt as if he had directly seen the origin of the spatial law. It was an indescribable and incomprehensible crystal existence composed of infinite irregular cut faces. Its form is changing all the time, which is hard to describe and ineffable. But in this ineffable situation, a gate of the heavens opened with a bang. Fang Xing fell into a deep sleep, and his consciousness was thrown into the gate. In an instant, the world changed. A wild and ancient land. The trees are lush and green, up to 100 meters high. There is a dark mountain range in the distance. The dark mountain range is rocky and sharp as a knife, and there is a cave deep in it. In the cave, cracks appeared on an oval giant egg. Crack! Crack! The giant egg cracked, and a dark dragon crawled out of it. Fang Xing opened his mouth, but found that the structure of his throat was not right, and he could not speak his own language. He raised his right hand. No, it was his right claw, and felt itchy on his back. With a slight movement, a pair of dark flesh wings like bats emerged, and a layer of dark scales covered the key position. I turned into a dragon? It seems to be a western black dragon? Fang Xing turned around, moved his limbs and tail, and said to himself, I really won the jackpot this time. And I directly traveled through time and space to become a strange beast? He glanced around again, but did not find any dragon mother and brothers and sisters. Nor did he see any other giant eggs. Abandoned? Or is this a unique way of reproduction? Just find a place to drop a dragon egg. Where is the inherited memory? Why don't I have anything? He was full of complaints and felt hungry again. He turned around and came to his eggshell. He grabbed an eggshell with his sharp claws and stuffed it directly into his mouth. It seems like a sandwich biscuit. It tastes like egg yolk. Or salted egg yolk. Snap! Snap! In the deep and dark cave, a subtle chewing sound was heard. As he ate, Fong Xing even felt that his strength was increasing again. So strong. I've just been born. But my basic strength should be equivalent to that of a 4th-level martial artist in the main universe. I wonder what my basic strength will be like when I grow up. Fong Xing ate all the eggshells, burped, and thought to himself. For ordinary people, they can't run as fast as cheetahs. They can't be as strong as elephants. And they can't swim as well as fish. This is the species advantage, which is inevitable. All I can do is accept it. Damn. How can I practice martial arts when I grow up to look like a Western lizard? Although with Fong Xing's current martial arts level, it's not a problem to modify a few beast-shaped fists to match this body and claws. But those profound and peerless martial arts, if you want to modify them to be used in the form of dragon beasts, it will not be a matter of a day or a night. Can you imagine a winged lizard performing the Tathagata palm? Blue Star's martial arts have been mostly wasted. Only the martial arts can still be used. The mysteries of fire and space have been weakened too much. The power of the laws is also different. Is this a completely different world like the world of immortal cultivation? As for the 9-source star body forging secret technique, as long as there is starlight, it can be barely practiced. And the effect is different at most. There is also the 10,000 hearts secret technique. As long as there is soul power and mental power, it can be practiced. Fong Xing sorted out what he had learned, nodded silently, and then communicated with the attribute panel to obtain some information about this crossing. Only one chance? Once it ends, the consciousness returns immediately? Cannot descend again? How come the gate of the heavens, which was opened with a trace of the essence of the Laplace demon, is getting farther and farther back? The only good news is that the flow rate of the two worlds is very terrifying. It takes a year here, but only half a day there. Also, because it is a consciousness descending, it is also impossible to bring the immortal clone here. After thinking, Fong Xing concluded, it is somewhat similar to the Dashio world, but more demanding. Now I don't know what the situation is outside. It may be very dangerous. If you can survive for a while, survive for a while. This time there is only one chance to cross. Just like playing a game with one life to pass. You can't waste it. After eating, Fong Xing laid down directly. Anyway, with his physique, there is no problem of the ground being too cold and catching a cold easily. Most of his mind now is recalling the origin of space that he caught a glimpse of when the gate of the heavens was opened before. The irregular polyhedron in his memory seemed to be blurred at any time, forcing him to grasp the perception. I seem to have a unique advantage in comprehending the law of space. Perhaps, in the future, when I break through to the master of the law, I should choose the law of space. Fong Xing closed his snake-like vertical pupils and then comprehended the void. For him, the original Taishu layer no longer had many secrets. But after comprehending the origin of space, Fong Xing actually felt that his space law was still very superficial. The Taishu layer is not simple. It has many hidden space structures, such as the several types of teleportation arrays. It is too difficult for the material layer to instantly cross billions of miles. But in the Taishu layer, you can use the space turbulence to generate a terrible driving force. This requires a very good understanding of the space coordinates. The great man who invented the teleportation array must have reached a very high level above the space law. The 1,000-layer cake structure of space. I began to vaguely sense the third layer. There is another layer of space above the Taishu. A more bizarre structure. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Xing was awakened by the instinctive hunger in his body. He looked at the wall and the soil and rocks under him, thought about it, and crawled out. He couldn't really eat dirt, right? He was still a dragon beast. In a dark mountain, the gravel at the entrance of the cave was constantly scratched and pushed away by a pair of sharp black claws. Then, a 2 or 3 meter long black dragon beast appeared in the night sky. Above the sky, there was a somewhat enchanting purple full moon. Fong Xing took a deep breath. There is no spiritual energy. Well, after all, I am not a cultivator, and I can't sense the radiation of the power of that avenue. And I can't draw spiritual energy from the void in an endless stream. The universe and the stars. Why is the source power so weak? He looked up at the moon and the few stars, and couldn't help but be very suspicious. Could it be that I am so unlucky again and entered the inner world of a strong man? With this thought, He became more cautious in his words and actions. Fortunately, the physiological structure of this dragon beast is different from that of humans. And he can't speak at all. He was talking to himself before. In the outside world, at most a few low roars of young dragons can be heard. If it is in the inner world of a strong man, the stars that are transformed are not as good as the stars in the outside world. The weak source power can be explained. Or, is it in some small world? In this case, you have to consider the possibility of being monitored and can't stand out too much. Fang Xing will spread out, slowly sweeping across the dark mountains and forests. No creatures that threaten him were found. Just then, he found another very gentle energy in the void. They were extremely docile, and along with his breathing, they began to gradually penetrate into his body, making the dragon body numb and very comfortable, and even seemed to start growing again. Heaven and earth energy? Inexplicably, a name emerged in Fang Xing's mind. Is this the most obvious energy in this universe that can be used by extraordinary people? This body can actually breathe instinctively. It should belong to a natural extraordinary creature. After all, it is a dragon species. Even if it is a Western dragon, it can be slightly modified to absorb the heaven and earth energy faster and grow stronger. It shouldn't be discovered. Right? There are abnormally strong individuals in any race. This is nothing at all. But just in case, the 9-source star body forging secret technique cannot be practiced. But the 10,000 hearts secret technique, which is only performed in the heart, is fine. The main practice in the future will probably be based on the understanding of the law. If the entire world is monitored, the practice completed only in the heart is the safest. Fang Xing has good patience and can wait silently. Just then, he suddenly looked up and looked at the purple full moon. At this moment, the full moon came to the center of the sky, and the moon was in the right position. Drops of hazy and milky white liquid dripped, opening the wisdom of all things. And the vitality of heaven and earth became extremely rich. In the forest, the roars of beasts resounded one after another. Is this Emperor Lujiang? Fang Xing also had an instinctive desire in his heart. Chapter 4087 Killing Demon Palace. The World of Black Dragons. Under the swaying shadows of the trees, a snow rabbit was shaking its ears cleverly. It had snow-white fur all over its body, and was born as cute as jade. It suddenly jumped out, holding a red berry in its mouth. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant wolf jumped out of the shadows, and with a press of its front paws, it pressed the snow rabbit that couldn't dodge in time under its claws. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. A shadow came in an instant, casting a shadow of a western dragon on the ground. Clatter! The trees fell, and a western black dragon with a body size of more than 20 meters emerged. It was slender, and its dragon scales sparkled in the sun. Its head was hideous, and there were white bone spurs on the top, faintly forming a white bone crown. The black dragon opened its bloody mouth, swooped down, and directly took the shadow wolf away. Only a stupid snow rabbit was left, still staying where it was. Crack! Crack! In midair, Fang Xing was already used to eating raw meat and drinking blood. He tore the shadow wolf into pieces and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. Landing on the edge of a jade-like lake, he drank the lake water, and from time to time, he would grab a bunch of fat dark green fish with his claws. One at a time, the fierce dragon power emanated, and no more ferocious beasts were nearby. According to the laws of this world, the process of the purple full moon from waning to waxing at night should be equivalent to a year. I have experienced Emperor Lujiang 17 times. If nothing unexpected happens, tonight should be the 18th time. Fang Xing ate and drank enough, returned to the Black Mountains where he was born, and lay quietly on the ridge. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is night. The enchanting purple moonlight reappeared. Then, a little bit of milky white Emperor Lujiang fell. It seemed to have spirituality, drawing a strange arc and accurately falling on the foreheads of different creatures. In the forest, the snow rabbit that had escaped by chance during the day was penetrated by a drop of Emperor flowing blood. A ray of anthropomorphic wisdom suddenly flashed in the scarlet rabbit's eyes. Its body size was gradually growing, and it even stood up, with its 2 front feet together, and bowed to the purple moon, as if it was practicing by swallowing and exhaling the power of the moon. Roar! A roar sounded, and around Fang Xing territory, there was a white light and a yellowish-brown light flashing. In the white light, there was an old white ape, swallowing the moonlight at the purple moon. In the yellowish-brown light, there was a huge toad as big as a mountain, with bumps on its back that looked like copper coins. It opened its mouth wide at the moon and roared, "Quack!" A bright yellow demon pill flew out immediately, as if it was tempering the demon pill with the power of the moonlight. In comparison, Fang Xing simply flapped his wings, flew into the sky, and swallowed the emperor flowing blood. The three monsters did not interfere with each other, and before they knew it, it was already dawn in the east. Fang Xing landed on a lawn first. Next to the lawn, there was a fruit forest with all kinds of red fruits, bamboo fruits, a dazzling array of things. The big white ape slowly finished his work, pulled out a yellow gourd from his waist, and gulped down monkey wine. This wine was brewed from hundreds of fruits, with a special aroma that made people salivate. Fang Xing was a little jealous. After all, the black dragon's body was really inconvenient. Even roasting meat was troublesome, not to mention brewing wine. What's more, this old white ape was proficient in human nature, and seemed to have some inheritance from the monster clan, and was even better at brewing wine. You, a mixed monster with impure blood, don't even think about asking for Lao Sun's 100-fruit wine. The last time I gave it to you, it was like a cow chewing a peony. I was so distressed. The white ape shook his head repeatedly, and made an old voice. I am a dragon, not a mixed-blood monster. Fang Xing spoke, and a young voice came out from the dragon's mouth. This language of this world was also taught to him by the old white ape. Hee hee. You don't even have the inherited memory, and you can't even speak at the beginning, which can only prove that your bloodline is of low level. The old white ape showed a very anthropomorphic disdain on his face. Dragon? Have you seen what a dragon looks like? According to Lao Sun, you are just a mutated stone dragon with wings. Of course, your ancestors may have a trace of dragon blood, but who hasn't had a rich ancestor? My ancestors may have been 4 monkeys. Fang Xing was speechless. Indeed, although he recognized himself as a Western black dragon, but in the eyes of these Eastern monsters, it seems to be a mutated 4-legged snake? The most important thing is, there is no inherited memory, which better proves this point. Quack! Just as the two monsters were talking, the earthy yellow toad also arrived. It shrank in size, becoming the size of a millstone, and hopped over to me. Old son, I'm thirsty. Okay. The white ape immediately changed his face, smiled flatteringly, and brought out a few jars of fruit wine. Xiao Huang, take some. If it's not enough, I have more here. Ahem. Isn't this too much discrimination? Fang Xing protested. In fact, they were just joking. After years of getting along, he confirmed that the old white ape had a good personality. It was just a bit of human cunning. He also had a purpose to please this Lu Bao toad. How can you be like Xiao Huang? The old white ape said. Xiao Huang has a very strong Tianshan bloodline. It has only been a few years since he mastered the changes of Da Shi Rui. Can you do it? What's more, it has also refined the inner elixir. It only needs to survive the wind and fire disaster to refine the Yuanshan, escape from the mortal realm, and become a Yuanshan realm demon. Yuanshan realm demon. Fang Xing was silent for a moment. From the old white ape, he knew that among all the ways in the world, those who first sensed the vitality of heaven and earth and began to practice cultivation, whether human, demon or other, belonged to the mortal realm. If it were a human cultivator, there would probably be 9 realms such as moving blood, refining bones, changing marrow, etc. But the demons were much simpler. They inhaled and exhaled the essence of the sun and the moon every day, and then continued to advance from the first level of the mortal realm to the 9th level of the mortal realm. Going up further, they would refine the primordial spirit and become a powerful person in the primordial spirit realm. The primordial spirit, if it is what I think it is, wouldn't it be equivalent to the cultivator of the transformation of the gods in the world of cultivation? The main universe martial god, the planetary master of the great Xia world? In this world, it seems to be very simple. If you inhale and exhale the vitality of heaven and earth, you will have a certain probability of breaking through. Fang Xing was awed. The water in this world seems a bit deep. I have to continue to hide it better. The old white ape played around for a while, threw 2 peaches over, and sighed. I've been eating peaches for 80 years. I don't know if I can eat peaches for the next 20 years. Fang Xing and the yellow toad looked at each other and said, the demons from outside the domain are coming again? Yes. According to my observation, every 20 times the peaches ripen, a group of demons from outside the domain will come to kill. The more powerful the monsters are, the more excited they are. The old white ape said, Black Mountain Lord and Green Scale Lord are both real masters. But they all failed. My cultivation was low before, and it seemed that I was not very impressive. But last time, he was chased and killed to the point where he had no way to go up to the sky or enter the earth. And he almost died. I'm afraid he can't survive this catastrophe. It looked at Fang Xing and the yellow toad, Xiao Huang and Xiao He. You are both demons who have cultivated for less than 20 years. And you don't know the horror of the outer demons. When the time comes, you have to help me for the sake of eating peaches and drinking wine together. Of course, it's mainly Xiao Huang. Xiao He, you are too big a target. It's good enough to be able to save yourself. Fang Xing, now he knows more about this world. It is likely that it is a trial place for a certain force. A small world that is completely controlled. In such a small world, those who are too strong will obviously be cleared. You can be patient for the time being. Just continue to comprehend the laws of space. As for how to go out, it depends on the experience of the outer demons' attack this time. Fang Xing plans to observe silently at least once before making a decision. Anyway, he has plenty of time. And this black dragon body can live for at least 1,000 years. What can I gain in this world? If the consciousness travels across, it will be just like the great Xiao world. Except for the secret techniques, no treasures can be taken away. Perhaps the biggest benefit is that I have enough time to comprehend the laws? I wonder what those extraterritorial demons look like and how strong they are. Can we communicate? Fang Xing pondered for a while and asked. They call themselves human race, and their strength is above the 7th level of the mortal realm. But they must not be regarded as just the 7th level of the mortal realm. The old white ape shook his head, as if thinking of something extremely terrifying. Lao Sun. The last time I heard the chasing demon mention that they came from the 7 killing demon palace, in front of a vicissitudes palace. One by one, the black-clothed disciples stood silently with serious expressions. After an unknown amount of time, a primordial spirit power descended and turned into a Taoist figure in black clothes and black hair. He swept his eyes over the people present, and his voice was emotionless. You are all outer disciples of my 7 killing demon palace. If you want to become an inner disciple, you must enter the 10,000 demon realm and kill a big demon. There is no Yuanshan realm big demon in the 10,000 demon realm. After a pause, he said, this trial is really too simple. Your cultivation is not much different from those big demons. But you have the advantage of weapons. And you have skills and moves. Your understanding of Tao is also far beyond those big demons. After all, the human body is the spirit of heaven and earth. And it is more suitable for understanding heaven and earth. Therefore, I decided to increase the difficulty. This time, if you want to become an inner disciple, you must kill 2 big demons. There was finally a hint of joy in his voice. If you kill more than 10, there will be extra rewards. As soon as these words came out, the solemn atmosphere below finally changed. Oh no! Elder Shui Tu is actually presiding over this. This trial is going to be difficult. 10 heads will get a reward. I must get it. Oh no! Isn't Elder Shui Tu blatantly encouraging us to fight each other? Many disciples looked at each other, with a hint of fighting spirit in their eyes. It can be imagined that this inner disciple assessment will definitely be more bloody than before. Chapter 409 Trial. The World of 10,000 Demons. Black Mountain. Fang Xing lay in the cave that had expanded a lot, silently comprehending the laws of space. The third layer of space structure above the material layer. The Great Void Layer. Maybe it can be named the Illusionary Void Layer? The space there is extremely chaotic. Going forward may be going backward. And taking a step may lead to going billions of miles away. A certain light flashed in his eyes, and the vitality of heaven and earth rolled around him. According to the classification of the old white ape, my cultivation level is at least the 9th level of the mortal realm. Right? In fact, I didn't practice much. I just comprehended the laws. And then the efficiency of absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth increased wildly. According to Fang Xing perception, the old white ape's cultivation level is about the 7th level of the mortal realm. The toad is stronger, at about the 8th level of the mortal realm. It's no wonder that the old white ape wants to find a backer. It has practiced hard for 80 years, but it is not as good as the toad's 8 years. This is the huge difference between talent and bloodline. Almost, My perception of the law of space is even about to break through the third stage and condense the heart of the law of space. Fang Xing looked puzzled. He had a hunch that now, with just a thought, he could break the boundary through the third stage of the law of fire, attract a huge amount of heaven and earth energy, and instantly ascend to the soul. This is a world that is particularly friendly to the strong who perceive the law. However, I am in someone else's small world, so I shouldn't stand out like this. Moreover, breaking the limit with different laws will definitely result in different souls. Compared with the law of fire, I still hope to condense the soul with the law of space. After all, the requirement to become a master of the law is just to understand one law. And you must make a choice. If you hit the nail on the head, you may end up like the Creator. In the end, you have to give birth to offspring and strip yourself of your perception of the law. I was originally only good at the law of fire, but later I found that it was more suitable for the law of space. As for the law of fate, that was not what I wanted at all. I just used the great Sun Tathagata mantra to refine a trace of the essence of Laplace demon, and naturally got started. If you don't follow the Creator's opposite law to fit the road, then you must continue to deepen along the law of perception, and finally touch the road, or accommodate different laws, and achieve a special road. These are all knowledge to achieve the realm of Tao Lord, which is too far away from me. At this moment, Fang Xing's face suddenly changed, sensing the violent fluctuations of the vitality of heaven and earth. Is there a battle? Is it on the old white ape's side? Has the trial of the 7 killing demon palace, which is held once every 20 years, begun? Quack! Little Yellow opened his mouth and spit out a lot of yellow mist, hiding his figure and the old white ape in it. The old white ape was hit by a sword in the abdomen, and blood was dripping on his white hair. Outlander! It roared and wanted to swing the iron rod in its hand, but it didn't have much strength. Ha. We are lucky this time. There are actually 2 big monsters. The besieged disciples of the 7 killing demon palace all laughed. Outer demon? That's right. For you. Aren't we the outer demon? The demons above the 7th level of the mortal realm can be called big monsters, and they are their target this time. In fact, the big monsters of the demon race are not without advantages. First of all, their monster bodies are extremely strong. Then, some of them also have innate magical powers. Among them, those with the most superior bloodline level can even awaken the inherited memory from the bloodline and obtain the cultivation method and secret technique. Such a big monster is definitely the nightmare of the trial disciples. And this time, the 3 disciples of the 7 killing demon palace just happened to encounter it. In the earthy yellow mist, a golden toad suddenly appeared. It flicked its tongue, and 3 rays of light instantly hit the 3 disciples of the 7 killing demon palace. The 3 disciples screamed, and colorful bumps appeared on their faces, necks, and hands. No, it's poison. I have an antidote. They screamed and retreated. Some of them quickly used their internal energy to suppress the poison, and some swallowed the antidote pill, but it was useless. As the lumps exploded one after another, the 3 people suddenly lost their breath of life, turned into corpses, and fell from midair. Whoosh! Before they fell to the ground, a scarlet tongue rolled up and strung the 3 corpses together, disappearing into the mouth of the giant toad. Ha. Xiao Huang. Well done. The old white ape stood on the back of the yellow toad, jumping and jumping with joy. It's worth it that I gave you all the 100 fruit wine. Well, it's really good to be able to kill those 3 pieces of trash. 8th level of the mortal realm. Awaken the blood of the toad. It's a good pet. Unfortunately, it was too happy too early. A crisp voice sounded. I saw a woman in red, with a waist like a willow, a ribbon floating around her body, standing in the air with a smile. At this time, she looked at the yellow toad with a satisfied look on her face. Go! She raised her hand, and a brass bell appeared. Ding-ling-ling! Amid the crisp sound of the bell, the old white ape screamed, felt his muscles and bones sore, and rolled down directly from the back of the toad. It was immediately in despair, knowing that it had met an extraterritorial demon beyond its imagination. Go! The red-dressed woman made a hand gesture, and a chain appeared on the brass bell, directly binding the neck of the earthy yellow toad. The bell hanging on its neck looked very uncoordinated, but the next moment, the earthy yellow toad unconsciously activated the magical power of Big and Small Rui and turned into a palm-sized golden toad. But the bell on its neck was just right. Quack! Xiao Huang was still in a daze, and was grabbed by a white jade-like palm. The remaining white ape is left to you. Yes, senior sister Ning. The two junior brothers behind him showed excitement on their faces and walked towards the white ape. Alas, I never thought that I, old son, would eventually die here. The white ape's eyes showed a trace of sadness, and he looked greedily at the peach forest. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat peaches next year. Whoosh! Just then, the wind howled. A huge shadow swooped down, and the dragon claws grabbed the white ape, and then nimbly dodged several flying swords and flew into the sky. Huh? Is it you? Xiao Hei. The old white ape escaped death and shouted in surprise. You can just call me Black Dragon, and then call me Xiao Hei. Be careful to throw it down, Fang Xing said coldly. Alas, after growing up, you are not cute at all. The old white ape sighed, and then said, Xiao Huang. Forget it. Xiao Huang was captured. But there is a way to survive. We each take care of our own demons. Fly! Fang Xing swept his soul power, and saw that the two black-clothed disciples behind him had already caught up. He controlled the wind and thunder, and his speed was amazing. Of course, if I were a little more serious, I could easily get rid of it. But that would easily attract more attention. There were no telling how many extraterritorial demons had entered the small world, and it would be bad to attract waves of enemies. Therefore, Fang Xing deliberately concealed his weakness. Senior sister Ning and Red seemed to disdain this, and concentrated on subduing the Tianshan bloodline demon in her hand. That messy mixed blood demon just flew faster. If you can't even catch up with it, don't even think about being my disciple in the future. The two disciples heard it, and immediately chased harder. One of them even used his body skills, and his figure seemed to disappear into the whirlwind, and his speed increased dramatically. The law of wind? Entry standard? Fang Xing noticed the scene and was shocked. It is indeed a high-level world comparable to the Great Xiao world. The 6th and 7th realms of combat power have begun to contact the power of the law, according to the level classification of this world. The two disciples behind are not even at the 9th level of the mortal realm, and their cultivation is probably at the 7th or 8th level. Of course, Fang Xing always showed his cultivation level of the 7th level of the mortal realm. So these two people dared to chase him. It's already 36,000 miles. He spread his wings, flew in the air for a long time, and suddenly spoke. Yes, we can't run too far. Otherwise it's easy to run into other extraterritorial demons. The old white ape said, as long as we persist and avoid this month, we will have another 20 years of carefree life. Is it going to continue to be in prison for 20 years? Fang Xing rolled his eyes secretly. But for him, he didn't plan to do anything in this trial either, and continued to practice hard for 20 years first. If he didn't achieve the Yuanshan realm, he could still continue to comprehend the laws. Anyway, 20 years in this world is only about 10 days in the world of cultivating immortals. So he was not afraid at all. It's time to fight. Fang Xing suddenly turned around. Hey, Black Dragon. What are you doing? The old white ape was startled. You can't just run away, or you easily run into other dangers. Isn't that what you said? Fang Xing turned an elegant arc in midair, his tail like a steel whip, fiercely swung at the two pursuers behind him. Not running anymore? The two black-clothed disciples were overjoyed. Each drew their swords, and the surging vitality of heaven and earth overflowed, carrying wind and thunder. The next moment, boom! The two figures were directly blown away, with an unbelievable look on their faces. 9th level of the mortal realm? A peak demon? Senior sister Ning actually saw it wrong. This is a peak demon. So what if you know? Die! Fang Xing roared to the sky, looking very arrogant. In fact, he was secretly operating the secret technique of Wan Xian. It's easy to search their souls, but it's difficult to search their souls unconsciously, even if the person involved doesn't feel it at all. There is a secret technique in Wan Xian that can capture some mental fragments from the opponent's strong emotions and collect incomplete information. It's better than nothing. Because of this, he only unleashed the 9th level of the mortal realm's demonic power, without any understanding of the laws. Like a wild beast, relying on his own instincts to fight with his minions. Roar! He slapped down with a claw, with great force. The black-clothed disciple on the opposite side moved his sword lightly, inducing the law of wind, and turned into an unknown green flower. The flower slowly unfolded and bloomed. Every petal that fell took away 1 level of his strength. He was actually able to directly resist the 9th level of moves with the 8th level of the mortal realm. This is the bonus of the law perception. During this move, Fang Xing used the secret technique and captured some mental fluctuations. Senior Sister Ning's waist is so thin. He cursed inwardly, but he knew that it was normal to capture miscellaneous information. In life, there are always miscellaneous thoughts. Swish! Fang Xing tore with his right claw and blocked the long sword of another disciple flashing with lightning. Senior Sister Ning will definitely become a core true disciple. Then we will be able to rise to heaven together. This time, the harvest is quite interesting. Fang Xing roared and pounced again. Bits and pieces of information were leaked out in the battle. This move of mine is even more powerful. As expected, the Way of Thunder is more suitable for me. I secretly hid the scent bag of Junior Sister Lu. It smells so good. Outer disciples, inner disciples, core true teachings. One step at a time. After dozens of moves, no more information was circulated. This is the limit of this secret technique. Fang Xing roared immediately, as if he had realized something in the battle, and rushed forward with some of the mysteries of the beast-shaped fist. This is not even a law perception, just an ordinary move. But the bonus brought by the exquisite moves became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Roar! In the void, there seemed to be a dark tiger shadow flashing, and the two disciples flew backwards instantly, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Not good. This peak demon originally used its demon power roughly, but now its skills have broken through. Run! Find Senior Sister Ning to deal with it. The two of them joined forces, turned into wind and thunder, and fled to the back quickly. The cultivators in this world seem to be more like warriors, good at close combat, or are they the type of long-range attacks that I haven't seen? Fang Xing made a judgment in his mind and slowly fell down. Whoosh! A white shadow flashed, and the old white ape who was left behind in the previous battle ran over. Black Dragon, you are so powerful. You actually beat those two demons away, but the extraterritorial demons are very cunning. And if you beat one, two will come if you don't leave them. They will definitely bring more powerful demons to encircle and suppress us. It doesn't matter. Just hide. A black light flashed on Fang Xing's body, and his body shrank instantly, becoming more than 2 meters long. Big and small Ryu magic? The old white ape was surprised. So you can do it? I learned it from Xiao Huang. Fang Xing said indifferently. How can we? The demons who come out to make trouble. Show all our cards? The old white ape was stunned, and then his face turned red like his buttocks. You are right. Alas, I, old son, have lived for 80 years. But I am not as good as you who have lived for 18 years. Okay, let's go. I dug holes and some hiding cellars underground before. Maybe I can hide, Fang Xing said. Huh? You still have this trick? The white ape's eyes lit up, and then shook his head. It's useless. My soul power can easily penetrate 10 miles underground. If it is replaced by an extraterritorial demon, it will be even more powerful. If it is on the ground, there is no cover. It is easy to travel hundreds of miles, then fly back and forth a few times, and there is no place to hide. This is also normal. This small world is for testing disciples, not playing hide and seek. There can't be two obvious loopholes to exploit. That's just because you don't know how to hide. Fang Xing chuckled. Not to mention the dragon's might. His aura quickly dissipated. If it wasn't seen with the naked eye, but a rough sweep of the soul power, it would be like air. The old white ape's eyes lit up immediately. You can do this? Did you secretly awaken the inherited memory? Chapter 410, The Treasure of the Soul. Yes. In fact, I am the descendant of Yinglong and have Yinglong blood. Fang Xing nodded. The old white ape looked him up and down and muttered. It's still not like. More like a stone dragon. Go away. I saved your life this time. Remember to at least return me 10 jars of 100 fruit wine. Fang Xing grabbed the white ape and performed the art of escaping the earth. Alas. It's okay. Anyway, Xiao Huang has been captured, so there will be one less demon to drink in the future. The white ape sighed, with a very anthropomorphic look of loneliness. Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Under his deliberate hiding, not to mention these ordinary outer disciples of the 7 killing demon palace, even the elders of the soul realm might not be able to find the clues. However, Fang Xing still deliberately went out a few times to provoke some outer disciples, and then pry into the other party's heart before taking action. This also let those disciples of the 7-killing demon palace know that a peak demon appeared in the 10,000 demon realm, which was a mutant stone dragon, and was very difficult to deal with. What's more important is that he is extremely cowardly, and only dares to cause trouble to the 8th level mortal realm cultivators, and will never face the 9th level mortal realm masters. Damn black 4-legged snake. I won't let him go. It can actually fight with me for 100 moves. That monster that calls itself a black dragon is really powerful. Hee hee. A frog in the well. Don't you know what you look like? You dare to shamelessly call yourself a dragon. Don't say. There are all kinds of monsters in the 10,000 monsters realm. Although I don't know what kind of hybrid the black dragon is. Maybe his ancestors really have a trace of Yinglong blood. Otherwise, how could he cultivate to the peak of the great monster? Fang Xing didn't bother to pay attention to these rumors. He just wandered around and fought, digging for gold in the divergent thinking of these disciples. The 7 Killings Demon Palace is a force established by the 7 Killings Taoist. It is very prominent. It has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. And the 7 Killings Taoist is still alive today. He is the master of the 7 Killings Demon Palace, and a great man in the heavenly immortal realm. The way of cultivation is to absorb the essence of heaven and earth into the body, and continue to move up along the 9 levels of the mortal realm, and the 9 levels of the Yuanshan realm. The Yuanshan realm can live for 10,000 years. Above the Yuanshan realm is the heavenly immortal realm. If it is a demon clan, it is the heavenly demon realm. The more Fang Xing understood these, the more solemn his heart became. The Yuanshan realm cultivators are at least comparable to the god of transformation, the so-called heavenly immortal realm great powers. Could they be comparable to the true immortals in the legend of the immortal cultivation world? Thinking about it this way, it is very likely. The most important thing for cultivators in this world, in addition to the skills, weapons, and secret treasures, is the perception of the Tao. The so-called perception of the Tao is actually the perception of the law. They are the same thing, just with different names. But the perception of the Tao of these outer disciples is just average. In my opinion, they are all at the entry level to proficient level. Fang Xing thought of the red-dressed woman who had accepted Xiao Huang before. This woman was probably the strongest he had ever seen. According to the subconscious of other disciples, she was considered to be able to challenge the position of core true disciples. But in terms of the perception of the Tao, it was probably only at the proficient stage, at most a little deeper than other disciples. At the 3rd stage, there was not a single one who had condensed the heart of the law. That's right. If the perception of the law can reach the 3rd stage of the mastery level, you can draw the vitality of heaven and earth into your body with a thought and advance to the Yuanshan realm. In the 7 Killing Demon Palace, Yuanshan realm cultivators are all elders, with a higher status than true disciples, who would bother to participate in the inner disciple assessment. While thinking, Fang Xing was stopped by 2 outer disciples. Both of them were dressed in black robes. One of them was pale, almost transparent, and looked very creepy. The other one had a blood mark on his forehead and shouted, "Black Dragon, today is your death." He roared and swung his sword. The sword shadows continued, like a ball of fire, fiercely erupting. With the 8th level of cultivation in the mortal realm and the entry-level understanding of the law of fire, how dare he do that? Fang Xing complained in his heart and stretched out his claws. This claw was different from the previous one. It seemed to be in harmony with the space, and its power increased a lot. Not good. Junior brother Song. This black dragon has fought with us many times, and naturally entered the door of the understanding of the Tao. The man with an almost transparent face exclaimed, but a strange color flashed in his eyes. Fang Xing put out the flames with one claw, and the 10,000 hearts secret art instantly collected a secret thought, my killer move. The treasure of the soul. Explode? He moved in his heart, and saw the sword in the hands of junior brother Song, who had a blood mark on his forehead. Changed. On the black blade, red flame marks appeared. The previously dissipated blade light suddenly condensed, even hotter and exploding. The treasure of the Yuanshan realm? The treasure refined by the Yuanshan realm cultivators? It seems that some laws of power are engraved on it. Fang Xing heart moved, pretending to be defeated, and flew back. When he retreated, his wings fluttered, like water ripples in space, and his body movements suddenly increased to an incredible level. Then, he turned around and came behind the blood-stained man, and swung his tail fiercely. Puff! Brother Song's mouth and nose were bleeding. and he crashed hard into a mountain. The way of the void. This evil beast has actually entered the way of the void? Even the man with a transparent face was full of disbelief at this time. The way of the void is a superior principle. I heard that Sister Ning caught a pet with the blood of a toad, who was born to walk the way of poison. I didn't expect that this black dragon is even more powerful. Although the blood is mixed, its comprehension is amazing. Comprehension. This kind of talent is hard to explain. Maybe any beggar has a better comprehension than a certain cultivator. But if you don't reach a certain level, it's useless. Without resources, you will starve to death. The demon race is like a wild beast, living in the world. So it is easier for them to comprehend the world. Isn't it said that our human race is the most intelligent of all creatures, and is better at comprehending the Tao? The man with a transparent face was shocked, and his eyes looking at Fang Xing and the Yuanshan treasure's sword were full of greed. Then, a transparent long sword that seemed to be forged from ice appeared in his hand, and streams of water appeared in the void. And suddenly they twisted and turned, and the streams of water covered an area of dozens of miles. Junior Brother Song. I help you. Let's fight. Junior Brother Song held a long sword, and a trace of red light appeared on the blade, which was the power of the fire rule. This was not his perception, but it was directly stimulated with the help of the array pattern on the Yuanshan treasure. A Yuanshan treasure has this performance. It reminds me of the Wuxing mecha. Of course, in addition to the accompanying law perception, the Wuxing mecha also provides basic combat power. But this war sword obviously does not have it. The power is still inferior. And that senior brother, it's obvious that he wants to catch me as a pet. And he also covets the Yuanshan treasure in the hands of the junior brother. Fang Xing figure flashed, as if he merged into the void, with an amazing speed, and narrowly avoided the slash of the red sword light. Then, he flapped his wings and hit the streams of water that looked like cages. First, limit the venue, and wait until they are both injured. Then it is time to attack. A secret thought emerged. Hee. I won't play with you anymore. Fang Xing directly smashed the water, like a black meteor, and disappeared in the distant sky. This, Junior Brother Song chased out and saw the scene, and couldn't help sighing, what a pity. This black dragon is also very powerful. If you catch it and give it to Xiaozhong as a pet, it must be good. Haha. Junior Brother Song is really a good brother. Are you okay? Come on. I have healing pills here. The man with an almost transparent face stepped forward with concern and handed over a bottle of pills. Thank you, senior brother. Junior Brother Song took it, and his palm suddenly seemed to be burned. He suddenly raised his head and looked at his senior brother with a hint of disbelief. You. Swish. The sword flashed and sank directly into Junior Brother Song's throat. Plop. The jade bottle fell to the ground and turned into a scorpion of jade. Haha. Junior brother, I will accept this treasure of the soul on you. The senior brother in black smiled grimly. Don't blame me. He moved his sword, and the head of the Junior Brother Song flew up, and there was no life left. Junior Brother Song, you were killed by the black dragon, and I will definitely avenge you. Just as the man in black stepped forward and was about to pick up the sword of the treasure of the soul, suddenly, the wind whistled. A black shadow flashed by, and its huge claws grabbed the sword, and then it vibrated its wings, drawing a beautiful arc in the void, avoiding the sword lights, and disappeared without a trace. Black dragon? Black dragon. Ah! The senior brother in black was so angry that he roared to the sky. How can you not give me benefits if you let me take the blame? The treasure of the Yuanshan? Take it back and study it. After Fang Xing left the battlefield, his body shrank instantly, and he grabbed the black sword and went into the ground. In a cave, the white ape's ears moved, and he immediately became alert and grabbed the iron rod beside him. Seeing Fang Xing coming in, he breathed a sigh of relief. Black dragon, where did you pick up the demon thing? I robbed it. Fang Xing came to one side and lay on the ground, and his mental power penetrated into the sword inch by inch. It's not good to pick up the things of the demons from outside the domain. It's easy to get into trouble. You, alas, don't listen to the old ape, and you suffer in front of you. The old white ape shook his head for a while, and seeing that Fang Xing didn't react, he could only lie down depressed, took out a yellow gourd, and gulped down the wine. Life underground is very boring, so you have to find some fun. On the other side, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the treasure of the soul. First of all, the material is very good. I have never seen it, but it can carry the power of rules. Naturally extraordinary. There are 2 secret patterns in this sword. The first secret pattern is very simple. Only the 7th level of the mortal realm strength, plus the introduction of the law of fire, can be activated. Stimulate the power of the flame rule. Nothing can be cut. As for the second secret pattern, that person has no way to activate it. At least the 9th level of the mortal realm cultivation is required, and the understanding of the law of fire at the proficient level, or even the 2nd stage of the perfect understanding of the law of fire. Chapter 411, Heart of Space and Teleportation. The second secret pattern. The effect of activating it is the flame world? This move may seriously injure me. Fangxing's eyes were dark. Good treasure. It is indeed a good treasure. The water in this world is really too deep. The disciple surnamed Song looked ordinary, but the Yuanshan treasure in his hand was so terrifying. He was now glad that he did not provoke a strong man like senior sister Ning. The reason was very simple. Junior brother Song had the Yuanshan treasure in his hand, so senior sister Ning could not have it. And the power activated was enough to cause him to be seriously injured now, and even risk falling. He didn't know that the Yuanshan treasure was a real treasure for ordinary cultivators. Although junior brother Song's cultivation was ordinary, his ancestors had been rich and had a great cultivator of the 7th level of Yuanshan realm. So this heart flame battle sword was passed down as a family heirloom. Now junior brother Song died, and the inherited treasure was lost. A big family in the outside world might fall apart with it. A month passed quickly. When Fangxing calmed down and didn't cause trouble, no one could catch his whereabouts. After a month, the disciples who came to the trial were either buried in the secret realm or returned victoriously, and the secret realm returned to its original tranquility. Roar! Fangxing circled in the air and landed on his black mountain. He looked around and was quite satisfied. There was no natural treasure in his place, and those disciples of the 7 killing demon palace came here to destroy it. But the fruit forest of the old white ape was really as miserable as a tornado passing through it. He flew to the old white ape and saw him crying while holding an empty stone wine jar. My 100-fruit wine. Those damn people not only destroyed my orchard, but also dug up my wine cellar. Okay, old son. It's good to be able to save your life. Didn't you say you still have 20 years to enjoy yourself? Fruit trees can grow again, and fruit wine can be brewed again. Fangxing comforted him. That's right. I'm almost used to it anyway. The old white ape wiped his tears and muttered, I went to see. The black wind python in the West Mountain was also beheaded, and even its gallbladder was cut open. It was so miserable. There was also the golden wind lord, the green water monster. It muttered and said many monster names. In fact, Fangxing knew that there were more big monsters that died than this. However, in the next 20 years, more great monsters will be born one after another. After all, with the Emperor fluid continuously watering and nourishing, in this secret realm, whether it is natural treasures or monsters, they will thrive. 20 years. Continue to comprehend the laws of space. Fangxing's eyes were dark, and he made a decision. Spring goes and autumn comes. On the Black Mountain, a black dragon was holding a wine jar and drinking. Great! Fangxing threw the wine jar and burped. I, the Lord of Black Mountain, actually got the nickname of Black Mountain Old Monster among those little monsters. I am speechless. Am I old? However, now that the world of all monsters has been reshuffled, many great monsters have died, and the remaining great monsters have indeed become old seniors. Of course, they still can't compare with the old white ape. In the eyes of the little demons in the outside world, the black dragon is indeed an old demon. But he is a deadbeat. Apart from eating, he likes to hide in the cave and sleep. Fangxing finished drinking the 100-fruit wine and smacked his lips. Old son's craftsmanship has improved. He sighed and went back to the cave to sleep. As for the size, it has been fixed at about 25 meters long. It seems that it cannot grow without breaking through the great realm. He lay on the ground, closed his vertical pupils, and began to comprehend the laws again. Fangxing consciousness merged with the myriad changes, comprehending the obscure fluctuations in the void, the illusionary layer. There are a total of 69 structures, and I finally comprehended the last one, counting the previous 18 years. It has been nearly 40 years. Right? Sure enough, the space law is very difficult. I have observed the origin of space, and it will take nearly 40 years to barely advance to the third stage and break through to the mastery level. Just as he was comprehending, the last space structure of the illusionary layer finally unveiled its mysterious veil. At this moment, a new line of information appeared on the attribute panel. Space Law, Proficient. Space Law, 1/20,000, Proficient. With this kind of law perception, this time of traveling is not in vain. 38 years in a blink of an eye. It's only a dozen days in the world of immortal cultivation. This is a supreme opportunity. In Fang Xing vertical pupils, strands of silver light flashed. If you look closely, you will find that the silver light is composed of countless tiny runes, each of which has a three-dimensional spatial structure, describing the mystery of the way of space. It keeps going deeper and deeper, until it reaches the heart of the black dragon. The perception of the spatial law has reached the third stage, and you can condense the heart of space. From then on, you can perceive the spatial fluctuations more clearly, and you can also condense the power of spatial rules. As a higher level law, the power of spatial rules is more terrifying than the power of fire rules. It should be able to easily split the void and even exile. Of course, the biggest benefit is that you can use the power of spatial rules to make better use of the void. Now, Fang Xing looks back at himself and always feels that he has used the power of rules too roughly. The power of rules is better at prying the laws, creating and evolving at the same time. It is not just about destruction. At this time, Fang Xing consciousness, with the silver-white power of spatial rules, suddenly broke into the Taishu layer. It even came to a layer of disordered and blurred spatial structure above the Taishu layer. The illusionary layer, the disorder of space, can be corrected by the power of spatial rules. As Fang Xing mind moved, strands of silver light flashed, and the illusionary layer centered on this point of consciousness seemed to become stable. At the same time, his sight quickly rose, and he seemed to see the entire world of demons. Even the figure of the black dragon became a little illusory, as if it would disappear in the next moment. Teleport. This is the real teleportation technique. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. The real teleportation technique must rely on the illusion layer. Use the power of space rules to stabilize the illusion layer. Then open the positioning. Take a step out of the illusion layer, and the outside world can teleport billions of miles. This is completely different from the cultivator's Yuaning teleporting with the help of the Taishu layer, which can only teleport hundreds of feet or thousands of feet at a time. Not to mention that one is a spirit body and the other is a body. The difficulty is very different. Even in terms of distance, the difference is unimaginable. The distance of teleportation is based on the distance I can currently stabilize in the illusionary layer. In other words, the distance I can teleport to is the maximum distance I can sense in the illusionary layer. If we calculate it based on the Yuaning cultivator, the Yuaning consciousness in the material layer is hundreds of miles, and in the illusionary layer, after the confusion stabilizes, moving 1 mile is roughly equivalent to moving 1 trillion miles in the material layer. Sure enough, this is the real teleportation. A slight movement is a distance calculated in light years. But the farther the distance, the more vague the sense, and the possibility of teleporting to a dangerous place is greatly increased. Fang Xing consciousness is in the illusionary layer, silently observing the 10,000 monsters realm. From this higher dimensional perspective, the size of the 10,000 monsters realm can be easily observed. This is an irregular continent about 3 million miles wide and 8 million miles long, with many huge lakes and oceans scattered around. With my current teleportation ability, I can reach any part of the 10,000 monsters realm at will. Fang Xing can even sense that there is a tight net at the outermost edge of this small realm. If you use the space escape technique of the Taishu layer, such as the Yuaning teleportation, you will definitely not be able to get out. This 10,000 monsters realm is obviously the wealth of the 7-killing demon palace, with seals and air bands. But I should be able to escape with the teleportation technique of the Huanshu layer. Fang Xing was a little tempted, but soon endured it. No. Although I am confident that the Yuanshan realm cultivator should not be able to catch me, but the Qixia Taoist is a great man in the Tianxian realm. He is a being like the creator, and no matter how much attention he pays, it is not too much. Let's stick to the original plan. Anyway, the next invasion of the demons is coming soon. The original plan was to use secret techniques to control a disciple as a slave, and then disguise him as a subdued pet, and follow the Qixia Demon Palace disciples to walk out openly. This was the inspiration Fang Xing got from seeing senior sister Ning subduing Xiao Huang last time. For this reason, he has also been distracted by the Wanqin secret book in the past few decades. He glanced at the attribute panel. Wanqin 3/400 Master level soul control technique. As long as it is not seen by the Qisha Taoist in person, it should not be a problem. Even if it fails, I can still use the teleportation technique to escape. Now everything is ready. Just waiting for the foreign demons to invade again. A few days later, next to the orchard, Fang Xing shrank in size. Holding a special wooden cup, old son. Your winemaking skills are getting better and better. The white ape ate the peach in his hand. Staring at the orchard, another 20 years. Yes, the great catastrophe that happens every 20 years. Fang Xing looked around and found a millstone-sized crow and a white-scaled snake. These are the two most outstanding demons in the vicinity in the past 20 years. And they have grown to the stage of great demons. Grandpa White Ape. Master Black Mountain. A childlike voice came from the crow's mouth. Fang Xing's face twitched, and he continued to watch the white ape taking advantage of his age. After the two big monsters left, he looked at the old white ape. Why didn't you make them agree to attack? Are you relying on me? The old white ape shook his head. It's worth it to live for 100 years. This time, I won't escape. And I will live and die with the 100-fruit forest. Forget it. Monsters can only help themselves if they help themselves. If God doesn't help, I will help them. Fang Xing flicked his tail and strung up a few jars of fine wine. As long as you practice the skills I taught you over the years, it will be no problem to hide yourself. But you can't protect other monsters. Otherwise, there will be an unexpected disaster immediately. Remember. As he spoke slowly, his figure disappeared. Chapter 412 Restart. After all, the 10,000 monster realm is the training ground of the 7 killing demon palace. There is a big monster that is good at hiding. So it is nothing. If every big monster can do it, or even form a monster clan force, and hunt humans in turn, it will be a way to self-defeating and death. Even if there are too many monsters under protection, it is easy to attract the attention of Yuanshan realm cultivators. Then it will be even more self-defeating if they come down to clean up. Fang Xing shook his head while flying. He liked the old white ape and taught him a method to restrain his breath, which was enough for the other party to live for a long time. As for other monsters, he was too lazy to care too much. Outside demons, monks of the 7 killing demon palace, I hope they can come before the wine is finished. He landed on the Black Mountain, looking into the distance, thinking with some regret. 7 killing demon palace. The outer disciples who participated in the inner sect assessment this time, Murongyu, Li San, Song Dong. A Yuanshan realm elder stood in the air. His eyes swept across the many disciples below. These outer disciples looked straight ahead, but were glad in their hearts. It's good that it's not Elder Shui too. 20 years ago, he suddenly had an idea and doubled the inner sect assessment standards, causing so much bloodshed. Song Zhong is a young man with ordinary looks, but he has the 9th level of the ordinary realm, standing out among the outer disciples. Did you see it? Among the outer disciples, there are a few who have a great chance of passing the assessment this time. This person is one of them. From the Song family, a disciple lowered his voice. It's a pity that the Song family has fallen into decline. Otherwise we would have joined them. It might not be impossible to be like those disciples who followed senior sister Ning back then. One person's success will bring prosperity to the whole family. Song Zhong's ears moved, as if he heard these whispers, but his expression did not change at all. When he was young, he had his brother to protect him from the wind and rain, and the Song family was also well off. So he really enjoyed a period of time. But 20 years ago, not only did his brother die, but even the family treasures were left in the 10,000 monsters realm. The Song family immediately declined, and he was looked down upon. Fortunately, Song Zhong was a man who grew stronger with each setback, and he barely managed to support the Song family. His cultivation level even surpassed his elder brother, reaching the 9th level of the mortal realm. This time, the Zhong family and the He family coveted the last assets of our Song family, and I had to become an inner disciple to have enough status to protect them. Song Zhong secretly clenched his fists. The 10,000 demon realm. Senior brother Kai was a close friend of my brother back then, and said that he died at the hands of a mixed-blood demon dragon. I don't believe it. With the protection of the Yuanshan treasure, how could my brother die so easily? What's more, the man surnamed Kai was suspected of usurping the Zhong family, and the He family bullying of me behind the scenes. He didn't realize that there were far more than a few ordinary disciples watching him. Is this the goal this time? Li San's triangular eyes swept through without leaving a trace. And he had a clue in his mind. Senior brother Kai ordered that it would be best if Song Zhong died in the secret realm like his brother. And that would be the end of it all. Merongyu's expression was cold. And he seemed to be indifferent to all this. The elder of the Yuanshan realm in the air was the same. After counting and confirming that everything was correct, he said lightly, to become an inner disciple, you must go through the monster killing test. Your standard is one person and one big monster. You can enter the inner gate by taking its essence, blood, and soul as proof. Go! The elder of the Yuanshan realm waved his hand. And the power of transmission immediately enveloped the entire square. A flash of silver light. And figures disappeared one after another. In the world of all monsters. Here it comes! In the Black Mountain. Fang Xing suddenly looked up. Just now, he felt a subtle spatial fluctuation. The spatial restriction that originally enveloped the entire world of all monsters had gaps and flaws at that moment. Even the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator may be able to escape from the world of 10,000 demons, with the help of the nascent soul teleportation. This craft is a bit crude. Am I overestimating the 7 killing demon sect? He complained in his heart, and then continued to lie down, waiting for a lucky person to come to the door. A few days later, Fang Xing opened his eyes. A guest is coming from afar. Outside the Black Mountain, Song Zhong stood on the back of a giant crow and looked at the Black Mountain. Is this where the Black Mountain old demon is? Yes. Sir, this is where the old demon is. The crow spoke human words. It actually didn't want to sell Fang Xing, but it couldn't beat it, and didn't want to die. Brother. Song Zhong looked a little disappointed, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Go! He pointed the long spear, and the red spear light instantly penetrated several miles, opening a huge hole on the Black Mountain. Roar! The next moment, a huge black dragon flew out and roared. It's you again. Damn demons! It's really a mutant stone dragon. Its demonic energy has reached the 9th level of the mortal realm. In Song Zhong's opinion, it is natural for this demon dragon to have improved its cultivation level after 20 years. Black Dragon, 20 years ago. Did you kill my eldest brother and steal my family precious sword? He roared, his eyes red. Your elder brother? Fang Xing, who was acting immersively, noticed that the face of the person who came was very similar to the disciple of the 7 killing demon palace, with a blood mark on his forehead. He sneered and did not explain. After all, a wild monster and an extraterritorial demon are mortal enemies. What else can be explained? This is called the self-cultivation of an actor. Die! Seeing this scene, Song Zhong's eyes suddenly turned red, and a ball of sparks flashed on the tip of the gun, which exploded in an instant and turned into a sky full of fire trees and silver flowers. Each of those gun shadows carried the power to easily injure the monster. The peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm. The second stage of the law of fire, much stronger than his brother. No. It seems that there is something hidden? Fang Xing's heart moved, and his huge figure wandered among the countless gun shadows. Every scale seemed to blend smoothly into the void, and his body movements were incredibly smooth. The way of the void? You, a demon dragon, have actually entered the way of the void? Song Zhong was very surprised. Fang Xing's current strength was just the initial entry into the law of space, but being able to apply it to his body movements was already very remarkable. Go to hell! Fang Xing dodged all the spear beams with a few flashes, and suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a pitch-black sword. At this time, on the sword, a series of red lines lit up. In the void, a bright red sword beam emerged, which was the power of the flame rule, the way of fire. Is that the heart flame sword? Song Zhong was surprised, and his spear skills changed. A long spear quickly rotated and turned into a mixed defense, blocking him. Gah! In the red sword beam, the crow demon under his seat screamed, and was chopped into countless pieces of flesh, blood and bones by the sword energy, which fell from the sky. Puff! Song Zhong's face turned red, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He crashed into a 200-meter-high ancient tree, causing countless branches to break and leaves to fly all over the sky. This movement immediately alarmed a person who was lurking silently in the distance. Sure enough, Song Zhong is very strong. Li San looked at all this with cold eyes. Song family Yuanshan treasure Heart Flame Blade was indeed left in the 10,000 monsters realm, and was taken by the Black Dragon. If it is taken out, senior brother Kai will definitely know. If I take this Yuanshan treasure and become an inner disciple, what is there for the surname Kai? There was a trace of greed in his eyes. Although he was called by senior brother Kai before coming to the 10,000 monsters realm and promised many benefits, asking him to wait for an opportunity to keep Song Zhong in the 10,000 monsters realm forever and find the treasures that were lost that year. But it is better to leave the treasure to himself than to give it to the surname Kai. After all, the surname Kai is just an inner disciple. If it was senior sister Ning, he could still consider it. After all, senior sister Ning was brave and diligent. After becoming an inner disciple for 10 years, she was ranked as a true disciple. As long as the true disciples of the 7-killing demon palace do not die, they will surely reach the Yuanshan realm in the future, and have a bright future. Die. Just as Li San was secretly looking forward to it, he was shocked to see that the Black Dragon seemed to glance at this side, and then went back? Going back? Damn, what's wrong with this Black Dragon? Li San was confused. But when he saw Song Zhong crawling out and trying to recover from his injuries, he immediately gritted his teeth. Go! In an instant, he rushed out with a snake-shaped long sword in his hand. A dark light flashed on the tip of the sword, and the whole person was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, killing Song Zhong. This is the assassination sword. Li San once killed several 9th-level masters of the mortal realm with this sword technique, and he was confident that Song Zhong, who was seriously injured, would definitely not be lucky. Clang! The sword flashed, and then it was blocked by a gun shadow that came later but arrived first. No. His gun speed is far faster than before. Li San's face twisted, and he saw Song Zhong with a calm expression. Are you hiding your skills? You guessed it right. Song Zhong smiled slightly. My name is Song Zhong, and I will kill you with one gun. If you really jump out, then I will send you to your death. His gun skills were continuous, like a layer of flame sky, blocking all of Li San's retreat routes. After dozens of moves, Li San was stabbed in the chest by a gun, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. You? Li San looked at Song Zhong, his face full of shock. You have already comprehended the Tao of Fire to a very deep stage, and you can even break through the Yuanshan realm with a thought. Instead of needing to take the intersect and core disciple exams like us, and break through with the power of elixirs. You are a true genius. And you have been hiding your talent so much? If not, how could you jump out? Song Zhong looked at the red tassel on his own gun with a look of disappointment. Although the Black Dragon is powerful, it should not be able to kill the big brother who has the Heart Flame Saber. It seems that it was the villain Kaiju Jin who did it. Li San was speechless and had nothing to say. But soon, his eyes became blurred. Now, I ask a question, and you answer it. Song Zhong spoke, and it was obvious that he had already used some kind of bewitching method. A moment later, he got the information he wanted and stabbed Li San to death with a gun, then flew up again and came to the top of the Black Mountain. Black Dragon, get out. You know what happened back then. Why come again? Fang Xing flew out and sighed. Look, I showed mercy before. You didn't show mercy, but you didn't want others to take advantage of you. Moreover, Kaiju Jin was the mastermind of the incident back then, and you were also an accomplice. What's more, you coveted my family inheritance treasure. Song Zhong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and wisps of red flame rule power emerged. You are really strong. You were hiding your abilities before. Fang Xing sighed. At the 9th level of the mortal realm, he has such a law perception, which is definitely a genius. This kid's perception of the law of fire is almost as good as his. Die! Song Zhong swept across with a gun, and flames danced wildly in the sky. Fang Xing flicked his tail, and his body seemed to merge into the void, as if gathering to form and dispersing to become gas. His huge body suddenly became illusory, and he was unharmed by the many flames passing by. Huh? The void Tao has reached this point. Song Zhong's eyes widened. Come again, he roared, and a ball of fire burned on the tip of his gun. And then this layer of fire covered his whole body, turning him into a flaming giant tens of meters tall. In terms of the perception of the law of fire, he has reached the 3rd stage of mastery, and can achieve the Yuanshan with a single thought. If so, then it's you. Fang Xing dodged dangerously. But he was determined to turn this man into his pet. No. A slave. Use the secret technique of 1xin to enslave his soul. Generally speaking, it is difficult to see that he is enslaved by the soul. Especially since I have mastered 1xin to the master level. I can pass through the snow without leaving any traces. And even if I check his sea of consciousness, I can't find any clues. Now, I have to complete the enslavement unknowingly in the battle. Now is the right time. Otherwise it will be really troublesome when this person achieves the Yuanshin. Although the soul servant is loyal and only listens to the master orders, he will not hesitate even if he is asked to kill his parents, wife and children. But there is no doubt that after becoming a slave, the original potential will plummet. The most important thing for the strong is free will, no matter good or evil, or even crazy. Once the free will is gone, the potential will naturally be greatly reduced. But this person can already achieve the Yuanshin. And as a servant, he can realize some of his potential, which is not a big loss. Fang Xing roared, and every pounce and claw seemed to carry some rules, entangled with the fire giant. In fact, in every clash, his soul power penetrated into Song Zhong's body silently, like a trickle of streams, gradually gathering, and finally becoming irreversible and turning into a mountain torrent. It's time! Fang Xing was chopped off by the fire giant and fell into the black mountain, covered in blood and very miserable. He shouted, "Spare my life. I am willing to hand over the treasure." As he said that, he handed over the heart flame saber. Song Zhong took the saber with a stab of the gun, holding it in his hand, with a look of sadness and joy. At this time of violent fluctuations in his mind, his eyes were blurred for a while, and then became extremely firm. "I can spare your life, but you must be my slave. Come out with me and testify against Kaiju Jin." This was the order Fang Xing gave to the slave after completing the enslavement silently. He wanted to give himself a reason to be taken out. Although the spirit pet that was good at the way of the void was good, it did not seem particularly powerful. Chapter 413 Qingyuan. But being taken out as a witness of the revenge of killing my brother is very convincing. What's more, I am a void dragon, good at void escape, and it's very cool to be a mount. Very useful. Even if you let me go in the battle, you can still shout the black dragon is riding on your face. How can you lose? Fang Xing complained in his heart, and then pretended to be timid. "I am willing to surrender." Very good. Song Zhong cooperated very well, and pinched his hands to force out a drop of blood. "I want to sign a blood contract with you. Let go of your soul. And don't resist. Go." He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the drop of blood turned into a rune, which shot into Fang Xing's forehead as fast as lightning. On a scale on the black dragon's forehead, a blood-colored rune was like a tattoo mark, emitting a scarlet light. This is the unique contract method of the 7 Killing Demon Palace. Those elders and disciples knew at a glance that this big demon had been subdued. But in reality, it's just a showpiece. You're too big. Get smaller. Song Zhong frowned when he saw Fang Xing's body of more than 20 meters. Fang Xing nodded, and used his magical power of size, shrinking his body like a black cat, landing on Song Zhong's shoulder. Very good. I kill another big monster, and this time I definitely become an inner disciple. Song Zhong said, "In fact, inner disciples are nothing. I want to achieve the core true teachings. The core true disciples are only selected from ordinary disciples, and it is said that the benefits are great. In fact, this is to answer some doubts in Fang Xing's mind. For example, since the law has been comprehended, why not directly achieve the Yuanshan realm? It seems that there are some differences between Yuanshan in this world. I am a wild monster with no inherited memory, so I don't understand this kind of cultivation knowledge at all. That old white ape claimed that his bloodline was extraordinary, but there was not much good stuff in his inherited memory. All ordinary knowledge, unless he cultivated to a certain realm and his bloodline was activated and manifested again, he would not release it at all. This is the characteristic of bloodline inheritance. Only the appropriate content is released at the appropriate realm, and it is impossible to instill it all at once. This is for the good of descendants, and also for confidentiality to prevent all leakage of inheritance. Now that Song Zhong is a springboard, can we consider the issue of the 7 Killing Demon Palace classics? Fang Xing's minimum requirement at the beginning was to escape from the 10,000 monsters realm. Now that he saw that his actions did not trigger any countermeasures, he knew that a great power in the heavenly immortal realm like the 7 killing Taoist, could not always keep an eye on a small trial realm. As far as Song Zhong knew, it was normal for even the Yuanshan realm elders of the sect not to see their own palace master for thousands of years. It is even possible that the Taoist Qisha would spend tens of thousands of years in seclusion, while the elders in the Yuanshan realm could only live for 10,000 years. And they have been replaced several times. This is the basic information of our sect, and the sect rules and so on. You should take a good look and don't cause trouble for me. Song Zhong performed very well. He took out a book from the animal skin bag on his waist and threw it to Fang Xing. Fang Xing took it with his paw, lay on Song Zhong's shoulder, and read it with relish. The Travels of Qisha? It turned out to be an enlightenment book written by the Taoist Qisha himself for the disciples of the Qisha Demon Palace. Fang Xing immediately became excited and read it carefully. In the journey of Qisha, the Taoist Qisha introduced the world. The world where the Qisha Demon Palace is located is called Qingyuan Great Realm. The continent is extremely vast, with many sects and people and demons competing for supremacy. There are also 9 layers of caves, deep into the 9 netherworlds, and many stars in the sky. On each star, there are countless populations, hidden sects, and descendants of ancient demon gods. This world has countless adventures and treasures, and billions of creatures are chasing immortality. It seems very powerful. After reading the introduction of the world at the beginning, Fang Xing looked at the realm of cultivation again. The cultivation of the human race is divided into 9 levels of the mortal realm, namely, moving blood, refining bones, changing marrow, refining qi, 5 internal organs, 6 internal organs, innate, master, and heavenly man. Above the 9 levels of the mortal realm is the Yuanshan realm, which also has 9 levels and can live for thousands of years. To become a Yuanshan, the superior one comprehends the heaven and earth, achieves the unity of heaven and man, and then the Tao is achieved. The inferior one refines elixirs and takes medicine to give birth to the Yuanshan. The Yuanshan is born close to the Tao. Once it breaks through the Yuanshan realm, the perception of the Tao will be much clearer and smoother. Therefore, the Yuanshan realm cultivators can at least comprehend a Tao principle. By the 3rd stage, even the soul created by swallowing pills can catch up quickly. However, the soul that is formed by the unity of heaven and man and the Tao will have additional benefits. Even different methods of breaking through the soul have different advantages. No wonder Song Zhong is not in a hurry to break through. If he doesn't break through, he is a true genius in the 7 killing demon palace. Once he breaks through, he will be indistinguishable among the elders in the soul realm. And he is at a disadvantage because of his short training time. This is to consolidate the foundation and continue to hone his magic power. Fang Xing continued to read on. Above the realm of the spirit, there are great powers in the realm of heavenly immortals, who have fully comprehended a principle of the Tao and have a lifespan of 10,000 years. There is no precedent for death by old age. This is written very briefly. After all, the Taoist Qisha himself is only a great power in the realm of heavenly immortals. In contrast, it is the realm of the Master of Law. At the end of the realm chapter, there is also the Taoist Qisha's insights. It is difficult to become a heavenly immortal, even if the lifespan is infinite. Where can we seek harmony with the Tao? Break into chaos? There are many disasters. Looking at the universe, who can be eternal? Finally transcend? Harmony with the Tao. Chaos. Eternity. Transcendence? Fang Xing's heart moved, and he was quite emotional. Above the heavenly immortal realm, it seems that one needs to combine the Tao before one can break through to the chaos realm. According to the Great Xia world, after the Dharma Master realm, one must master a great Tao before one can break through to the Tao Master realm. Then what is the eternity? What about transcendence? Although the heavenly immortal realm masters of this world have unlimited lifespans, they seem to have disasters that lead to their fall. In addition, the heavenly immortal realm is extremely difficult to achieve. The 7 Killings Demon Palace has been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years, and apart from the 7 Killings Taoist himself, no other heavenly immortal master has been cultivated. How can the heavenly immortal Dharma Master be achieved so easily? Fang Xing was filled with emotion. After the realm chapter, there is an introduction to the 7 Killings Demon Palace, as well as some palace rules. These are just that. And he just glanced at them. At this time, Song Zhong had recovered from his injuries, holding a red tassel spear, with a heart flame war knife hanging on his waist, and flew into the sky. looking for other great monsters to hunt. When passing by the fruit forest, Fangxing took a special look and found that it was indeed a mess again. But there was no corpse of the old white ape. It seems that this old monkey said he would fight. But in fact, he had the hope of surviving. So he survived. That's good. Goodbye. After this farewell, we probably won't see each other again in the future. Fangxing looked at the monster realm with his pupils vertical, feeling a little emotional. After all, it was a place where he had lived for decades. Of course, he still yearned for a wider world. A few days later, a canyon. The wind was howling, with a hint of bell sound in it. The bell sound came from an ancient vine on the cliff. The vine was like a creeper, and a bell-like fruit was produced in the center. Qingling fruit can assist in the 8th level of the mortal realm breakthrough, and is also an auxiliary material for refining Yuanshan pills. Song Zhong's eyes lit up when he saw the fruit. For him, killing a big monster is a very simple thing. Every trial in the 10,000 monster realm is an opportunity for powerful disciples. In the 10,000 monster realm, the Emperor flowing juice is irrigated every year, giving birth to countless heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines. As long as you are strong enough, you can harvest them at will. Song Zhong is very poor, and the Song family is even poorer now. This kind of spiritual fruit that can improve strength must not be missed. Fangxing lazily lay on Song Zhong's shoulder and used this servant as a mount. After all, the so-called master-servant contract is just a token of affection. It's okay during battles. If you let Song Zhong step on your back at other times, wouldn't that be asking for abuse? Song Zhong stepped forward and just stretched out his hand. And suddenly his figure flashed. Whoosh! A moon blade flashed past where he was just now, leaving a deep gully on the rock wall that looked like fine steel. Song Zhong looked at the attacker and found that he was dressed in green and looked cold, like a maid in Guanghan Palace. It was Murongyu. Murongyu, do you also like this Qingling fruit? Song Zhong pointed his spear at Murongyu. The Qisha Demon Palace is named after the devil, and its style of doing things is inclined to the devil. There is no unity and friendship among fellow disciples. Competition is the norm, even if it is someone like Kaiju Jin who secretly harmed his fellow disciples before. As long as he is not caught with definite evidence, there will be no problem at all. There is no doubt that this is the Qisha Taoist raising goo. Although Fangxing thinks that this is not efficient, and it is easy to raise ungrateful people, this kind of training method is probably more in line with a certain Tao. Anyway, he thinks that his vision and insight are not as good as those of the heavenly immortal realm. The Qisha Taoist's choice should be desirable. In the Qisha Demon Palace, there are disputes among fellow disciples, and fighting is common. Although the Qingling fruit is a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth, I don't take it seriously. I just want to discuss the Tao with you. Song Dong. Murongyu's voice was cold, like a cold spring in the mountains, and a thin arc sword appeared in her hand. Please. Her swordsmanship was as cold and aloof as her sword lights were like new moons, like mercury pouring down the ground, and the sword energy was overwhelming. You are too much, Song Zhong pointed out with the tip of his spear, and each shot hit the thin sword just right, and the accompanying force made the thin sword swing away. Fangxing saw clearly that although they were both in the 9th level of the mortal realm, the difference in the perception of the law was too great, and this woman could not win. Ding 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 ding. After a series of dense sounds, the thin sword in Murongyu's hand broke from the middle, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. She immediately turned into a stream of light and flew backwards. Sister Ning is right. You are indeed stronger than me. Song Zhong watched Murongyu's back disappear, but did not chase her. His expression was very solemn, although he became Fangxing's sole slave. How powerful is the secret method of 1xian? As long as Fangxing did not give orders, Song Zhong's every move, and even his psychological personality, would be exactly the same as before. Sister Ning. Could it be Ning Qian, the true disciple of Ning? She is also a winner of the last trial, and has noticed me? Chapter 414 7 Killings Yuanshan. A month passed quickly. 7 Killings Demon Palace. On the square, the Yuanshan realm elder had a calm look in his eyes, and suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! 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 Silver light flashed, and figures emerged one after another, standing on the square. Some of them were in a very embarrassed state, and even had broken arms and legs. Haha. I survived? Inner sect. Woohoo! I finally became an inner sect disciple. Damn. I was almost there. Just a little bit. And I would have killed that mountain king. Many survivors were emotional, crying and laughing, just like all kinds of people in the world. Song Zhong stood in the crowd, with no expression on his face. Fang Xing was alert in his heart, ready to use the teleportation technique to escape at any time. Fortunately, the Yuanshan Realm Elder glanced at him, and didn't care at all. Those of you who kill big monsters, bring your certificates to register, and enter them into the sect's Jade Book. You will be inner disciples in the future. The Yuanshan Realm Elder landed on the ground, and several deacons came forward to help check the harvest. One by one, the disciples came forward to receive the benefits of inner disciples. And soon it was Song Zhong's turn. Well, Song Zhong, an outer disciple, killed 3 big monsters. The Yuanshan Realm Elder glanced at Fang Xing on Song Zhong's shoulder. You also received a big monster pet? Obviously, he had already seen the mark on Fang Xing's forehead. That's right. Song Zhong saluted respectfully. Song Zhong, listed in the Jade Book, is an inner sect disciple, and is rewarded with an inner sect cave, 30 slaves, 3 bottles of chi strengthening pills, and a copy of the 7 killing secrets. The elder nodded, moved his red pen, and asked the steward next to him to come over. Take Song Zhong with you to the cave. Yes. The steward was wearing black clothes with 3 yellow lines on his sleeves. He was only at the 8th level of the mortal realm. And he immediately smiled. Senior brother Song. Please. Yes. Song Zhong followed the steward out of the square. And along the way, he saw countless palaces and jade buildings. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the two stopped at a beautiful place. This Black Spring Peak is where senior brother lives. Thank you, junior brother Huang. Song Zhong stuffed a chi-boosting pill into his hand, which immediately made Deacon Huang's eyes red. This is too valuable. No problem. I have something else I want to ask junior brother Huang. A hint of coldness flashed in Song Zhong's eyes. Junior brother, you should know where the inner disciples live. I wonder where Kaiju Jin is. Senior brother Kaiju Jin? His cave is in Lingyun Peak. Deacon Huang hesitated for a while and asked again, Senior brother, do you have a grudge against this person? A life and death grudge. Song Zhong sneered in response. Please send a letter to junior brother, saying that I will come to ask for advice in person in a month. After sending Deacon Huang away, Song Zhong immediately went into seclusion. The 7 killings art was placed in front of him, and he was excited. Finally, I got the 7 killings art. When I was in the outer sect, I learned the magic toad swallowing breath method, and the vitality and magic power I cultivated could only be considered ordinary only by joining the inner sect, practicing the 7 killings art, condensing 7 magic killing talisman seeds, and refining them into my own true chi and magic power. Can the quality of the magic power be improved to medium quality? The quality of magic power is divided into many levels such as ordinary, medium, high, and immortal. The higher the magic power, the more powerful the condensed soul, which is naturally very beneficial for the practice of the soul realm. If you become a true disciple, you can refine the high-quality magic power. Breaking through the soul is even more useful. And there is also a special 7 killing soul method. Song Zhong's eyes were full of ambition. Although the soul is born with a shortcut, choosing which path to break through the soul will also have an impact. It is probably to increase the original law perception again, when the other laws are more clearly perceived. For example, if he activates the law of fire and breaks through the Yuanshan, then while increasing the Yuanshan's perception of all the laws, his perception of the law of fire will soar again on the basis of the superposition of Yuanshan, which will be of great benefit to the future. And only the true disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace can obtain this special method of building Yuanshan. The 7 Killings Yuanshan method. This method can refine the 7 Killings Yuanshan, which is naturally compatible with the great way of killing. It is said that this is the key to the achievement of the immortal in the future. And any ambitious disciple of the 7 Killings Demon Palace will not let it go. My magic toad swallowing breath method is originally a lower level practice of the 7 Killings Ju. With the help of the chi strengthening pill, it only takes 1 month to improve the quality of mana. After 1 month, the quality of mana will be upgraded to the middle grade, and my combat power may even increase several times. At that time, I must take revenge. Song Zhong made up his mind. Fang Xing just watched all this coldly. Now that he has confirmed that the 7 Killings Taoist in the heavenly immortal realm is not in charge of anything, He has become a little interested in the inheritance of the Seven Killings Demon Palace. The Seven Killings art is not bad. At least it is much better than me, who can only breathe in the vitality of heaven and earth, both in terms of efficiency and quality. It is said that the Seven Killings magic art of the true disciples is even more amazing. But when it comes to the true disciples, the protection is particularly strict. The skills must be passed on in the Dharma Hall, and there are restrictions to prevent external transmission and leakage. Feng Xing knew that the inner disciples all had a copy of Seven Killings art, which meant that the Seven Killings magic palace did not care about this art at all. It seems that in this world, the top-grade magic power is a threshold. There are technical barriers and blockades. Lingyun Peak. Humph! Kai Zhu face was still transparent, and the bones could be seen faintly, and his temperament seemed even colder. Song Zhong actually came out alive and dared to challenge me. Li Sam was trapped in the 10,000 monsters realm, which was very good. Very good. This kid. Does he still think he can beat me? The outer disciples of the Seven Killings magic palace are of varying quality, but the inner disciples are basically in the 9th level of the mortal realm. The true disciples are between the 9th level of the mortal realm and the Yuanshan realm. The Yuanshan realm promoted by the true disciples has a high status in the Seven Killing Demon Palace and can hold great power in the future. The outer disciples, inner disciples, and the true disciples of the mortal realm of the 9th level. Although the realm is the same, the quality of their magic power is very different. And there are also different perceptions of the Tao, which often creates a gap between heaven and earth. It is possible that a true disciple of the mortal realm of the 9th level can easily slaughter dozens of inner disciples of the mortal realm of the 9th level, and then tens of thousands of outer disciples. No! Kai Zhu is not arrogant, and can even be prosperous. Relying on caution, Li San died in the secret realm. Maybe it was Song Zhong who did it. According to the worst possibility, Song Zhong may have known the truth of the year, and even his strength is better than mine. Although this kind of thing is rare, it is not impossible. Moreover, after becoming an inner disciple, he will inevitably be taught the 7 killing secrets, and there is no difference in the quality of their magic power. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Kai Zhu forehead. I must save myself. But according to the sect's rules, if he insists on dragging me to the life and death stage, I can't. Kai Zhu immediately went out. Come here. Prepare a generous gift. I want to visit senior sister Ning Qianing. 1 month later. Lingyun Peak. Kai Zhu. Get out. Song Zhong held a gun and a knife, and carried a black cat-sized winged 4-legged snake on his shoulder. He came with red flames, and his voice shook 100 miles. Humph. Xuzhong. I was a good friend of your brother back then, and I was very happy that you entered the inner gate. Why do you come to my house today and look like you are going to ask for punishment? Kai Zhu flew out and saw the black dragon on Song Zhong's shoulder. His eyelids jumped suddenly, but he deliberately made an angry expression and shouted, Humph! You secretly killed my brother in the 10,000 monsters realm back then, and this black dragon is the witness. Today I only ask one question. Do you dare to go to the life and death stage with me? Song Zhong noticed many peeping eyes, but he was fearless and shouted loudly, Yes. I can prove that it was this person who killed the person holding the heart flame saber. Feng Xing spoke at the right time, played his role well, and watched the show with relish. This revenge was completely Song Zhong's obsession. Unless he ordered Song Zhong to give up his hatred, it would not end. Feng Xing would certainly not give such an order, not because he felt sorry for the soul servant, but because it was inconsistent with Song Zhong's personality. As a younger brother, rashly giving up the blood feud would arouse suspicion. Humph! Song Zhong. Are you stupid? You actually let your spirit pet point to me? Kai Zhu sneered. Everyone knows that the life and death of the spirit pet depends on the master thoughts. I have always regarded you as my own brother. Why did you collude with the spirit pet to slander me? Sure enough, Song Zhong had expected this and sneered. In that case, let's see it clearly on the life and death stage. In the 7 killing demon palace, if a low-level disciple challenges a high-level disciple, and the high-level disciple dares not agree, he will definitely be despised and lose his future. Song Zhong is just an inner disciple who has just entered the sect. Theoretically, he is at a disadvantage, and can challenge those in higher positions. This is the rule of the demon sect. Life and death arena? Kai Zhu's face changed, and he looked at Song Zhong's shoulders and waist. Xiao Zhong. Why bother? There must be a misunderstanding between you and me. I really don't want to kill you. Don't call me Xiao Zhong. It makes me sick. Song Zhong responded indifferently. Okay. In this case, I agree. What day do you choose? Kaiju Jin sighed, and his expression became cold. Today. Song Zhong didn't want to wait any longer. Okay. Kaiju Jin agreed, and the two came to the life and death arena together. This life and death arena is located on the top of a dark mountain range. There are always elders in the Yuanshan realm guarding it. The surface of the arena is mottled, and I don't know how much blood is stained on it. In the history of the 7 Killing Demon Palace, there are even examples of true disciples, and even elders in the Yuanshan realm being challenged, and eventually being bloodstained on the life and death stage. After notifying the sect, a Yuanshan realm elder flew over. His face was cold and bloodthirsty. It turned out to be Elder Shuetu's supervisor. Song Zhong was a little surprised, but he still went forward with Kaiju Jin to salute. The sect rules. On the life and death stage, no means are allowed. Only one person can survive. You go. Elder Shuetu's expression was cold. And when Song Zhong and Kaiju Jin got on the stage, he immediately made a hand gesture and activated the ban. A light black light shield flashed, immediately covering the entire mountain. Chapter 415 Black Dragon Riding on the Face. Once the life and death stage of the 7 Killing Demon Palace is opened, outsiders are prohibited from intervening, and it can only be stopped when one party dies. Song Dong. Kaiju Jin eyes are dark. I have long guessed that you will force me to go to the life and death stage. Do you know why I agreed to you? Because I am going to use the trick against you and kill you here. In his hand, a translucent long sword that seemed to be condensed from ice appeared, and streams of water flowed around it, like a translucent jade dragon. At the same time, a dark blue bead appeared in his hand, and array patterns flashed in it. The treasure of the Yuanshan? Song Zhong's expression suddenly became serious. Since I know that you have found the Heart Flame Blade, I naturally have to be prepared. Dark blue cage, Kaiju Jin shouted sternly, and dark blue silk threads appeared one after another. This is the power of the water system rules that has been condensed to the extreme. It is crisscrossed, like a huge net, and like a cage, covering your head. The extreme icy power spread out, and the surroundings seemed to turn into a desolate land of ice and snow in an instant. Don't hold back. Song Zhong shouted, go. Fan Xing roared, and revealed his true form, turning into a 20-meter-long double-winged black dragon. His figure suddenly became illusory, and with a slight flap of his wings, he seemed to be swimming in the void, and every scale on his body was perfectly integrated with the void. Then, Song Zhong and the black dragon's figure suddenly became illusory, and they let the dark blue net cover them. But it seemed to cover a ball of air in vain. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, Fan Xing had brought Song Zhong to Kaiju Jin and played a trick of black dragon riding on the face. What a great dragon of the void! It actually comprehended the way of the void. The disciples watching the battle on the periphery were shocked, but only Elder Shuetu nodded, with a hint of interest on his face. But the next moment, his expression also changed suddenly. Swoosh! On the life and death stage, Song Zhong shouted and threw the red tassel spear in his hand. On the tip of the red tassel spear, red silk threads gathered and tore the defense of the jade dragon of the stream. Then, he held the Song family inheritance treasure, the Heart Flame Saber. My heart is like a flame, and my mind is like a knife. Today, I, Song Zhong, will kill you with one sword. Song Zhong shouted softly, no longer concealing his own understanding of the law. In his body, the heart of fire condensed, and flames appeared on the Heart Flame Saber. The sound of a beating heart suddenly came from the depths of the blade of the Heart Flame Saber. Dong dong. Dong dong. The violent flames rose to the sky and melted the ice and snow. Then, a world of fire descended. In this world of fire, everything is made of fire. Mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, are all volcanoes, flowing flames, sparks, and fire trees. Even the birds flying in the sky and the beasts on the ground are elves made of various flames. The second level of the Heart Flame Blade, the world of fire. It is a killing move that can only be performed by the 9th level of the mortal realm and the second stage of the perception of the law of fire. What's more, Song Zhong did not hold back at all, and had already exerted his third stage of the perception of the law of fire. With the heart of fire, The power of the world of fire naturally became more terrifying. The world of fire enveloped, and even began to repel, and suppress other rules. Whether it was the water jade dragons, or the blue silk threads of the dark blue beads. They all cried, and dissipated directly. Clang! The knife flashed, and the world of fire descended, completely enveloping Kaiju Jean, who could not escape. Immediately, Kaiju Jean, with horror in his eyes, could not even say a word and turned into ashes. Only a leather bag, and the blue bead of the Yuanshan treasure were left, suspended in the air. It was obviously left by Song Zhong on purpose. The winner is Song Zhong. Elder Shuetu nodded, and lifted the band directly. When he looked at Song Zhong, he even forced out a smile. Song Zhong? You are very good. In the perception of the law of fire, you have reached the third stage. You can already break into the Yuanshan with a thought, and become one of my generation. Song Zhong bowed, as a tacit agreement, and put away the dark blue bead. There are also differences in power among the treasures of the Yuanshan. For example, his heart flame blade has 2 layers of secret patterns, which is considered a top-grade treasure of the Yuanshan. This dark blue bead is much worse, and should only have 1 layer of secret patterns. Of course, even if it also has 2 layers of secret patterns, it cannot be used if the cultivation is not enough, and the law perception is not enough. Hee. This Shui Yuanju looks familiar. It seems to belong to a true disciple. Elder Shuetu was enjoying the fun, and said with a smile, today's matter still seems to be not over. True disciple? Song Zhong looked a little serious, and then said, I was really forced into a corner. But we just came to the life and death stage to have another fight. You're right. Elder Shuetu's eyes became more and more appreciative. What our 7 killing demon palace is best at is the way of killing. If you want to understand the way, you have to kill more. Besides, your current understanding of the law is not necessarily worse than those true disciples. The only shortcoming is the quality of your magic power. This elder likes you very much, and I have a good thing for you. I wonder if you dare to take it. Why not? Song Zhong answered generously. In that case, you can go to the Wanxiang Hall with this bronze stick to comprehend once. This is a treatment only for true disciples. Elder Shuetu laughed a few times, threw a bronze stick, and his figure drifted away like the wind. You don't have to think about repaying. I am just happy to see the prey. This Elder Shuetu is completely afraid of chaos in the world. Fang Xing lay on Song Zhong's shoulder, watching coldly, and couldn't help shaking his head secretly. Wanxiang Hall? Song Zhong clenched the bronze stick in his hand. It's time to go and see. Maybe it can make my fire way further, so that I will have confidence even against true disciples. Inner disciples, who want to become true disciples of the 7 killing demon palace, also need to go through trials. It's just that there is still a long time before the next true trial, and it's completely impossible to catch up. Wanxiang Hall is strictly speaking a place for enlightenment. The essence of it is the 10,000 Wanxiang Tianma tablets, which are said to be treasures that the Qisha Taoists took personally. No matter what kind of Taoism the disciples of the Qisha Demon Palace comprehend, they can always find the magic tablet that suits them and make some progress. This day, outside the Wanxiang Hall, Song Zhong, wearing a black robe, landed at the door of the hall. At the door of the hall, the eyes of the 2 bronze animal statues turned red instantly, and swept over Song Zhong. Song Zhong hurriedly took out the bronze sign given by Elder Shuetu. On his shoulder, Fang Xing lay lazily, as if he didn't care, but in fact, he was quite alert. He decided to use up this investment from the superior as soon as possible. After all, Song Zhong had already found out that the one who lent the Yuanshan treasure was Ning Qian's true teaching. If Ning Qian forces me to face the death as a spirit pet, doesn't that mean I will go up against Xiao Huang? When did the spirit pet world become so fierce? Or should we just act together? However, for Xiao Huang, the friendship we had when we drank and ate peaches together may not be as good as the orders of the current master. Before Fang Xing came, he had already inquired that spirit pets can also accompany the Wanxiang Palace. This is a benefit that the Wanxiang Demon Palace gives to disciples. But there is no such good thing for the true transmission of the law. It is said that every true disciple must go to the ancestral hall to worship the statue of the 7 killing Taoist. In addition, it is necessary to pass a kind of Tianshi stone to obtain the formula of the practice. When you get the formula of the skill, you will automatically swear a soul oath that you cannot reveal the inheritance. Otherwise your soul will be destroyed immediately. When you pay homage to the statue of the 7-killing Taoist, you don't know what will happen. This kind of oath stone will definitely check the soul in detail. My 10,000 heart secret technique is not necessarily safe. I'd better take all the benefits first, and then run away. The Qingyuan realm is extremely vast, and the human and demon forces are mixed. I can't become a core in the human race, but I can go to the demon race and become a saint's son. Fang Xing never thought that he was superior because he came from the interstellar era. Although the 7-killing demon palace seems to be still in the ancient society, the top combat power is amazing. Even the 7-killing demon palace is not a real peak force in the Qingyuan realm. Fang Xing naturally has to learn the advanced practice experience of other worlds with an open mind. Gotcha! Just as he was thinking, the two bronze beasts seemed to have completed the test, and the red light in their eyes faded. At the same time, the bronze stick in Song Zhong's hand also turned into ashes. Inner disciple Song Zhong, recommended by Shui Tu, can meditate in Wanxiang Hall for 3 days. An old voice sounded. Song Zhong hurriedly bowed, and then walked into Wanxiang Hall. It's so big. The first impression that Wanxiang Hall gave Song Zhong was that it was big. It was 10,000 miles in radius and 100 miles high. Obviously, some kind of void magic was cast inside, and it looked extremely vast. And the black stone tablets tens of miles high rose from the ground, each with different momentum, forming a forest of tablets. Song Zhong just saw the first Wanxiang Tianma tablet, and a trace of obsession appeared on his face. On the Tianma tablet, a unicorn was depicted with ancient and rough strokes. Countless thunders seemed to be swirling around him, and every wisp of blue and black thunders were the best interpretation of the way of thunder. A treasure for enlightenment? Fang Xing was also surprised. It's the same treasure for enlightenment as the fire god pillar in Yuanzhong Temple, and even more effective. Even for someone like me who knows nothing about the law of thunder, I feel that if I comprehend it for a day and a night, I have a great chance of getting into the law of thunder. No, there is a price to pay for comprehending this Wanxiang Heavenly Demon Monument. No wonder it is called the Heavenly Demon. Song Zhong soon discovered something was wrong when he focused on the Thunder Heavenly Demon Monument in front of him. Although he was comprehending the way quickly, his energy, spirit seemed to be fading away at a rapid speed. It was as if this demon monument was an insatiable thief, stealing his energy forever without satisfaction, making him emaciated. If this continues, I will definitely die in 3 days. Song Zhong was surprised. No wonder you were only allowed to comprehend for 3 days. But these stone tablets are indeed supreme treasures. His eyes were fanatical, and he immediately controlled the firelight to look at the other side of the Heavenly Demon Tablet. This Heavenly Demon Tablet is a scene where countless water flows converge into a magic dragon, telling the story of the Thousand Waters Way, which is more similar to Kai Jin comprehension. If that dead ghost was here, he would definitely be obsessed with it. But Song Zhong just glanced at it and passed by. The way of the earth, the way of the wind wings, the way of darkness, the way of the mysterious underworld, the way of black water. One after another, the laws seemed to be unveiled and revealed to the visitors. It is worthy of being the 10,000 Things Heavenly Demon Tablet. Are all the ways in the world included in it? Fang Xing was a little shocked. Finally, Song Zhong stopped in front of a demon tablet. On the surface of the demon tablet, it seemed that a lava demon god was imprisoned, and countless chains bound it. Fire Demon Monument? Song Zhong murmured, and immediately became addicted. Fang Xing was also somewhat fascinated. What a treasure for enlightenment. If I can comprehend it for 3 days, my proficiency will definitely increase dramatically. It will be easier to advance to the master level of the law of fire in the future. Song Zhong was also comprehending the law of fire. For this person, this was the best choice. But not for Fang Xing. He flicked his tail and whipped it behind Song Zhong's ear. Song Zhong immediately came to his senses, and although he was a little reluctant, he immediately flew to the next Wanxiang Demon Monument, this Wanxiang Palace. In fact, in addition to comprehending the laws, the most important thing is testing. Let the true disciples know the path of the laws they are best at. At least, common law perceptions are all involved. Heavenly Demon Wanxiang. I wonder where the Taoist Qisha got this treasure from back then. And with this kind of enlightenment treasure, the Qisha Demon Palace has not produced a strong man in the heavenly fairy realm who has completely comprehended the laws for hundreds of thousands of years. It seems that the last step of comprehending the laws is really extremely difficult. Fong Xing was quite emotional and looked at one magic steel after another. Finally, he stopped in front of a magic steel. Inside the magic tablet, there was a strange worm, traveling through different parallel three-dimensional caves. Void Heavenly Demon Tablet. Fong Xing mind moved. There are indeed so many space structures above the third layer of the illusory world. If I fully understand it, I may be able to extend my consciousness into the fourth layer of the void. But I have the gate of the heavens, and I can feel the origin of space when I travel through it, which seems to be better than this Void Heavenly Demon Tablet. It's a rare opportunity. I must visit all 10,000 magic tablets to understand what I am best at. Sometimes, choice is often greater than effort. Under Fong Xing control, Song Zhong tirelessly looked at one stone tablet after another, even if the time spent in front of each stone tablet was very short. It took a long time in total. Unconsciously, a day passed. After seeing the 10,000 all-seeing heavenly demon steel, even death and fate cannot have much appeal to me. Generally speaking, these two heavenly demon steel have the most exciting effect on my heart. Fong Xing looked forward and saw two tall heavenly demon steel standing side by side in front of him. They seemed to be taller than the heavenly demon steel next to them. On the dark surface of the steel, one was as blue as water, and the other was as dark yellow as the vastness. Chapter 416 The Great Tao of Heaven and Earth. Demon Tablet of Heaven and Earth. Demon Tablet of Earth and Earth? After a brief comprehension, many pieces of information emerged in Fong Xing mind. Demon Tablet of Heaven and Earth records the way of heaven and earth. The way of heaven and earth is based on the law of space, and contains some laws of fire, water, and wood. There are many other laws, including a small part of destiny. The laws of the world are originally a whole. You can either comprehend them separately or as a whole. For example, when comprehension of the way of heaven and earth, the laws of space, fire, water, wood, and destiny must be advancing in parallel. The way of heaven and earth is a top-level law that is more special than the way of void. Once you understand this way, you will become a celestial being. Once you enter the celestial being, you will definitely be a strong person in the celestial realm. Of course, it is also very difficult, because I was thinking about how to perfectly utilize my own law comprehension. So I was attracted by this demon tablet? Fong Xing had to admit that he was a little moved. The power of the heavenly Tao is one aspect, and the existence of the earthly Tao is another aspect. If these two Taos can be integrated, then it is the great Tao of heaven and earth. A great Tao. The great Tao is an existence that ranks above ordinary laws and Taos. Once it is fully understood and mastered, it is not the realm of the master of the law, but the realm of the master of the Tao. In the words of the Qingyuan realm, it is above the celestial being, combined with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It becomes the realm of chaos. Space carries everything, but in terms of inclusiveness, the great Tao of heaven and earth accommodates space, the five elements, and other laws. It will only be stronger than space, even if this is combined with the Tao, and an existence above the celestial being is achieved. It must be a very powerful person in the same level. If the Creator knew that there was a way to integrate the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth, or let him see these two magic tablets, perhaps he would not be forced to create the universe with one thought, create many evil gods from outside the domain, and strip off his own complicated laws to comprehend this step. The great Tao of heaven and earth is too inclusive. Almost all the laws that Fong Xing knows can be included in it. It is conceivable that walking this avenue must be extremely difficult. Of course, it is more likely that one will be trapped when walking the Qiantian Tao. At that time, one may not even be able to comprehend a single Tao rule and become a celestial being. Or after becoming a celestial being, due to too many laws to comprehend, one cannot perfectly integrate the Qiantian and Kundi Taos, which conflict and interfere with each other, encountering the same problem as the Creator. In short, this road has a bright future, but it is also extremely difficult. If you are not careful, you may be crushed to pieces, and, according to the rules of this world, or experience, if you want to walk the Qingquan Avenue, you must at least find a legacy and transform your own soul into the Qingquan spirit. Only then can you have some hope. Fong Xing heart moved, and he made up his mind. You can first look for relevant inheritances. If there is, then try to walk the Qiantian Tao principle. If not, it is better to walk along the space all the way. The future is not bad. 7 killing spirits? Killing avenue? It seems that the 7 killing Taoists has obtained the inheritance of a powerful person who has the Tao. That is, a powerful person in the Chaos Realm, and went all the way to the Killing Avenue. He controlled Song Zhong and came to another magic monument. On this magic monument, there were only various knife marks, sword marks, and axe marks. It seemed to be broken to the extreme. The way of killing. The law of killing. Fang Xing looked at the side and found that there were several other magic monuments, representing different Taoists. Destruction, death, doomsday. When these laws are combined, they become the Great Way of Slaughter. The Way of Slaughter is a principle, but the Great Way of Slaughter is a great way. The difference between the two is beyond measure. The Taoist Qisha cultivated the 7 killings Yuanshan, became a celestial being with the Way of Slaughter, and wanted to combine the Great Way of Slaughter. There might be a trap in the inheritance of the Qisha Demon Palace, cultivating celestial beings who follow the way of destruction, death, and doomsday, and then complete themselves? A guess emerged in Fang Xing's mind. Otherwise, after hundreds of thousands of years, there has not been a new celestial being in the Qisha Demon Palace. Could it be that the way of celestial beings is too difficult to comprehend? It's all just guesses. Fang Xing made a decision. There is more than a day left. Divided into 2 halves. One half to comprehend the Void Heavenly Demon Monument, and the other half. Try the Way of Heaven. In front of the Heavenly Demon Monument, Song Zhong tried hard to comprehend. His face confused. Fang Xing's vertical pupils stared at the sky blue magic monument, and he had a lot of insights. The Way of Heaven is almost half of the Way of Heaven and Earth. Most of the 10,000 ways in the world are in it. Once it is unleashed, the power is immense, equivalent to the power of half the world. The more so, the harder it is to get started. The harder it is to master it, and it is even more difficult to comprehend it. The greater possibility is that the genius will be trapped with blood on his face, and in the end, he will not even be able to break through the heavenly immortal realm. After 10,000 years, he will turn into ashes with reluctance. But the Way of Heaven is indeed very strong. When he is in the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm, he can rival those weak heavenly immortal realm. Isn't this the black hole level combat power of the Star Lord realm? After comprehending it for a while, Fang Xing kept this perception firmly in his heart, but did not go deeper. Looking at the fact that there were no more miscellaneous rules of understanding on the attribute panel, he was very satisfied, and then went to comprehend the Void Heavenly Demon Monument. He was very good at the Way of the Void, and was almost addicted to it at first sight. Until the 3rd day arrived. Puff! Song Zhong was emaciated, as if he had become a bag of bones, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. I can't watch it anymore. Let's go! Fang Xing glanced at the Void Heavenly Demon Monument with some regret, and left with Song Zhong. Space Law, 1999/20,000, Mastery. After walking out of the Wanxiang Hall, he glanced at the attribute panel, and nodded secretly. It is worthy of being the Wanxiang Heavenly Demon Monument. It actually increased my proficiency by nearly 1/10. Of course, this does not mean that if you comprehend it 9 more times, you could upgrade the mastery level to the master level. The more you comprehend the law, the more difficult it is. Even if he is given 20 more chances, he is not sure of breaking through the master level of space law. But there is no doubt that this Wanxiang Hall is still very beneficial for comprehending the law. However, I comprehended the law of the heavenly demon who left the Wanxiang Monument, not the real law of heaven and earth. This is the helplessness of this kind of enlightenment treasure. Even if the creator has completely understood the law, it must have a strong style of his own. Over time, it is easy to fall into prejudice. The best way to comprehend the law is to rely on self-comprehension. When you encounter bottlenecks and difficulties, you can comprehend the enlightenment treasure and find solutions. This is why there are not many true disciples and elders in the Yuanshan realm in the Wanxiang Hall. This time of traveling through time is the right choice. Just this kind of practice experience. At least the Yuanzhong spirit Xiaowei in the Daxiao world did not remind him. And it is likely that he did not know about it. Obviously, this may even be the reason why the Grey-Robed Marquis was trapped and died in the Star Lord realm, and could not be promoted to the Law Lord realm. The practice atmosphere of the Qingyuan realm, or all kinds of seemingly self-evident experiences and rules. This may be more important than a book of inheritance. Fang Xing's eyes brightened. If the creator knew that there was a way to integrate the laws like the Qiantian Tao, he might not choose to create the inner universe to sleep, and then give birth to children crazily, praying for a breakthrough. Therefore, The biggest advantage of the Gate of All Heavens is to use the advanced cultivation experience of the higher level world to beat the previous low level world. Moreover, in the low level world, there may be treasures that are difficult to find in the high level world. For example, the will-tempering method of Blue Star warriors, such as the shortcut of the Creator's law of impacting the avenue, etc. Continuously learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. Take myself as the main body, and use the heavens. In the future, my upper limit will definitely not only be the master of the celestial immortal law. Fang Xing heart is a little hot, and with a little vigilance. The water in this world is very deep, and there can be no more fluke. Immediately let Song Zhong take the inner disciple mission, and leave the 7 killing demon palace in the most reasonable way, then the sky is high and the bird flies. A few days later, in the cave, the inner disciple mission of the 7 killing demon palace is mostly used to hone the disciples. Song Zhong flipped through a jade book seriously, staring at the silver tadpole like words on it. When he focused his consciousness on each tadpole, a large number of pictures and even projection images appeared. The first task of the inner sect is always to climb the 7 Killings Tower. Fang Xing saw an ancient 7-story attic through the jade book, and there was an introduction below that the 7 Killings Tower was built by the 7 Killings Palace Master. With 7 floors, all 7 Killings Demon Palace disciples and people in ordinary realms can enter. Every time you pass a floor, you will get corresponding rewards and contributions to the sect. If you pass the 6th floor, you will be directly awarded the title of True Disciple. If you pass the 7th floor, you will be summoned by the 7 Killings Palace Master. 7 Killings Tower. Even if Song Zhong goes to break through, it will probably be about 4 or 5 floors. This is a way to select geniuses. Fang Xing is now thinking about keeping a low profile. Of course he will not let Song Zhong break into the tower, let alone help him. He turned his eyes, and signaled Song Zhong to turn the page. Suppressing the cavern mission, there are 9 layers of caverns under the Qingyuan realm, and the deepest part is connected to the 9 netherworlds. In the caverns, there live many unimaginable cruel creatures, known as earth demons. In the area ruled by the 7 Killings Demon Palace, there is a small cave entrance, where the 7 Killings army is stationed all year round to suppress it. Disciples of the 7 Killings Demon Palace can accept the mission and go to the entrance to hunt down the earth demons, and their meritorious contributions will be determined by their strength. This is not okay either. There are fellow disciples around, and under the watchful eyes of the sect masters. It is not very free. Although it is not impossible to run, it must be profitable to run. Song Zhong continued to flip through the jade book, and suddenly, Fang Xing eyes moved. This seems good. Chapter 417. Blue and White Small World. My 7 Killings Demon Palace is in conflict with the Shishi Department, one of the 8 departments of the Green Emperor Palace, and needs disciples to support. Fang Xing glanced at it, and saw an introduction to the Blue and White Small World below the Jade Book task. The Blue and White Small World is suspected to be a small world formed after the death of a defecting great man from the Green Emperor Palace. One entrance is located in the territory of the 7 Killings Demon Palace. Such small worlds often contain treasures and inheritance, and have specific restrictions. To enter the Blue and White Small World, the cultivation level cannot exceed the 9th level of the mortal realm. Inner disciples of my 7 Killings Demon Palace and above can apply to go on an expedition, and the inheritance they obtain belongs to themselves. Kill the Shishi Department monsters, and reward war merit contribution points with strength. A secret realm of inheritance? It is limited to below the Yuanshan? Fang Xing eyes lit up when encountering this kind of thing. Of course he wants to give it a try. As for the cultivation requirements for this kind of secret realm of inheritance, it is a matter of course. In fact, the Qingyuan realm is famous for its many treasures and inheritances. There are 10 famous and well-known treasures. If you get them, you can not only become a celestial being, but also a hope of reaching the chaos realm. Once the clues of such treasures are revealed, even the Taoist Qisha will go crazy. The Qinghua small realm can only be regarded as a small treasure. The celestial beings are unwilling to take action and leave it to the disciples as a test. If the celestial beings take action, it is indeed possible to take the entire small realm. Of course, it is more likely that the small realm will be shattered, and both sides will suffer. Even if the inheritance is destroyed, they are unwilling to hand it over. This has happened many times in the history of the Qingyuan realm. As for the limitation of cultivation, it is just as it should be. This is because the soul has no regrets, And once the soul is determined, the path is also mostly determined. For example, if you use the 7 killing soul method to achieve the 7 killing soul, you will definitely have to follow the path of killing, or the laws of killing, death, and destruction in the future. The bonus brought by this is enough to be comparable to, or even exceed the original talent. In other words, before the soul realm, it is relatively easy to switch to cultivation methods and inherit. After the soul realm, there are countless great powers in this world, and there must be ways, but it is a question of cost effectiveness. If you can cultivate good seedlings, why pay a huge price to transform the nature of the soul? Unless it is really a perfect match. Amazing talent. Feng Xing knows his own business. He lacks inheritance, especially the inheritance with a special soul construction method. It is best to have the Qianquan soul method of the Qianquan Avenue. If it really doesn't work, if there is the void soul method, it is also quite good. As for the fire spirit, fire virtue spirit, they can only be considered as backup options. After accepting the mission, Song Zhong flew out of the 7 Killings Demon Palace with a gun and a knife, carrying a black dragon on his shoulder. After flying 1,000,000 miles in one breath, he immediately felt a sense of freedom, as if the sea was wide for fish to leap and the sky was high for birds to fly. Of course, it was not him who had this feeling, but Feng Xing. The Qingyi Palace is not bad. It is a demon clan force with great powers in the Chaos Realm. The Shishi Department, one of the 8 departments, can rival the 7 Killings Demon Palace. Of course, although the 7 Killings Demon Palace only has one heavenly immortal realm, the 7 Killings Taoist, it is close to the original demon sect. The original demon sect is a great sect of the demon path in the Qingyuan realm, and it also has great powers in the Chaos Realm. What's more, the great powers in the Chaos Realm and the heavenly immortal realm have never cared about such trivial matters. The 7 Killing Demon Palace and the Shishi Department use the Blue Flower World as a battlefield to hone their own disciples. The fight between humans and demons resulted in countless casualties. However, for Feng Xing, the Blue Emperor Palace was a demon clan force, which was good. At least there was no ceiling for promotion, and the development prospects far exceeded the 7 Killing Demon Palace. Here, he could only be a small beast at most, but in the Blue Emperor Palace, he might be able to become a prince or emperor's son. The demon race is based on strength. Those below the 7th level of the mortal realm are considered small demons. Only those above the 7th level of the mortal realm are considered great demons. The demon race in the Yuanshan realm is the Demon King. The demon race in the Tianyao realm is called the Demon Emperor. Only the powerful in the Chaos realm can call themselves the Emperor level. The Demon Emperor. The so-called princes and emperors are the demon race prodigies, who have the hope of reaching the heavenly fairy realm, or even the Chaos realm. My current understanding of the law is okay, but the mana in my body is just the result of my own instinctive breathing, which can barely be considered ordinary. It is still a little difficult to compete for the position of the prince. However, I only need to obtain a superior inheritance and improve my mana to the superior level, and I can immediately turn into a dragon. A trace of ambition appeared in Feng Xing's eyes. At this moment, his expression moved, and Song Zhong immediately threw out the red tassel spear. The red tassel spear shot out like a dragon, hitting somewhere in the void. Blazing, the flames trembled and burned 100 miles around. A flash of light flashed in the void, and suddenly a big hand appeared. It attracted the vitality of heaven and earth, turning it into a tide, and it was a great power in the Yuanshan realm. Even this big hand was dark yellow in color, with clear patterns on it, and it was condensed by the power of the earth attribute rules. This means that the comprehension of the Tao of Earth by this Yuanshan realm cultivator has reached the 4th stage, the realm of the body of law. Using the power of rules, it is condensed into a Tao body. The total amount of mana of Yuanshan realm cultivators is originally 10 times, or 100 times, that of ordinary realm cultivators. With the crushing of the comprehension of laws, it is 1,000 times. This person's attack means that he is not willing to let Song Zhong survive at all. It is like a lion fighting a rabbit, using all his strength. Crank. Facing this person, Song Zhong has no right to hold back. He roared, drew his sword and slashed. The heart flame blade resounded, and a world of fire descended. With the power of this Yuanshan treasure, Song Zhong barely narrowed the gap, facing an enemy that was 10 times stronger than him. although many volcanoes, flames, and fire spirits were turned into ashes in an instant under the big hand. But the moment of blocking was enough for Fang Xing to roar and show his original body of more than 20 meters. Song Zhong stood on the back of the black dragon and rushed towards the earth-yellow big hand that extinguished the world of fire. With a slap of this big hand, it covered all directions, the four poles of the universe, giving people a feeling of being unable to escape, since there is no way to avoid it. You can only break through head-on. Song Zhong held a long sword in his hand, his hair standing on end with anger, and he felt like he was going to fight a bloody battle in all directions. But the next moment, whoosh, a flash of white light. He and the black dragon under his seat disappeared instantly. When they reappeared, they were already dozens of miles behind the khaki big hand. Whoosh, whoosh, a few flashes of silver light, and the man and the dragon disappeared without a trace. Breaking the sky flash? In the void, a khaki Yuanshan power fell, turning into a yellow-robed man with his head and tail hidden. A spirit pet that can perform breaking the sky flash is a good buddy to save your life. The principle of breaking the sky flash is similar to the technique of Yuanying teleportation. It is possible to learn it with only the second stage of the perception of the Void Dao. Of course, it is just a possibility. And unlike the nascent soul teleportation technique, although the sky-breaking flash also relies on the Taishu layer to teleport, it does not have the ultra-long distance of the illusionary layer that can reach billions of miles in the blink of an eye. But it is easier to cast and can carry the body. Not only can it carry the body, it can even carry people. Since the Void Dao is a higher level Dao, it is actually very difficult to comprehend. A pet that can lead its owner to perform sky-breaking flash can be sold at an absolutely high price. Even a great master of the 6th or 7th level of the Yuanshan realm may lose everything for it. It was because of this that the yellow-robed man gave up the idea of chasing. He knew that he could not catch up. Sighing, the yellow-robed man took out a token and said, "Mission failed. Someone attacked and killed me as soon as I went out. Such unscrupulousness must be organized by those killers. I don't know which one has a grudge against Song Zhong, but he is so impatient." Tens of thousands of miles away, Fang Xing stepped on Song Zhong's head, and a trace of thought flashed in his vertical pupils. Fortunately, although some things were exposed this time, they were not too much. Still have to continue to the blue and white world to see if the person behind the scenes will continue to take action. A few days later, blue and white world. Entrance. A strange black palace was suspended in the air, and many disciples of the 7-killing demon palace were patrolling outside. Suddenly, a dark stream of light flew over. "Stop if you come." Several outer disciples of the 7th and 8th levels of the mortal realm saw the dark stream of light, and their expression suddenly became alert. "I am Song Gong, an inner disciple, and I am here to do a mission." Song Zhong came here and was relieved. As the front line of the 7-killing demon palace, there must be powerful Yuanshan realm cultivators stationed outside the small world. Even if the Yuanshan realm assassin comes again, he is not afraid. After loudly stating his identity, Song Zhong immediately threw his identity token over. "It's Brother Song." After checking, the two patrolling disciples immediately smiled and said, "Brother Song, are you going to the blue and white world right away? Or are you going to meet the guarding elder?" "Go directly to the blue and white world." Song Zhong followed a disciple and came to a giant palace. In the center of the palace, there was a crescent-shaped arc of white light in the void. Through the arc, you can vaguely see a beautiful scenery of mountains and clear waters. The entrance to the blue and white world is actually a space gap. Fang Xing complained in his heart. But Song Zhong asked, "Is this the entrance to the world? How did the Shishi department of the Qingdi Palace enter?" According to speculation, the Shishi department should have found the entrance to another void gap. A chubby outer disciple rushed to answer, "Now this world is very lively, and it is regarded as a place for ordinary disciples like us to become famous. There are a lot of disciples fighting every moment. Strictly speaking, my 7-killing demon palace is at a disadvantage." "Then, what about the inheritance?" Song Zhong asked Fang Xing the most critical question. "It has not yet been born. Although a few brothers have occasionally obtained some treasures, they are all small treasures." The outer disciple replied, "The real good things are probably still in the depths of the world." "Well, it seems that this time, my human race has fallen behind." Song Zhong certainly knew that as the founder of the secret realm, the demon clan of the heavenly fairy realm must be more inclined to his own people. His hope of obtaining the fundamental inheritance was very slim. However, for Fang Xing, it was completely different. Chapter 418 Wanmeng Mountain. Blue and white small world. The land is lush and green, with a kind of blue flower growing. The air is full of moisture, and there seems to be a huge swamp nearby. Many miasma rise up and turn into 5-colored clouds and mists, which seem to be extraordinary and beautiful. But the creatures below the 7th level of the ordinary realm will probably be corroded by rotten flesh and blood and turned into bones as soon as they touch it. Song Zhongxin held a flame sword in his hand, and the black dragon stepped on his shoulder. Scanning the surrounding environment, is this the blue and white small world? He looked at a map in his hand. This was given by the guarding disciple when he entered. This place should belong to the outer poisonous swamp. The Qinghua small world is very large and can be divided into the poisonous swamp, the 10,000 Pythons mountain, and the core endless blood sea. The demons of the Qingdi Palace Shishi department mostly fight with us in the 10,000 Pythons mountain. As for the core inheritance, it is suspected to be hidden in the endless blood sea. That blood sea is very terrifying. It is difficult for the 9th level cultivators in the mortal realm to stay for a long time. Even if the elders of the Yuanshan realm come, they will probably be corroded by the Yuanshan. If you want to go deep into the endless blood sea, you must obtain the specialty of the 10,000 Pythons mountain, the snake eyeball. A snake eyeball can protect a cultivator to explore the endless blood sea for 10 hours. Before, many humans and demons held snake eyeballs and found treasures in the blood sea. It is precisely because of this that the 10,000 Pythons mountain is the most intense place for the two sides to fight. The palace offers different rewards for different demons. It is divided into 3 levels: Big Demon, Peak Big Demon, and Demon Prince. The so-called Demon Prince level. Naturally, they are not the demons who have the hope of reaching the Yuanshan realm. As long as they are great demons and have enough resources, they still have a great hope of achieving the Yuanshan realm in the Qingyuan realm. The so-called Prince level requires at least the 3rd stage of Taoism comprehension in the Great Demon realm. A genius like Song Zhong can easily kill a large number of 9th level cultivators in the mortal realm of the human race. As for the Demon Prince, it is unlikely to appear, but it is hard to say. After all, that demon powerhouse is a Demon King level existence. A Demon King level existence is a heavenly demon, which is equivalent to a human powerhouse in the heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, although the demon clan has many princes, each of them is indeed amazing. But among 100 princes, not necessarily one demon can really reach the top and become a demon king. This is the cruelty of chasing the Tao. In fact, this is due to the vastness of the Qingyuan realm, the long history, and the endless inheritance of powerful people. If it were Fang Xingzhu's universe, since the creation of the universe, there has been no second person to reach the top except the creator. The legacy and inheritance of the Demon King level existence may still attract the Demon Prince. Such a genius. Even the current Black Dragon Fang Xing is definitely not an opponent. Perhaps he can definitely escape by mastering the Void Dao, but he will definitely be defeated if he faces him head-on. On the edge of Wanmeng Mountain, 2 streams of light are running ahead. A green light is chasing behind. In the green light is a figure, with a graceful waist, a green robe, and green scales on his face. It is a demon from the Shishi department of the Qingdi Palace. Fleeing in front are 2 disciples of the Qisha Demon Palace. One of them roared, "We have already handed over the snake eyeball. Why are you still chasing after it? We have already sent a message to the brothers nearby. Don't make mistakes. Haha. Please leave your lives to me. It will also be a meritorious service to the clan." The green-robed woman stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was scarlet and forked, and her eyes turned into green vertical pupils in an instant. Above the sky, a green giant python appeared in an instant, and thousands of scales fell like flying swords. One of the inner disciples of the 7-killing demon palace held a heavy knife, roared, and danced, turning into a circle that could not be splashed by water. And there was a defense as immovable as a mountain. Another inner disciple rolled his eyes, and in an instant he turned into dozens of figures, each fleeing in different directions. Puff! The scales fell quickly, piercing through the mountain phantom defense, and beat the 7-killing demon palace disciples holding heavy swords into a sieve. The green-robed woman chuckled, and a piece of snake scale appeared in her hand. There were various runes imprinted on the palm-sized snake scales, which were flashing at this time, capturing a wisp of the disciples' blood and soul. She smiled and put away the spoils. but seemed to be disdainful of the fleeing disciple of the 7 killing demon palace. Not long after, accompanied by a scream in the distance, another green light flew over, revealing a scaly man with green long hair in the middle. Sister Yi, that man has been killed by me. You should keep this soul-binding scale first. Thank you, Brother Fu. Brother Fu has amazing magical powers. I'm afraid he could already challenge the position of prince. Right? The snake demon woman smiled charmingly. It's still a little short, but after a few more days of hard practice, it will be done. The green-haired scaly man smiled and said, this is the inner world of Queen Qinghua. Queen Qinghua was also a member of our clan back then. There are many opportunities, and it is especially suitable for us. If we can get it, let alone the prince, even the emperor has hope. If so, I'm afraid it will attract other princes, even princes from other tribes. The woman looked worried. Don't worry. I got the news from my brother. The elders in the tribe have stopped the monsters from the other 7 tribes from entering this place. At least for 100 years. This place will be explored by our Shishi tribe. As far as I know, my brother has no intention of coming here. And only 5 princes came. Wanmeng Mountain is too big and can block the divine consciousness. As long as we are lucky, there is hope to obtain the inheritance. On the contrary, those human races. As a human cultivator, you still want to plot the inheritance of the Qinghua queen. Isn't it courting death? The green-haired scaly young man suddenly looked to one side, and a soft whip appeared in his hand. Snap! The whip shadow broke through the air, and green rule forces spread out, turning into circles one after another, as if there was no end. This is the law of wood. Endless. From the void, Song Zhong's figure was forced out, and the long sword was horizontal. Flames fell one after another, turning into shields to block the endless whip shadows. What a whip technique! Although it is performed with the help of the treasure of the soul, you are already very close to the 3rd level of the whip principle. Song Zhong looked at the soft whip in the hands of the green-haired scaly young man, and sighed. With time, he can indeed become a demon king. But it's a pity that he met me. Kill! Between humans and demons, there is really no need to say anything after meeting. Wherever the long sword points, a world of fire is instantly generated. Countless volcanoes, rivers of fire, trees and silver flowers, and fire elves emerge, as if the whole world is pressing towards the green-haired scaly man. Not good. Human masters, hurry up. The green-haired scaly man gritted his teeth and rolled the soft whip with scales in his hand. And the circle formed by the whip shadows was stained with a hint of dark green. Chi. The creatures in the world of fire were stained with dark green, and they died instantly. The law of poison. This demon man actually practiced the law of poison. However, the law of wood and the law of poison do have many overlaps, and they can be applied to other situations. Masters who practice the law of wood are often either good at healing or good at poison. The demon woman turned into a stream of light and flew in the opposite direction without any drag. This is not because the demons are cold-hearted by nature, but because they have a deep understanding of the battlefield and know that it is useless for her to stay and will become a burden. Swoosh! Unfortunately, after she flew 100 miles, the void suddenly flashed, and a black dragon more than 20 meters long, covered with black scales, and with a pair of flesh wings appeared. It swung its tail violently, as if carrying infinite power, and instantly whipped the demon woman away. Puff! The demon woman's mouth was bleeding, and her face was full of disbelief. You mixed-blood four-legged snake. Dare to stop me? In terms of the nobility of blood, she is far superior to this mixed-blood demon. Even if he just released his aura, the opponent's strength would be discounted. Asshole. I am a dragon. With noble roots? How dare you? A lowly snake demon. Insult me? Fong Xing's eyes widened with anger, and his body moved through the void at an incredible speed. He dodged the green scales emitted by the banshee, came in front of her, and pressed out with one claw. This claw seemed to disturb the void and directly shattered it. The terrifying silver turbulence bombarded the banshee, causing her to scream, lose all resistance, and fall to the ground. Whoosh! Fong Xing flapped his wings, landed as a winner, and stepped on the banshee. Dragon seed? The pupils of the female snake demon's eyes shrank into needlepoints. She glimpsed the slave mark on Fong Xing's forehead and sneered. Aren't you just a four-legged snake that has become a spirit? How dare you pretend to be a dragon seed? Ha ha. Although you are not weak in strength, you are willing to be a slave of the human race and kill your own kind. You deserve to be killed. Same race? Fang Xing sneered, and his dragon mouth opened wide, as if he could swallow the snake demon at any time. Isn't it the law of the jungle for the demons? When did you talk about friendship among the same race? Have you ever seen a tiger demon and a rabbit demon have friendship? Or do you usually only eat vegetarian food? The demon race is a large category. In fact, the hatred between each other may even exceed the racial hatred between humans and demons. Even the Qingdi Palace is truly commanded by only 8 demon tribes. He said jokingly, "You don't think that my 4-legged snake is also a snake and is your kind?" The demon woman was speechless for a moment, and then saw Song Zhong, who fell to the ground. In Song Zhong's hand, there was a head with green hair, which was the demon man from before. His eyes were wide open with anger, and it was obvious that he was extremely unwilling to die. And this woman, you kill her, Fang Xing said. Before the demon woman could react, Song Zhong chopped her off with a knife. When the demon woman's head flew up, there was still a trace of confusion in her eyes. Obviously, she didn't understand why Fang Xing, a mere spirit pet, could actually command her master in a rebellious way. Fang Xing watched the demon woman die, and his face was not moved at all. The demon clan was so bloody. If the struggle failed, the only outcome would be death. He didn't do it himself, which was already out of consideration for the feelings of his fellow tribesmen. Well, in fact, it was because in the inner world after a demon strongman fell, there were always some impacts to be considered. Chapter 419 Prince Wanmeng Mountain. This mountain is hundreds of thousands of miles high, stretching for several light years, and has an extremely vast range. There is no grass or trees on the mountain, and there are creepy traces of snake paths on the bare gray-white stone. Stone pythons with gray-white scales climb freely and play on this mountain. These pythons are tens of meters or hundreds of meters long, and their bodies are extremely large. But they only have one vertical eye. The most powerful leader-level stone python is more than 1,000 meters long. In its vertical eye, it has begun to breathe snake eyeballs, which can emit strange light. Those who are hit will immediately turn into stone statues, which are extremely cruel. Hiss! A stream of light cuts through the sky, causing one stone python after another to raise their heads and hiss. A cliff valley. Countless stone pythons are entwined together and turned into a huge snake ball. The largest snake ball suddenly spread out, revealing a gray-white giant python more than 3,000 meters long. It raised its head, and a vertical pupil immediately stared at the invader. This stone python has definitely bred snake eyes. Fang Xing nodded, asked Song Zhong to draw his sword, and was the first to pounce. Hiss! Hiss! The stone pythons roared and pounced. Song Zhong was not panicked at all, and swung his sword to cut them continuously. Red flame rule lines flashed and fell on the gray-white scales of the stone python, but they could only leave deep marks. Seeing this, Song Zhong frowned and activated the 7 killings technique, and his magic power surged again. Swish, swish, swish. A continuous sword light fell, and all who blocked it were defeated. A large number of stone pythons were broken into several pieces and fell from midair. Hiss! The stone python leader flew into the sky, and every scale on his body burst into gray-white light, with a heavy charm like a mountain. The law of earth? No. The law of stone? You are born with a sense of the law? It seems like some kind of Taoist soldier creation. Song Zhong's sword flashed, and a world of fire was formed, crushing down. In the world of fire, 1,000-foot-long python roared and rushed forward. No matter what kind of fire beast it was, it would instantly turn into a stone statue and fall from the air after being swept by its vertical pupil. Die! Song Zhong held the knife with both hands and roared. Lines of fire rules gathered and turned into a dazzling sword light, which burst out in an instant and killed the scales of the stone python leader. Puff! Gray-white scales were broken one by one, and the heart flame battle sword penetrated 3 inches into the flesh, and it could no longer continue. Hiss! A thick snake tail swung over, like a mountain pressing down on the top, and slammed Song Zhong into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled and a huge pit appeared. In the huge pit, there was no figure of Song Zhong. Whoosh! A silver light flashed, and in the air, Fang Xing had already grabbed Song Zhong, came to the belly of the stone python leader, and threw him out. Song Zhong and his sword merged into one, and the 3 red sword shadows merged, and chopped heavily on the original wound of the stone python leader. The giant python leader roared, and his huge body broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. But his vitality was still very tenacious. Swish! A red line of fire flashed, penetrated into the single eye of the stone python leader, and dug out a gray-white stone bead. "Is this the snake eyeball?" Fang Xing naturally took it without hesitation and muttered, "Hiss! Hiss!" At this time, outside the canyon, the stone pythons seemed to be rioting and had surrounded them. Among them, there are dozens of leader-level monsters with a body length of more than a kilometer. According to the situation that one of them can fight with Song Zhong. Once surrounded, not to mention Song Zhong, even the core of the 7-killing demon palace will die without a life-saving trump card, even if it is a sky-breaking flash. The distance of a flash is too short to kill out of the endless sea of snakes. At this time, Fang Xing grabbed Song Zhong with one claw, and when many petrified lights fell, the 2 figures suddenly became illusory. Somewhere in the poisonous swamp, the figures of a man and a dragon emerged. It was Fang Xing who used teleportation. With his current attainments in the void, it is just a piece of cake to teleport people. As soon as this move was used, it was indeed far away from danger in an instant. It seems that it's not easy to collect snake eyeballs. Fang Xing consciousness was infinitely raised, breaking into the void, and coming to the illusion layer again. From a higher dimensional perspective, he could overlook the entire blue flower world. See the vast swamp, the towering stone mountains, and the blood sea in the center. This blood sea is about 9 light years in diameter. More importantly, there is a void restriction. I can't go deep, let alone see the core. Fang Xing took it for granted. After all, he is a demon king of the heavenly demon realm, and it is impossible to leave such a big loophole. It's better to let Song Zhong kill more stone python leaders, collect snake eyeballs, and then make a big one. Anyway, it's not a bad idea to be a worker and a worker soul. I can always be here. Even if I encounter danger, I can run away. At the same time, in a cave somewhere in the Qingdi Palace, Fu Qing is dead? A man of the snake clan with green hair and a face vaguely similar to Fu Qing opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his pupils. Although he is a waste, he is also a waste of my shishi department after all. How could he be dead? Come here. He took out a token and shouted. Although he was only a peak level of the great demon of the 9th level of the mortal realm, the snake demon man was very majestic. After shouting, dozens of soul powers fell down and transformed into the soul realm masters of the demon clan. Greetings, Your Highness. I just sensed that my only blood brother is dead. The snake clan man whispered, Dare to kill my brother Fu Shan. You must pay the price. Check. Yes. An old man in the soul realm closed his eyes, and then immediately opened his eyes. Your Highness, Fu Qing is traveling in the Qinghua small world recently. He should have died in the danger of the Qinghua small world or at the hands of the 7-killing demon palace monks. We have already reached an agreement with the 7-killing demon palace. Senior monks, you are not allowed to interfere in the fight in the blue and white world. Actually, we cannot interfere. And we cannot enter the blue and white world. Blue and white world. The inheritance of Queen Qinghua. Queen Qinghua betrayed her clan for love, and ended up with a miserable end. I didn't care much about her inheritance at first, and wanted to give other princes a chance. But for the sake of that useless brother, I'd better go. Fu Shan said, Are there any clues about the murderer? At present, there are 3 true disciples of the 7-killing demon palace active in the blue and white world, and they need to be investigated one by one. A demon from the Yuanshan realm spoke. Forget it. I go there myself and kill them all. Well, I use my merit points to exchange for a seeking cause and effect talisman. Seeking cause and effect talisman? Your Highness, think twice. This can only be refined by a causal demon who has fully comprehended the law of cause and effect. It consumes a lot of energy. Other Yuanshan realm demons hurriedly advised, merit points are hard to come by, so the prince should focus on his own practice. I've made up my mind. What's more, this time I will take away the inheritance of Queen Qinghua and offer it to the tribe or the palace. I think it will be enough to make up for it. Fu Shan actually seemed to have regarded the inheritance of the demon as his own. The other Yuanshan realm demon kings nodded one after another, feeling that it was natural for the prince to take the inheritance. After all, Queen Qinghua was originally a snake from the Shishi tribe, and Prince Fu Shan is a prince of the snake tribe. not to mention the friendship of the same blood clan. Just in terms of talent, they are both expected to become a demon in the future. No matter how strict the test set by the Qinghua Queen is, I should be able to pass it. Right? After a dozen days. Wanmeng Mountain. Swish. A flash of knife light passed by, and a stone python leader was split into two. A red thread fell down and dug out the snake eyeball in its vertical pupil. Hiss. Around, a large number of stone pythons were furious and wanted to besiege the figure riding the black dragon. Whoosh. A flash of silver light. The figure riding the black dragon disappeared in an instant. This scene has happened many times on Wanmeng Mountain. Well, the 39th one. In a swamp. Fang Xing took the obtained snake eyeball and felt quite good. These days, he has been attacking continuously and obtained a large number of snake eyeballs. It feels that he can try his luck in the Blood Sea soon. As a demon race, it should be easier for him to obtain some inheritance than the human race. Right? Anyway, he descended with consciousness, and any treasure is basically useless. However, if the inheritance conflicts too much with the rules of the main universe, it will be a headache. For example, the bodybuilding technique he chose before only needs the light of the stars to train, and it is very adaptable. As for the method of soul transformation, it still needs to be checked carefully. At this moment, he swept his soul power and found a demon. A cultivator from the 7-killing demon palace? A green cloud floated over. And in the green cloud, a strong man in green armor threw a giant hammer at his hand when he saw Song Zhong. Boom! The giant hammer flashed with a strange luster and broke through the air. And the target was Song Zhong. In the eyes of others, Fang Xing was just a spirit pet, and he would definitely find the real owner if he wanted to fight. It was after discovering this that Fang Xing now took Song Zhong with him when he acted, just using him as a target to attract attention. The fact was just as he expected. Whether it was those stone pythons, or even the demon masters he occasionally met, no matter what strange tricks or hidden treasures they had, they would definitely greet Song Zhong at the first time. This caused Song Zhong to block a lot of disasters for him. Even Fang Xing was reluctant to let this excellent toolman die, so he had to protect him more. Clang! The heart flame blade was unsheathed, and lines of fire crisscrossed the void, turning into a world of flames and crashing down. Bang! The giant hammer flew back, which surprised the green-armored man a little, and then a grim smile appeared on his face. Are you a true disciple of the 7-killing demon palace? Haha. You are dead. His Royal Highness has killed 2 true disciples of the 7-killing demon palace, and you are the third one. While saying this, the green-armored man waved the hammer and came up to entangle Song Zhong, obviously not wanting him to run away. There is a prince hunting? Fang Xing flicked his tail, and a terrifying air wave rushed over, colliding with the giant hammer, and at the same time stealing some of the inner thoughts of the green-armored demon clan. Then he was shocked. What? That Fu Shan wants to avenge his brother? He is already madly hunting the disciples of the 7-killing demon palace? 2 true disciples really died? Chapter 420 Murderous Intentions. Fang Xing brought Song Zhong to the Blue Flower World with the idea of making a quick buck and running away. Since he had this idea, he would not actively approach the 7-killing demon palace. In fact, after being away for so many days, Song Zhong never returned to the camp established by the 7-killing demon palace in the Blue Flower World, even though it was very safe there, and because he was afraid that the communication magic tool might have a positioning function and expose his teleportation ability. Fang Xing did not let Song Zhong bring any communication tools, so the news was inevitably a bit blocked. Today, the news was still learned from the enemy, the prince of the demon clan. This is much more powerful than any prince of the demon clan. Could it be me who killed Fu Shan's brother? Fang Xing felt a little guilty. After getting the key information, he was not going to let this demon clan green-armored man delay him. Whoosh! He flapped his wings, and the void seemed to turn into water in front of him, and was gently moved. A flash of silver light. In an instant, Fang Xing and Song Zhong flashed through the defense of the Qin family man and came in front of him. It was the black dragon riding face tactic of breaking the sky. Kill! Song Zhong roared, and the heart flame saber fell down. Want to kill me? The Qing armored man howled. Dream on! He raised his 2 hammers, like 2 huge shields, blocking the flames and swords. Whoosh! But in an instant, a silver light flashed, and Fang Xing broke the sky again, and came behind the Qing armored man, with his dragon claws extended. On the dragon claws, the silver-white thread of space rules flashed and condensed. It seemed to turn into a light blade, with the power of crushing the void. The Qing armored man's armor screamed, and it exploded directly, and turned into fragments. Impossible. The Qing armored man's back was shattered, revealing his internal organs, but his face was unbelievable. Looking at Song Zhong, why? Your spirit pet is stronger than you? Unfortunately, he will never know the answer again. Let's go! Fang Xing killed the Qingjia demon, and quickly grabbed Song Zhong with one claw. He teleported again, and disappeared from the spot. A moment later, a stream of light flew over at an amazing speed. The escape light flashed, and Fu Shan appeared in it. He looked at the traces of battle around him, and his face instantly darkened. Shi Lu's real strength is the first level of a prince, but he died so quickly. Did he meet a true disciple of the 7 Killing Demon Palace? I have killed so many 7 Killing Demon Palace monks, but I still haven't found the enemy. He is very good at running. Fu Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. It seems I have to exchange that causal talisman? The law of cause and effect is mysterious and unpredictable. As Fu Qing's brother, he must have a causal connection with the murderer. And following this trace of connection, the murderer can be found. But how precious are the talismans of the heavenly fairy realm? Not to mention, it was made by an extremely rare causal demon king. Even if Fu Shan is a demon prince, he still feels a little pain. But at this moment, he knew that he didn't have much time left. Since I killed so many disciples, the 7 Killing Demon Palace will definitely not sit still. And there will be equally powerful true disciples entering the secret realm. Such a genius may be able to trigger the inheritance and stop me from taking revenge. I can't wait any longer. He turned into a stream of light and rushed to the demon camp at a faster speed. Fu Shan has made a decision to exchange for the seeking cause and result talisman. Before, he wanted to find the murderer by himself, so he didn't use the merit points. As a prince of the demon clan, as long as he walked out of the Qihua small world, he could immediately let people use up the merit points and send the items to him. Is this the end of Wanmeng Mountain? Fang Xing walked out of the border of the mountains and saw a vast and boundless sea of blood. This is the core of the Qihua small world. The endless sea of blood, with its vastness and depth. Human or demon cultivators without any means, even with snake-eye beads, cannot explore too deep. No, it should be said that it is not even the periphery, but can only rub the edge. If you can get some treasures, it means that there are either countless treasures in this sea of blood, or there are intelligent beings like formation spirits, instrument spirits, and spirits of heaven and earth who deliberately investigate and arrange. Fang Xing, who has experienced various tests and inheritances in the great Xia world, knows this quite well. He looked at the sea of blood in front of him and took out a snake-eye bead from the scales. This bead is grayish-white and cold. There is a pattern in the middle, which looks like an eye. After falling into the sea of blood, it actively emits a layer of grayish-white light. This grayish-white light covers a radius of several miles. In this area, the strange corrosive force in the sea of blood disappears without a trace. But Fang Xing could also clearly sense that the power in the snake's eye was slowly and steadily dissipating, and eventually disappeared. Let's go. It's a good time to go on an adventure. He still brought Song Zhong with him, using him as a target to attract firepower. At this time, through continuous hunting and the spoils from the demon tribe, he had more than 100 snake eyeballs in his hand. Entering the blood sea, he really felt like a fish in water. After going hundreds of thousands of miles deep, Fang Xing consciousness moved. Huh? Here it comes. Song Zhong drew his sword and slashed a strange black armor that separated the blood sea and appeared in his eyes. A magic power wrapped around the armor and fell in front of Fang Xing. The treasure of the soul. Look at the secret pattern. It actually has 3 layers, which is considered a fine treasure of the soul treasure. And it is also a defensive type. If it is placed outside, the price must be more than 1 million yuan stones. Yuan sure. This is the currency of the Qingyuan realm. It is a crystal formed by the condensation of the heaven and earth's vitality, and has many wonderful uses. It can even be said that this piece of armor of the treasure of the soul can probably be compared to the accumulation of the entire Song family. It really deserves to be the inheritance of the heavenly demon. You can get rich by picking up anyone. Fang Xing was quite emotional. Unfortunately, He didn't care about any treasures. What he needed was inheritance. A high-level inheritance. Because of this, he took Song Zhong deeper into the Blood Sea without considering the consumption of snake-eye beads. After all, now in the Blood Sea, with the protection of snake-eye beads, the void prohibition can block entry but not exit. At least with the teleportation technique, it is not a problem to take Song Zhong away. With no worries about the retreat, Fang Xing is naturally more qualified to take risks than other monsters and humans. A few days later. Another one? Fang Xing's eyes lit up and flapped his wings. The Blood Sea in front of him parted, revealing a statue several meters high. This statue was carved into the image of a strange monster, with the softness of wind and the heaviness of the earth, with a special charm. Is this a treasure of enlightenment? It should be a casual work of a strong man. Unfortunately, it is the law of wind and the law of earth. Fang Xing shook his head and prepared to let Song Zhong put it away. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger made his huge black dragon body disappear into the void in an instant. Almost at the moment of dodging, a strange bell had hit Fang Xing's original position, causing the void to fluctuate slightly. The sea of blood was surging and parted from it. Then, another woman holding a snake eyeball appeared in front of Fang Xing. She was dressed in red and had a graceful waist. It turned out to be Ning Qian. Senior sister Ning Qian? Song Zhong shouted, "Why did you attack me? Although Kaiju Jin and Murong, you are trash. They are my people after all. What's more, you took my bead." Ning Qian showed a smile on her beautiful face. Do we, the demon sect monks, need a reason to attack each other? This sentence really makes sense, leaving Song Zhong speechless. What's more, he already knew that Kaiju Jin Yuanshan treasure was borrowed from this senior sister Ning. He even suspected that the assassination he encountered when he left the sect before was also from this true sister. There was no need to say more at this time. Song Zhong held the knife in both hands, and the world of fire descended. I heard that your Mount Spirit pet can break through the air, but in the Blood Sea environment, it is a dead end. Sister Ning smiled and threw out a pink brocade bag. Guaqua! A toad cry resounded all around. With a flash of yellow light, a huge toad like a mountain emerged, spitting out a scarlet tongue and killing Fang Xing. On its back, the copper coin-shaped bumps exploded, emitting all kinds of colorful miasma. Combined with the toad's mastery of the toad's bloodline and its own understanding of the law of poison, it can easily poison a large number of 9th-level monks in the mortal realm. Xiao Huang. See you again. Fang Xing roared, took the initiative to leave Song Zhong, spread his wings, and fanned the wind. Boom! The two behemoths collided violently. In terms of momentum, it seems to be even greater than Ning Qian and Song Zhong on the side. Xiao Huang. Fang Xing pressed out his dragon claws and asked casually, "How does your master treat you? We were neighbors in the past. Why do we have to fight for a mere human? It's better to put on a show, and it will be over. But my master is very strict with me. If I don't complete the order, I will end up miserably." Xiao Huang shouted, and the shadow of the toad appeared behind him. What's more, your master is no match for my master. If your master dies, you will die too. Xiao Huang thought about it, and countless toxins surrounded him. Black Dragon, we are friends. So let me send you off. Damn, what about the feelings between the demons? What about the tacit understanding between the spirit pets? Fang Xing laughed and scolded. In fact, he was not very panicked. After all, he could actually kill the toad with one claw at any time. But at this moment, he felt a strong sense of panic. It seemed as if some fatal danger was approaching. Even more terrifying than Ning Qian's sneak attack before. Boom! On the battlefield, a series of tree phantoms suddenly appeared, and among the countless forest phantoms, a huge green face emerged. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the demon man Fu Qing before, but the momentum was more than 100 times stronger. That green face was condensed by countless rules, carrying the same pressure as the Yuanshan realm. At this time, a pair of eyes focused directly on Song Zhong. Finally, found you. The prince of the demon clan? Ning Qian's expression changed drastically, and she turned around and left, not even caring about her own pet. Chapter 421 Test. The True Teachings of the Seven Killings Demon Palace? Fu Shan's huge face also showed a smile when he saw Ning Qian. The true teachings of the Seven Killings Demon Palace are rarer than the princes of the demon clan, but generally not as rare as the princes. Only a few of them are considered comparable to the princes of the demon clan. Among them is Ning Qian. I have long wanted to meet you. I hope you will not disappoint me like those two trash before. The huge face smiled lightly, and then blew a breath. In an instant, a terrifying green hurricane swept in, the fourth stage of law perception, which aroused the power of heaven and earth. Was like a raging sea. Even Song Zhong, a genius, could only be like a small boat in the wind and rain at this time, as if it would capsize in the next moment, and the boat would be destroyed and people would die. This superior magic power? Or immortal magic power? Fang Xing was a little surprised. This person's magic power is probably enough to compare with the Yuanshan realm elders of the Seven Killings Demon Palace he had seen, combined with the comprehension of the fourth stage of the wind. The terrifying killing damage brought about. Even ordinary cultivators below the third level of the Yuanshan realm may be directly annihilated. The fourth level of the comprehension of the Tao, the use of the power of rules, has indeed reached an incredible level. Even now I am afraid I am no match for him. I can only run away. He has already comprehended the heart of space, and no one can stop him from leaving. But looking at Fu Shan's appearance, it seems that he is determined that Song Zhong is the murderer who killed his brother. Is it cause and effect? I asked myself that I have done my hands and feet very cleanly, but he still came to my door. After Song Zhong died, the causal connection will not be broken, and he may find me. In fact, as a spirit pet, it is a big problem for the spirit pet to be alive and kicking after the master dies. With the restrictions of the Seven Killing Demon Palace cultivators, once the master dies, the spirit pet will inevitably die. Hoo-hoo! Just as Fang Xing thoughts flashed, Xiao Huang screamed, and the green hurricane blew away his flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton. Even the skeleton was riddled with holes. The soul that had not yet been refined into a primordial spirit could not resist the wind disaster and dissipated in an instant. Whoosh! The blue wind blew within a few feet of the black dragon's body, but was offset by a layer of turbulent void. Even so, Fang Xing felt very exhausted. Song Zhong is dying. It's time to run away. I originally planned to take the opportunity to leave the Seven Killing Demon Palace. Now I have finally picked up a primordial spirit treasure. Plus the other gains are not too bad. Just then, something strange happened. Just as the blue hurricane was about to blow away Song Zhong like the toad Xiao Huang, the blood sea roared. A terrifying force descended. Fang Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and wanted to teleport away directly. But at this time, he was somewhat shocked to find that he could not teleport even with the help of the snake eyeball. Immediately, a powerful force followed. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already in another space. The sky and earth were all green, and in front of him was a majestic and vast palace. Gray-white stone pillars rose from the ground, so thick that even with his 20-meter body, he seemed to be a tiny thing compared to these stone pillars and steps. At the end of the palace, there was a female demon who stood tall. She was gray and white, with a human body and a snake tail, and a gentle appearance. Her eyes seemed to have great love and compassion for all living things in the world. Is this the master of the blue and white world? Fang Xing quickly reacted. That heavenly demon? Snake man image? Could it be from the snake clan? He swept his spiritual power around, but did not find the figures of Ning Qian and Fu Shan. Only with the help of the 10,000 Hearts secret technique, he vaguely sensed that his soul slave Song Zhong was still alive. Why? Was he moved here at the most dangerous time? Many doubts emerged in Fang Xing's mind. You, a mutant stone dragon, are calm. Accompanied by a voice, a hazy figure emerged. She also has a human body and a snake tail, but she is wearing a lady's dress. Her body and face are covered with green scales. She looks like a snake spirit. Black dragon. Meet the world spirit. Fang Xing put his 4 paws on the ground and lowered his head, facing the arrangement of the powerful people in the heavenly demon realm. It is not shameful to be humble. Even in his prime, he must not be good enough in the eyes of others. As a world spirit, I know everything in the blue and white world. I even know that it was you who enslaved the inner disciples of the Seven Killing Demon Palace and killed Fu Shan, the younger brother of the demon prince. As soon as the world spirit spoke, Fang Xing's expression changed slightly. But I will still give you a chance. The snake girl in the lady's dress chuckled. If you pass the test and survive, you can become the master registered disciple, or even a formal disciple, a true disciple. This is the only chance for you. A little demon with mixed blood and low rank. If you can't pass, you can only die. Please tell me the content of the test. Sir. Fang Xing's heart moved. Although it was quite dangerous, he could finally get in touch with the high-level inheritance. Unfortunately, this is not Daxia, and he can't play that kind of tricks. According to Fang Xing's current sacrifice to the gate of all heavens, he can only guarantee that his consciousness and true spirit will return before the black dragon dies. Then, this world is equivalent to the end, and he can never return. After a while, you will go to a secret place and obtain a master inheritance. Your task is to comprehend and reach a level that satisfies me within 1 year. The snake girl in the lady's clothes said, if you can't reach it, die. She blinked again, and you are actually competing with those human and demon princes. Once they meet the requirements first, you will die. Go. The snake girl waved her hand, and Fang Xing's figure disappeared immediately. Then, Fu Shan's figure emerged. You are? A world spirit? Fu Shan's eyes lit up. Tell me how to pass the test and get everything from your master, the prince of the snake clan, or from the Shishi tribe. The snake girl's face was cold. You go to observe a legacy, and within a month, you must understand a trick that I approve of. Go! She waved her hand, and Fu Shan's figure also disappeared. The snake girl waited for a moment, then pinched her hands, and several mysterious mirrors appeared in front of her. In the mirror, it was the figures of Ning Qian and others. 10 years, 3 years, 1 year, 1 month. Although the time given is different, the time flow rate in your area will be changed, and it is considered to be on the same starting line. Obviously, Ning Qian, who got 10 years, has the most advantage. This is not a random arrangement, but a deliberate one by the world spirit. In this core area, the time flow rate in different areas has been changed. If all 4 people fail, they will appear on her side at the same time when they fail. When the master fell, the snake clan was one of the behind-the-scenes pushers. The snake girl looked at the Xuanguang mirror where Fu Shan was. This person was targeted and had the worst conditions among all people. Of course, this was intentional. The master inheritance prioritizes the human race, then other demon races, and finally the snake race. In fact, if it weren't for the Qinghua lady who had already set the rules, she would definitely kill Fu Shan directly, and would not give him a chance to obtain the inheritance, even if she had to give a test due to the rules. She chose the most difficult one. And the timing of pulling people in before was obviously to rescue 2 human cultivators. The opportunity has been given. It depends on you. The snake girl looked at the Xuanguang mirrors with a hint of expectation. In an antique study room, Ning Qian sat on the desk, looking at an ancient book in her hand. 3 volumes of Qinghua? So Qinghua lady, is she following the law of life? The celestial demon, who has understood the law of life, is extremely difficult to kill, and has a bright future. He can directly follow the road of life. Such a blue and white lady finally fell. Ning Qian sighed, and then looked at a paperweight on the table. Inherited 72 volumes, from the shallow to the deep. And the general chapter blue and white 3 volumes outlines the main points, as well as the treasure of enlightenment. And even 10 years. I can definitely meet the requirements. In another place, in a thatched house that looks much more ordinary, Song Zhong looked at the 10 volumes of ancient books in front of him and closed his eyes silently. The master did not prohibit me from comprehending the law, but the world spirit said that if I meet the requirements, he will release the slave contract for me. But I will not betray the master. Therefore, he sat cross-legged and actually started to rest directly. As a sole servant, before the release, he is wholeheartedly considering the master. Even others are unwilling to release him from slavery unless they take action by force. But obviously, the world spirit has not taken action now, because Song Zhong is not satisfied with the rules of taking action. Rules. This is very important. If Ning Qian and the others had not met the inheritance conditions, and happened to be in the boundless sea of blood, and had snake eyes as a token, even if he was about to die, he would not be saved by the jailing snake girl. In a stone room. The stone room is not big. It can even be called narrow and closed. Fang Xing turned into the size of a black cat and flipped through an ancient book in his hand. Blue and white volume 1. Just a book of inheritance? I don't know what I have to comprehend, and to what extent I have to comprehend it. But he is naturally very confident in his own talent. No matter what he learns, as long as the attribute column is added, he can work hard. It can be said that before the attribute column is added, his qualifications can only be considered above average, at most equivalent to those true disciples. But after the attribute column is added, his qualifications are incredible. Crash! The magma is boiling, and the air is filled with hot breath. Fu Shan sat cross-legged on a dark rock, staring at a broken stone wall in front of him. Frowning, the Qinghua Queen followed the law of life. Let me comprehend the fragments in this environment. He was not a fool, and felt that he seemed to be targeted, and a trace of haze appeared in his heart. Back then, the Qinghua Queen betrayed her clan for love, and the cause of her death remained a mystery. It seems that it is related to my Shishi department. Chapter 422, in the Zhulong Stone Chamber. Fang Xing used his claws to flip through the blue and white volume 1. Constantly comprehending, in this world, if you exclude external objects, the first is the foundation, the second is the understanding of the law, and the third is various moves. The so-called foundation is divided into two parts. The first part is the realm. The realm-crushing flow still occupies the majority. As long as you don't encounter a peerless monster who can fight across a large realm, you will always have a big advantage. Even if you encounter a peerless monster, the opponent can surpass one large realm. Can't he surpass 2 or 3 large realms? The mortal realm fights against the Yuanshan realm, the prince of the demon clan, and the excellent true teachings of the 7-killing demon palace can do it. But the Yuanshan realm fights against the Tianxian realm. That is the overlord in the Yuanshan realm, and the number may be less than that of the Tianxian great power. As for the mortal realm fighting against the heavenly realm, it has never happened in the history of Qingyuan realm. The second part is the quality of mana, from mortal to middle, upper, and immortal, under the same realm. Immortal mana can definitely crush upper and middle mana. In other words, the foundation is the quality and quantity of mana. Then the law perception is naturally needless to say. The higher the better. The higher the law perception, the greater the increase in strength. The last move, including various bursts, burning mana secrets, can instantly increase the quality and quantity of mana. And the moves of law application can make the low-level law perception burst out with high-level law power. To a certain extent, the third kind of move secrets is even more precious than the first two. Perhaps only the strong in the heavenly realm, or even the powerful in the chaos realm can create it. After comprehending the beginning of Blue and White Volume 1, Fang Xing had a deep understanding of the strength of Qingyuan realm. Then let's go back to the foundation of my own demon clan's magic power. First, it comes from the technique. And second, it comes from the bloodline. Some really powerful bloodline demon clans can even reach the middle or even upper grade of magic power just by breathing instinctively. This is the bloodline talent, which is totally unenviable. And Fang Xing could only admit that he seemed to be mortal blood, not some noble bloodline among the demon clan. Among the monsters, the bloodline is divided into 4 levels: mortal blood, king blood, emperor blood, and emperor blood. Monsters with mortal blood have no skills, and can only cultivate mortal mana by instinctively breathing in the heaven and earth's vital energy. Monsters with king blood have inherited memories, and can cultivate middle-grade mana by instinctively breathing in the heaven and earth's vital energy. Emperor blood is born with a high-grade mana foundation, and if you practice a powerful inheritance, you can reach immortal mana. As for the last emperor blood, it is also called the bloodline of chaos gods and demons. It is born with immortal mana, which is too shameless. Of course, this is just a good starting line. In the history of the monsters, monsters with mortal blood eventually cultivated into heavenly monsters and emperors, and even chaotic realm combined with the way of the demon emperor. Fang Xing breathing and only mortal mana have explained everything. No. As long as there is inheritance and perseverance, mortal blood can beat emperor blood. It's just that the journey is a little longer, even though mortal blood is miserable. It depends on who you are comparing with. If human cultivators don't have the inheritance method, they can't even cultivate mortal magic power by just relying on their own breathing. According to Western sayings, the demon race is born to be a supernatural race, but the human race is not. But although the human race is a blank slate, it has unlimited potential. Forget it. Let's practice the methods in the blue and white volume first. There are several breathing techniques in the blue and white volume I, which can cultivate the best magic power. In any case, It is better than the current black dragon magic power. Fang Xing immediately stretched his limbs. His scales fluttered. And his wings swayed. Walala. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water sounded in the void. The true secret of black water. The talisman is condensed. With Fang Xing roar, black water seed talismans were continuously generated. 1, 2, 7, 8. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded the 7 seed talismans of the 7 killings. It even soared to 7749. A large number of black water seed talismans surrounded it, as if condensed into a dark circle, with black water churning in the middle, and then combined with the heaven and earth energy to turn into a drop of black water. This is the most basic structure of mana. After this drop of mana has undergone a qualitative change, Fang Xing immediately took it as the foundation. And every time he exhaled, a part of the mana was transformed. Slow. Too slow. He picked up a leather bag with his claws, and poured out a pile of yuanshi like a small mountain from it. Although the most difficult first step of transforming the basic mana structure has been completed, if it is completely dependent on the conversion of mana by the inhalation and exhalation of the heaven and earth energy, it is unknown when it will take. Fang Xing therefore chose the rich man's way of cultivation and spent money on krypton gold. The yuanshi is the crystallization of the heaven and earth energy. Drawing the power of the yuanshi for cultivation is much faster than absorbing the heaven and earth energy by oneself. These yuanshi were naturally the spoils of war along the way. Crack! Crack! The black dragon opened its bloody mouth, like a whale sucking water, sucked the yuanshi into its mouth, and began to chew and swallow. Splash! The sound of the black water became more and more surging, flowing through Fang Xing blood, bones, scales, making his figure more slender. And a dark halo emanated from his scales. Blackwater mana is indeed top-grade mana? So strong. I feel it is at least 100 times stronger than my ordinary mixed mana before. So it seems that middle-grade mana is 10 times better than ordinary mana. And immortal mana is 1,000 times better than ordinary mana. In other words, now that I have converted my mana, can I beat 100 of me before? Or even more. If it is immortal mana, I can beat 1,000. But this is obviously not true. Because there are also law perceptions, amplification of moves and secrets. The larger the base number, the more terrifying the gap after multiplication. This is a world where the winner takes all. And the gap between the upper and lower levels is like clouds and mud. In the main universe. Although there are also differences in level and combat power. The highest level of human beings is still technology. The highest level of professionals is the 11th realm. And with the help of forbidden technology, they can briefly burst out the combat power of the 12th realm. But in the Qingyuan realm, it is obvious that the strongest suppresses everything. Although I have obtained the inheritance of top-grade magic power. But if I fail, will I be wiped out? No wonder the inheritance is casual. Fang Xing shook his head. Although his true spirit can escape, it would be a big loss. It is better to try to complete the test and become a disciple first. After the magic power is increased by 100 times. The increase is also not to be underestimated. At least Fang Xing read Blue and White Volume 1 again, and felt that some of the previous difficult and obscure parts were suddenly clear. Life law. It contains the part of the law of water, the law of wood, and the law of earth. So the Blue and White Lady achieved enlightenment through the law of life? It doesn't match me at all. No. There is still a little connection. Fang Xing Death God Mecha is a creation of the law of death. Starting from the aspect of death, comprehending the opposite law of life. In the end, maybe you can touch the road of life and death. Well, it's too early to think about these now. But starting from the aspect of the opposition between life and death, it should not be difficult to get started with the law of life. Once you get started, you can rely on the attribute bar to work your way up. Fang Xing still doesn't understand the secret of the attribute panel. But its effect is amazing. And it is a reward for hard work. No matter how difficult the law is. As long as you get started and use the attribute panel, you will slowly improve it every day. With this golden finger, I have to plan the road of the law. Anyway, I must choose a very strong road to ensure that I can have an advantage in the Chaos Realm. That is, the Dao Lord Realm. Unfortunately, Queen Qinhua doesn't have the Qianquan Yuanshan achievement method. Not even the Qiantian Yuanshan method. Fang Xing sighed. Qinhua Volume 1 is all-encompassing. And there are many Yuanshan methods collected by Queen Qinhua, a great power in the heavenly demon realm. Unfortunately, there is no Yuanshan method that Fang Xing wants. There is not even the Void Yuanshan achievement method. There is a Fire Spirit Yuanshan method that can condense the Fire Spirit Yuanshan when breaking through the Yuanshan realm, and further improve the understanding of the law of fire. The complete blue and white volume should have 3 volumes. The first volume records some methods of cultivating mana and Yuanshan, and slightly involves the understanding of the law. The second volume should be the in-depth study of the law of life, including the complete understanding of a law and the method of achieving the heavenly demon. The third volume is the secret method of burning mana, the secret method of saving life and escaping, alchemy, formation and other miscellaneous studies. These are all mentioned in the first volume. Give me the first volume. What is this for me to comprehend? What level of progress? No hint. Fang Xing felt that he seemed to be targeted or discriminated against. I don't know what kind of treatment Song Zhong, Ning Qian and others received? He continued to comprehend. And sure enough, after the mana chapter, he came to the Yuanshan achievement method. The most space in it describes the law of life, and the Nuwa Yuanshan method that is most suitable for comprehending the law of life. Damn. This is not suitable for me, Fang Xing complained, knowing that not every inheritance is suitable for him. Moreover, this heavenly demon inheritance is very dangerous. Does it mean that one must learn the law of life, or even achieve Nuwa Yuanshan, and break through the Yuanshan realm to meet the requirements? No. There are thousands of cultivators in the world, and it is impossible for every one of them to be suitable for the law of life. The Snake Lady World Spirit is not so unwise. Perhaps, as long as one learns the law of life, or cultivates a certain Yuanshan, the requirements can be met? Fang Xing guessed, and he quickly turned to the last part of Blue and White Volume 1. In addition to the large amount of content of Nuwa Yuanshan Law, the Blue and White Lady, like the previous foundation of magic power, also recorded several high-quality Yuanshan inheritances she had collected. The worst ones that can be put here are all Fire Spirit Yuanshan Law. There is even one that seems to be better than Nuwa Yuanshan Law. Huh? Fang Xing looked at the last page of the book and saw an indescribable scene. There is a dragon, perched on the top of Zhongshan Mountain. It has one eye, a human face and a snake body. It has one eye, and its vision is day. Its sleep is night. Its blowing is winter. Its hissing is summer. And its exhalation is wind. It is called the Candle Dragon Spirit Method. Chapter 423 True Inheritance. Zhulong Yuanshan? Interesting. The Nuwa Yuanshan of Qing Wan Yang Yang, and even the original body, are human bodies with snake tails. And Zhulong is a human face and snake body. More importantly, Zhulong Yuanshan is naturally suitable for comprehending the Tao of time in the future. It can even approach the avenue of time. Fang Xing's face rarely showed a trace of entanglement. According to the guidance of the Wanqiang Tianma tablet of the 7 Killing Demon Palace, he is more suitable for the avenue of heaven and earth, or the avenue of void. But the key is that there is no corresponding Yuanshan achievement method in the inheritance of Qinghua Scroll. And once the requirements cannot be met at that time, the jailing snake girl will kill people. Even if the true spirit can escape through the gate of the heavens, it will be very unwilling to return with only such a small harvest. Forget it. Anyway, even if I achieve the soul, it's just this black dragon. My original body still has many choices. As for the complicated understanding of the law, I can either take the path of integrating the law in the future, or have a child to eliminate it. What's more, this hidden danger will not erupt until at least the peak of the heavenly fairyland. Worrying about these now is too much of a worry, even if it's just a descended body to refine the soul. Fang Xing doesn't look down on the fire spirit soul, and prefers the candle dragon soul. What's more, if it's just to comprehend the fire spirit soul method, it's too simple, and may not meet the requirements of the world spirit snake girl. The law of time. The inheritance of the blue and white scroll is based on the law of life, supplemented by the law of time. I'm afraid that the blue and white lady may not have comprehended the law of time to such a profound degree. But at least there is a sample here. As long as you can feel the fluctuations of time and get started with the law of time, it seems difficult to comprehend the third level in a short period of time. My law of space has faced the origin of space, and it took me decades to reach this step. Is it really going to die this time? A thought emerged in Fang Xing's mind. And then the terrifying will cut off all these worries, and began to comprehend the fluctuations of time wholeheartedly. In the blue and white lady temple, the snake girl world spirit looked at the mysterious mirrors one by one. Now, in addition to the 4 of Fang Xing, there are even 3 more. This is naturally the genius who came to the boundless sea of blood later, and was considered qualified to inherit. She looked at Song Zhong first, and seeing that he was still resting with his eyes closed, she shook her head and said, after being enslaved by the soul, he is indeed useless. That mortal blood four-legged snake is really abominable. But this control method is indeed exquisite. Then, the snake girl looked at Ning Qian again. 3 years have passed since this girl came. She is the most likely to succeed. How vast is the inheritance of the queen? For cultivators who have not yet entered the Tao of life, as long as they can comprehend the first level of perfection within the specified time limit, they can become registered disciples. The second level can enter the hall and become formal disciples. As for those who already have the understanding of the law of life, they must comprehend it to a deeper level. The snake girl swept her eyes over several people, and finally fell on Prince Fu Shan. Even she had to admit that this prince was indeed amazing. With a few incomplete strokes, he has gradually begun to get on the right track. It's a pity that the queen mainly cultivates the law of life, and has not comprehended the law of time deeply. Otherwise, she could do more with the speed of time. The snake girl was very regretful, and looked at the Xuanguang mirror where Fang Xing was. Huh? Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if she saw something unbelievable. You actually chose to comprehend the law of time? In the secret realm, nothing can be hidden from me. This fluctuation has already comprehended the fluctuation of time and started to get started. Right? The difficulty of the law of time is more difficult than the law of life. As long as you can get started completely, it won't be a problem to become a registered disciple. But soon, as time passed by, the snake girl's expression gradually became stunned, surprised, and even with a hint of ecstasy. Inside the stone chamber. Not bad. I finally comprehended the fluctuation of time. The law of time, 1 out of 5,000. Get started. Fang Xing comprehended an extremely obscure fluctuation and had a vague understanding. He opened his eyes and glanced at the attribute panel, knowing that he had already entered the law of time. People exist in the world and travel in the long river of time. It's just that time is more common than air, so people always subconsciously ignore it. The main reason I can get started is the inheritance guidance of the blue and white scroll. In addition, the flow of time in this stone chamber seems to have been changed by someone. Next, focus on the inheritance of the secret book, and use the time anomalies around the stone chamber as a reference. Start to work hard. Fang Xing made up his mind and immersed himself in the law of time. Time is like water, and the years are like shuttles. One day, a black dragon the size of a black cat opened his eyes. The law of time is indeed profound and extensive. I have been comprehending it until now, and finally I can be considered to have entered the door. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute column again. Time law, 1/10,000, proficient. It's not bad to go from the entry level to proficient in the time law in less than 7 months. At this moment, he truly understood time. Unlike the 1,000-layer cake structure of the void, time is like flowing water, flowing without turning back. There is very little I can do now. But the time law has its own unusual features. From the shallow to the deep, first changing the speed of time, then time stops, and the peak time flows backwards. With my current proficiency, time goes backwards and time stops. I can't even change the speed of time. Fang Xing looked at the time anomaly around the stone chamber inside. Even if the time Tao that Qing Huan Yang comprehended was shallow, it was only for the heavenly demon. For him, it was still a mountain to look up to. If it wasn't mentioned in the Qinghua scroll, he wouldn't have known the level of the time Tao so well. The laws of time are all like this. If it is the great Tao of time, then it should dominate the past, present, and future. It is really fascinating. Fang Xing saw gray air currents in his eyes. With my current black water magic power, combined with the second level of the laws of time, I can't affect the flow of time in the outside world at all. But I can't affect the outside world. But I can affect myself. By speeding up myself, I can get amazing results. The current limit is to speed up my own time 10 times. In the battle, even if a cultivator's mind is 10 times faster, it will become a crushing victory. If the cultivator himself is accelerated by billions of times, then for him, isn't it like the whole world is stopped by time? In this way, when the law of time is deduced to the third level and the heart of time is condensed, you can try to break through the soul realm and condense the Zulong soul. If it is an ordinary soul realm, as long as it is a 9th level cultivator in the ordinary realm, there is a certain hope of breaking through by swallowing the soul pill. But the soul achieved in this way is the worst soul. And basically, there is no hope of reaching the heavenly immortal realm in this life. The true disciples who are truly interested in the great power of heavenly immortals must first comprehend the main law to the third level, and then use this as a basis to practice special soul methods and achieve special souls. In this way, not only will there be hope for heavenly immortals in the future, but they can also point directly to the great way. Of course, even if you achieve a special soul, it is extremely difficult to become a heavenly immortal. But it is not completely hopeless after all. 1 year is coming. And it's not bad to be able to do what I have done. Right? Feng Xing subconsciously used his own time acceleration. Now he is in the secret realm. As long as he uses it, the snake girl as a world spirit will definitely find it. Sure enough, the next moment, the world changed. Feng Xing returned to the temple again, looking at the blue and white stone statue of the goddess standing tall in front of him. The snake girl in a lady's dress dragged her tail and swam out. Originally, there were other tests. But seeing your talent, there is no need to take any more tests. Black Dragon, let me ask you, are you willing to be the true disciple of the goddess? That's it in one step? Feng Xing was a little surprised. You have comprehended the time principle, which is more powerful than the life principle. Of course, the requirements of the life principle cannot be applied to you. Generally speaking, as long as you can enter within a year, you can become the Empress's registered disciple. If you can complete the first level, you can become a formal disciple. But you seem to be born with the time principle. After completing the first level, there is no bottleneck at all, and you directly break through to the second level. The snake girl's eyes lit up. You know, those powerful cultivators may be trapped for thousands of years after they comprehend the principles to the bottleneck, and even the treasures of enlightenment can hardly help them break through. Feng Xing understood and knew that it was still the fault of his attribute panel. Originally, his real qualifications could only make him a registered disciple. But with the attribute panel, his daily comprehension would force his proficiency to increase. And even after the proficiency was completed, there was no bottleneck at all, and he was directly promoted to the second stage. For this snake girl, it seemed incredible. Even the Demon King would rush to accept him as a disciple when he saw it. Stop talking nonsense. Go and become my disciple. The snake girl's eyes lit up, as if with a hint of urgency. Wait, what about them? Are you really going to kill them? Feng Xing didn't care about Ningqian's life or death, but Song Zhong was quite handy as his servant. Of course not. I'm just trying to scare you. The snake girl blinked her eyes, and she looked very smart and cunning. The queen has great love for the world, and her lover back then was also a human. How could she set a rule that they would die if they didn't inherit? If they fail in the end, I will only expel them, and at most erase the memory of accepting the inheritance. Great love. Feng Xing's mouth twitched a little. Yes, the queen didn't hate even before she fell, but she had many regrets. The snake girl looked very sad. Feng Xing felt that the blue-flowered queen was like some kind of saint from the previous life. But he was relieved. The reason is simple. Since the blue-flowered queen is so kind and tolerant to outsiders who failed to inherit, I, as a disciple, shouldn't be forced to agree to some particularly harsh conditions. Right? Chapter 424 3 Treasures. The inheritance of a powerful person has a price. Feng Xing was even prepared to be forced to be an enemy of a powerful person in the heavenly immortal realm. After all, only a heavenly immortal or heavenly demon of the same level can make a powerful heavenly demon fall. But after getting to know the character of the Qinghua Queen carefully, he felt that the other party might not be like this. However, the snake girl world spirit, as the creation of the Qinghua Queen, seemed to still have hatred in her heart. It's a pity that the queen set such a rule back then. Otherwise the prince of the snake clan would not be able to leave alive. The snake girl bit her silver teeth, but the snake clan still wants to obtain the queen's inheritance. But it's a dream. Feng Xing was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, You seem particularly eager for me to obtain the inheritance? Yes. The snake girl admitted directly. Your qualifications in the time law. No matter which great man sees it, he will definitely accept you as a disciple. This is not only because you can achieve great success in the future, but also because you may be able to merge the great way of time in the future, and have the possibility of resurrecting the dead monsters from the long river of time. Even if this may be very small, it is enough for those fallen beings to gamble. So that's it. You want me to become your master true disciple, so that I can revive him in the future? Fong Xinglong showed a smile on his face. Every drink and every bite are cause and effect. But this is not a must-make oath. It should be just the expectation of the snake girl. I can promise you that if I can do it in the future, I will do it. In other words, if Fong Xing can't find the Qingyuan Great Realm after merging with the Tao in the future, it can't be blamed on Fong Xing. Thank you. The snake girl's eyes seemed to turn red slightly, and then disappeared quickly. She led Fong Xing up the steps one by one, and came to the bottom of the statue. This is the statue of the goddess. If you bow 9 times, you will be the true disciple of the goddess. The snake woman stood aside and said solemnly, 3 bows for registered disciples, 6 bows for formal disciples, and 9 bows for true disciples. This is the rule set by the goddess. Fong Xing immediately looked solemn, tidied his scales, stepped forward, bowed his head, and bowed 9 times. Boom! After the 9th bow, Fong Xing felt that the stone statue in front of him seemed to come alive in an instant, allowing him to see the true body of a heavenly demon standing tall. The other party had a human body and a snake tail, with green scales, full of life, and a kind look in his eyes. That is the great love for all living things in the world. In an instant, 3 volumes of blue ancient books quietly emerged in his mind, which were 3 volumes of blue and white. Not only that, he spoke automatically, shaking his soul, and made a cause and effect oath, with the witness of the cause and effect. I swear that I will never reveal the inheritance. When he came to his senses, Fong Xing found that the blue and white goddess in front of him was still a stone statue. But 3 rays of light fell and floated in front of him. You have made a great cause and effect oath to the goddess, and you cannot violate it. Otherwise, even if you are promoted to a heavenly demon, you will inevitably pay a heavy price. The statue of the goddess uses the strange cause and effect stone, and the oath has a great binding force on the heavenly demon. The snake girl reminded, as a true disciple, the 3 treasures given to you by the goddess should be the most suitable for you. Master is indeed a good person. Fong Xing nodded. Since he can be forced to take a causal oath, he can also be made to avenge his master in the future, or even resurrect. But none of these are available. It is just to keep the secret of inheritance. The biggest regret of the queen before her death was that there was no real successor. You should have been taught the 3 volumes of blue and white by now. The blue and white volume is all-encompassing, enough for you to practice all the way to the realm of heavenly demons. One of the secrets of breaking cause and effect can conceal one's own secrets and avoid being traced by cause and effect spells. You'd better learn it when you go out. Otherwise it will be easy to be hunted down by the snake demon prince. The snake girl warned. I originally wanted to join the Qingdi Palace, but even if I didn't kill Brother Fu Shan, I'm afraid it wouldn't work as a disciple of the blue and white queen. After all, my master defected that year. Fong Xing shifted his attention to the 3 light balls in front of him. When his mind touched it, the first light ball exploded directly, revealing one of the bright yellow talismans. The yellow paper looked a little torn, and the cinnabar on it dimmed and turned into a yellow light, rushing into Fong Xing's brow. Outside Fong Xing's soul, a talisman flashed with brilliance, and it felt like he was wearing a layer of clothes, giving him a sense of security. This is the Heaven-Stealing Life Substitute Talisman, a passive talisman, which will be activated instantly when you are about to die, be killed by the soul, and be enslaved. It will leave a puppet substitute in the original place, taking on the curse, the power of cause and effect, and then take you away. The snake girl said solemnly, with this talisman to save your life, even if you are a powerful person in the heavenly demon realm, you may escape if you are not careful for a while. And it is impossible for anyone in the Yuanshan realm to kill you. This is the life-saving trump card given to you by the Queen Mother. Of course, there is only one chance. Having a chance to start over is something that many monsters would love to have. Fong Xing said sincerely. He opened the second light ball, and found that it was a small mirror with a strange shape. This is the Tao mirror, which can deduce a spell to a certain limit. The master even injected a power of creation into it, which is enough for you to practice this spell to a very high level in an instant. And it is used to protect the way. The snake girl introduced. This is somewhat similar to my Vairocana mantra, the so-called power of creation. Is it a large amount of highly concentrated yuanshi power? It's a pity that it would be better to give me tens of billions of yuanshi, so that I don't have to worry about the problem of mana accumulation after the Yuanshan realm. Fong Xing nodded and opened the third light ball. Boom! a terrifying power emerged, which made Fang Xing have the urge to kneel down. This is the instinct from the blood of the body. Just like ordinary people will tremble unconsciously when they see lions and tigers up close. It's just the instinct of the blood in the body. Fang Xing will burst out, towering and motionless, looking at the item in the third light ball with vertical pupils. Which is a drop of sealed blood essence? There was a trace of solemnity in his voice, and he saw a piece of blood sealed in the sky blue crystal. The queen is so good to you. Among the 3 treasures given, even the first 2 added together are far less valuable than this one. Maybe it's because you follow the law of time? The snake girl saw this drop of blood essence and also felt a little unbelievable. One of the most precious things in the queen's treasure house is this candle dragon blood essence. Candle dragon blood essence? Fang Xing's expression moved. He did sense the rich power of the law of time from this drop of blood essence. According to rumors, Shulong sees day as day, sleep as night, blows as winter, and sighs as summer. It is a natural time-based demon. This drop of Zhulong blood comes from an emperor. He has long fallen in a long river of time. The queen took a great risk to explore a forbidden area to find this drop of emperor blood. The snake girl looked at Fang Xing. Don't you call yourself a dragon? As long as you refine this drop of Zhulong blood, you will really not be a mortal blood demon, but a royal blood demon. It will be easy to become a demon prince in the future. How can you become a royal blood by refining the emperor blood? Fang Xing was a little surprised. Do you think that demons with emperor blood are common? The body of the demon emperor is huge. If he can freely sway his blood, wouldn't all the demons in my demon clan be the sons of the emperor? The snake girl sneered. The emperor blood is extremely rare. Only the sons of the demon emperor can have such a possibility. 1 drop of emperor blood can at most create a demon with emperor blood. If you want to attack the emperor blood, I am afraid you need to replace all the blood in your body with emperor blood to have such a slight possibility. Imperial blood is enough. If Fang Xing had thought that ordinary blood can beat imperial blood before, at this time, the idea became that the demon clan respected blood, which was still reasonable. The first mover advantage was also an advantage. The demon clan with emperor blood was already very good. The demon clan with emperor blood was born with a foundation of superior magic power. With a little effort, they would be geniuses at the level of the prince of the demon clan. This is the innate advantage of blood. The blood of the candle dragon. Once refined, it will definitely be very beneficial for comprehending the law of time. Fang Xing also thought of this. Of course. But refining high-level blood is very dangerous. If it is the royal blood demon clan that refines the emperor blood, it's okay. But you are just ordinary blood. Not even royal blood. The snake girl said, I suggest you try it after breaking through the Yuanshan realm. Although you will lose a lot of benefits, it is safer. In fact, she couldn't imagine that the aura of this black dragon would actually attract the essence of the candle dragon in the treasure house. Isn't this gap too big? It doesn't matter. Refining blood mainly requires a strong will. Enough to defeat the remaining spiritual imprints in it? Fang Xing said. That's true. Although the owner of this candle dragon blood essence has been dead for who knows how many years, and the queen has done some processing, it is still too terrifying for you. A little demon with mortal realm and mortal blood. The snake girl shook her head. Even if you have to refine it, you must make full preparations. First go to the dragon washing pool. Then prepare the dragon transformation pill and the dragon transformation secret technique. It would be best if there is a celestial demon watching over you. Hey, what are you doing? She showed a look of horror on her face, and saw Fang Xing swallow the crystal that sealed the candle dragon blood essence in 1 gulp. As a world spirit, she only has the right to make suggestions, and can't stop Fang Xing from doing anything to his treasure. Snap! Fang Xing's teeth moved casually, and he tore the outermost seal into pieces, letting the candle dragon blood essence go down his throat and into his stomach, as if he had swallowed a fireball. The terrifying heat flow instantly swept through his body. Compared to the pain on the body, the test on the mind is more terrifying. Roar! Fang Xing's ears seemed to hear an old and distant dragon roar. He saw a huge dragon shadow entrenched in the universe. It has a human face and a snake body, red scales, and a vertical eye. The terrifying power of time is like a river, allowing it to flow freely. Shulong, Demon Emperor Zhulong, a Chaos Realm existence, in the Great Xiao world, is a great power in the Tao Lord realm. Even if there is only a trace of will left in its blood essence that has been processed by a demon emperor for many years, It is enough to defeat any demon in the mortal realm, even most of the Yuanshan realm demon kings. But at this time, although Fang Xing is as small as dust compared to Zhulong, he can maintain his free will. His will is like the sun, constant and motionless, illuminating the world. Good fellow. If it was the real Zhulong, I would have died if a trace of will fell. But the residual will that has been dead for many years has been dealt with by Master Qinghua. In terms of impact, it is about the same as an evil god from outside the domain. If my will collapses under such an impact, it would be a joke. Day and night alternate. Spring and autumn flow. The outside world does not know how time is. But in Fang Xing consciousness, it seems like 1,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, the scorching sun transformed by his will is still hanging high, and even turned into a long sword. Will is like a sword. Cut the Zhulong with one sword. Roar! The Zhulong figure cried sadly, and then turned into a stream of spring and autumn light, sinking into the sun. In a trance, Fang Xing even thought that he had turned into a Zhulong, experienced spring and autumn, and traveled through the universe with his dragon body, played with planets under his dragon claws, and even moved the stars. In front of the statue of Qing Wan Yang Yang, the turbulent flow of time dispersed, and a black dragon more than 50 meters long emerged. Its body became extremely slender, and its scales changed from black to black and red. The wings behind it seemed to have a hint of divinity, and the horns on its head were forked, becoming more like deer antlers. Overall, in addition to the body size doubling, it changed from the body of the western black dragon to something more like the eastern Yinglong. Of course, the change in body size is nothing at all. In Fang Xing vertical pupils, gray light flashed, making him seem to be able to see the fluctuations of time directly. The law of time is so clear. And my mana? As the black dragon breathed in and out, he could feel that his own top-grade mana was still increasing. The Royal Blood Demon clan originally had top-grade mana. If they practiced inheritance, even if it was only a top-grade inheritance, the quality of the two top-grade mana superimposed would far exceed that of ordinary top-grade mana. Even more opportunities to break through the immortal magic power than other demons. My Blackwater magic power, even if it is not immortal, seems to be not much different now. TSK. And my physique? Now the third-level cultivators of the Yuanshan realm. The upper-grade magic power. And those below the fourth-level understanding of the Tao may not be able to break my defense. The Royal Blood Demon clan is really good. The foundation is too strong. And a little practice will make it a Demon Prince-level genius. Fang Xing felt it, and couldn't help but be very satisfied. The snake girl next to him was a little dumbfounded. Your will can actually directly defeat the remaining spiritual imprint of the Candle Dragon, even if the queen has dealt with it in advance. It is amazing. Who are you? Are you the reincarnation of an ancient demon? If it is the reincarnation of an ancient demon, will it become a mortal bloodstone dragon? Fang Xing glanced at the snake girl and said speechlessly, "That's right. That's because you are gifted. Although your will is illusory. The later you go, the greater the impact will be." The snake girl's eyes sparkled. "I am now more and more convinced that you have a chance of reviving the queen." Chapter 425 Yin Dao. In that case, do you have something else to give me? Fang Xing opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of cold white teeth. What do you want? I'm not the master. I don't have anything good to offer. The snake girl's expression immediately showed a hint of vigilance. Nothing. Just some yuanshi. You shouldn't be able to use them anyway. Besides, I originally planned to join the Qingdi Palace. But because of my master, I had to give up this option. Once there is no big power to support me, my cultivation speed will be very slow. Fang Xing looked at the snake girl and said slowly, "You don't want your master resurrection to have any twists and turns, right?" The snake girl bit her lip. "Forget it. After all, you are the true disciple of the queen, and it is indeed not suitable for you to join the Qingdi Palace again." She stretched out her hand and grabbed it, and an ancient iron ring emerged. "This is something I personally funded you." Fang Xing took it, refined it with his consciousness, and was instantly shocked. What a large space. This iron ring is obviously a storage treasure, and the internal space is extremely vast, even larger than the Wuji Demon Palace. And inside it, there are several huge mountains of yuanshi. I'm very poor. I can only give you these, the snake girl said pitifully, and this would you order? She grabbed another withered yellow token, after the master left the Qingdi Palace. He once joined the neutral force Wujia Mountain. It once protected the master. And there should be a demon emperor level existence. But the master has never seen it. If there is no chaos realm, there is no neutrality at all. Let alone protecting the Qinghua queen under the pressure of the Qingdi palace. The master has a good friend in Wujia Mountain. The demon clan ape King Hun Tian Dasheng. If you take this token, you will definitely be introduced and join Wujia Mountain. The snake girl said confidently. Oh, this is good. Fang Xing immediately took the Wujia order. I should also say goodbye. Well, after you go out, remember to break the cause and effect. Also, remember to refine the Zhulong Yuanshan. Break through the Yuanshan realm. And after breaking through the Tianyao, you must come back once. The queen will still give you something. The snake girl solemnly reminded. There will be gifts for Yuanshan realm and Tianyao realm. Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. My master is really kind and generous. This kind of investment in batches is a means to reduce risks. After reaching Tianyao realm, you could almost inherit all the inheritance of Qing Wan Yang. Of course, mentioning her master, the snake girl's face was full of pride. My Nong Yang has amazing luck, and has explored the tomb of the demon emperor. Otherwise, how do you think the blood of Candle Dragon came from? If you come to Yuanshan realm, at most you will be given a few imperial weapons. But if you come again after Tianyao, you will get an imperial weapon. Imperial weapon? Treasures refined by the demon emperor? Outside the Qinghua's small world, a silver light flashed, and Fang Xing figure emerged. Shaking his head, it's really a bit itchy. But I don't know. Is it a carrot hanging in front of the donkey? He identified the direction and immediately teleported to another barren mountain. Master! Song Zhong was waiting. When he saw Fang Xing, he immediately bowed respectfully. You can go back to the 7-killing demon palace and directly break through the Yuanshan realm. Anyway, your talent is half wasted. So why not use up some of your talent and work hard to improve your status? Fang Xing ordered. He was not going to take this pet with him. And Song Zhong return and breaking through the Yuanshan realm was just the right way to deal with Ning Qian. Yes, master. I will definitely try my best to find out the news and secrets of the 7-killing demon palace. Song Zhong nodded, his face firm. Very good. Fang Xing knew that his master was more merciful, and no one would die if the inheritance failed. He even had restrictions on the Jialing snake girl, and would not let her help him kill the demon prince. Even if the other party did not get the inheritance now, he should have left the Qinghua's small world. Forget it, after all. He is my own enemy, and I have to solve it myself. Fang Xing shook his head, although the cause and effect pointed to Song Zhong. As Song Zhong master and the one who gave the order, the cause and effect would not dissipate after Song Zhong died. This is the horror of the law of cause and effect. Therefore, he had to learn the secret art of breaking cause and effect as soon as possible to conceal his own secrets. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive in such a big world. A few days later, a temporary cave. Fang Xing lay on the ground, silently flipping through the 3 volumes of Blue and White. This heavenly demon inheritance has been directly injected into his sea of consciousness by the Queen Mother Blue and White, and he can read it at any time. Even when flipping through it, there is a feeling of comprehending the treasure of enlightenment, which makes it hard to imagine its magical powers. The secret art of breaking cause and effect. There is also the secret art of coiling snakes that burns mana and instantly increases the quality of mana, and the art of body forging. He comprehended the 3rd volume of the Blue and White Scroll and found out the 3 secrets he needed to practice. Among them, the art of breaking cause and effect is the most important. It is a matter of life and death. What if the demon prince can't catch anyone and directly asks the sky demon? This is impossible. But if those powerful demon kings of the 9th level of the Yuanshan come, I will definitely not be a match. The secret art of burning mana is enough to make my strength soar again. But it's a pity that it is the most difficult. Finally, it is the art of body forging, which should be able to be combined with my original 9-star body forging secret art. In this world, cultivation mainly relies on the vitality of heaven and earth. Fang Xing is not sure whether it will be useful after returning. Therefore, he simply disdains most of the secret techniques that use the vitality of heaven and earth. The main practice is still the 9-star body forging secret art, which is the most universal. Now that a large number of body forging secret art inheritances have been obtained, it is also thinking of learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and using the resources of the Qingyuan realm to supplement the grades of the 9-star body forging secret art. A few days later, Feng Xing took out a small mirror from the iron ring on the dragon claw. It was the Yin Dao mirror. Using this mirror, you can instantly master a secret technique. But there is a limit. It cannot exceed the level of the heavenly demon. After exploring for a few days, he roughly figured out the use of the Yin Dao mirror. At this time, he glanced at the attribute panel, breaking the cause and effect, 1 out of 100 beginner. Since it has been put on the attribute panel, I can work on this secret technique myself. At present, Song Zong is not dead, and after being promoted to the Yuanshan realm, his strength is comparable to Ning Qian. Although his status is not as good, he can be an elder of the 7 killing demon palace. He will not die for a while. If he does not die, I will not be exposed. Instead of adding points to the breaking the cause and effect technique, it is better to strengthen the already strong aspects. After all, if the demon prince comes to find Feng Xing, he can escape even if he cannot beat him. The super long distance of the teleportation technique is no joke. Not to mention that after refining the essence of the candle dragon, which can speed up his own time, he may not lose in a fight to the death. He may even win. He just worried that killing the demon prince would attract the mighty of the Green Emperor Palace. So he barely endured. Then, the secret art of burning mana and the secret art of forging the body. How to choose? The secret art of burning mana is very difficult to practice, and Feng Xing has not yet mastered it. However, he is not in a hurry. The black water mana is quite suitable for him, and after refining the essence of the candle dragon and achieving the royal blood, he feels that his high-grade mana is being purified every moment. I am afraid that it will not be long before, at the latest when he breaks through the Yuanshan realm, he will shed a layer of mana and officially step into the immortal level. The coiling snake secret technique can make me explode. In fact, the principle is also to improve the quality of mana, but it is only temporary. As for the sudden increase in mana, it is not very useful now, so it can be postponed. Although this choice seems a bit wasteful, if the black dragon is not the main body, then choosing the 9-source star body forging secret technique, which is most useful to the main universe, is the best result. Feng Xing has made up his mind, stretched out his dragon claws, and a scale broke, causing a drop of black dragon blood to fall on the mirror of the Yin Dao mirror. The originally dark mirror surface suddenly flashed with stars. It was the 9-source star body forging secret technique he engraved on it. And at this time, this secret technique turned into 9 stars, each of which shone brightly in the mirror universe, attracting those dim stars to form a vortex. Those dim stars are naturally other bodybuilding secrets recorded in the 3 volumes of Blue and White. In fact, many of them are higher in rank than the 9-source star bodybuilding secrets. But the training conditions are too harsh, and Feng Xing is afraid that he will not be able to get what he wants in the main universe. Just like in the Daxia world, there are actually many secrets for training combat bodies, but many of them require the special products of the Daxia world to get started, which are all huge pitfalls. Hula. After the 9 stars absorbed the light of the stars in the sky, Feng Xing mind connected with the Yin Dao mirror and put his own requirements into it. Swish. Inside the Yin Dao mirror, 9 strange lights protruded, like 9 star pillars. On each star pillar, there were 7 colors of light flashing: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. At this time, the light on the 3 star pillars suddenly stagnated and stayed at the red and orange stage. Only the mortal realm? After integrating many bodybuilding secrets, it has actually decreased? Is this because the beginning requires a rare object to build the foundation, which does not meet my conditions? Feng Xing sighed and looked at the other 6 starlight pillars. These 6 light pillars represent 6 different evolutionary routes, all of which can enter the Yuanshan realm. After breaking into the Yuanshan realm, the new bodybuilding secrets also have advantages and disadvantages. Some of the color changes stagnate and stay at the yellow-green stage, which means that it is difficult to match the 7th level of the Yuanshan realm, or the cultivation has encountered a bottleneck, and it still requires the special resources of the Qingyuan realm to break through. In the end, there were only 3 starlight pillars left, 2 of which were 1 blue and 1 blue, representing cultivators who could match the 8th or even 9th level of the Yuanshan realm, which was comparable to the neutron star battle body of the Daxia world. On the last star pillar, a faint purple began to breathe, and finally fell on the center of the Yin Dao mirror. Purple? Feng Xing was delighted. The deduction of the Yin Dao mirror was difficult to surpass the Tianyao, and purple already represented a certain possibility. Focusing on the light of the stars. Practicing the art of bodybuilding. In the end, one can even rival the heavenly demon realm. This is the black hole level. A black hole level combat body. It's worth adding so many secret arts, and consuming a rare item. Have you finally pushed the 9-source-star bodybuilding secret art to the black hole level? Chapter 426 Wuji Mountain. Black hole level. Even in the great Xiao world, it is extremely rare. It is an incredible existence that can compete with the mighty power of the master of the star realm, with the cultivation of the master of the law. In the Qingyuan realm, it can compete with the heavenly immortal realm with the soul realm, and is the overlord of the soul. It is even more incredible to reach this level with pure body training. Fang Xing communicated with the Yandao mirror with his mind, and a brand new 9-source-star body forging secret art appeared in his mind. In addition to the black hole chapter at the end, the other formulas and secrets have also been adjusted a lot. Only the most core requirement set by himself at the beginning has not changed, and he can still practice by absorbing the light of the stars. Black hole chapter. Continuously increase your own weight and mass, and break the limit with strong gravity? Fang Xing glanced at it and felt that he didn't quite understand it. But at this time, the function of the Yandao mirror had not been used up. He gently turned the mirror over, causing the purple starlight column to fly out of the mirror and fall on himself. Roar! Instantly, a terrifying star force fell, penetrating every bone and scale of the black dragon. It felt like being cut by 1,000 knives. But Fang Xing endured it with terrible willpower. Sizzle! Blood oozed from his dragon scales, and scales fell off one by one, and new scales quickly grew. In the Yandao mirror, there is a power of creation, which can not only deduce the skills, but also directly instill and improve the level of skills. Boom! Fang Xing felt as if he was immersed in a rich ocean of star power, and every tiny particle in his body was greedily and hungrily devouring the starlight. In a short period of time, his physical body strengthened rapidly, and even the black dragon body continued to grow. From 50 meters to 100 meters, and then 200 meters, 500 meters, the cave collapsed, and a kilometer-long black and red scaling long flew out of the earth. In every drop of its blood, it seemed as if there was a miniature planet slowly rotating. Walala! Around the black dragon, the void seemed to be twisted and broken because of its strong body. In the turbulent void, a black and red oolong with brilliant starlight all over its body let out a dragon roar. Fang Xing was still a little confused, but the next moment, his strong will perfectly controlled his body, making all the strange phenomena disappear, and even used his magical powers to become more than 20 meters long. My 9-source-star body forging secret technique has broken through to the master level? Unfortunately, the power of creation in the Yandao mirror has been exhausted, and I have not been able to push my body to the neutron star combat body, or even the black hole level. Well, the black hole level is impossible, but I originally thought it could be upgraded to the neutron star level. Even so, the red giant level physique still made Fang Xing feel powerful. Extremely powerful. If it weren't for his strong will, even the pressure brought by this physique alone could have destroyed his soul. The master level 9-source-star body forging secret technique corresponds to the red giant level of the great Xiao world, the main universe 11th realm combat power. Now I have far surpassed the main universe's body, and even reached the peak of the main universe's human race profession. It's a pity that this black dragon body can't be brought back at all. Otherwise it would be enough to sweep across the Blue Star Federation. The main universe Fang Xing body, even if he fights in armor, is only at the peak of the 10th realm combat power. But at this time, the black dragon can surpass with just his physique. This is not only because of the Qingyuan realm, but also because of the gift of a heavenly demon. The great power of the master realm is really terrifying. Fang Xing sighed silently. Now I can be comparable to the 7th or 8th level cultivators of the Yuanshan realm with just my physical body. After breaking through the Yuanshan realm, I will be even stronger. So, I should join a big force. If it weren't for Song Zhong, he couldn't even enter the Qinghua small realm before, let alone obtain the inheritance of the Qinghua queen and ascend to heaven in one step. Thinking of this, he felt a little disappointed. What's the use of the black dragon's strong physique? After all, you can't take it back. It's still the most cost-effective to comprehend the laws and follow the path of the laws. Only what you comprehend and digest yourself is truly yours, and no one can take it away. After teleporting again, Fang Xing shrank his body and came to a green mountain, casually building a cave. Then, a light flashed on his dragon claws, and a withered yellow token emerged, boundless token. It is said that the power of Wujia Mountain is open to all, and treats all humans and demons equally. Fang Xing thought about it, and felt that joining Wujia Mountain was the best choice now. Otherwise, although the world is big, no superpower would pour resources into him. No matter how talented he is, a person who changes his career halfway can't compare to those trained by his own family. On the other hand, Wujia Mountain has the friendship of his master and the background of Han Tian Dasheng, so he can at least get a chance to compete fairly. With this thought, Fang Xing no longer hesitated. Following the spell taught by the Jialing Snake Girl, a stream of black water magic power was injected into the withered yellow token. The next moment, Fang Xing's expression was a little strange. A wisp of his consciousness followed the activated token and instantly arrived at a mysterious place. On a vast mountain. Is this Wujia Mountain? A figure in black appeared. It was Fang Xing. At this time, he had ordinary facial features, and his magic power was about the 9th level of the mortal realm. But the quality was the most ordinary mortal. A few people also appeared not far away, and they were similar to him. This is the Taishu fantasy realm of Wujia Mountain? Fang Xing was a little amazed. Everyone uses the same template, and you can pinch your face? He was very familiar with this, and it felt very similar to the virtual space of the main universe. In terms of distance, Qingyuan realm is extremely vast, and the distance between the two places is not shorter than the distance between mini-galaxies, galaxy clusters, and super-galaxy clusters in the main universe. Taishu Fantasy Realm can achieve real-time contact. Even, Taishu Fantasy Realm can accommodate power above the martial saint, and even simulate laws. Fang Xing mind moved, and a red flame law thread appeared in front of him. This seems stronger than the virtual technology of the main universe. He sighed silently in his heart. It seems, even if we don't take the road of science and technology, many technologies of Qingyuan realm will surpass the main universe. As early as when he was in the 7-killing demon palace, Fang Xing knew about this. Under the rule of the 7-killing demon palace, there are countless mortal kingdoms, and any city has a population of tens of millions. Spells and mechanical puppetry are widely used in construction, agriculture, mining and other aspects. Not only that, high-level monks in this world, such as those elders in the Yuanshan realm, are sometimes used as coolies to control the wind and rain in the form of tasks, and serve as secular Feng Bo, Yushi, Lei Gong, Dianmu and other positions to ensure that agriculture has a good harvest every year and that people will not starve to death. And what those mortals need to do is to continue to give birth, select many elite disciples every year, and send them to the demon palace for trials. The secular government calls it blood tax. This is only under the rule of the demon palace. It is said that in the western extreme land, there is a powerful Buddha who made a great wish to support the mortals of the entire western extreme land with his own strength. All food and enjoyment are distributed according to demand, and everyone is like living in paradise. The only thing that Buddhist believers there need to do is to pray every day, pray devoutly, recite scriptures and chant Buddha, and accumulate merits. The older they are, the purer their faith is, and the more popular they are. If one's faith is not pure, one will be driven out of the western extremes and live an extremely miserable life. Most mortals cannot bear the disparity, and many commit suicide, under the premise that productivity determines everything. The productivity of a great man is better than that of hundreds of millions of mortals, or even low-level cultivators. Fang Xing silently complained in his heart. This Taishu fantasy realm is said to be just a game made by a great man in Wujia Mountain, but its performance far exceeds that of the main universe. How can those scientists feel? However, this seems to be related to special laws or avenues. In addition to Wujia Mountain, no other forces have developed it. In other words, even if there are some, they are just local area networks like the Buddhist sect in the western extreme land, which are difficult to cover the entire Qingyuan realm. Only the Taishu fantasy realm of Wujia Mountain truly fits the name of Wujia, and can maintain contact even in some special secret realms. Fang Xing was silently sighing when he saw a giant ape standing up in front of him walking over. New here? The great sage wants to see you. Please lead the way. Those who can use special templates in Taishu fantasy realm must have an extraordinary natural background. Fang Xing knew that the Wujia order in his hand had a special setting. Once logged in, It would send a message to the great sage Hun Tian. The other party always had a wisp of divine consciousness sitting in the Wujie mountain in the Taishu illusionary realm, and naturally sent someone to pick him up. Fang Xing followed the golden-haired giant ape all the way up Wujie mountain and came to a huge palace. The palace was 3,300 feet high, and the whole body was a sky blue color. The two huge doors were open, but the internal scene could not be seen clearly. All that could be seen was the bottomless darkness. Go in. Don't keep the great sage waiting for a long time. The golden-haired giant ape glanced at Fang Xing again and sat down next to the huge door. Fang Xing walked into the huge door without changing his expression. In an instant, the world changed immediately. He seemed to be on a chaotic ocean, with earth yellow, red, blue, and black, for kinds of light constantly mixing. And the mixture of earth, fire, wind and water finally turned into chaos. On the chaotic ocean, there was an extremely huge figure sitting cross-legged. The golden hair on its body seemed to be burning, constantly explaining some kind of Tao. Great sage Hun Tian, a living Dharma master. Fang Xing looked at the indescribable body of great sage Hun Tian and was shocked. The heavenly demon king of the demon race. In the main universe, he is the creator of the 13 realms. Qinghua's disciple. At this time, the monkey-like face of great sage Hun Tian stared at Fang Xing, making a rumbling sound. Even in the Taishu illusionary realm, even if the opponent only had a trace of divine thought and had restrained most of his power, Fang Xing still felt like a candle in the wind, and he could die at any time. Chapter 427 Core. Yes, I am the disciple of Master, named Black Dragon. Fang Xing bowed. The giant ape spoke, his voice like thunder. My Wujie mountain has always taught everyone. It's very simple to join. If you can enter the Taishu fantasy realm, it means you have joined. You can go to the 10,000 Stars Hall to accept tasks and gain merit points. The merit points of this mountain can be exchanged for Yuanshan pills, various inheritances, and even personal guidance from the strong. It sounds like a large-scale task platform, which seems pretty good. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he felt that even if he was not the core, having this platform would be extremely beneficial to his growth. But you are a disciple of Qinghua, so you are naturally different from those ordinary members. The great sage Hun Tian, whose hair was burning, continued, your Wujie order is specially made. You will be a formal member when you come in. You can accept more tasks and obtain more detailed information. But formal members are not core members of my Wujie mountain. Core members, even if they don't do tasks, will be trained by my Wujie mountain. Every place is very precious. Do you understand? Heilong understands. Fang Xing certainly knows that the core members of any major force are the reserve of celestial immortals and demons. In addition to their extraordinary talents and terrifying resources consumed, the most important thing is actually loyalty. If they are not their own family members who have been trained since childhood, and they are trained to become celestial immortals and demons, if they rebel in the future, the loss will be even greater. Like him, who has no background and foundation. Even if he goes to Qingdi Palace, it is unlikely that he will become a prince of the demon clan. Talent is something that can always be selected as long as the base is large enough. Unless it is the kind of amazing talent that even celestial immortals and demons will be dumbfounded. For example, Fang Xing talent in the Law of Time was only known to the Jailing Snake Girl at this time. According to the rules of Wujie Mountain, all members can go to the Xingchen Tower. If you can reach the 7th floor, you can directly become a core member. The great sage Hun Tian smiled. When you go to the Xingchen Tower, your magic power and physical strength will be limited to the 9th level of the mortal realm. You cannot carry any treasures. You can only rely on your own law perception, secret techniques, moves, and the most important combat experience and talent. Generally speaking, those who can pass the 7th floor of the Xingchen Tower must have at least reached the 4th level of the law perception. The 4th level of the law perception is the master level proficiency of the law perception, and the power of the rules can be condensed into the body of the law. The previous demon prince Fu Shan was in this realm. The great sage means that I should go to the Xingchen Tower? Fang Xing's heart moved. Although his current law perception has not yet reached the master level proficiency, the space and time laws are quite powerful. If they work together and perform the snake pan secret technique, I'm afraid that ordinary demon princes may not be his opponents. To join a force and become a core disciple, this virtual test is already very simple. Hee hee. If the demon recommended by me, The great sage Han Tian needs to break into the Xingqian Tower. It would be a joke. I have another core quota in my hand, so I give it to you directly. The giant ape waved his hand lightly, and a stream of light sank into Fang Xing's body. Fang Xing suddenly received a message from the great illusionary realm. Knowing that he had become a core member of the Unbounded Mountain, unlocked many places of authority, and could also enter the Unbounded Mountain with his original image and strength. Thank you, great sage. He hurriedly thanked him. But he didn't expect that he didn't even need to take the test. You go. Above the chaos ocean, the great sage Han Tian waved his hand. Fang Xing couldn't help himself and walked out of the hall. When his figure disappeared, the giant ape that had led him before appeared on the Chaos Sea. Master, although you can directly recommend core members, it is easy to attract rejection from other formal members and core members without going through the assessment. Isn't it bad for the Black Dragon? Do you want me to remind it? No need. The great sage Han Tian sat cross-legged. With a cold voice, Qinghua is Qinghua, and her disciples are just disciples. I owe Qinghua a small favor, and now I give him a core member quota, which is considered to be settled. If you want to merge with the Tao as a descendant of the heavenly demon, it is best to cut off all the karma on your body. Otherwise, when you merge with the Tao, these will only become obstacles. I see. The giant ape nodded, knowing that the master did not think much of the Black Dragon. After all, Queen Qinghua has fallen for countless years. After the great power fell, there is a glimmer of hope for resurrection. But it is too slim. A dead great power is not as good as a living one after all. If you let the other party start as a formal member and cultivate slowly, it will be truly caring for the Black Dragon. Now it is a promotion. All that should be given has been given. The cause and effect have been cut off, and there is no need to pay too much attention to it in the future. Qinghua's cause and effect are very heavy, and because of practicing the Tao of life, she is too kind and compassionate, and there are too many cause and effect lines on her body, and she eventually sank. Her lesson. If you are promoted to a celestial demon in the future, you must take it as a warning. The great sage Han Tian began to teach his disciple. I taught you the Han Tian 49 sticks before. How far have you understood it now? My disciple is dull. There are still some principles in the 17th stick that I have not understood. When it comes to this, the giant ape immediately puts the Black Dragon behind his mind and starts to ask sincerely. Well, I will only practice it once. The great sage Han Tian stood up immediately, and the entire chaos ocean was set off by huge waves. If virtue is not worthy of the position, there will be disasters. After leaving the hall, Fang Xing looked at the welfare benefits of the core members and found that it was really quite good. Not only are there special resources supplied every year, but also some tasks with very generous rewards can be given priority. Even some special task locations contain supreme opportunities and are not open to formal members and ordinary members at all. Becoming a core member will have an annual quota of 10,000 merit points, which can be exchanged for many rare items. Fang Xing slightly opened the exchange list and took a few glances, and found that an ordinary Yuanshan treasure is only about 100 merit points. I don't need the Yuanshan pill, but the Yuanshan liquid is very good. This Yuanshan liquid is a strange liquid that can only be refined by the great powers of the heavenly immortal realm with Yuanshan as the main ingredient. It can quickly strengthen the Yuanshan and greatly benefit the practice of the Yuanshan realm. If the Yuanshan liquid is enough, you can quickly practice to the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. Such a big benefit. Give it to me directly. Do you want to eat me to death? Fang Xing was a little speechless. It seems that the great sage may not care about me that much. After all, we have been friends for so long. But for me, I can hold it. He immediately flew to the cave assigned to his core members, ready to take a good look at the exchange list and exchange for what he urgently needs. Although the great sage Han Tian didn't care much about him. To be fair, he had done a good job. No one is born to be good to you, except your parents. Some great powers may not pay much attention to even their own disciples. There are towering peaks in Wujia Mountain, and each core member has a mountain as his territory. When Fang Xing flew over, another peak suddenly rose up, which was his Black Dragon Peak. My Wujia Mountain has another true disciple? Congratulations to this brother. Let's drink together some other day. On the adjacent peaks, several congratulatory voices came out, including those of both the human race and the demon race. Suddenly, another surprised voice sounded. I checked the ranking of Xingchen Tower, and there is no record of newcomers on the 7th floor recently. So it was recommended by a great man? I'm afraid that person must have something extraordinary. Fang Xing ignored these, and returned to Black Dragon Peak for retreat. On a flaming mountain peak, several human cultivators were drinking and eating meat. In this Taishu illusion, all the delicacies of the outside world can be simulated, and many enjoyments are difficult to eat even for the great celestial beings and demons. I checked. The newcomer is called Black Dragon, and he is recommended by the great sage Han Tian. A smiling woman in a green dress sipped a glass of wine with a smile. Great sage Han Tian. Is that from the demon clan? A young man in a red robe, and with long red hair snorted coldly. Although Wujia Mountain is known for its teaching without discrimination, there are definitely factions in the mountain, especially the two camps of the human race and the demon clan, which have always had a bad relationship. What? Brother Huolingzi, what are you going to do? A Taoist priest in a green robe and carrying a sword asked with a smile. Of course, we will weigh the weight of the black dragon. Huolingzi, with a head full of red hair, bit the huge meat stick in his hand fiercely. The great sage directly recommended him. Maybe he is a peerless genius, or he may just be a relative. Don't forget Kun Yuanzi, who also became a core member directly, but died in Taogu's secret realm, which greatly embarrassed our Wujia Mountain. When it comes to this, the Taoist priest carrying a sword and the woman in the green skirt also twitched their faces. So, isn't it normal for me to weigh the black dragon? Huolingzi smiled slightly. The black dragon's strength is unknown now, and those core members of the demon clan may not be very close to it. The reason is simple. Everyone has come from the Xingchen Tower and fought step by step. They all have the arrogance of genius. If the black dragon is not strong enough, it is not worthy of being with them. This is the consensus of the core members of the human demons. Even in the demon clan, this concept is more deeply rooted. I have sent a challenge letter. Huolingzi said, even if you lose, just consider it as making friends. Unfortunately, 1 day passed. 2 days passed. Fang Xing did not respond at all. Instead, the news of Huolingzi challenge spread, allowing many core members to watch the excitement. This black dragon. Huolingzi couldn't help but be a little angry. Inside the Black Dragon Peak, Fang Xing didn't bother to pay attention to any information from cats and dogs, but carefully looked at the rules of Wujia Mountain. When he cannot overturn the entire chessboard, but is the beneficiary of the rules, he is the most stubborn conservative. Well, Wujia Mountain has many inheritances, and I just chose a book about time and space to study together with 3 volumes of blue and white. After all, blue and white volume mainly talks about the law of life. In addition to the Candle Dragon Yuanshan method, it does not involve much about the law of time. Secret realm, treasures, famous teacher, TSK. The 9th level of Yuanshan realm is so expensive. Yuanshan overlord, heavenly immortal and heavenly demon are even more terrifying. These merit points are not enough. I can't afford it. As for the mission, I'm not in a hurry. Let's screen it carefully first. The core members are not static, and they may still fall? Every 10 years, there is a ranking of core disciples. The bottom 3 will be eliminated as formal members, and they will not be allowed to enter the Xingchen Tower within 100 years, and they cannot be promoted to core members. At the same time, if the age exceeds 500 years, they will also lose the qualification of core members. Chapter 428 Invitation to Fight. The lifespan of humans and demons in the mortal realm is very different. In theory, the demon race lives much longer, but the core members are limited to death before the age of 500. After 500 years, they are considered too old and automatically withdraw. With some thoughts, Fang Xing flew out of Black Dragon Peak. After all, this is just the great illusionary realm. It is impossible to use it for cultivation. At most, you can practice some skills and try some self-harming secrets. For example, if the coiling snake secret art fails to explode, it may cause internal injuries or even collapse of the foundation of mana. It is best to practice in the great illusionary realm before experimenting in the outside world. Even so, this is enough to attract a large number of peripheral members to join Wujia Mountain. Swoosh! Just after Fang Xing flew out of Black Dragon Peak, several streams of light flashed and caught up. Fellow Taoist Black Dragon, please stay. A flash of fire. A man with long red hair stopped in front of Fang Xing. With a smile on his face, I am the core member Huolingzi, and I came here to get close to fellow Taoist Black Dragon. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Hulingzi. Fang Xing nodded. Do you have any advice? No. I'm just a little curious about fellow Taoist Black Dragon's methods. I wonder if you are willing to fight a round. We will meet friends through martial arts, without the use of Yuanshan treasures. Just the first-class templates. The so-called first-class templates are actually the ordinary templates used by ordinary members at the beginning, with a 9th level of ordinary realm cultivation and ordinary magic power. No one can be special, and the core members can bring their own real body templates into the Taishu illusion. In this way, the experience of practicing in the illusion will be more accurate. Fighting? Yes. Fang Xing agreed directly. He was quite curious about the methods of the core members of Wujia Mountain. Hearing this, the green-skirted woman and others beside him looked expectant. Okay, fellow Taoist, please come here and now. As a core member, Hulingzi still had this authority. As soon as he finished speaking, a ring appeared in the air. It was more than 10 miles long and wide, with a layer of green light shield on the outermost edge. Please! A hint of joy appeared on Hulingzi's face, and he immediately flew into the ring. From the peaks of the core members, a series of eyes were cast, all with scrutiny. The new member is finally going to make a move? Since he is recommended by the heavenly demon, he must have something extraordinary. After all, we are the demon race. Maybe he is a relative. The last one to speak was obviously the human cultivator camp. Please! Fang Xing flew into the ring. He simply didn't care about winning or losing, and wanted to see the core members' methods. Otherwise, as long as the original template is brought in, the current Hulingzi may not be able to break the skin. Even with the current template, the will remains unchanged, and a will attack can solve the opponent. But he is not going to use these 2 killer moves, but is ready to hone his law perception. Chi. Fang Xing raised his hand, and a red flame emerged and turned into a spear. The tip of the spear flashed with lines of flame rules, forming a phantom of a monster, which was the fire god's wrath. As soon as this move was made, a trace of shame and anger flashed across the face of Hulingzi on the opposite side. Are you humiliating me? A whisk appeared in his hand, and waved it gently. A flame emerged and instantly turned into the shape of a blue bird. The blue bird pecked lightly, and a trace of pale flame on its beak fell on the flame beast. The flame beast cried sadly, and then disappeared. You dare to use only the 3rd level of Tao principle to deal with me? Are you looking down on me? Hulingzi said in a low voice, and his whisk fluttered gently. A trace of red flame rule power condensed, and turned into a lifelike bird. It was only the size of a palm, but the feathers and claws on its body were extremely clear, and they seemed to be made of pure flame rule power, using the power of rules to build a living body. This is the realm of the body of law. The essence of this flame bird is actually the same as the huge face of the demon prince Fu Shan before. The advantages brought by the 4th level of law perception can even cover the gap between several small realms, and even the quality of mana. Go! Hulingzi lightly pointed at Fang Xing, and the red bird flew out immediately, passing through layers of gun shadows. Fang Xing turned the tip of his gun, and star-like fire poured out. The void above his gun tip shattered, and there seemed to be a planet in the turbulent void. The planet continued to rotate, and then ignited, and turned into a star. The star's flames continued to expand, and in an instant, they engulfed the red bird. Good marksmanship. But it's a pity that your understanding of the law is too low. Outside, the green-dressed woman was puzzled. With this kind of strength, how could it be recommended by a celestial demon? Maybe it's just that I can't refuse the favor. He has a background. A human cultivator next to him sighed. For example, Kun Yuanzi. When it comes to this, all the core members can't help but be silent. Although they are called the preparations for heavenly immortals and heavenly demons, it is actually very difficult for them to achieve it in the end. On the contrary, those sons of heavenly immortals have countless treasures. Even if their understanding of the laws is a little worse, they can rely on the magic power quality improved by a large number of precious medicines and the treasures bestowed by the great powers. Their actual combat power can even be almost the same as theirs. This black dragon is so bad in actual combat, but its real body is not necessarily the same. Chirp, accompanied by the clear bird calls, the red bird seemed to be reborn in the flames of the star, and turned into a phoenix 1,000 feet in size. It came in front of Fang Xing. Beak. The child was full of white flames, and he pecked lightly. Whoosh! The void flashed. Fang Xing passed through the fire phoenix directly, and came in front of Wolingzi, and the long spear tapped continuously, like a fire tree and silver flowers, breaking the air. The second level of the void law? Wolingzi was not afraid, and the whisk moved, and the silk threads were like tree shadows, continuous, blocking the spear shadows one by one. Fang Xing keenly noticed the difference between these whisk threads, which were continuous, like water flow, constantly penetrating into the spear shadow. Water law. There is even a taste of water and fire fusion. Fusion law? As expected of a core member of Wujia Mountain. Although the perception of the water law is far inferior to the fire law, it is also quite amazing. Just as Fang Xing was sighing silently, he saw Wolingzi waving his whisk lightly, and water and fire merged and suddenly exploded. Boom! The terrifying stream of light instantly enveloped the dark man, who was the incarnation of Fang Xing thoughts, turning him into ashes. Outside the ring, a flash of light appeared, and an identical Fang Xing logged back into Wujia Mountain. Being killed in the Taishu illusionary realm was just like dying once in the game, and it had no effect on the main body. But Wolingzi's behavior of attacking without hesitation made Fang Xing know that this person was hostile to him. Haha. Fellow Taoist Black Dragon. I didn't have time to hold back at the next moment. Please forgive me. Wolingzi waved his whisk and floated over. It doesn't matter. After all, it's just a competition. Fang Xing chuckled. As for the core members who were watching, they all looked away. Some core members of the demon clan were even more disappointed. Another relative. However, since he was a relative, he should not be offended. So they seemed much more enthusiastic on the surface. But I don't know how much rejection and contempt they had in secret. Fang Xing never cared about these things, because he couldn't lose a hair anyway. And soon, the news of this battle spread in Wujia Mountain. Outside the palace of Han Tian Dasheng, the giant ape scratched his hair and watched the replay of the battle. The third level of the Tao of Fire. The second level of the Tao of Void. No matter how bad the descendant of Qing Wanyangyang is, he won't be so weak to be favored by a heavenly demon. He must have extraordinary. It seems that it is above his body? Forget it. If I have this spare time, I might as well study more stick techniques and eat a few more fairy peaches. The giant ape yawned. As expected, the core members of Wujia Mountain are all above the fourth level of Tao comprehension. In terms of elite, they are more than the true disciples of the seven-killing demon palace, and can be compared with the prince of the demon clan. In the cave, Fang Xing thought silently. This is actually quite normal. After all, the seven-killing demon palace has only one Taoist priest of the heavenly immortal realm. The seven-killing Taoist, whether it is the Qingdi Palace or even Wujia Mountain, they are all real major forces in the Qingyuan realm, with Chaos Realm in charge. The core disciples inside them naturally have higher requirements. Fang Xing didn't feel the loss of face at all, and then began to look through the time inheritance he needed. The first 3 volumes of Inch of Time, 8,000 merit points. The whole volume of the Heavenly Emperor volume, 13,000 merit points. The first part of the Spring and Autumn record, 9,000 merit points. Fang Xing spent a lot of time searching for the inheritance of the Law of Time that he needed from the vast sea of inheritances. The Book of the Heavenly Emperor is good, and it contains the most secret arts. But the price is a bit beyond the budget. But core disciples will get discounts for buying secret books for the first time. These 3 inheritances are all about the Law of Time, but they have different focuses. Inch of Time focuses more on spearmanship, interpreting the Law of Time with spearmanship. The record of Spring and Autumn is more about swordsmanship. Once the Spring and Autumn sword is out, combined with the Spring and Autumn secret arts, it can cut off the enemy's life. But the lifespan of the Yuanshan realm is 10,000 years, and the lifespan of the Tianxian realm is 10 million. Unless you happen to meet an old cultivator who is about to die, it may not be so easy to cut off a lot of lifespan. Comparatively speaking, I still prefer Inch of Time. It just so happens that I have been using the gun more recently. Fang Xing chose to buy it. After deducting the merit points, streams of light gathered and formed a black iron book in front of him. Around the black iron book, time seemed to fluctuate faintly. It is indeed the great illusion. Fang Xing sighed and turned to the first page of the black iron book. I, Black Dragon, swear by the great Tao of cause and effect that I will not reveal the inheritance. In the great illusion, any inheritance, secret technique, or secret technique book purchased, The first page is the oath of cause and effect. Fang Xing will certainly not leak it. And he swears directly, so that he can turn to the second page. Chapter 429 Assessment. I, Shi Guang, will practice a gun now. A cold-blooded man in black stood proudly in the void, with a long spear in his hand. His gun skills were fast and dangerous. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Shi Guang's gun was very long, but he used it very dangerously. Even his gun contained different powers of the laws of time, which not only accelerated but also slowed down the time for the enemy, with a combination of various secret techniques. His gun actually had a sense of time disorder. This spear is called Inch of Time. You can continue to comprehend the secret book only if you can master this move within 10 years. Otherwise, it is recommended to give up directly. Woo! After the first comprehension, Fang Xing rubbed his eyebrows. This Shi Guang is very strong. Very strong. Even his understanding of the time law seems to be better than Master Qinghua. The following few spear techniques can even freeze time. Even if it is only a region of time, it is also amazing. When he thought of this, he immediately began to look up Shi Guang's information. It turned out that ordinary members, and even formal members did not have the authority. But since he was a core member, he still found it. Shi Guang, a human cultivator from Wujia Mountain, practiced the time law. And the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm rivaled the celestial immortals, and was the Yuanshan overlord, but unfortunately, he failed to fully comprehend the time law. And when the 10,000-year deadline came, he sat down sadly. According to the evaluation of later generations, his talent was amazing and brilliant. If he took the path of other laws, he would surely become a celestial immortal. It's a pity that time made him successful and time made him fail. Time is the top-level principle. Even if one has not fully comprehended it, one can still make the soul realm rival the celestial immortal. The last step has stumped countless heroes. Is the time principle so difficult? Fang Xing sighed. It is obvious that these top-level principles are more difficult to achieve celestial immortal. But for him, as long as he can get started, the harder the better. Anyway, there is an attribute panel to grind. And the higher the difficulty, the greater the benefit after the achievement in the future. Now that I have blue and white scroll and Inch of Time, I can naturally comprehend the time principle with all my heart. And the rest of the time, I can focus on the void principle. When the time principle is comprehended to the 3rd level, and the heart of time is comprehended, I can start to break through the soul and refine the Zhulong soul. Although the Zhulong soul is difficult, it is relatively simple for me, who has a trace of Zhulong blood. Fang Xing did not accept the task or communicate, but began to comprehend the time principle with all his heart. It turns out that there are many tricks to using time acceleration to act on oneself. And there are also terrible side effects. If one's own time is accelerated, aging will inevitably accelerate. Even if one is a master of the Yuanshan realm, once one's own time is accelerated 10,000 times, he will die of old age in that year. 10,000 years of life. This is the limit of the Yuanshan realm, which is limited by the rules of heaven and earth. No matter whether it is a human demon or a demon, no matter what lifespan, as long as the realm is still the Yuanshan realm, one can only live for a maximum of 10,000 years. This is completely different from the huge gap in lifespan between ordinary people and demons. So, in Shi Guang's spear art, there is a move called time acceleration, which can accelerate the time around the enemy by billions of times, causing them to age and die instantly. It is more terrible than the spring and autumn sword that cuts off their lifespan. This move is unsolvable below the heavenly immortal realm, and it will kill you if you encounter it. But it requires a very high level of time art. In addition, there are several time secret arts in Inch of Time, all of which are quite good. One of them is the Return to Origin secret art, which can borrow mana from your future self for a period of time. After the time limit is over, a part of your mana will strangely disappear for a period of time in the future. I would like to call it the mana borrowing art. It is said that when you practice to a high level, even your injuries and status can be borrowed. Just as Fang Xing was obsessed with practice, time passed by bit. A few years later, in the Taishu illusionary realm, a subtle fluctuation suddenly woke Fang Xing up. Huh? This is... He looked and found that he had received a notice to prepare for the core member assessment. So, it's already the time for the 10-year competition? This is quite important. After all, the last 3 will be eliminated. Fang Xing yawned and put away Inch of Time. At this time, he still looked like a young man in black. But the next moment, he turned into a black and red dragon several meters long. In the core member assessment, except that you can't use treasures. All your own strengths are considered. Of course, you have to use your own templates. Otherwise you are asking for trouble. He flew forward, and the world changed instantly. There was a cloud platform in the void, vast and boundless, spanning hundreds of miles. Above the cloud platform, there were pairs of eyes. Each pair of eyes was extremely huge, like the eyes of the sky. Fang Xing was mixed in a group of core members of the demon race, looking at the human cultivators opposite. Huolingzi was also among them. 97. When it comes to this kind of assessment competition, no core member will not come. So the core members of Wujia Mountain have not yet exceeded 100? Fang Xing said to himself. Are you Daoist fellow Black Dragon? A white-haired ape scratched his cheek and asked. That's right. Fang Xing felt the gazes of other demon clan members, and didn't say much. He had been practicing in seclusion for the past few years, and had no social interaction at all. And he didn't feel any rejection at all. As for humiliating him in person, we are all smart people. No one would do such a shameful thing. Especially in such an occasion, where the heavenly demons and immortals are paying attention. If you make such a gesture, wouldn't it be clear that you are narrow-minded and unable to take on the responsibility? Even Huolingzi came over and greeted him with a smile. Dao, you Black Dragon. You must have made great progress after years of hard training. Fang Xing subconsciously glanced at the attribute panel. Space Law, 3497/20,000. Mastery, Time Law, 5623/10,000. Proficiency. Indeed. He nodded and admitted that he seemed to be quite strong. Uh-huh. I hope to meet you again this time and learn from you. Huolingzi seemed to be even more angry, but his face was smiling. You, the Stone Dragon, although you are not very powerful, you are good at making people angry. That fire spirit is also famous among the human race. But you made him so angry. The white ape next to him was overjoyed. My name is Wu Qi. We are both under the command of the great sage Han Tian. So we should get closer to each other. So it's Brother Wu. Fang Xing chatted casually for a few words, and asked the most concerned question among our core members. Which one should we be most careful of? The first core is naturally Qiongbai. It has the blood of the Emperor, and it can be called the son of the Emperor among the monsters. If we meet it, we will just admit defeat. Wu Qi pointed to a young man in a white robe, whose face was covered with scales, and his head was prominent. Fang Xing looked at it for a long time, but couldn't recognize what kind of monster it was. Others, the human cultivator Yin Futu, and the dragon Ao Xian are both very powerful. As for the rest of the people or monsters, we still have to fight them to know. Wu Qi said confidently, his words filled with domineering. After all, he is also a genius of the prince level of the monster clan. Brother Wu is domineering. Fang Xing nodded. Boom! At this time, the cloud platform of hundreds of miles suddenly split and turned into small cloud platforms. The battle list of Taishu Fantasy Realm was sent to each core member at the same time. Everyone was very busy, and the celestial beings and monsters above were even busier. So all the battles were carried out together. As for the ranking, don't worry. The boundary spirit of Taishu Fantasy Realm is the most fair and selfless, and will match the most suitable opponent for each core member. On a cloud platform, Fang Xing saw his opponent, a snake monster with a human body and a snake tail. My name is Qing Wu. Are you Black Dragon? Qing Wu's face flashed with joy. It's great to meet you as an opponent. Fang Xing secretly rolled his eyes, knowing that there is an elimination system for the ranking of core members. It is naturally a good thing to be able to easily win against a weak opponent. But I am not a weak one. He roared and rushed out instantly, and every scale seemed to blend into the void, with a unique beauty in his body movements. A black and red dragon of more than 20 meters emerged, roaming in the void, and suddenly swung out a claw. Swish! The silver-white line of the void rule emerged, breaking the void. The third level of the void rule? Qing Wu's expression became solemn, waving the two swords in his hands. His weapon is a pair of scimitars. The style is exactly the same as the Yuanshan treasure he owns, but the power is far inferior. Only the ordinary level of the 9th level of the mortal realm. In the void, dark green moonlight emerged one after another, one piece after another. Lines of wind rules emerged one after another, and even entangled continuously, turning into a moon python. Chi Chi, the moon python, which was completely constructed of the silk of the law, was lifelike, spitting out its tongue, and its body was incredibly flexible. It opened its bloody mouth, as if it was about to swallow Fang Xing in one gulp. Whoosh! Fang Xing dodged the giant python with a flash of air, and his claws, which were emitting a faint silver-white light, instantly broke through a certain limit, swung open 2 scimitars, and pressed on Qing Wu's forehead. Puff! The opponent's head exploded immediately, and the headless corpse fell to the ground and quickly dissipated. That is, how is it possible? How can the 3rd level of the Void Principle defeat the 4th level of the Wind Principle? White Ape Wuchi had just defeated his opponent and saw this scene, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The law of time. Inch of time? That looks like claws. But is it actually spears? Yun Fudu, dressed in a white robe, had already defeated his opponent. Seeing this, he smiled slightly. It seems that this black dragon was hiding its strength before. Otherwise Huolingzi would never be able to defeat it easily. Humph! Is this also a dragon? A white jade-like dragon spoke, and it actually made a woman's voice. It was Ao Xian. She looked at Fang Xing Black Dragon, but her expression was a little inexplicable. Although the other party looked like a mutant stone dragon, it actually gave her a palpitation illusion just now. Illusion? It's a pity, after all. This is just a pseudo-body constructed by the Great Illusion. If you meet it in the Qingyuan realm, you should be able to sense it more clearly. Ao Xian glanced at the black and red dragon and remembered its appearance firmly in his heart. Chapter 430. Fight again. What? 1. Huolingzi was fighting with a demon tiger prince. When he scanned with his spiritual sense, he saw that the black dragon had won, and he was shocked. But at this moment, the demon tiger on the opposite side seized the opportunity, and a secret pattern of the word king appeared on its forehead. A white-browed tiger with hanging eyes jumped out of the void, turned into a spiritual sense attack, and rushed into Huolingzi's sea of consciousness. The innate magical power of the royal family in the tiger clan Tiger Roar? Huolingzi thought it was not good, and there were already spiritual powers in his sea of consciousness that turned into defense. But it was too late. At the moment when he was distracted by defense, a terrifying tiger claw fell, tearing the whisk in his hand and leaving a deep blood mark on his chest. A huge force came, and when Huolingzi came to his senses, he was already outside his own cloud platform. I actually lost? Damn it. I could have won. A trace of cold sweat oozed from Huolingzi's forehead. It's not good. As for the core members' identities, except for the 3 strongest ones, the other core members will definitely not admit defeat voluntarily, but will seize the opportunity to fight to the death. In the words of Baiyuan Wuchi, they are all core members. Who is afraid of whom? Huolingzi's strength is considered to be medium and low among the core members. Now that he lost the first game, it will be very dangerous later. If he is not careful and falls into the last 3 places, he will be finished. After Fang Xing won, it didn't take long for him to welcome his second opponent, the green-dressed woman who followed Huolingzi. Although she looked weak, she practiced the law of destruction and was extremely fierce. He still did not use his own terrifying physique, but just honed his own law moves. Even so, his claws were still better than the weapons provided in the illusion, and it would be embarrassing if he accidentally crushed them. Swish! A stream of destructive light fell, and the woman in the green dress was dancing with a black sword in her hand. A 3-headed, 6-armed, red-eyed god and demon suddenly appeared behind her. It's Yu Xian's best soul attack technique. Huolingzi was also in the second battle. When his consciousness swept over it, he was immediately delighted. This is Yu Xian's best god and demon anger. She will definitely win. But the next moment, he saw Fang Xing seem to be completely unaffected, and he whipped Yu Xian with his tail, knocking the woman out of the cloud platform. Impossible. Even though he had warned himself in his heart, Huolingzi was still slightly distracted. Perhaps for many cultivators, this flaw is not a flaw, but for geniuses of the same level, Huolingzi's shock at this moment is equivalent to selling his head. Puff! A green spear instantly pierced Huolingzi. Not good. Huolingzi appeared again, with a very bitter look on his face. I can't lose again. No matter who the black dragon meets next time, I must not be distracted. When he made up his mind and came to the cloud platform, he saw his opponent this time, and his heart was bitter. The enemy standing in front of him, wearing a white robe, with scales on his face, and a prominent position, was none other than Qiongbai, the first core member. I admit defeat. Huolingzi felt bitter in his mouth, and a sense of urgency rose up. If he continued to lose like this, he might really fall into the bottom 3. Is this the last game? Fang Xing won and lost in the next few games. Once he found that the opponent's Dao principal power had merits, and was better than his own, he would simply admit defeat, and never rely on physical strength to crush and bully others. He flapped his wings, flew to the cloud platform, and saw an acquaintance. The other person had long red hair, and a very ugly face. Only when he saw Fang Xing did he show a hint of joy. It was Huolingzi. Fellow Taoist Huolingzi. We are really destined to meet. Fang Xing smiled. He looked up, and saw those pairs of eyes that were as cold and ruthless as the way of heaven. He couldn't even tell which pair belonged to the great sage Han Tian. Intentional? Or unintentional? The Taishu spirit was also created by humans. Maybe it was selfless. But as long as the master order came, it would be done as it should be. Just as he was thinking, Huolingzi in front of him had already taken the initiative. Water and fire are ruthless, melting. Huolingzi's long red hair danced wildly, and he waved his whisk fiercely. The sky was full of white silk with the artistic conception of endless water, and there was the sound of thousands of red birds singing. A flaming phoenix appeared, which was the realm of the body of law. The flaming phoenix was surrounded by water, which was obviously the same source of water and fire, and fell down suddenly. Whoosh! Fang Xing wandered in the void, and suddenly broke through the air and flashed in front of Huolingzi. And it was his best black dragon rider. I've been waiting for a long time. Huolingzi's eyes lit up. One pupil seemed to turn into the sun, and the other pupil turned into the moon. The sun and moon pupils carried the power of spiritual attack and fell on Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. On Huolingzi's body, a translucent water armor with flames burning inside emerged. Water dragons and fire phoenixes danced wildly and rushed towards Fang Xing. Others have not delayed in the past few years. Huolingzi has come a long way on the road of integrating the laws of water and fire. Is this some kind of forbidden air power? It seems that the air-breaking flash cannot be performed. Fang Xing heart moved when he saw Huolingzi's proud smile. I already knew that you were good at air-breaking flash, and I specially created this water-fire cage to best restrain air-breaking flash. Now, lose. Huolingzi's heart surged. As long as he won this game, even if the ranking was ugly, he would not fall into the bottom 3. The whisk in his hand exploded, and countless fire phoenixes and water dragons roared and roared, fused with each other and exploded. The blue-red light almost drowned Fang Xing. But in the next moment, whoosh! Fang Xing moved and disappeared directly from the water-fire cage. Then, he came behind Huolingzi and pressed out with a claw. This was not a flash through the air, but a teleportation. It was a teleportation that was enough to ignore the water and fire cage. During this claw, his own time seemed to be accelerated 3 times. In other words, the speed increased 3 times. In a fight, a difference of 10% or 20% in speed is a huge gap, not to mention several times. When Huolingzi reacted, Fang Xing Dragon Claw had already touched the water and fire armor on his body. Not good. Huolingzi's face changed, but he could only mobilize his magic power. The real body template he used had reached the upper level of magic power, and the power of the water and fire armor was far beyond what he had shown before. But the sound of the Yangtze River rushing suddenly came from Fang Xing Dragon Claw. The black water surged and defeated the water and fire armor on Huolingzi's body. The dragon claw went straight through his back and grabbed a still beating bright red heart. Huolingzi lowered his head, and a bitter smile flashed across his face. Then, he was swept by the space storm and shattered into countless pieces. Qingyuan realm? In a Taoist palace. No! A terrible wail suddenly resounded throughout the Taoist palace. Huolingzi's long red hair danced wildly, as if it was about to burn directly. Black Dragon! My core members! He roared. And just as he was about to log into the great illusion, a prompt appeared. You are no longer a core member. You can't use the special template. Now you can choose template. Defeated. Huolingzi's anger dissipated, as if his spine was pulled out, and he fell to the ground. After this trip, I can't challenge the core members within 100 years. My resources are reduced by half, and the probability of becoming a celestial being in the future will be reduced by at least 50%. Damn it! At this time, he really wanted to kill Black Dragon, or defect to Wujia Mountain. But thinking of those high eyes that looked like the way of heaven, He had no idea at all, and could only clench his fists. I am not young anymore. I will be nearly 500 years old in 100 years. It will be useless even if I become a core member. Now, I should break through the Yuanshan realm. Yuanshan lives for 10,000 years. There will be many opportunities in the future. I can still turn things around. Those who can become core members are not only strong and talented, but also have good character. At least they have unyielding perseverance. Otherwise, there is no hope of becoming a celestial being. Congratulations, Black Dragon. The core member ranks 77th. The cloud platform dissipated, indicating that the core member assessment was over. White Ape Wuchi walked to Fang Xing and congratulated him. You can defeat several core members with the 3rd level of the perception of the Tao. You are awesome. The perception of the Tao is important. But it is not everything. Fang Xing shook his head. After fighting with many geniuses this time, he had a lot of understanding and perception of the laws of time and the void. It seems that you should be the royal blood. Wuchi sighed. Royal blood? Emperor blood, after a little practice. The basics alone are beyond the reach of those of the royal blood. No, you are wrong. In fact, I was just ordinary blood before. Fang Xing complained in his heart. And his truly powerful physique had never been shown. For us, blood will probably become a shackle in the end. He sighed. But at least this is a matter after the heavenly demon. And he is not a real black dragon. So he naturally does not care too much. Well, let's not talk about this. Do you have any ideas for missions recently? Wuchi said. Over at the Taogu Secret Realm, the Fairy Peach Forest is about to mature again. I plan to go there to earn some merit points. Do you want to come with me? Taogu Secret Realm? Fang Xing has naturally heard of the name of this secret realm, which is information that only core members can access. This secret realm was also left behind by a great man in the heavenly immortal realm, and was discovered and occupied by Wujia Mountain and Qingdi Palace. It produces a special kind of peach, which is not only unique in taste, but also contains many benefits. One green peach is worth 1,000 merit points, and one red peach is worth 10,000 merit points. Wujia Mountain will take as many as it can. Of course, the greater reputation is that the Taogu secret realm is very dangerous inside, and only cultivators below the Yuanshan realm are allowed to enter. The last core disciple died in the Taogu secret realm. You should go. Right? We are all descendants of the great Saint Hun Tian, so it's a good time to pick more red peaches to honor our ancestors. Wuchi grinned, his monkey face full of shrewdness. Chapter 431 Green and Red Peaches. It seems that you, Dao's friend, also want to go to the Peach Valley secret realm? Fang Xing smiled slightly. You especially want to go with me? Of course. Wuchi did not hide anything. You can escape the water and fire cage. And you have mastered the art of teleportation. As long as I am with you, I can escape even if I encounter a strong man in the Yuanshan realm. Going to a mere Peach Valley secret realm is naturally safer. If I don't act earlier, you might be invited away by others. This group of core members are all capable of fighting Yuanshan in the mortal realm, but most of their opponents are below the 3rd level of Yuanshan. If they encounter Yuanshan above the 4th level, the outcome is unpredictable. If they encounter Yuanshan above the 7th level, 9 out of 9 of them will die. After all, Yuanshan masters not only have much more mana quality and quantity than mortal cultivators, but their own law perception is often above the 4th level. If these core members are promoted to Yuanshan, they can probably easily match Yuanshan 5th or 6th level cultivators. But if you encounter a soul above the 7th level, you still have to wait and see. After all, the soul realm of ordinary casual cultivators, the soul realm of powerful forces, and even the soul realm of true disciples, as well as the final soul realm overlord, are completely different concepts. In this case, I will accompany Brother Wu to try it. Fang Xing nodded. The Taogu secret realm, which is limited to ordinary cultivators, is just like the Qinhua's small world. With his current strength, almost no one is afraid. Even those powerful direct bloodlines, who are like their own sons, can only give a life-saving trump card at most. And it is impossible to give any powerful treasures, just like the life-saving talisman that Queen Qinhua gave him at the end. If you give a treasure that is too beyond the specification, it will only make people useless in the end. A true strongman can only grow up in actual combat. Just when Fang Xing was about to leave, he was shocked to find that he had become a hot commodity. Not only the demon clan, But also many cultivators from the human clan came to invite him to complete the Wujia Mountain mission together. After all, now through the actual combat assessment, it has been confirmed that he has the strength of a core member. These geniuses are arrogant, and only like to associate with geniuses of the same level. And the teleportation technique he exposed is almost a first-class life-saving magical power in the mortal realm. As a teammate, support, and escapability are even more amazing. It can be said that with him in the team, even if they encounter a team of princes from the Qingdi Palace, they are not afraid. Brother Black Dragon, my sister Hu Jionyang is polite. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, a core member of the demon clan had come over. His appearance is pure, but he has a completely unmatched hot body. More importantly, there are 6 fluffy and thick fox tails behind him, swaying in the wind. Hu Dao Yu. Fang Xing lowered his dragon head and greeted him. After all, they are all demons, and they don't hit smiling people. I wonder if you have ever heard of the Wanhua secret realm. The ice spirit liquid produced there is very effective. It is very beneficial for spiritual cultivation, Hu Jiomei said with a charming look. Well, I have heard a little bit about it. But unfortunately, I have already promised Wu Qi Wu Dao Yu. Fang Xing regretfully refused. Next time if you are free, we can go together. He still knows about some special secret realm outputs. There are many rare and precious things among them. The ice spirit liquid is one of them. However, only core members can know about this kind of benefit. Other ordinary, formal members, I am afraid it is difficult to even obtain the qualification to enter the secret realm. After politely rejecting several waves of people, Fang Xing and Wu Qi made an appointment to meet offline, and then go to Taogu's secret realm together. Qingyuan realm? Somewhere. Roar, roar, roar. The ground cracked, and a 1,000-meter-long black dragon flew out. Its scales were black and red, and its body was shining with stars. Its powerful blood and physique even caused the surrounding void to crack. After sleeping for so many years, it's time to move. Fang Xing stretched out his dragon claws and wings wantonly, feeling extremely comfortable. In the past few years, when his consciousness was immersed in the Taishu illusion, his body directly found a cave in the wilderness and dug it. And then, he has been sleeping ever since. The place agreed with Wu Qi is still a little far away, but it's easy to teleport there. Fang Xing nodded, and his thoughts moved. Hua la la. His body shrank suddenly, becoming only about 20 meters, and the terrifying physical aura on his body also calmed down. Then, silver light flashed in the void, and his figure directly drilled into the Taishu, followed by the illusionary layer. After moving a little distance, Fang Xing returned to the Qingyuan realm and found that he had already changed to the human world. The place where he was a valley surrounded by flowers, and there was no one around. Get up, Fang Xing shouted, and a piece of rock parted, revealing an ancient token. The token flew up automatically and landed in front of him. It was shining, and suddenly Song Zhong's voice came out, Master. Well, what happened recently? Fang Xing asked casually. I have broken through the Yuanshan realm and become the elder of the 7-killing demon palace. Song Zhong hurriedly said, but the demon prince Fu Shan has been chasing me relentlessly. He has been trying to use all kinds of power to suppress me. Now I have a hard time in the 7-killing demon palace. If the 7-killing demon palace and the Shishi department were not hostile forces, even if he was promoted to the Yuanshan realm, he would probably die. And facing the entire Qingdi palace, there is no doubt that the 7-killing demon palace is at a disadvantage. Of course, this is the case when Song Zhong has already been promoted to the Yuanshan realm. Otherwise, he might have died inexplicably. After all, Fang Xing believes that the Qingdi palace must have a certain amount of secret spies in the 7-killing demon palace. And the Yuanma sect must also have secret agents in the Qingdi palace. As for the 7-killing demon palace, it's hard to say. It's too small. Fu Shan? If you want to die, then send him to die. Fang Xing said, I know you don't dare to leave the 7-killing demon palace now. But this time, you go directly to Taogu's secret realm, and spread the news quietly. Wujia Mountain had a dispute with Qingdi Palace in Taogu's secret realm. Last time, Kun Yuanzi, a core member of Wujia Mountain, who is equivalent to the prince of the demon clan, died in Taogu's secret realm, and Wujia Mountain didn't retaliate. This time, a demon clan prince died, and Wujia Mountain would only applaud. Yes, as a sole servant, Song Zhong would never refuse any order from Fang Xing. He would only execute it. Regardless of everything, Fang Xing crushed the communication token. And with a thought, he teleported again. Outside a huge mountain, countless demon apes jumped and played between the mountains and forests. A white ape carrying a black iron rod suddenly looked up. A silver light flashed in the void, and a black dragon more than 20 meters long emerged. Brother Wu. Haha. Brother Black Dragon. Your teleportation technique is indeed unparalleled in the world. If I were to hurry on my way, I don't know how long it would take. Wu Qi laughed loudly. The Qingyuan realm is full of dangers, and many places have special restrictions or barriers. Fang Xing shook his head and looked at the giant mountain with a trace of awe in his eyes. This is the 100-Monkey Mountain, where the great sage Hun Tian is located. The mountain is about 9 light-years high, and is a well-known force in the entire Qingyuan realm. He was stupid to teleport directly into it. That would be an offense to the heavenly demon. Besides, he couldn't teleport in at all. He just teleported outside the range of the giant mountain, which was equivalent to picking someone up at the door. Haha. I have to trouble Brother Black Dragon to take me with me. Let's go to Taogu's secret realm together. Wu Qi seemed to be a little nostalgic. I haven't tasted the green and red peaches for a long time. Although the ones in Taishu Fantasy Realm are good, they are not as good as the real peaches after all. Yes, one green peach can purify mana and upgrade low-grade mana to medium-grade. Taking more can even upgrade medium-grade mana to high-grade. Fang Xing was shocked when he thought of the specialties of Taogu's secret realm. The real powerful one is the red peach, which has the potential to purify high-grade mana into immortal-grade mana. Indeed, but the right way is to cultivate mana. Otherwise relying on external objects to purify mana. Once the realm is upgraded, it will fall back to the same level as it was upgraded. Wu Qi shook his head. Fang Xing understood. In addition to blood, the only thing that can really improve the quality of mana in the world is the cultivation method. For example, he still has top-grade mana now. There are techniques for cultivating immortal mana, which are an inch of time, but it still requires practice and comprehension. But now, as long as he swallows a red peach, he can almost upgrade his mana to immortal. However, although such mana is powerful, it is not obtained by his own practice. When he breaks through the Yuanshan realm, the quality and quantity of mana will increase dramatically, and the quality of mana may drop to top grade. Of course, it is the top grade of the Yuanshan realm, which is stronger than the immortal of the mortal realm. If you want to become an immortal of the Yuanshan realm, you must either continue to take red peaches, or upgrade yourself to Emperor Blood, or even successfully practice the immortal method. And if you have Emperor Blood, or practice the immortal method, then no matter how your realm is improved, it is immortal mana. Even so, these green and red peaches are like a long-awaited rain for many mortals and Yuanshan realm cultivators with poor qualifications and comprehension. Of course, for core members like Fang Xing, the biggest use is that it is delicious and can be exchanged for many merit points. Even for core members like them, merit points are not enough. Apart from other things, after breaking through the Yuanshan realm, if you want to break through quickly, you need a large amount of Yuanshan liquid. The consumption of upgrading from the first level of Yuanshan to the 9th level of Yuanshan is simply an astronomical figure. Even the heavenly demons and immortals will feel a little painful. Most core members, even if they break through the Yuanshan realm, rely on their own silent cultivation. Anyway, the giants in the Yuanshan realm have a lifespan of 10,000 years, which is enough. Only in some special circumstances will Yuanshan liquid be used. Brother Wu, let's go! Fang Xing opened his dragon claws and let the white ape jump lightly and stand in the dragon claws. Then he saluted to the 100 Monkeys Mountain, flicked his tail, and disappeared. On the Monkey Mountain, a giant ape standing up silently watched this scene and watched the black dragon leave. Chapter 432, Taogu's Secret Realm. This secret realm is located in a valley, with cliffs on both sides several light years high. The wind of annihilation blows all year round, and even masters of the Yuanshan realm will be blown to ashes. There are only 2 places to enter the valley: the entrance and the end of the valley. Among them, Taoyuan Fort at the entrance of the valley is occupied by Wujie Mountain, and Taoweiyuan at the end of the valley is in the hands of Qingdi Palace. Taogu naturally became the place where Wujie Mountain and Qingdi Palace disciples fought. Even core disciples have fallen in it. One day, a flash of light appeared, and a black dragon and a white ape appeared. Is this Taoyuan Fort? Fang Xing looked at the dark city in front of him, with a hint of solemnity on his dragon face. Yes, this Taoyuan castle is a war weapon made by several great men in Wujia Mountain. Even if there are strong men in the heavenly immortal realm, it can last for a while. As many ordinary Yuanshan realm has come, as many will die. White Ape Wuchi said carelessly. At this moment, a stream of light flew in from the outside world, revealing one of them, who was Song Dong. Master. Song Zhong saluted respectfully, and then was put into a space equipment by Fong Xing. This space equipment was exchanged by Fong Xing from Wujia Mountain with merit points. It is somewhat similar to the Wuji Demon Palace. The internal void is not large, but it can store living things. This is? Wuchi asked in confusion. This is a human pet I collected. Fong Xing said directly. I am going to use it to lure out a demon prince of the Qingdi Palace. But your human pet is already in the Yuanshan realm, and it can't be brought into the Taogu secret realm at all? White Ape was a little confused. No need to bring it in. Just hide it outside, Fong Xing said indifferently. He has been practicing the secret art of breaking cause and effect for some time. This secret art can not only be used on oneself, but also on outsiders. After Song Zhong is shielded, there is a 99% chance that the line of cause and effect will not be broken and will point to himself. After all, I was the real murderer who caused the death of Fu Shan's brother. When I entered the Taogu secret realm, the demon prince had already come. Would he not enter the Taogu secret realm? No. The other party would only feel more at ease. After all, there would be no Yuanshan realm cultivators in the Taogu secret realm, and it would be safe. TSK. You are so sinister. But I like it. Wuchi smacked his lips. Last time Kun Yuanzi died in the Taogu secret realm. If we can retaliate, we will definitely please those big guys above. And maybe they will accept him as a disciple. Being accepted as a disciple by a celestial fairy or celestial demon is the dream of many core members. After all, although they say they have the opportunity to impact celestial fairies and celestial demons, in fact, they are very slim. Hundreds of core members may not be able to produce a celestial fairy or celestial demon, unless it is the emperor's son. The possibility of becoming a demon king is greater. There are very few people who can reach the height of Shiguang, and being a celestial demon disciple is enough to feel satisfied. Haha. I don't have such an idea. It's enough to get more peaches. Fong Xing laughed. Fong Xing and Wu Qi were both core members of Wujia Mountain. They were allowed to go to Taoyuan Castle after a brief inspection. After passing through layers of barriers, they came to the Taogu secret realm. The secret realm was lush and green, with fog all around, and many mountains, rivers and lakes looming. What was even more surprising was that there was a scent of peach blossoms in the air. Fong Xing flapped his wings and came to the edge of a jade-like lake. There was also a peach forest growing by the lake, and many peach branches had already borne abundant fruits. TSK. The peaches in the Peach Valley secret realm are the most delicious. Wuchi picked one and took a bite. Sweet. You want to try it? This white peach has no effect. It just tastes good. Compared with the green and red peaches, it is far inferior. Who? When Fong Xing opened his mouth, a whirlwind seemed to be stirred up in the dragon's kiss, turning into an eye of the wind. A large amount of white peach was sucked into his mouth, like a dragon sucking water, and barely made up a mouthful. Crack! Crack! His sharp teeth clenched, and a lot of sweet and delicious peach juice exploded between his lips and teeth. His eyes lit up. It really tastes good. Haha. This is just an ordinary product. It's everywhere in the Taogu secret realm. Go another 9 trillion miles ahead, and you will reach the core area. There are scattered peach trees in the core area. There is one in the middle, which is a spiritual root of heaven and earth. It is so powerful that we can't get close to its body at all. But according to the agreement, that spiritual root of heaven and earth will occasionally throw out green and red peaches, allowing us to fight with the Qingdi Palace for it. Throw out? Fong Xing became interested. Of course. You don't think that the spiritual root of heaven and earth that can give birth to green and red peaches has not yet become a demon? Right. That spiritual root of heaven and earth peach tree can be said to be the only tree demon in the Taogu secret realm that is broken through the restrictions and is not affected by strength. It is rumored that its strength is terrible. Although it cannot move, it has the strength of a Yuanshan overlord within its coverage area. A trace of fear appeared on the white ape's face when this secret realm was discovered. The tree demon signed a contract with the great powers of our Wujia Mountain and Qingdi Palace. and would not attack us ordinary cultivators. When the peaches were ripe, they would occasionally throw some to us. But the tree demon has a bad temper. He would definitely choose the time when we met the demons of the Qingdi Palace and deliberately send us peaches, just to provoke a death fight between us and have some fun. Fun? Fang Xing smiled, feeling a little helpless. For the Yuanshan realm overlord, even the death fight between the core members and the demon prince is just a little fun in the boring and long life. Then, let's go! He grabbed the white ape and his consciousness entered the Taishu layer, and then rose to the Huanshu layer. From a higher dimensional perspective, he saw the entire Taogu's secret realm, which was indeed extremely vast. More importantly, in the center of the Taogu's secret realm, there was an indescribable huge peach tree. The tree is thousands of miles high, blocking out the sky and the sun. In the area covered by the peach tree, even teleportation is a luxury. You are worthy of being the Yuanshan overlord. Fang Xing did not provoke, but teleported outside the coverage of the peach tree. Shwa shwa. Two figures emerged, looking at the peach tree that blocked out the sky and the sun. We are here. The core area. Only by reaching the tree can you pick up green and red peaches, of course. The probability of encountering the demons of the Qingdi Palace is also the highest. Which he said, when the fight starts, I will attack and you will support, if you are defeated. Remember to take me with you. Yes. Fang Xing nodded, and the ape and the dragon entered the coverage of the peach tree. The sky suddenly turned gray, and it was the tree canopy that blocked the light in the sky. The fog around became thicker, and even with Fang Xing consciousness, he could only barely see through the 10-mile range. Huh? Suddenly, Fang Xing exclaimed in surprise and flicked his tail. Whoosh! Amid the howling wind, a cloud of mist dispersed, revealing a green peach. This peach was about the size of a fist, with a jade-green skin and some lines on the surface. Just smelling it made people feel refreshed. Without much hesitation, Fang Xing stuffed this green peach into his mouth. A completely different taste from the white peach came, which made him unable to help but slurp it. And then the peach in his mouth disappeared. Instead, there was a warm feeling on the dragon's body, and the mana in his body seemed to be purified a little bit. It's really good to have 1,000 merit points. Fang Xing was a little surprised. For those with ordinary blood, or even ordinary human cultivators, such a rare thing is a thing that can change fate, even if the demon race has ordinary blood. After swallowing one, at least in the ordinary realm, it can be comparable to the foundation of king blood, even after being promoted to the Yuanshan realm. Swallowing at most 10 or 8 more can purify it into medium-grade mana again and lay a solid foundation. Haha. Black Dragon. You are lucky. You can get green peaches when you come here. When I first came here, I wandered around here for a month and got nothing. Then I met a few monsters from the Green Emperor Palace. After a big fight, I found a red peach. Wuqi was very emotional. It seems, if you want to get the red peach, you have to make trouble. Fang Xing probably understood the bad taste of a certain tree monster. That's the reason. Whenever we meet the monsters of the Green Emperor Palace and have a big fight, we are probably not far from finding the red peach. Wuqi also sighed when he said this. Fang Xing's mind moved and he looked at the pillar of heaven not far away. Although it was separated by thousands of miles, the pillar of heaven still stood tall at this time, like half of a giant wall. On the old and twisted wall, there was even a sharp face, as if overlooking everything. Just when Fang Xing and the other monsters were exploring the secret realm of Taogu, near the entrance of Taoyuan, Fu Shan, the prince of the Shishi department of the Qing Emperor Palace, also walked into the Taogu secret realm. In his hand, he was twisting an inexplicable thread. The thread of cause and effect points to the core direction of the Taogu secret realm. Song Zhong has already lost his soul, so it is impossible for him to enter. What's more, the elders of the 7 Killing Demon Palace are not qualified to enter the Taogu secret realm. So, is this the real mastermind behind the scenes? Fu Shan felt a hint of danger. As a high-level cultivator, there is always a kind of premonition in the dark. If he was in the outside world, he might have returned to the Qing Emperor Palace long ago, or even called for help from the strong men of the Qing Emperor Palace. But in the Taogu secret realm, he didn't think he was worse than any 9th-level mortal. What's more, young master, a snakeman flew over. Looking extremely respectful, it has been checked. Xiong Bai is active in Tianpu City. He just showed up yesterday. Yun Futu is in seclusion, and only Ao Xian is missing. He may be in a secret realm somewhere, among the core members of Wujia Mountain. The only one who can be my enemy is Qiongbai. Fu Shan was relieved immediately. In fact, Qiongbai in Wujia Mountain is equivalent to an emperor's son. He has an overwhelming advantage over the other princes, and can even kill them. In other words, even if Fu Shan meets Yun Futu and Aoxin, he can run away if he can't beat them. At least, he will definitely not be defeated. The only thing he may not be able to escape is Qiongbai. After hearing the exact news about Qiongbai, his eyes immediately condensed, and he turned into a stream of light and flew to the core area of Taogu. Chapter 433 Killing Under the Shadow of the Huge Peach Tree. The thick fog was hazy, with a kind of power of confusion. Fang Xing flapped his wings, constantly stirring up strong winds. Whoosh! The thick fog was stirred, occasionally revealing green mountains and emerald lakes. At this moment, the white ape Wuchi moved his nose and immediately turned into a white shadow and rushed out. The thick fog dispersed and a red peach emerged, surrounded by rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even formed a circle of red light, making it suspended in the air. Red peach? Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh that Wuchi was still quite good. At least the secret technique of smell must have been hard work. At this moment, the thick fog surged like a wave, and two wolf shadows appeared on the opposite side. They rushed like the wind, and their speed was even faster than Wuchi. A giant wolf stretched out its claws and grabbed the red peach, and the peach disappeared. Brother Wu Xia of the Qing Emperor Palace and the Tianlang tribe? Wuchi frowned and looked at the two giant wolves. When the giant wolf saw Fang Xing and the white ape, it immediately smiled coldly, and turned into two strange men wearing wolf robes, and with green eyes. It's the monster from Wujia Mountain. Humph! As a monster, you don't respect the Qing Emperor, but instead join the neutral forces. Damn it! Brother Wu Xia, don't go too far. The white ape's face was red, revealing sharp fangs, and a black stick in his hand was raised, hand over the red peaches. And I will spare you today. Otherwise, I will beat you to death with a stick. Arrogant! The two wolf-skinned and green-eyed monsters looked at each other and suddenly dispersed. One of them jumped lightly and turned into a monster wolf, with its hair standing up like barbs. A dazzling light flashed from its fur, and the lines of rules emerged, woven into a set of armor. In the blink of an eye, the giant wolf was covered with a layer of law armor. This is the perception of the body of law, applied to melee. Swish! The giant wolf's claws seemed to be covered with claws, and it pressed down suddenly. The void was directly broken, and a green wolf claw came in front of Wuchi. Shocking stick! Wuchi pointed out the black stick, as if it fixed the earth, fire, wind and water, and separated the turbulent flow in the void. Then, the black stick and the wolf claws connected, and the terrifying law marks instantly spread for dozens of miles, causing countless clouds to boil continuously. Fang Xing frowned, and saw another giant wolf jumping out of the shadows. Its fangs were extremely sharp, and it bit down. This bite seemed to carry a black hole that could swallow and crush everything. Swallowing the law, he nodded in his heart, and saw the giant wolf biting on his hind legs. Crack! Crack! Firelight flickered on countless dragon scales, and a terrifying aura rose into the sky. With just the flesh, the surrounding void was constantly fluctuating. The swallowing black line in the giant wolf's mouth fell on the black and red scales, and it actually collapsed directly. Not only that, the giant wolf howled, stepped back a few steps, and several bloody teeth fell off. It's so hard. No. Go! The demon wolf, with severely injured teeth, howled and shouted at the brothers, who were still fighting with Wuchi. They are all princes of the Tianlang tribe, so they naturally know how terrifying Fang Xing is. Just relying on the flesh, he could almost be on par with the cultivators of the 7th or 8th level of the Yuanshan realm. Such a terrifying physique. Even the royal blood can't have it. Could it be the emperor blood? No. Even the emperor blood may not have such a physique. The giant wolf merged into the wind, and its figure was about to dissipate. Want to leave now? Is it too late? A layer of illusory gray airflow appeared around Fang Xing, and he used the law of time to bless himself. In an instant, his speed increased several times, and he caught up with the giant wolf and stretched out his dragon claws. This claw not only accelerated himself, but also had the effect of slightly slowing down the opponent's time. It was the time gun method, an inch of time. Ah! The giant wolf let out a desolate wolf howl, and flying needles of the level of Yuanshan treasure emerged and fell on Fang Xing black dragon body, making a sound like rain hitting banana leaves. Crack! Crack! These flying needles were directly damaged and broke into two pieces when they came into contact with the dragon scales. Puff! The dragon claws fell in an instant with the meaning of spearmanship, and the speed was incredible. The giant wolf howled, and its head exploded directly. Bang! The huge corpse fell to the ground, and the bright red blood flowed. As a prince of the demon clan, don't you even have a life-saving trump card? Fang Xing was a little surprised, but he didn't know that the talisman given by his master Qinghua was very rare even in the heavenly demon realm. Even the prince of the Qingdi palace. Not all demons have it. What? Brother? Seeing his brother being killed, the eldest brother in Wuxia went berserk. It wailed, and its hair instantly turned blood red. And there were even traces of red thunder flashing and bouncing. The strange power of the law gathered and turned into a blood thunder. Not good. Seeing this scene, Wuqi held a black stick in his hand, and the power of the law also gathered. There was a dark round bead in the middle, and a hair was sealed in the bead. A flash of light. A white ape that looked exactly like Wuqi appeared, and was hit by the blood thunder, and turned into ashes in an instant. Die! Wuqi gathered all the shadows of his sticks in the sky, and the black stick in his hand was like a pillar supporting the sky, and hit the giant wolf's waist heavily. Crack! The giant wolf rolled over, and even though it was seriously injured, it still moved quickly and flew backwards. It was a pity that it was too late at this time. A black shadow flashed above the sky. Then, the dragon claw fell and pressed on the giant wolf's head. Puff! The dragon claw broke the bone and entered the brain, cutting through the void lines one after another. And in a blink of an eye, the prince of the Tianlang tribe was cut into pieces. So weak. Fang Xing flicked the dragon claw, letting a few drops of blood fall. Brother Black Dragon. Your physique? Wuqi was a little shocked. The Wuxia brothers are princes of the Qingdi palace. In terms of status and cultivation, they are comparable to the core members like them. As a result, two of them died in Taodu's secret realm at once. If the Tianlang tribe knew about this, there would definitely be a demon who would go crazy. Fang Xing didn't bother to care about these things. He joined Wuxia Mountain just to have a background, so as not to be killed by a powerful person. The top members of a big force. If they dare to go out and take risks, they must be prepared to fall. He picked up 2 space equipments at random. With his current attainments in the void, he could easily break the restrictions on the space treasures. Then, a red peach was taken out. Brother Wu, how about you and I split the spoils of these 2 demons equally? Fang Xing opened his mouth and looked at Wuqi. Wuqi waved his hands repeatedly. Brother Heiling has made great contributions to defeating. No. Killing Brother Wuxia this time. I will take more than 10%. He thought to himself that although he could deal with a prince, he would need to fight for at least 100 moves to defeat him. And killing him was out of the question. If Brother Wuxia came together, he would lose without winning. But I didn't expect that the Black Dragon, who was originally brought in as insurance, was definitely more powerful than the 77th core member. During the core member assessment before, Black Dragon was definitely hiding his weakness. Wuqi thought to himself. But his attitude towards Fang Xing became more respectful. The demons are not as hypocritical as humans, who only care about pragmatism. Since Black Dragon is a strong man, he deserves respect. Brother Wu, let's leave this place first. Fang Xing looked at the red peach in his hand, but felt the desire of his body. It was a natural attraction that knew that after swallowing it, he would definitely get great benefits. After refining the essence of the candle dragon, I am the royal blood, and the black water mana is also a top-grade mana. It fits the body of the Black Dragon very well. Now, with the superposition, my mana is only 1 step away from the immortal level. Maybe 1 red peach can make my mana promoted to the immortal level. Fang Xing had an idea in his mind. Since it is possible, let's improve the mana first. As for the problem of mana drop after breaking through the Yuanshan realm, that is something to be considered later. Moreover, maybe during this period of time, he has completely mastered the immortal method, and there is no need to swallow a large amount of red peaches to purify mana after the Yuanshan realm. Wuqi naturally followed his suggestion. The two immediately left the central peach tree range and rushed to the entrance of Taoyuan Fort. As long as Fang Xing left the core area, he could teleport at any time, and his safety would naturally increase greatly. He could safely refine the power of the red peaches. Just after the two monsters left, in the core area, on the huge peach tree, the wooden carved face seemed to move, and the two eyes looked at the direction where Fang Xing left, thinking, a beautiful peach forest. Peach blossoms were flying all over the sky, and the white ape was lying on the green rock with a pile of white peaches in front of him. It took a bite casually and looked at Fang Xing. Brother Black Dragon, you have it exchanged for red peaches to improve the quality of your mana? We core members have exchange quotas. It's good to improve the quality of your mana, but I was thinking about practicing at home. Fang Xing lay on the ground and swallowed the red peach in one gulp. Unlike green peaches, red peaches taste great. After entering the stomach, they turn into warm currents that permeate the limbs and bones. Fang Xing involuntarily circulated the black water mana, and it seemed that a Yangtze River was hidden in his body, mighty and majestic. And in the next moment, the Yangtze River seemed to have merged into the ocean. No matter how turbulent the Yangtze River is, compared to the deep and vast ocean, what does it count for? Is this immortal grade mana? Fang Xing raised a dragon claw. Immortal grade mana is 10 times that of top grade mana. I feel like I can beat several of my previous selves. The reason why it's not 10 or 100 times is naturally because his current combat power is above his physical strength. The 10-fold increase in mana does not have a particularly large impact on the overall situation. I feel like I am about to reach the limit of the mortal realm now. Fang Xing stood up, feeling that his mana was extremely abundant and his physical strength was amazing. His spirit had reached a certain peak. As long as the comprehension of the Tao of Time reaches the third stage, you can immediately break through the Yuanshan. Although the 9-source star body forging secret technique is only for body forging, but the physique is too strong. It also requires the soul and magic power. After the hardware is upgraded, the software must also keep up. Fang Xing was a little suspicious that the reason why he was still a little short of breaking through the neutron star level combat body before might be because he had not yet been promoted to the Yuanshan realm. Chapter 434 Peach God Peach Valley Secret Realm. Core Area. On the peach tree that covered the sky, the huge wooden sculpture face moved, and strands of emerald green emerged, gathering into a figure in the air. He looked like a young man, with green hair, wearing a pure white robe with plum blossoms printed on it. Interesting black dragon. Its bloodline is extraordinary. It should be royal blood. This feeling. Could it be the descendant of Zhulong? The young man smiled, and a green leaf emerged in his hand. On the green leaf, there were golden lines, forming several symbols. At this time, as the peach leaf burned, a green smoke emerged. In the green smoke, a terrifying monster emerged. It was as majestic as a mountain, with snow-white hair and a silver moon mark on its forehead. It was a demon king of the Heavenly Wolf clan. And it was the demon king of the Heavenly Wolf clan. God of Peach, why are you looking for me? The demon king of the Heavenly Wolf clan opened his eyes, revealing all kinds of greed, cunning, and vicious emotions. God of Peach, I just came to tell you that Brother Wuxia is dead. God of Peach said indifferently. What? The Heavenly Wolf King stood up instantly, and the terrifying breath tore through the void, as if it would descend on the Taogu's secret realm in the next moment. God of Peach still had a smile on his face without any fear, but seemed to have a hint of expectation. Who killed him? You watched him die without saving him. You are unworthy of being a demon clan. The Heavenly Wolf King sat back down again, his voice heavy as a mountain, and with the smell of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Emperor was angry, and blood flowed everywhere. Hee. The young peach god sneered several times. Yuqingdi Palace and Liangjia Mountain have occupied my master's secret realm for thousands of years. I didn't take action, but it was already based on the agreement of the year. How shameless are you? Let me take care of your demon of the Tianlang tribe? If you don't accept it, then come and try. The Tianlang Emperor was silent immediately. Although Taoshan is not a heavenly demon, his body is magical. In the core area, he is the overlord of the Yuanshan, and can rival the heavenly demon. If it rashly goes to someone else's territory, it may lose face. Losing face is secondary. If it is injured and the hostile Tianxian realm seizes the opportunity, the end will not be good. Even compared to the face of the heavenly demon, the prince of the demon clan is a cannon fodder that can be sacrificed. The last time Kun Yuanzi of Wujia Mountain died in Taogu's secret realm. Wujia Mountain didn't say anything and just admitted it. When it was the turn of the Green Emperor Palace, they were so relentless that even the Green Emperor would lose face. Oh! By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. A little fellow from the Shishi department is going to meet that evil star again and is going to die. TSK. He took the initiative to find the door. I don't know who gave him the courage. Tao Shan added fuel to the fire, with a playful smile on his face. Evil star. Could it be Qiongbai? Tianlang Emperor guessed. The only one who could easily slaughter the prince was Qiongbai in Wujia Mountain. No. It's a black dragon, Tao Shan said, and waved his hand to disperse the green smoke. With a hint of expectation in his eyes, come on. Kill. The more the better. He had no good feelings for Wujia Mountain and the Green Emperor Palace. This time he deliberately leaked the news just to see the world in chaos and blood flowing like a river. After all, when he had consciousness and cultivated his soul, thousands of years of time were boring. The Taogu secret realm is not allowed to enter the Yuanshan realm. Now the only person that the Qingdi Palace can send out is the Emperor daughter. Right? The Peach God murmured. That black dragon is not simple. When two monsters fight, one of them must be injured. It's best if both die here, and they can still be fat peaches. Here it comes. Wu Qi, who was eating peaches, heard the black dragon that was originally entrenched suddenly speak. It came back to its senses and looked in the direction of the black dragon. After waiting for a moment, it saw a stream of green light. The green light saw the two monsters at the same time and accelerated again. Not only that, it couldn't wait to attack directly, as if it was afraid that the two of them would run away. Buzz! Countless green silk threads gathered between heaven and earth, turning into a huge human face mask. Is it you? The human face looked at Fang Xing, and seemed to finally recognize him. That black dragon? It turned out to be you? Fu Shan was so angry. Originally, he just wanted to avenge his brother casually, but he didn't expect that after several shots, he would still run away. If it was just for face before, there will always be a knot in my heart if this matter is not resolved now. If this knot is not resolved, it may turn into a demon in the future. But Song Zhong was too slippery. He was rescued by the world spirit in the Qinghua small world before, and he was targeted. So he got nothing. It can be said that he was drawing water with a bamboo basket. Later, Song Zhong returned to the Seven Killings Demon Palace and broke through the Yuanshan realm to become an elder. No matter what, the Seven Killings Demon Palace is a force with a great man in the Tianxian realm. Fu Shan did not dare to kill directly, so he could only use some insiders. The result was that the hidden players in the Seven Killings Demon Palace suffered a lot of losses, and Song Zhong still became a turtle. Finally, Song Zhong went out this time and came to the Taogu secret realm. But the clues were cut off again, and according to the cause and effect connection, it actually pointed to the other party's spiritual pet black dragon. This time, do you think that you can rely on Wujia Mountain and a white ape to save you? No. No one can save you in heaven or on earth. The huge green face roared and blew out a breath. What does it have to do with me? Wu Qi was confused. I say Brother Black Dragon. Brother Black Dragon saves me. Which is more like? Finally, Fang Xing laughed and let the green wind blow all over his body. Countless green silk threads can cut the treasure of the soul, but they can't leave the slightest trace on his dragon scales. Swish! Fang Xing wandered in the void and flicked his dragon tail. The indescribable force fell on the green giant face, and it actually broke the threads of rules instantly. The green mask collapsed, revealing Fu Shan with a changed face behind. How is it possible? So strong? His scales stood up, knowing that it was no longer a question of revenge for his brother, but a question of whether he could save his own life. Fu Shan turned around immediately. His body blended into the wind, and fled 100 miles away in an instant. Want to leave? Fang Xing sneered and let Fu Shan escape. His body merged into the void and disappeared in an instant. How can a spirit pet be so strong? That kind of physique? Even the Yuanshan Realm Demon King may not be able to match it. Fu Shan ran desperately, while sending various messages for help. How can a spirit pet be so strong? And walking with the core members of Wujia Mountain? There must be a conspiracy. There must be a huge conspiracy. Unfortunately, Fu Shan had already tried his best to fly away, but he saw the void in front of him open, like a door. A black dragon more than 20 meters long flew out, and the scales on its body were black and red. Teleportation technique? It's over. Fu Shan's heart sank, and a soft sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, sword shadows appeared all over the sky, blending into the wind. The area within a radius of dozens of miles was occupied by green sword marks, and a green sky snake appeared with a hissing sound. This green sky snake was several miles long, with coldness and ruthlessness in its vertical pupils, swallowing Fang Xing in one gulp. Crack! Countless green wind blades, mixed with silk threads transformed by the power of rules, cut on the dragon scales, and then collapsed one after another. Roar! Fang Xing let out a dragon roar, and the blood and chi in his body exploded, like a star transformed into a red giant, and his body suddenly swelled, with red flames. Blazing, the sky snake was instantly blown up by the red giant, and a black dragon appeared. Die! Fang Xing stretched out his front claws, and Fu Shan suddenly felt that his speed slowed down almost by half. Time principle? Candle dragon? Fu Shan's face was gloomy. I will remember you. Swoosh! The dragon claw carried the meaning of the time gun Dao, integrating fast and slow into one, and with a sense of time disorder. It was about to pierce Fu Shan's brow. At this moment, a green scale emerged between Fu Shan's brows. This scale was azure blue, like jade, and exuded a terrifying majesty. The scale of the heavenly demon? Does this prince have something to save his life? Never mind. I can only kill him next time. The moment Fang Xing saw this scale, he knew that it was impossible to kill Fu Shan today, even if he could match the high-level cultivators of the Yuanshan realm at this time. He could not interfere with the heavenly demon's means. With two major realms missing, no matter how amazing his talent was, it was useless. But at this moment, something strange happened. A green peach leaf floated over and landed on the scales of the sky demon. The demonic energy on the scales of the sky demon dissipated instantly and was wrapped by the peach leaf. Poof! Fang Xing dragon claws had no more obstacles before them, and they directly pierced through the green armor on Fu Shan's body and his brain. Bang! Fu Shan's body fell heavily to the ground and turned into a green sky snake. The blood of the demon clan is nothing but this. Fang Xing sighed and was about to touch the corpse, when he saw peachwood roots emerging and piercing directly into the sky snake's corpse. The roots instantly turned blood red, and the sky snake's corpse shrank a lot, becoming skin and bones as if it had turned into a skeleton snake. This, Wu Qi, who came over, saw the scene, and his hairy face was shocked. Peach God? It's him. Fang Xing understood. The only one who can deal with the heavenly demon is naturally another heavenly demon. In the entire Taogu's secret realm, the only one who can counterbalance the heavenly demon's means is the Peach God. The Yuanshan realm overlord actually dared to attack the heavenly demon? No. This overlord is simply afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Did Kun Yuanzi die like this? Fang Xing looked at Fu Shan's body, which had turned into white bones, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, he looked at Wu Qi. Brother Wu, are we going to continue looking for the red peaches next? Or go back? Haha. Brother Black Dragon, you will definitely become famous for killing the 3 demon princes. Naturally you will be the leader. The white ape Wu Qi answered heroically. With Black Dragon's current strength, he can run rampant in the Taogu's secret realm. What's more, he has the teleportation skill. If he can't win, he can still run away. What is there to be afraid of? Then continue to explore the secret realm, and take more red peaches. After all, we don't know if there will be another chance, Fang Xing said with a smile. Now that part of his strength has been exposed, he will get all the benefits first. Chapter 435 The Secret Realm of the Imperial Daughter Qitao Valley. A black dragon and a white ape were walking through the mist. Suddenly, Wu Qi twitched his nose and took Fang Xing to a place. Not long after, a red light flashed and a red peach fell down. On the opposite side, 2 groups of people chased over at the same time. Is it Wu Qi and the black dragon? One group of people came from Wujia Mountain and nodded to each other when they saw each other. The other group of demons from the Qing Emperor Palace screamed strangely. Each of them used their own methods, and scattered like birds and beasts. This one is yours. Fang Xing grabbed the red peach and threw it to Wu Qi. Hee hee. The 13th one. We're really off to a great start this time. Wu Qi was so happy that he scratched his head. I've been here several times before. But I didn't have such good luck. Yes, every time we encounter an enemy, there is a chance to get red peaches. As if they are afraid that we will run away. Fang Xing said meaningfully. According to what you said, let's run quickly. Wuqi was also a smart guy. His eyes rolled. When the time comes, we will enter the Taishu's secret realm first, and ask several Yuanshan realm masters to drive a warship to escort us, to ensure a safe journey. I'm afraid they are not planning to ambush us outside, but to solve it in the secret realm. Fang Xing looked at a certain place and sighed. Here it comes. Here it comes? Wuqi looked in that direction and suddenly felt a sense of hair countdown. It saw a green stream of light flying over, and there seemed to be a beautiful figure in it. The other party was dressed in green and had ordinary facial features. There was no pupil in his eyes, just a pair of white eyes. Qingdi Palace? The imperial daughter Shurqin? Wuqi was shocked and angry. Why would she come? It should be said that she will definitely come. Otherwise the three princes of Qingdi Palace would have died in vain. Fang Xing's expression became solemn. It was really a bit outrageous that he could occasionally harvest a red peach these days. Thinking about the characteristics of Tao Shenlizi, there is no doubt that he wanted to hold him back and make a big thing. But Fang Xing also wanted to see the strength of the emperor's son. So he chose to go with the flow. Oh no! It's the imperial daughter of Qingdi Palace. Let's go! Several cultivators in Wujia Mountain were already scared to death and used all kinds of means to escape. They were able to enter the Taogu's secret realm. At least they were formal members. And their understanding of various Dao rules was extremely profound. They also cooperated with each other and practiced a combined attack secret technique. At this time, they cooperated to escape together, and the power of various Dao rules cooperated. And the escape speed was really amazing. Please leave your life. At this time, Shurqin finally spoke. Her voice was mellow and calm, as if she was talking about a dinner invitation. But the next moment, whoosh, the breeze blew, and the water was still. The void seemed to freeze at this moment, and the green light enveloped the void. Fang Xing even found that the fluctuations of the void and time that he had been able to sense became extremely obscure and difficult. In this world of breeze, it seems that only the law perception of the princess is allowed to be displayed. Apart from that, all other laws are rejected and suppressed. One thought of heaven and earth. Wuqi said angrily, go away. The so-called one thought of heaven and earth is actually the birth of one thought of law. The law of heaven and earth is the ability of the law, and the law can only be comprehended to the fifth stage, under one thought, suppressing other laws, unless you also comprehend the fifth stage. Otherwise, even if the law is comprehended, it is difficult to display it, which is equivalent to being banned by the law, and can only be slaughtered. This is the horror of the Emperor's son. Only the Emperor's son can fight against the Emperor's son, an invincible existence in the same realm. Even if the law is comprehended to this level, it is only one step away from completely understanding a law and ascending to the level of a celestial immortal or celestial demon. However, the law comprehension will always be more difficult as it progresses. The last step is even more difficult. Swish. Shurqin used a bow and arrow. She bent the bow and shot the arrow at a very fast speed. Puff puff puff. With 3 arrows, the 3 fleeing Wujia mountain monks were shot in the head with 1 arrow. Their various secret techniques and cooperation. After losing the help of the law, their power plummeted. And even if Shurqin just shot a few arrows, it was difficult to resist. Run away. When you encounter an enemy who can generate the Dao rule domain with just one thought, the most important thing is to escape from his Dao rule domain. Wuqi fled frantically, and did not forget to remind Fang Xing, as long as we escape from the Dao rule domain, we can use the power of the Dao rule again. At that time, he can let the Black Dragon take him to escape. In the Dao rule domain, being isolated from the Dao rule fluctuations does not mean that you cannot use magic power secrets. On the contrary, these can be used as usual, but without the blessing of the Dao rule perception, the power will drop sharply, unless it is a method that does not require the Dao rule at all. It can remain normal. In the Dao rule domain, Fang Xing will definitely not be able to use the teleportation technique, unless he also improves his own void Dao rule perception to the 5th level. That is, the master level of proficiency, and suppresses the opponent's Dao rule with his own void Dao rule in turn. Even so, under the Peach God's body, it is still impossible to teleport. Black Dragon, White Ape, You two killed 3 princes. Please die. Shurqin spoke softly, and pulled the longbow again. Swish. A blue rule power fell one after another, turning into light blue arrows. It is obvious that facing these 2 core members of Wujia Mountain, she also used a little more strength. Swish. 2 blue rule arrows almost instantly came in front of Fang Xing and White Ape. Shocking stick. Wuchi roared. And the black stick in his hand continued. And finally the stick shadow in the sky turned into a black line, just touching the arrowhead of the blue arrow. Kacha! The void stagnated for a moment, and the black stick broke instantly. I'm going to die. Wuchi sighed in his heart, without much fear. But his will was boiling, trying to find a ray of hope. Unfortunately, under the Dao domain, it has no chance of survival. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar came to its ears. When Wuchi came to his senses, he saw a kilometer-long black dragon Jilong entrenched, and a green arrow broke directly from the dragon's head. And this black and red dragon spread its wings, and a wing was blocking the white ape in front of it, like a huge black shield, blocking the green arrow. Hua la la. Just relying on the physique, the surrounding void was broken, and countless void turbulence surged, and it was extremely docile under the wings of the black and red dragon, like a stream of water. You are the first opponent who can make me go all out. Fang Xing roared, moved his wings, and did not retreat but advanced, and the huge body of a kilometer came over. What a strong physique! Shurqin sighed, with an extremely slender waist, dancing with the longbow in his hand. On both sides of the longbow, a moon blade emerged, turning it into a melee weapon. Her waist was graceful, as if she had turned into a flexible bow, and she shot out the bow blade in her hand. Puff! Fang Xing dragon claw fell, colliding with the moon blade on the bow, and suddenly felt a trace of pain. Puff! The moon blade flashed with light, and it actually cut his dragon scales directly, penetrated into the flesh, and reached the dragon bone. Imperial soldier? Looking at the moon blade bow, Fang Xing made a rumbling sound. I am sorry that I won unfairly with the help of the Imperial soldier. Shurqin said the words of apology, but her figure danced gracefully, and the moon blades fell one after another, instantly making Fang Xing dragon body bleed. Her dance was light and beautiful, and every time she danced with the moon blade bow, it would leave a deep wound on Fang Xing body, like an elf dancing a death dance. Go! Fang Xing flicked his tail, and his wings fiddled with the air, and his speed suddenly increased. He grabbed the white ape and flew thousands of miles away. Today's battle made him realize that although he could fight with the Emperor's son with his physique, he was no match after all. If the opponent didn't have the Imperial weapon in his hand, it would be fine. Once he did, his physical advantage would be greatly reduced. And, with a mere 9th level cultivation in the mortal realm, he could only exert a very small part of the power of the Imperial weapon. Otherwise, today would be really dangerous. Fang Xing flapped his wings at a very fast speed, and was about to fly out of the Dao domain. Shurqin did not stop dancing, and her expression became more pious, like a female priest dancing on the altar. A series of moonlight emerged, and a terrifying monster appeared behind her. The monster's body was hazy and blurred, with 3 heads. On the leopard head in the center, there was only one vertical pupil. At this time, his vertical pupils lighted up slightly, as if connected to Shurqin's eyes, which only had the whites of his eyes. And he saw Fang Xing, who was running for his life. Use your body as a bow, and your heart as an arrow. An invisible force of will gathered and turned into an arrow, which was shot out by Shurqin. Swish! The will attack came as soon as he thought of it. Fang Xing didn't even pause, and flew directly out of the range of the Dao domain, then used the law of time, and his speed suddenly increased several times, far away from the coverage of the peach god tree, and disappeared in an instant. Back. Shurqin's face was full of surprise, and he suddenly opened his cherry mouth and spit out a small mouthful of blood. If the demon princes of the Qingyi Palace saw this scene, they would feel like the sky was falling. When did the invincible Princess Shurqin actually get beaten to vomit blood by a core member of Wujia Mountain? The secret art of will defense? After Shurqin vomited blood, her expression remained calm. I never thought. The secret art of will that I obtained in Wanku realm after going through hardships was already mastered by a disciple in Wujia Mountain. Just now, she used the secret art of will attack, which would have greatly affected even a cultivator of the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. But the black dragon was not only fine, but also injured by the backlash of will. It was obvious that he not only practiced the secret art of will, but also had a stronger will than her. I didn't expect it either. A flash of green light appeared, and the figure of the young man incarnated by the peach god appeared. With just a wave of his hand, a strange three-color peach fell in front of Shurqing. Peach god, are you going to break the contract? Shurqing did not accept the kindness of the peach god, but instead clenched the moon blade bow in his hand. I originally thought that the black dragon was just physically strong, but I didn't expect its willpower to be so terrifying. I was deceived by it. The peach god had no regrets, and just said straightforwardly, Shurqing, the most outstanding princess of the Qing Emperor Palace, are you willing to make a deal with me? Chapter 436. After Panga left the core area of Taogu's secret realm, Fang Xing sensed the fluctuations in the void and grabbed the white ape Wuqi without hesitation. With a teleportation, they came to the vicinity of Taoyuan Fort. We escaped? Wuqi's face was full of relief, and he felt like he had survived a disaster. Yes, we escaped. Fang Xing sighed. If I use the power of will and go all out, should I be able to kill Shurqing unexpectedly? No. As the daughter of the emperor, this woman is likely to become a heavenly demon, and she must have more perfect means of saving her life. The possibility of killing her is not great. On the contrary, it will attract an extremely fierce counterattack. Besides, even if I really kill her, I will be waiting for the hysterical revenge of the Qing Emperor Palace. It's better to escape. Anyway, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. If it had not been transformed into immortal magic power, I am afraid that I would not be able to escape so easily. I have contacted Wujia Mountain to ask someone to protect me and leave. Wuqi then connected to the Taishu secret realm and said, this time, we have pierced the sky. The two monsters came to Taoyuan Castle and the top of the city together, waiting silently. Not long after, the sky suddenly fluctuated. Hoo-hoo! The vitality of heaven and earth rioted and turned into earth, fire, wind and water. In the chaos, a huge ape with flaming hair came over. Its figure covered the sky and the sun, as if it was the center and everything of this world. Fang Xing looked at Wuqi next to him in surprise. Brother Wu, you are so powerful that you even invited the great sage Hun Tian to help? No. Wuqi opened his mouth and murmured, I just applied for a celestial fairy level Taishu ship. Support? Why did the ancestor come in person? You two little guys, you did a good job. The great sage Hun Tian grabbed Fang Xing and Wuqi with his furry hands, and said in a thunderous voice, I just came out of retreat this time and heard the news. I came to pick you up. Grand Sage. Wuqi saluted quickly, Junior. I am grateful. Hee. No need to be like this. I am very happy that you killed the Wuxia brother. In addition, the Heavenly Wolf King is the most shameless, and likes to hide and attack the younger generation the most. The great sage Hun Tian looked at another place and shouted, Don't you think so? In the moonlight, a giant wolf appeared, and seemed to be very afraid of the great sage Hun Tian, and walked further and further away, which he couldn't help but take a deep breath, knowing that he had walked on the edge of death again. If the great sage Hun Tian hadn't come to support it personally this time, I'm afraid it would be dead. 100 Monkey Mountain. In the vast jungle, many apes and monsters are climbing, playing, and fighting. Boom! Accompanied by the trembling of the earth, a tall figure came to the top of the 100 Monkeys Mountain. Thank you, great sage Hun Tian, for saving my life. Fang Xing hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Wuqi, you go down first. The great sage Hun Tian sat cross-legged and ordered casually. Yes, ancestor. Wuqi did not dare to have any doubts and hurriedly retreated. On the huge peak, there were only Fang Xing and the giant ape figure standing tall. You know, I only had a slight friendship with Qinghua before, and I have already done my best to recommend you as a core member before. The great sage Hun Tian said, but during the last core assessment, I felt that you were quite strong, and this trip to the Taogu secret realm made me look at you with new eyes. Fang Xing listened quietly, his expression very calm. Life is like this. There will be no good without reason. Now, should he be thankful that he has value and has become a chess piece? I wonder what the great sage wants me to do. Hei Long will definitely go all out, Fang Xing promised. Haha. The great sage Hun Tian laughed. I like your personality. You are so insightful. Have you heard of Panga's secret realm? Fang Xing consciousness connected to Taishu's secret realm and immediately found some information. This secret realm is extremely dangerous, and the next opening will be in 53 years. There are only 3 places in my Wujia mountain? From these few lines of information, he knew that this Panga's secret realm was not simple. And even the core members knew very little. So it was obvious that the confidentiality level was extremely high. Panga's secret realm allows the 9th level cultivators of the mortal realm to enter. But after entering, they can break through the Yuanshan. The great sage Hun Tian said, there are many benefits in this secret realm. There have been more than one imperial weapon in history. Fang Xing was silent. I just saw the moon blade bow. An imperial weapon, which has somewhat dampened my arrogance in body refining. And, according to previous information, if someone is gifted in body refining, they are more likely to gain benefits in the Panga's secret realm. The great sage Hun Tian smiled. Forget about Xiongbai. The next time the secret realm opens, you must eliminate Yunfudu or Aoxin, and then enter the Panga's secret realm. What do you need? Great Saint? Fang Xing asked. I want a lot. You'd better bring out an imperial weapon. Unfortunately, there's not much hope. Great Saint Hun Tian said, but the chaos wine in Panga's secret realm is a must. If you are interested, bring me a few jars. Yes. Fang Xing agreed directly. As for chaos wine, he had never heard of it. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he would ask about it later. If you can survive from Panga's secret realm, the possibility of being promoted to Heavenly Demon in the future will be greatly increased. Great Saint Hun Tian said, you seem to be taking the most difficult path of the time principle? That's right. Fang Xing admitted it directly. With the authority of Great Saint Hun Tian, he probably even knew when he exchanged inch of time. The Tao of time is too difficult and obscure, compared with other Taoists. The last step is even more difficult. The former Shiguang is the best example. If he practiced other Taoists, he would have achieved the status of a celestial being, and even the hope of achieving Tao. But he ended up wasting his life in the realm of Yuanshan Overlord. Many people who were worse than him later became celestial demons and celestial beings, with infinite lifespans. The great sage Hun Tian said, are you sure? Do you still want to take this path? Fang Xing responded in silence. He has already refined the essence of the candle dragon. At least the black dragon body is most suitable for the law of time. As for the difficulty in fully understanding in the later stage, with the attribute panel, he is least afraid of bottlenecks. Very good. Every cultivator should first have confidence in himself. If I just said it casually, you will change your own path. Then there will never be hope of becoming a heavenly demon. The great sage Hun Tian grinned. I have also comprehended the law of time, but I didn't go deep. Only to the 4th level. Next, I will demonstrate a move for you. You can feel it carefully. What is time stillness? The next moment, the great sage Hun Tian flicked a hairy finger lightly. In an instant, Fang Xing could only barely sense that the fluctuations of time seemed to be stagnant. He looked at the sky and found that it was already night without knowing when. How long have I been stopped by time? He widened his eyes, feeling nothing at all. 7 days and 7 nights. The great sage Hun Tian in front of him had disappeared, and only a giant ape stood up and came. Master has prepared a cave for you. You can practice in Bio Mountain. Here, once you buy items from Taishu Fantasy Realm, they can be delivered within 3 days at the latest. Thank you. Fang Xing followed suit and came to a cave, and then began to retreat, completely digesting the vague perception in his heart. At his stage of cultivation, his magic power has reached the level of immortals, and there is no room for improvement. The same is true for his physique. Only in terms of the perception of the law. He needs to improve the time down to the mastery stage as soon as possible, so that he can directly break through the Yuanshan realm and Panga's secret realm. Otherwise it will be fun. After all, there is a gap between the mortal realm and the Yuanshan realm. In short, if Fu Shan had broken through the Yuanshan realm and fought with Fang Xing, he might have been able to tie. Or at least he would have escaped. A breakthrough in a major realm brings an all-round increase. When Fang Xing was in seclusion, he didn't know that he had become famous in Wujia Mountain and Qingdi Palace. What? Killed 3 demon princes in a row? In the Taishu illusion, Huolingzi, who had returned to being a formal member, received this news that shocked him. Not only that, it is said that he also fought with the daughter of the Qingdi Palace. And the winner was not determined. Opposite Huolingzi was the woman in green skirt. She looked equally solemn, The current Black Dragon is probably as strong as Cheongbai. Yun Futu and Aoxian are not opponents. There are many core members who have been directly recommended. This is the first time I have seen someone who rushed so fiercely. Hee. You defeated the Black Dragon in the past. Although you failed later, you still won with honor. Huolingzi couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He felt that his resentment and calculations at the time. It was just like an idiot. So, the Black Dragon may have become as big as Cheongbai? On the core mountain, Yun Futu, dressed in a white robe, was talking to a white jade dragon face to face. Yeah. Who would have thought that the Black Dragon would rush so fast? It was only ranked 77th at the beginning. Now it seems that it has hidden so many tricks. And I don't know what kind of ancient dragon blood it is. A pleasant female voice came from the white jade dragon. Ahem. Yun Futu coughed, knowing the importance of blood to the demon race, and was afraid that the topic would turn to some bad things about borrowing seeds in the next moment. So he quickly changed the topic, now that the Black Dragon has appeared. It is obviously for the next Pangu's Secret Realm. Pangu's Secret Realm focuses on physical strength, and you demons are taking advantage of it. Cheongbai and Aoxian are both demons, and only Yun Futu is the face of the Wujia Mountain people. At this moment, I feel a little disappointed, and even a sense of danger. 53 years later, Black Dragon will definitely challenge for 3 places. Who will give up the chance then? There is no such thing as equality and face in Wujia Mountain. There must be people of the human race among the 3 places. It has always been the case that the capable go up and the incapable go down. If he loses then, he will definitely not be able to enter the Pangu's Secret Realm. Even among the top 3 now, he is the most dangerous one. Chapter 437 Pangu Order. In the blink of an eye, 53 years passed. Taishu Illusion. On the cloud platform, a kilometer-long black-red dragon was fighting with a white-scaled monster with a deer body and a dragon head. Crash! Finally, the black-red dragon pressed out with one claw and crushed the head of the monster with a deer body and a dragon head, which was similar to a unicorn. The core member assessment is over. Number 1. Black Dragon. In the Taishu Illusion, an emotionless voice announced. The second core member is Cheongbai. Number 3 Aoxian. Hearing this, Yun Futu clenched his fists. He has been working very hard for decades, but he has really reached the limit in all aspects, and it is difficult to make any progress. Unless he breaks through the Yuanshan, it is extremely difficult to make any breakthrough. But the soul cannot enter the Pangu's Secret Realm unless it breaks through after entering. Therefore, even the daughter of the Qing Emperor Palace, Qing, did not break through the soul, just to wait for the Pangu's Secret Realm to open. Compared with the benefits of the Pangu's Secret Realm, delaying the promotion of the soul for decades is definitely more beneficial than harmful. It's a pity that he has tried his best, but he can't beat those 3 perverts. Maybe I should be promoted to the soul. Yun Futu looked at the 3 demon tribes in front of him, thinking a little sadly. This black dragon is incredibly strong. It doesn't look like it was cultivated by itself. It must have used some kind of magic. Above the sky, the pairs of heavenly eyes were also communicating with each other. Humph. Black Dragon is Qinghua's disciple. Qinghua once obtained a Yandao mirror. I guess he used it to help him grow. He is really willing to give it up. If I had a Yandao mirror, I would rather use it myself than give it to my disciple. For Fan Xing, who often tried the dangerous secrets in the Qinghua scroll in the Taishu Illusion realm and bought various rare materials, he didn't mind exposing some secrets. Besides, it was not difficult to get the inheritance of the Qinghua queen, even if he would be hostile to the Qingdi palace. He had already been hostile to the Qingdi palace. The giant eye that spoke at this time belonged to another celestial demon, Xiongbai's master, so it was no wonder that his tone was sour. Hee. Don't be too harsh. Black Dragon was able to elevate the time principle to the 3rd level of perception in just a few decades, proving that he is truly gifted in the time principle. A gentle voice spoke. It was a female celestial being. Yun Futu was destined to be eliminated anyway, so they had no disputes and could make fair comments. Huntian, what do you say? The other giant eyes looked at the pair of eyes belonging to the great sage Huntian. Just follow the rules, but I will personally give more sponsorship. The great sage Huntian looked down at Fan Xing, who was standing at the head of many core members. Black Dragon. Greetings to the great sage Huntian. Fan Xing bowed his head respectfully. You become the first core member, according to the rules of the Great Illusion Realm. you automatically get a place in the Panga's secret realm. The great sage Hun Tian said. In addition, you can also choose a treasure. But I will make the decision to exchange the treasure for 99 yuan liquid. Thank you, great sage. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Once these mortal princes enter the Panga's secret realm, they will definitely break through their souls. But the difference in mana between the 1st and 9th levels of the soul is too great. Therefore, they will definitely bring enough soul fluid to facilitate a quick breakthrough in the Panga's secret realm. However, it is not easy to buy enough soul fluid. Even the heavenly demons will feel pain. 99 bottles of soul fluid are definitely a huge investment for the great sage Hun Tian. Hei Long, Xiongbai, Aoxin. The three of you should get ready. Wujia Mountain will personally send heavenly demons and immortals to send you to the Panga's secret realm with the Taishu ship later. After announcing the generous rewards, those eyes disappeared instantly. The other core members breathed a sigh of relief. And a white jade dragon came to Fang Xing. Brother Hei Long, please take care of me when you go to the secret realm this time. Compared with the two princes of Hei Long and Xiongbai, Aoxin, the prince, is more like a filler. Although her strength is quite good among the princes, she defeated Yun Futu with a little luck. Okay. We three monsters are all from Wujia Mountain. After entering Panga's secret realm, we naturally need to work together. Fang Xing dealt with a few words and returned to his true mountain. The physical prizes such as yuan and liquid will definitely be sent to Bio Mountain. But in Taishu Fantasy Realm, his authority has been updated, and he can see more information about Panga's secret realm. Some of them surprised Fang Xing. Panga's secret realm is suspected to be left by an eternal or even a transcendent. Above the Yuanshan realm is the celestial realm. Above the celestial realm is the chaos realm. And above the chaos realm is the eternal realm. As for transcendence, it is even more mysterious and unpredictable, and only spreads among the powerful. Even in the current Qingyuan realm, it is hard to say whether there are eternals. A secret realm opening may last for decades, even hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. No wonder you can be promoted to the Yuanshan realm in the secret realm. Those with a shorter lifespan can't even last for the duration of a secret realm opening. The Panga's secret realm is divided into three major areas. At the beginning, you enter the outermost Chaos Mountain. It is extremely wide and relatively safe, and you can be promoted calmly. The second area is the Ancient Temple. This temple is 9 light years high, with endless space inside. It has many tests and inheritances. Of course, it is also very dangerous. Even the son of the Yuanshan realm may die if he is not careful. However, the rewards are also very generous. It is said that the most common and most exciting prize is to comprehend the Great Tao Monument. The Great Tao Monument is different from those Tao Rule monuments. It describes the Great Tao. That is to say, the road to the Chaos Realm. Even the heavenly demons and celestial beings yearn to comprehend the Great Tao Monument once. But unfortunately, they cannot enter. In addition, there are a lot of inheritances, imperial weapons, royal weapons, and rare items. As for the most mysterious core area, anyone who enters must swear an oath and not reveal a single bit. There is no information. Fang Xing browsed it and continued to comprehend the law of time. Come out! After an unknown amount of time, a voice came into the cave. Fang Xing unconsciously exited the state of enlightenment and glanced at the attribute panel. Space Law 15682/20000 Master. Time Law 3497/20000 Master. 9 Source Star Body Forging Secret Art Black Dragon 399/400 Master. The two Great Tao Laws are both at the Master level. Time and space are indeed more difficult than ordinary Tao Laws. And the 9 Source Star Body Forging Secret Art, it is now at the Master level. But after the return of the True Spirit, it is still the same level as before. It is a pit. However, being able to experience the effects of a higher realm in advance should be of great benefit to future cultivation. That voice just now. Is it time to set off? Fang Xing flew out of the cave and saw a huge silver-white ship anchored outside the 100 Monkeys Mountain. On the deck, there were also several figures with extremely terrifying auras. Xiongbai and Aoxin's true bodies were mixed in, like huskies in a wolf pack. Go! Said Hun Tian to Sheng. Yes. Fang Xing nodded and flew to the deck of this Taishu ship. You are the only one missing. Aoxin stepped forward and greeted enthusiastically. The leaders this time are Li Tian Xian and Mo Wen Tian Yao. Before Fang Xing could answer, the Taishu ship crashed into Taishu. Crash! In front of the giant ship. The void was like a huge mirror. Shattered. Countless spatial turbulences surged and hit the surface of the ship. But they were like waves and scattered. This is the war weapon of Wujia Mountain. Even if it is only driven by Yuanshan realm, it can rival the immortals and demons. Of course, it requires the combined efforts of thousands of Yuanshan realm masters. Even so, it is a very terrifying technology. In the main universe, it is a group of professionals of the 12th realm and below who work together to create a combat power that rivals the 13th realm. This is a technology that the Blue Star Federation has never developed. Fang Xing has already obtained the design drawings and is ready to take them back to the main universe to try. Although it is definitely impossible to restore. Not to mention the difference in the basic rules of the two worlds. Those special materials may be unique to the Qingyuan realm and cannot be found in the main universe. But anyway, it is better to have an idea than nothing. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, a chaos-colored token appeared in front of him. This is the Pangu order. After arriving at the location, only cultivators holding the Pangu order, and with a cultivation level below the Yuanshan can be inspired by the secret realm. An ethereal voice sounded, Wujia Mountain will purchase all the treasures you have obtained from the Pangu secret realm at a high price. Of course, the inheritance that cannot be leaked is needless to say. Fang Xing picked up the Pangu order and saw that the token was dark green. There was a strange human figure on the front of the token, and there seemed to be countless chaos surging inside. Just as he was thinking about the material of the token, the Taishu ship had already shaken and came to the more ethereal Huanshu layer and began to move frantically. This distance has far exceeded my limit. How many trillions of light years have they moved? Fang Xing couldn't help but marvel, and even doubted whether they were still in the Qingyuan realm. We're here. Suddenly, the Taishu ship stopped and returned to the material layer. Crash! The sky was broken, and a chaotic vortex with a diameter of hundreds of light years surged. At the edge of the chaotic vortex, pavilions and towers stood proudly, and huge figures covered the sky and the sun, emitting a terrifying pressure. Qingdi Palace, Huahuang Palace, San Sect, Guiling Sect. I counted them one by one. The top forces in the Qingyuan realm are basically here. Fang Xing looked at the location of the Qingdi Palace and found that it was a sky blue palace. A deerhorn monster, whose body was even larger than the blue palace, stood outside the palace. The imperial daughter Shurqing in the palace seemed to have noticed something and cast a glance. Sure enough, this girl had not broken through the Yuanshan either, and was waiting for the opportunity of Pangu's secret realm. Fang Xing understood. Chapter 438 The Chaos Vortex of the Soul and Neutron Star Battle Body is endless, madly swallowing up the chaotic airflow around. The demons and immortals are very patient, waiting silently, and there is no idle chat, no gambling, etc. They are all old guys with infinite lifespans, who have lived for countless tens of thousands of years. Their hearts are as calm as a stone. And apart from the treasures in the Pangu secret realm, there are few things that make them excited. The Taishu ship is mixed in with many war instruments, and it looks ordinary, until a certain moment comes. It started. The ethereal voice in Fang Xing's ear reminded him. His eyes flashed, and the Pangu order floated out, turning into a stream of light, wrapping him. Then, the world changed instantly. Is this the Pangu secret realm? Fang Xing looked up and could only see the chaotic airflow, and he should be in the Chaos Mountain. When the summoned enter the Pangu secret realm, they will be in Chaos Mountain at the beginning. Chaos Mountain is vast and boundless, but the danger is the smallest. You must find a place to retreat and break through the Yuanshan immediately. Otherwise the fun will be great. Just as Fang Xing was thinking, a terrible monster suddenly found him and ran towards him. This monster has 8 legs and 16 arms. It looks weird. It is a chaos beast unique to the Pangu secret realm. Hua la la. When the chaos beast saw Fang Xing, it did not communicate at all, and its 16 arms fell down with a bang. The most common danger in the Chaos Mountains is the chaos beast. This beast has low intelligence and can only kill invaders, and it is born with the ability to comprehend the chaos law, at least the 4th level of the law body, and the slightly stronger ones have the 5th level of the one thought law life. Even if it is a mortal emperor, it will be very dangerous to be besieged by the chaos beast, and there is a possibility of falling at any time. In the Pangu secret realm, many life-saving trump cards will lose their effect. Fang Xing's body swelled instantly, turning into a kilometer-long black and red dragon, and the dragon claws pressed out. Whoosh! Each of the 16 arms seemed to be composed of the power of the chaos rules, with an indescribable terrifying force, smashing on the scales of the black and red dragon, but unable to break the defense. The black and red scales were shining with stars, and it seemed as if a red giant star was expanding. Fang Xing pressed out a claw and landed on the abdomen of the chaos beast, and the powerful physical strength burst out instantly. Roar! The chaos beast was knocked out, with a bloody hole in its abdomen, but it continued to pounce fearlessly. The two giant beasts entangled fiercely, and the void shook, affecting countless mountaintops. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Xing pressed out with his claws, hitting the chaos beast's blurry face without a mouth or nose. The chaos beast with many hands and feet paused, and then its body exploded, turning into a large amount of chaotic airflow and dissipating. Damn! I spent so much effort. If a few more come, I will be in danger, and there is no loot to take. This is also the reason why explorers don't want to conflict with chaos beasts. These chaos beasts will leave nothing behind when they die, and there is no loot at all. Fang Xing sighed, and his body became smaller. Chaos beasts usually have a sense of territory. After this one dies, there will be no second one coming in a short time. It can be used as an alternative place for retreat. His will is infinitely high, and he came to the illusion layer, wanting to observe the entire Panga's secret realm from the perspective of teleportation. But the next moment, Fang Xing found something wrong. Can't teleport out of the secret realm? This is what it should be, but the void inside has been tampered with. Although it can teleport, the maximum distance at a time is hundreds of thousands of miles. What kind of void method is this? Fang Xing was surprised. Compared to this kind of weakening, it may be easier to directly ban the void fluctuations. A few days later, inside a cave. It's time to start, Fang Xing said silently as a black dragon was entwined. As long as the comprehension of the Tao reaches the third level, it will only take a thought to achieve the Yuanshan. He had been dragging it on. Before, he was waiting for the Tao of Time to be promoted and condense the Zhulong Yuanshan. Later, he was just waiting for the Panga secret realm. Now everything is ready, and he will naturally break through directly. Boom! As soon as he thought about it, the heart of time condensed, and countless threads of time spread out from it. With the help of the comprehension of the law, Fang Xing easily attracted the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, and crossed the boundary between mortals and Yuanshan. Crash! The infinite Yuan Qi of heaven and earth rioted, pouring down like a waterfall. Fang Xing felt that his spirit and energy condensed into one, turning into a seed, sprouting in the Yuan Qi land, and about to bloom. Zhulong Yuanshan. Condense. He hurriedly operated the Zhulong Yuanshan method on the blue and white scroll, and the Zhulong essence and blood in his body were instantly attracted and injected into the seed. In a trance, Fang Xing seemed to see again the terrifying candle dragon with a human face and a snake body, traveling through the endless galaxy and fiddling with the stars. As the power of time fell, a strange soul emerged. It looked like a small candle dragon, with red scales, a human face and a dragon body, and a single eye. The candle dragon soul was accomplished. As soon as the candle dragon soul was born, it seemed to be traveling in the long river of time, allowing Fang Xing to clearly perceive the law of time. Is this the soul of this world? Once the soul is completed, my clarity of other laws will at least double. But the clarity of the law of time is 10 times. Fang Xing felt that he was a fool before, and his understanding of the law of time was like a blind man touching an elephant. If I had taken action for more than 50 years at this time, maybe the law of time would have been perfected directly. The candle dragon soul turned into a red light, and fell into the body of the kilometer-long black dragon. My mana? Fang Xing opened his eyes, and sensed his own mana. In the past 50 years, he had naturally practiced the immortal method successfully. Now that he has broken through the soul, his mana is still of immortal quality. But the total amount of mana in the first level of the Yuanshan realm is at least 100 times that of the 9th level of the mortal realm. The quality of mana is the same, although they are both immortal. The quality of Yuanshan immortal mana is at least 10 times that of mortal immortal mana. Now, if I encounter the previous Chaos Beast again, I can kill it with one claw. Unless I encounter the Chaos Beast leader, who is born with the 5th level of the Chaos Law, I need to spend a little more effort. Not only Fang Xing, But other princes who are not the unlucky ones, who are entangled by a large number of chaos beasts, when they come in will definitely break through the Yuanshan realm first, and their strength will increase dramatically. But the extent of my improvement will only be more terrifying than that of the prince. Fang Xing looked at the attribute panel, and his eyes fell on the 9 Source Star body forging secret technique. Before this secret technique could not be broken through. It was probably because it was bound by the realm. But now, dong dong, dong dong. The dull sound of the heartbeat resounded. And terrible light and heat suddenly burst out from the 1,000-meter-long scales of the black dragon Jilong, as if it turned into a red giant star at this moment. Out! Fang Xing bit a piece of void treasure, which contained the last prize. 99 cubes of Yuanshan liquid. No! In terms of quantity, even with the Yuanshan liquid he had exchanged and stored before, it would only be more than 99 cubes. On the attribute panel, the rune representing the 9 Source Star body forging secret art was blurred. 9 Source Star body forging secret art. Master Grandmaster. Buzz. In an instant, the kilometer-long black and red dragon was instantly turned into dust. Only by looking carefully can you find that each grain of dust is a star running in a specific orbit. The Master Level 9 Source Star body forging secret art requires the tempering of a neutron star battle body. The so-called neutron star is a type of celestial body with extremely high mass and density, even to a terrifying degree. Fang Xing withdrew himself in the form of Yuanshan. But he could look at his own physical advancement more coldly. No wonder the neutron star combat body cannot break through before reaching the soul realm. The body is scattered into the most basic particles. If it weren't for the soul, I would be dead. Now, it's compression. Compress everything. Fang Xing's soul is both fused and extracted, watching its basic particles madly absorb the soul fluid, and then constantly reorganize and compress into a most basic neutron star structure. Then, based on this neutron star structure, quickly replicate the whole body. In this process, the soul fluid of more than 100 squares is being consumed madly. Hoo-hoo! When everything is over, the kilometer-long black and red dragon in the cave has disappeared. Instead, there is a palm-sized black and red ing long. Although it is pocket-sized, each scale is extremely precise and has a diamond-like luster. I'm so small! How come my real body is only the size of a palm? Although the essence is concentrated, the palm-sized one is not a dragon, but an earthworm or loach. Fang Xing was speechless and didn't know where to start to complain. But after a careful experience, a new experience came. So strong. I am now so strong. If the 1,000-meter-long dragon body before was charcoal, then the palm-sized dragon body now is diamond. Concentrated to the extreme. Diamond to the extreme hardness. Now I can take the Emperor weapon with my bare hands. Although it will still break the defense. But it will definitely not be as embarrassing as last time. If I meet Shi Qing again, I can definitely pinch her. I can't pinch her. I will hit her to death. If she hasn't promoted to the soul yet. Fang Xing estimated that his current strength is probably comparable to that of the Emperor's son, who has promoted to the 9th level of the soul. And this is not his limit, because the 9 Source Star body forging secret art has been deduced to the black hole level. It is equivalent to the realm of the soul overlord. When you reach the black hole level, you can definitely take the Emperor weapon with your bare hands. No wonder the black hole level is said to be able to rival the master of the law. That is, the great power of the heavenly immortal realm. If you can rely on your physical body to fight against the imperial soldiers, you can naturally fight against the immortals and demons. This is a path for the physical body to become the master of the soul. It's interesting. I came to the Qingyuan realm and didn't think about how to improve my physical body, but I got adventures one after another. On the contrary, I stumbled on the road of law. I hope the Great Tao Monument in the ancient temple can make me realize something. Chapter 439. Sad Little Arrow Chaos Mountains. A black meteor flashed by. Puff! A fist-sized hole appeared on the body of a 7-legged and 8-armed chaos beast, which was directly pierced. It roared and instantly turned into a chaotic airflow and dissipated. Neutron Star Battle Body is the strongest way in the world, and even obtained the innate magical power of gravity. This kind of gravitational innate magical power can allow Fang Xing to manipulate the gravity within a certain range with himself as the core at will, and achieve attraction and repulsion. It is even so strong that it can crush a large number of 9th-level mortals at will. This feeling is somewhat similar to the Chaos Beast's innate understanding of the Chaos Law. Fang Xing flapped his wings, turned into a black meteor, and killed towards another Chaos Beast's territory. Roar! The Chaos Beast leader in this territory had 36 arms, a blurred face, no eyes, ears, mouth or nose, and let out a roar. Crash! A miniature chaos was formed. Its whole body was dark green, as dark as an egg, and it enveloped Fang Xing. The powerful law of chaos immediately began to repel the fluctuations of other laws. It was the 5th level of law perception, the master level realm of one thought law life. Good guy. In the past, I turned around and ran. But now? Fang Xing excitedly roared, and the black meteor continued to move forward, hitting the Chaos Beast fiercely. When his physique reached this level, he had abandoned most of his moves and skills. There was only one word: hit. With the extreme speed and extremely strong physique, it turned into the sharpest spear tip. Puff! The black meteor pierced through layers of chaos and hit the leader of the Chaos Beast. The tough body of chaos was unable to resist it all, and was pierced by Fang Xing's scales, flesh, bones, and even the origin. Crack! Fang Xing flew out from the back of the Chaos Beast, looking at the fist-sized hole that pierced through the other's body. The Chaos Beast roared and instantly turned into streams of chaos air, dispersing back to the heaven and earth. Even the Chaos Beast leader is not that strong. Although they have comprehended the laws, their physical strength and mana are not good enough in quality and quantity. After the genius of the Emperor's Son breaks through the Yuanshan realm, they can be defeated more easily. Of course, it is a one-on-one situation. Fang Xing flapped his small wings and grabbed a communication token that was almost the same size as his body, inside the Panga's secret realm. Even the connection with the Taishu illusion realm is cut off. But the effect of the secret technique used before is still there, and the location can be roughly sensed. He immediately teleported and disappeared. Somewhere in Chaos Mountain, a white jade dragon was fleeing in a panic. Shurqing, Aoxian galloped while roaring. I have sent a message to the 2 princes of this mountain. If you don't retreat, you will be doomed. The one chasing Aoxian from behind was the Princess Qing of the Qing Emperor Palace. Her eyes were full of white, and her face was expressionless. If Brother Black Dragon is willing to come, I will be very happy. We should have a return after parting that year. The moon blade bow in her hand flashed, and a series of green arrows took shape in an instant. At this time, the 2 women have already reached the realm of Yuanshan. One is only in the 5th level of Yuanshan, and the other is only in the 3rd level of Yuanshan. After all, Yuanshan fluid is so precious. Even if there is a master of Tianyao, it may not be possible to collect it with a lot of money. What's more, even if there is enough Yuanshan fluid, it will take a lot of time to absorb, practice, and break through the realm. Even if these princes and princesses are talented, it is impossible for them to reach the 9th level of Yuanshan in one breath. They may be stuck when they are promoted from the 3rd level to the 4th level, or from the 6th level to the 7th level. Even if they could break through in one breath, they might not dare to do so, making their foundation weak. Anyway, the Panga secret realm takes a long time to open, so it is the best way to take it slowly. People like Fang Xing, who don't care about anything after breaking through the Yuanshan, and put all the Yuanshan fluid into the way of body refining, are the outliers among the outliers. But his will is so strong that even if he is strengthened to the master-level neutron star battle body in one breath, he can still control it perfectly and burst out the power of the Emperor Son of the 9th level of Yuanshan. At this time in Chaos Mountain, he can almost crush all the Emperor's sons. It's a pity his enemies don't know about this. Puff! One by one, the green arrow shot out, and the white jade dragon in front of him instantly split into 9 shadows. But 8 of them were still hit and annihilated in an instant. Puff! Aoxian's body returned to the appearance of a white jade dragon, and he suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. So strong, she turned the blood into a secret technique. Bloodlight wrapped her whole body, and her speed increased, rushing into the territory of a Chaos Beast leader. Roar! The Chaos Beast roared directly, and a miniature chaos descended, enveloping Aoxian and Shurqing. Looking for death, Shurqing's eyes were pure white, and the shadow of the monster appeared behind him. Good opportunity. Aoxian breathed a sigh of relief and used her secret technique to escape again. If I hadn't been promoted to the Yuanshan and awakened several bloodline magical powers, I might have died directly. Why haven't Xiongbai and Heilong come yet? As the 3 seeds of Wujia Mountain, they must help each other. At this time, she could only hope that the two will come as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if the Chaos Beast delays time, it will be a dead word. Swoosh. Aoxian was covered in blood and flew out of the micro-chaos range. And behind her, a sky-blue world was constantly entangled with the egg-like chaos heaven and earth, eroding each other. These are two masters who have mastered the law of one thought, fighting for power. Suddenly, 9 arrows flew out and turned into a phoenix. Dancing in the sky, the phoenix fell with a bang, and suddenly split into 9 arrows, piercing the vital points of the Chaos Beast leader. The huge Chaos Beast leader, as big as a mountain, trembled, and then fell down with a bang, turning into a large amount of chaos airflow in midair. Oh no! They are catching up. Aoxian cried out in her heart and increased her speed again. But the next moment, she seemed to be shot by an invisible arrow. Her soul was shaken, and she fell from midair. My soul's secret treasure. No. It's the arrow of will. Aoxian finally despaired completely. Even if she was of royal blood and promoted to the Yuanshan realm, she was not as good as the Emperor's son. No. You could have killed me at the beginning. If you use the secret technique of will, I can't defend myself at all. Aoxian seemed to think of something, and her pupils shook violently. Are you using me to lure the black dragon out? Thank you, sister. Shurqin floated down, with a smile on his face. He's here. Swish. A light flashed in the void, and it was Fang Xing, who came using the teleportation technique. Shurqin? Seeing this woman, Fang Xing raised his eyebrows. Aoxian was shocked to see Fang Xing, who was really the same size as the black lizard, black dragon. Have you finally revealed your true form? Have you ever seen a winged stone dragon? Fang Xing complained. Of course, he could use his magical power of size, and size to change to his original size. But after trying it a few times, he found that although his body became bigger, his strength actually declined. If you want to perfectly display the neutron star combat body, this fist-sized demon body is the most suitable. Brother Black Dragon, I really miss you after not seeing you for decades. Shurqin smiled softly, as if he was really Fang Xing's longtime friend. Emperor Daughter Qing. Fang Xing smiled, revealing his ferocious fangs. I have missed you for a long time too. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Shurqin. Even if there are thousands of secret techniques of laws now, they will still be rejected and suppressed by the world of laws when encountering Shurqin's unreasonable thoughts of laws. It is better to put everything aside and return to the most basic battle. In the final analysis, it is just one word: collision. Swoosh. Fang Xing flapped her wings, and her body, which was the size of a stone dragon, turned into a black arrow and hit Shurqin's heart. Shurqin twisted her waist and spun out a terrible arc, almost making people think that her waist would break. On the moon blade bow in her hand, a series of moonlight appeared, and with her twisting, it turned into an arc blade. Swoosh. When the strong fight, the victory or defeat is only a matter of seconds. The moon blade slashed Fang Xing, but encountered a strong toughness, barely breaking a few scales and sliding to the side. Fang Xing had no thought of showing any mercy to Shurqin, and immediately pierced Shurqin's chest. He fell behind Shurqin, looking at the broken armor and the big hole in Shurqin's chest. Frowning, is it a little off after all? Dong dong. Dong dong. Shurqin is the son of the Emperor, and the demon race has an extremely strong body and several layers of defense. But now, he was shot with a hole by the black dragon arrow, and his heart was mostly damaged, which made Aoxian, who was beside him, dumbfounded. Shurqin's chest was broken into a big hole, and even the heart was severely damaged, but there was not much expression on her face. After all, even if the body of a cultivator in the Yuanshan realm is damaged, he can escape from the Yuanshan and still survive in the world. But Fang Xing's simple collision seemed to carry the power of annihilating the Yuanshan, causing her Yuanshan to be severely damaged along with the demon body. At this time, accompanied by a violent heartbeat, at the position of Shurqin's heart, a three-colored peach emerged, which actively filled the gap in the heart, spreading countless roots and connecting with the original blood vessels. Replacing the heart with a peach? Peach god? Fang Xing saw this scene and nodded. Although I don't know what kind of agreement you reached with the peach god, but in the Penga's secret realm, you will die. In such a secret realm, Many of the Emperor's son's life-saving trump cards will be suppressed. Once you die, you are really dead, since they are already enemies. Fang Xing naturally did not hesitate and turned into a black dragon arrow again, rushing fiercely. Poof! He was incredibly fast, knocking away the imperial weapon and hitting Shi Qing's heart again. The heart of the peach shattered instantly, revealing the deep red peach core in it. No! There was a roar, which seemed to come from a very far distance, and it seemed to be right next to my ear. Boom! Above the Chaos Mountains, above the sky, a dark thunder fell and hit Shi Qing. The next moment, this Shi Qing was annihilated under the thunder, and even the imperial weapon turned into ashes. This, Fang Xing and Ao Xian looked at this scene, both speechless. It seems, Tao Shen intended to use Shi Qing to conceal his true intentions, but was severely injured by me. Revealing his true intentions? Causing the secret realm to backfire? Fang Xing understood instantly. Chapter 440 Dotin Palace. Is the Emperor daughter Qing dead? This is an Emperor's son. As long as he doesn't die, he will be able to capture the heavenly demon realm in the future. Ao Xian looked at this scene with an expression of disbelief on his face, and the last voice. And thunder? Obviously. A demon has violated the rules of Pangu's secret realm. Fang Xing sneered, not worried at all about provoking a Yuan overlord. Not to mention that the Peach God's body was imprisoned in Taogu's secret realm and could not go out at all. Even if he could go out, he would have to worry about the other party instead of himself. Do you really think that so many celestial beings and demons in Wujia Mountain are vegetarians? Besides, the number of Emperor sons who died when Pangu's secret realm was opened over the years is not just 1 or 2. Let's go. He landed directly on the shoulder of Ao Xian after he transformed, looking like a black four-legged snake with wings. It's a good opportunity to kill a few more emperors and reduce the competitors in the ancient temple. It is said that the more emperors you kill, the greater the benefits will be in the future. Now, even if those emperors have broken through the Yuanshan realm and have enough Yuanshan fluid, it still takes time to rush to the 9th level of Yuanshan. Fang Xing, who practices the time law, likes to attack halfway and catch the opponent off guard. Ao Xian suddenly felt a chill, and inexplicably felt sad for the future enemies of the Black Dragon. Time flies. A few years later, a stream of light came to the front of the ancient temple, looking at the palace that was 9 light years high, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Finally got rid of that four-legged snake. He was the emperor of the Wahuang Temple, and he broke through the Yuanshan realm after entering the secret realm. But when he met the Black Dragon, he was still ravaged by the other party. If he wasn't born good at escaping, he might have died directly. This time, Wujia Mountain has produced a demon prince. That kind of physique is simply a foul. The prince of the Wahuang Palace thought of something, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. That black dragon is probably enough to rival the Qian Tianzi of the Tianxian Palace. In the demon race, the most outstanding offspring is called the prince, which means that he has the appearance of a demon emperor. But among the human race, there are no more true disciples. Therefore, there is a lot of water among the true disciples. There are both princes and emperors, and even more demons. Emperor Qian was the one who entered the Panga's secret realm this time, and even compared with many other emperors, he was still the one who rode away from the dust. At this moment, the emperor of the Wahuang Palace showed an unbelievable look on his face, and fled to the ancient temple. Emperor Qian, save me. Compared with the ancient temple, many demons and human cultivators are not comparable to ants, but even worse than dust. Even passing through the door will take a lot of time. At this time, at the door of the ancient temple, a figure wearing a flat crown, a 9-dragon robe, a majestic face, and a faint purple aura suddenly stopped. It's Diyun from the Wahuang Palace. My Tianxian Palace and the Wahuang Palace are also allies, but I need to save him. The next moment, he gently raised his hand, and 9 dragon shadows emerged, coiled around this person, and flew to Diyun's location. He? Still want to run? Ao Xian's jade hand. The dark stone dragon flew out like an arrow and hit Diyun's head. Bang! Fang Xing directly penetrated multiple defenses, causing the prince's head to explode like a watermelon. Then, he returned to Ao Xian's shoulder. Brother Black Dragon, I'm convinced. Ao Xian stroked the stone dragon, and felt deeply. Could this guy's body be some powerful poisonous insect? After achieving the Yuanshan realm, it turned out to be so petite, I don't know if there are any of the same clan. I go find a few to sacrifice. It seems that it will be very beneficial to follow the path of the Poison Master, of course. This was just a joking thought in her mind. Although Fang Xing's body has shrunk to the same size as the stone dragon, the dragon blood in his body has become more and more rich, almost making Aoxian unable to control himself. Roar! At this moment, 9 dragon roars came. Aoxian looked over. His expression changed slightly. Emperor Qian may be the strongest among the princes who entered the secret realm this time. He practiced the Qianquan Canon and comprehended the 5th level of the Qiantian Dao. The Qiantian Dao is very inclusive. With the combination of Yin Yin Tiandi, it may reach an extremely terrifying level. Wujia Mountain. Emperor Qian's face flashed with purple air. With the majesty of life and death, you are really brave. Emperor Qian. Qiantian Dao. Fang Xing looked at this person and also sighed in his heart. It's really a good target. He has always been curious about the Qianquan Dao. Now there is finally an emperor who knows the Qiantian Dao, and he wants to see it. The Qiantian Dao is similar to the Time Dao. If you comprehend it to the peak of the 5th level, and your own magic power reaches the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm, there is a certain possibility that you can become a Yuanshan overlord like Shi Guang. This is a way to achieve Yuanshan overlord with the law. Of course, this Qiantianzi is still far behind. Although both are at the 5th level of law perception, there is obviously a huge gap between the first entry of the Grandmaster and the Grandmaster level. Not to mention, the last step of the Qiantian Dao is definitely comparable to the last step of the Time Dao, which can trap many Yuanshan overlords for life. Swoosh! As soon as he thought about it, Fang Xing had already made a move. He flapped his wings and came in front of Qiantianzi, and his wings cut through the void. The 9 dragon shadows were swept by the black dragon's flesh wings, and they actually burst into a series of mournful cries and dissipated with a bang. Fang Xing took advantage of the situation and still used a new trick to eat all the world, and rushed over headfirst. Dang! Amidst the dull sound, a dark round shield appeared in front of Qiantianzi. A deep and terrifying force burst out directly from the shield. Even so, Emperor Qian was still knocked back dozens of miles. With green and red on his face, what a strong physique. Imperial soldier? What a pity. Fang Xing looked at the round shield and shook his head with some regret. After reaching the Yuanshan realm, he could already exert part of the power of the Imperial soldier. With this defensive Imperial soldier, he should not be able to kill Emperor Qian. Die! At Emperor Qian's thought, the void seemed to stagnate. It was the 5th level of the law perception. The law of one thought. A stream of clear air rushed up to the sky, as if dividing the sky, and the scale was more than 100 times larger than the previous Shi Qing's rule world. Under the Qiantian Dao, all laws and Dao fluctuations were suppressed to the limit. Then, Emperor Qian flipped his hand lightly. Turn your hand, and it becomes clouds. Turn your hand again, and it becomes rain. His palm pressing down was more terrifying than any palm of gods or demons. The entire sky and even the world were overturned under this palm, as if the whole heaven wanted to suppress Fang Xing. So strong. It's worthy of being the way of Qiantian. Fang Xing's body was flashing with black and purple light, and he headbutt again. Bang! He broke through the Qiantian world and turned into a black meteor, rushing into the ancient temple with Aoxian. It's a pity. You can't kill me, and I can't kill you. Qiantianzi did not chase him, but his eyes were bright. Since my Yuanshan, this is the first time I have met someone who can break the world of Qiantian Dao. Such a strong physique has little to do with the understanding of the law. It's really amazing. After just one fight, Qiantianzi confirmed that the black dragon was in existence that was no different from his own. He thought about it and took out a communication treasure order. The Wujia Mountain black dragon is as powerful as me. If you encounter it, be careful, and you can just admit defeat. Fang Xing didn't know that his information had been updated again, and he became a heaven-defying existence that no emperor's sons could provoke. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Inside the ancient temple, the teleportation light flashed, and Fang Xing appeared with Aoxian. In the vast space, there are only a few vortexes in front that look like the Milky Way. Finally, we are here. The ancient temple. Aoxian said, different passages lead to different trials. The situations are different, and you may even encounter a situation where the emperor's sons fight against each other. After arriving here, we can't go together. Anyway, the Milky Way vortex is uncertain. So you choose first, Fang Xing said. Then I will go first. Aoxian turned into a snow-white dragon, nodded slightly at Fang Xing, and rushed into a vortex. Compared to her dragon body, the vortex was even more vast and easily submerged her. It is said that some of the trials here are even thrown directly into a big world, and you need to complete a certain task before you can return, which may take dozens or hundreds of years. It is also possible that it is just a fight, and the winner can be determined in an instant. Fang Xing's eyes flashed, and then flew into a vortex. Buzz! The world changed in an instant. A palace appeared in front of him, and in front of the palace, there was a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, the rules of this place were engraved with lines of Dao text, Dotian Palace. This palace has 13 floors, and each floor has a guardian. Defeating the guardian can get different numbers of tokens as rewards. By consuming tokens, you can exchange for opportunities to comprehend the Dao tablet, various inheritances, imperial weapons, secret treasures, etc. If the challenger still has not reached the level that satisfies the secret realm by the end of the secret realm, he will be directly excluded from the Pangda secret realm and cannot enter the core area. Fang Xing looked at the rules and thought, my luck is neither good nor bad. I was not sent to a big world to do a task. Nor did I encounter a test that required fighting and only those who were alive could continue to participate. Otherwise, if I met the two monsters of Wujia Mountain, it would be really troublesome. He murmured and pressed his claws on the stone tablet. In an instant, a mysterious message emerged, letting him know the number of Pangda tokens he had, 5. 5 Pangda tokens. Are these left by the 4 emperors I killed before? Oh, and there is one I already have. Fang Xing nodded and looked at the exchange list. In an instant, many unimaginable treasures and inheritances emerged. Dao Monument Enlightenment Opportunity, 1 token per day. A jar of chaos wine, 1 token. Chapter 441, The Avenue of Space and Time. This price. Fang Xing looked around and was a little shocked. A slightly higher level inheritance would cost dozens of Pangda tokens, and a lowest level imperial weapon would cost 100 tokens. It would be enough to kill all the emperors who enter the secret realm. The imperial weapon is very cheap, 1 token per piece. But I have no use for it. Not to mention that his body is almost comparable to an imperial weapon now. Even if it is not. After the Pangda secret realm ends, Fang Xing can go to the Qihua small realm and take over the inheritance of his chief teacher. It seems that Master Qihua is still very good, and he actually left me an imperial weapon. But it's a pity that I can only get it after the heavenly demon realm. Could her death be related to this imperial weapon? Fang Xing pondered for a while, and first changed a jar of chaos wine. Dang! As soon as he thought about it, the void around him suddenly flickered, and a wine jar emerged and fell to the ground. Is this a jar? Well, that's right. Everyone has different body shapes, and the concept of the jar may be understood differently. Fang Xing went forward and smelled it, but didn't smell any wine. It was sealed very well. Chaos wine not only tastes great and can make the immortals intoxicated, but also can make up for the immortal power. In other words, it is the Yuanshan fluid of the immortal realm. And there are other benefits. First, take a jar of wine to guarantee that you will have something to say to the great sage Han Tian after the secret realm is over. As for the emperor weapon, it was obviously a joke. Fang Xing was really stupid. Then, Dodian Palace? Fang Xing walked into the hall and was instantly teleported to a place. The sky was dark, and the ground was full of hot lava. A flame demon stood up. You are the next opponent of the great Gurong. So small. Fang Xing was speechless. Who made him the strongest in his true form? So he endured it for now. Remember my name? The Spirit of Fire. Gurong. You will be defeated by me. Boom! The lava demon stood proudly, with a large amount of magma flowing slowly from his body. Just like the veins of a human body, a terrifying world of fire was formed. And it was so powerful that the law was born with a single thought. But the next moment, a dark meteor passed by. Gurong looked down blankly, and saw a fist-sized hole pierce through his chest. Compared to its huge body, this hole is not even as big as a needle prick. But Gao Rong can feel its vitality fading away quickly. The great Gao Rong, will actually be defeated here? It has an expression of disbelief. The magma on its body cools down quickly, and its huge body suddenly breaks into pieces. Well, I got another Pangu order. And now there are 5. Fang Xing nodded. The strength of this flame spirit is probably that of a powerful prince in the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. In other words, if Aoxian comes, she may not be able to beat the 1st level, because her realm has not yet been raised to the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm, and she is at a disadvantage facing such an opponent. As for why the prince of the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm can use the law of one thought to live, naturally, it is because those demon princes, after condensing their souls, have a much better understanding of the laws. Most of them can deduce the understanding of the laws to the 5th level. At most, it is the difference between the initial entry and the mastery and perfection. If the demon prince has not yet comprehended the 5th level of the Tao in the 9th level of the soul realm, he can commit suicide in shame, because he is not worthy of the title of a prince. But the demon prince, when he was in the 9th level of the soul realm, was also in the 5th level of the Tao understanding. It can be said that before the natural chasm of fully comprehending a law, it is the best stage for many geniuses to catch up with the demons. Of course, there are some peerless demons who obviously cannot comprehend a law, but have a different way to have the combat power of the celestial fairy and the celestial demon level. That is the soul overlord. It is also the 9th level of the soul realm. But the gap is quite large, and it may even be greater than the gap between the 1st level of the mortal realm and the 8th level of the soul realm. Fang Xing sighed and came to the 2nd hall silently. This hall is located in the grassland. A tall man in a sheepskin coat, holding a saber in his hand, is looking at Fang Xing. Demon clan? I don't kill nameless monsters with my sword. Tell me your name. He was answered by a dark meteor. Poof! The meteor hit the knife light, which was thick and fierce, with a taste of the law of the earth. However, it was still pierced. And then the chest of the man in the sheepskin coat. He lowered his head and looked at the huge hole in his chest. I actually lost. I killed the Emperor's son. Sure enough, the fighting power of the Emperor's son in the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm is a bit difficult to kill. Fang Xing shook his head and looked at the 2 Pangu orders he had obtained again, with a trace of solemnity in his dragon eyes. There are also differences among the Emperor's sons in the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. For example, the Emperor daughter Qing is almost at the bottom, and the most powerful among them is the Emperor Qian, who has comprehended the very powerful Tao rules and has enough fighting power to crush the average Emperor's son. Fang Xing already felt a little tired. The enemies in the 3rd hall are at least at the level of Emperor Qian, or even higher, but the rewards are also generous. After a while, outside the Dotian hall, a flash of light, a palm-sized black flesh-winged stone dragon emerged and lay on the stone tablet. So strong. I barely won the 3rd hall by exchanging injuries, but the enemies in the 4th hall are a little too strong. Fortunately, the Dotian hall trial will not kill people. Fang Xing stuck out his tongue and looked at his Pangu order. 11 Pangu orders? After passing the 3rd hall, the rewards doubled again, and the intensity of subsequent challenges is obviously more terrifying. I don't know where those challengers in history finally reached. Fang Xing looked at the inscription, and he had roughly figured it out. The Dotian hall trial is not a one-day effort. Now that I have reached a bottleneck, I should calm down, comprehend the Tao tablet, and exchange various treasures to improve myself. Then go and challenge the level. If you can make progress to the satisfaction of the supervisor in Panga's secret realm before the time limit is exhausted, you should be qualified to go to the core area. Exchange the Avenue Monument for the opportunity to comprehend. Fang Xing moved his mind and connected the stone tablet. After consuming a Pangu order, he found that there were sub-options. Please choose the Avenue Monument to comprehend. Qianquan Avenue, Time and Space Avenue, Killing Avenue, Chaos Avenue. Different avenues are indeed different. Fang Xing glanced at Qianquan Avenue. He originally liked this, but he had gone through the Qihua's small world and had refined the essence of Zhulong. Now that Zhulong Yuanshan has been accomplished, it is a bit inappropriate to walk Qianquan Avenue again. As for the Killing Avenue, if the Qisha Taoist from the Qisha Demon Palace was here, he would definitely want to comprehend it at all costs. But it has nothing to do with him. I choose Time and Space Avenue. Fang Xing moved his mind and made a choice. At least, the Black Dragon in the Qingyuan realm is walking on the road of the void and time. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Fang Xing was moved to a certain void. In front of him, A towering stone tablet instantly occupied his entire field of vision, making him unable to move his eyes away. Is this the avenue of time and space? It's so wonderful. It seems that everything in the universe is in it. Comprehending the avenue of time and space, Feng Xing seemed to see a long river of time and space, running through the past, present, and future, mighty, and even encompassing a large world. The universe, see? Perfect. Shocking. Flawless. Feng Xing sighed repeatedly, but was a little dumbfounded. Such a perfect avenue. I don't even know how to comprehend it. Compared with the avenue of time and space, the void and time laws at his proficiency level are not even dust. Even, it has become a luxury to comprehend the great Tao of space and time with these two as the foundation. I need a breakthrough. Otherwise it is impossible to comprehend the great Tao of space and time. Feng Xing Dragon face was a little pale. The great Tao is good, but I haven't fully understood even one law. It's just like a fool's dream to comprehend the great Tao. He found that comprehending the great Tao of space and time at this time was not as good as the Void Demon Monument that he had comprehended in the 7-killing Demon Palace. But Dotian Palace did not have the next level of inscriptions to exchange. Feng Xing was speechless, but he couldn't let go, so he could only continue to comprehend. Unknowingly, several hours passed. Yes, in the great Tao of space and time, time and space are perfectly integrated. If you want to comprehend, you must separate them. But I can't do this at all at the moment. Time and space are like this. If it is the great Tao of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be even more difficult to understand? Feng Xing suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Before the great Tao, all living things were ants. But, since the great Tao monument is here, there must be a reason. There must be people who can comprehend the great Tao monument and gain many benefits in the many trials of the Tianju before. The opportunity one need. Could it be in those inheritances? Feng Xing thought of the inheritances he had seen before, although each one is very expensive. If you want to find something about the fusion of time and space, there must be one. That is the key to comprehension. But it's expensive. Too expensive. Even if you split it up and only buy the first volume, you will need to use up almost all of my Pangu order. Feng Xing thought of what he had found before, and his face was a little pale, however. In order to enter the great Tao of time and space, it is worth spending any amount of money. It's a pity. I can't go back to buy it during the one-day comprehension time limit. But I can't waste it either. He calmed down and wholeheartedly comprehended the great Tao monument of time and space. I don't know how much time has passed, and the one-day time limit is getting closer and closer. Feng Xing completely detached himself, killed all kinds of negative emotions such as depression and mania, and then observed the long river of time and space from a hole, and felt more and more interesting. The long river of time and space is vast and majestic, accommodating many cosmic seas and great worlds. Those great worlds are not inferior to the Qingyuan Great World. The cosmic sea. Could it be the kind of Daxiao world? The macro and micro, to a certain extent, can be unified. The cultivation method of Daxiao world may not be a wedge to break into the avenue of time and space in this world. Feng Xing eyes suddenly lit up. Time and space. Gravity. Black hole. I understand. Chapter 442, the 6th level. The key to comprehending the great monument of space and time lies in the 9-source star body forging secret technique. Although this secret technique originated from the great Xiao world, it only reached the highest level of neutron stars. But Feng Xing used the Yin Dao mirror to complete it and upgraded it to the black hole level. The so-called black hole level is the realm of the Yuanshan overlord. More importantly, the black hole level in the great Xiao world is somewhat different. The so-called black hole level is to continuously increase its own gravity and mass, and eventually form a celestial structure that is more terrifying than a neutron star. Around the black hole, it can even distort space and time. The distortion of space and time is the entry point to the fusion of time and void. Feng Xing has long memorized the perfected 9-source star body forging secret technique. At this time, he silently recalled the black hole chapter that he didn't understand very well before. But he has gained a lot of understanding. If you achieve the black hole level, you can gain a trace of the power of space-time fusion. Starting from the black hole chapter, there is a lot to be done in analyzing the avenue of space-time. Even in the Qingyuan realm, Feng Xing had never heard of such a method. 2 worlds, the intersection of civilizations, will eventually bloom brilliant flowers and bear rich fruits. He looked excited, staring at the avenue of space-time monument in front of him. and he was quite impressed. Even if there are parts that cannot be understood, they should be firmly remembered in the heart, which will be a great resource for comprehending the laws of time and space in the future. In front of Dotian Palace, a day passed, and Fang Xing figure emerged and landed on the stone tablet. A winged stone dragon crawled on the stone tablet, calculating various ways to exchange, of course. There are inheritances of time and space fusion on the stone tablet, but even if they are split up, they are very expensive. I only have 10 Pangu orders left now. Once you exchange for inheritance, you must rely on your own comprehension. Once you fail to comprehend, it will all be in vain, and you can basically be sure that you will not pass the Dotian Palace trial. But after I comprehended the last chapter of the 9-source star body forging secret technique, the situation immediately changed. I can save the Pangu orders for purchasing inheritance and buy enough cultivation resources for myself. The inheritance here is obviously not better than the inheritance in the core area, so you still have to work hard to pass the trial, even if it means taking a risk. Cultivation is not something that can be broken through as soon as the mind is realized, even if it is the path of law comprehension. Once you have comprehended it, you must still absorb a huge amount of heaven and earth energy. This is even more true for the art of bodybuilding. Even if Fang Xing understands the principle of the 9-source star bodybuilding secret art, it is impossible to jump to the black hole level. You must buy a large number of body tempering treasures and then practice to break through. Buy the right body tempering treasures. Practice to break through. Break into the Dotian Palace. Exchange for comprehension opportunities and more treasures. And then continue to practice and break through. This is the positive cycle. The inheritance is too expensive. Once you buy it, you can't comprehend a certain level in a short period of time, and your strength will not improve significantly. If you can't complete the cycle, then you're done. Fang Xing thought about it, and immediately looked at the exchange list. Well, there are many treasures for tempering the body on the list. The leaves of good fortune. Each leaf contains a force of good fortune, and I have already enjoyed the benefits of the force of good fortune in the Yandao mirror. It can directly raise my body to the peak of a red giant star, just one step away from the neutron star level. And this is because most of the time is spent on deduction. It is really good. It's a pity. One leaf requires 3 Pangu orders. And there is also star liquid. It contains a huge amount of star power, which is extremely suitable for the 9-source star body forging secret technique. One party only needs 1 Pangu order. It can also be exchanged for the privilege of a training room with a special environment. It is especially suitable for physical breakthroughs. This is good and cheap, and only 1 Pangu order is required for 1 year of training. A few years later, the edge of a cosmic black hole. A dark stone dragon emits terrible gravity and repulsion all over its body, interfering with the influence of the black hole. Here, even light is captured by the black hole, and there is no light source. Bizarre? Nothing more than that. Even the fluctuations of the laws were distorted and captured. Even Fang Xing now has to try his best to survive on the edge of the black hole. The power of the black hole is the power to distort reality. Time and space are reality. Black hole level. Too scary. After a long time, the black stone dragon opened his eyes and glanced at the attribute panel. Space Law 19782/20000. Mastery. Time Law 11250/20000. Mastery. 9-source star body forging secret art 799/800. Grandmaster. It's been 3 years. I exchanged for the leaves of fortune, the 4-direction star liquid, and the black hole environment training room. I exhausted the Pangu order on me, and finally I barely digested the insights of the last time I comprehended the time and space avenue monument. And by the way, I cultivated the neutron star battle body to the extreme. At the beginning, the time and space avenue monument was difficult to comprehend. But with the help of the black hole chapter of the 9-source star body forging secret art, Fang Xing was finally able to strip off some of what he could understand and remember the vague sensations. Then, he exchanged for this black hole environment and comprehended it in reality. After spending several years, he finally made great progress in his laws of time and void. However, he also accumulated a lot of doubts. I need to continue to comprehend the monument of the great Tao of time and space. Oh, Pangu's order is gone. It's time to go to Dotian Palace. Outside Dotian Palace, a black stone dragon appeared out of thin air. It's worthy of being Pangu's secret realm. It can even make artificial black holes. Fang Xing sighed and rushed into Dotian Palace. This time, he went directly to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is an ocean environment. On the island, a black ape sat cross-legged. Its hair stood up. Its eyes were scarlet. And it held a black long stick in its hand, exuding a terrible pressure. Emperor weapon. Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged. But he was complaining in his heart. The enemy on the 4th floor is about the same strength as the 3rd floor. But he has an extra emperor weapon, which directly crushes him. This is all thanks to the fact that the enemy is only at the Yuanshan realm, and can't exert the power of the emperor weapon. Huh? Here to die again? The black violent ape laughed grimly, holding the black stick upside down. And a terrifying darkness enveloped him. Heaven and earth interchange. In Fang Xing's eyes, there was only the black stick that kept getting bigger. In the previous challenge, he was killed by a stick like this. Even the neutron star battle body couldn't stand it, and was directly teleported out. But this time, the situation is obviously different. Entering the neutron star battle body for the first time, and consuming a lot of resources to accumulate the peak of the neutron star battle body are completely different. His physique is infinitely close to the heavenly demon realm. And the real heavenly demon obviously can't be killed by a small soul holding an imperial weapon. Clang! The fierce breath burst out from the black stick, like a awakened mad dragon, with the spirit of suppressing the heavens and the myriad ways. Smashing down, unavoidable and unstoppable. No! Finally blocked it. Fang Xing overlapped his front paws and blocked his head. Bang! A stick fell, and he instantly turned into a black dot, and was smashed into the bottom of the sea to an unknown depth. But the violent ape was stunned in place, without any movement. There was suddenly a gap the size of a grain of rice at the center of his eyebrows. That was the wound pierced by a dragon scale ejected by Fang Xing. Poof! The sea level parted, and the stone dragon, who looked a little embarrassed, came out. Although the imperial weapon is good, but the person using it is too bad. You can't block my attack. So why should I fight with the imperial weapon? As long as I have room to attack, you will die. Unfortunately, the master of the physical flow has the highest tolerance rate. The opponents on the 4th floor are very difficult, but the rewards are also extremely generous. In an instant, 8 Panga orders were given down. Fang Xing smiled slightly, and came to the 5th floor of Dotian Temple. In the vast desert, a giant with a blue-black body and a huge shield stood up. How many years? So long ago that I have forgotten when the last time someone broke in here was. Do the gatekeepers of your Dotian Temple have their own emotions and wisdom? Fang Xing spoke. Of course. If there is no self-awareness, how can one comprehend the Tao? The blue-black giant smiled innocently. Be careful. I'm about to start. Boom! He was only at the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. But as soon as he started, a terrifying aura burst out from the huge shield. Another imperial weapon. Fang Xing wanted to curse loudly. This Dotian Palace and Panga's secret realm are really rich and powerful. Any gatekeeper has an imperial weapon. If they are placed outside, every one of them will be robbed by the demons and immortals. Bang! The shield shadows are continuous, and they have the characteristics of water's flexibility. This gatekeeper actually comprehended the Tao of water, and his guarding moves are airtight and continuous. He waved the giant shield, just like a flawless chariot, rushing straight ahead, and also adopted the crushing tactics. This is a grand and open battle. There is no way to avoid it. Roar! Fang Xing roared, turned into a black meteor, like an arrow, and collided with the shield continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The void was shattered, and even the water world was endlessly excited. So strong. Sure enough, this gatekeeper is simply impeccable. And the imperial soldiers are also defensive types, complementing each other. During the continuous collision, pieces of scales on Fang Xing's body fell off, and blood was spilled in the sky. But he could not find the giant's flaws. There is no flaw, so I could only force a flaw. In his eyes, the power of what boiled, turning into a flying needle, piercing into the blue-black giant's body. This is the will attack. There is no defense. Ah! The blue-black giant roared. But he did not die directly. But under the severe pain, a gap appeared in the shield shadows in the sky. And in this flaw of less than 1,000th of a second, a dark arrow shot in and pierced the giant's forehead. Yes. You are the 7th trial taker who killed me. The blue-black giant's body fell down, and his vitality was so strong that he could even speak. The seventh? Fang Xing nodded and came to the sixth floor. Red. It was red everywhere, and it seemed that he was on the surface of a star. In front, a black armored figure was silently watching Fang Xing. Chapter 443 Black Hole Level. Emperor level armor? Fang Xing could no longer hold back his expression, as he felt the aura of an ancient beast on the armor. But I am just an ordinary 9th level Yuanshan realm. If you have the strength of a Yuanshan overlord, you can shock me to death through the armor. The black armored man laughed playfully. You can get here. Your strength is infinitely close to those Yuanshan overlords. But when you were in the Panga secret realm, you were just mortal creatures. This is enough to prove your talent. But it's a pity that you are infinitely close to Yuanshan overlords. But you are not. The birth of each Yuanshan overlord represents some incredible transformation. The number is even rarer than that of the heavenly immortal realm and the heavenly demon realm. It can even be said that it is a kind of helplessness. After all, if it weren't for all kinds of helplessness, people who can become Yuanshan overlords could have been promoted to heavenly immortals and heavenly demons long ago. Instead of having a lifespan of 10,000 years, he would immediately die when the time comes. So much nonsense. Fang Xing snorted coldly and attacked with all his strength. Even if he knew he couldn't win, he had to try. Boom! Fang Xing took the lead, and the power of his will was mighty, and fell into the sea of consciousness of the black armored man. Then, his figure was like an arrow, turning into a black line and rushing over. In an instant, the black armored man punched out. On his fist armor, hideous black thorns emerged, and the terrifying fist shadow hit Fang Xing. Outside the Dokian Palace, a pitch-black stone dragon fell to the ground in a mess. Almost cursing, it's unethical. Such a big man bullies a stone dragon. In addition to the imperial armor, that person must have practiced the secret art of will. Otherwise, there would not be even a pause of 1/10,000th of a second. Such an enemy is like a turtle shell, without any flaws. It can be said that without the strength of the Yuanshan overlord, the breakthrough is bound to fail. And the enemy on the 6th floor is so strong. What about the 7th floor? Go directly to the Yuanshan overlord? The 8th floor is the Yuanshan overlord with the emperor weapon. Are the celestial beings and demons in charge of the 10th floor and above? What virtue do I have? Fang Xing held his head with his 2 claws, doubting his life. Fortunately, he recovered quickly and slapped the stone tablet fiercely. I want to exchange. A quick check showed that he now had 24 Panga orders, enough to exchange for some good inheritance in the first half. However, Fang Xing didn't think much of it. Even those inheritances were mostly from the hands of the Chaos Realm. The reason is simple. Wujie Mountain and Qingdi Palace are both powerful forces with Chaos Realm. As a core member, there will be no shortage of opportunities to contact such inheritance in the future. At most, the types here are richer, but if you impact the core area, you may be able to obtain the inheritance and even treasures of the Eternal Realm or even the Transcendent Realm. This is enough for him to take a gamble. 24 Panga orders can be exchanged for at least 24 days of time to comprehend the great monument of space and time. But you can't just go all in. You must also use treasures to assist in body refining. Once you can break through and become a black hole level, you can break through a few more levels of Dotian Palace and get more Panga orders. Exchange for 10 days first, and then use 2 leaves of good fortune. And star liquid is also necessary. In an instant, Fang Xing came to the space where the great monument of space and time was located. He looked at the huge stone tablet, and in a trance, he seemed to see the origin of the great monument of space and time. The many questions he had accumulated over the years were understood by comparing, observing, and analyzing this great monument with the black hole chapter. If he paid attention to the attribute panel at this time, he would find that his proficiency in the 2 major laws of space and time was slowly and steadily rising. But Fang Xing at this time had no time to care about these. Time passed by bit, and I don't know how long it has passed. I understand. The avenue of time and space. Black hole level. That's it. The so-called black hole level is to use one's own mass and gravity to forcibly distort time and space. As long as you become a black hole level, you will immediately gain a trace of time and space power. This is the entry point to the fusion of the laws of time and void. These 2 laws are originally top-level laws. Once they are fused, even if it's just a trace, it will allow me to be comparable to the 5th level law realm of one thought law when I am at the 4th level of the law. The master level proficiency. The law has been realized. The skills have been obtained. And sufficient resources are needed to successfully refine the body. Fang Xing immediately took out various bodybuilding items. And his body seemed to turn into a black hole, swallowing these items one by one. Hua la la. In an instant, the aura on his body became even more terrifying. And he returned to the underworld. The demon body that looked like a stone dragon exploded instantly and turned into pieces. Countless particles were compressed and condensed by an indescribable force again, and finally turned into a black hole that was difficult to observe and describe. As soon as this black hole appeared, it burst out with terrifying suction, swallowing up all the remaining bodybuilding wonders. Even in the nearby area, the void was twisted, time was reversed, and strangely merged into one, being constantly twisted and stretched. Even the candle dragon's soul was sucked into that point, perfectly merged with the black hole, and could no longer be separated. The boundary between time and space seemed to be broken at this point. The so-called black hole level is to force the outside world to give you a trace of time and space fusion power with your own strong body. I am so strong now. Fang Xing will is mighty, and seems to be eternal. He glanced at the attribute panel. 9 Source Star Body Forging Secret Art. Grandmaster. 9 Source Star Body Forging Secret Art. 1/1600 Grandmaster. There is finally a new level of proficiency above Grandmaster. Fang Xing consciousness was a little surprised. I originally thought that the black hole level was just the perfection of the Grandmaster, but I didn't expect that there would be such a level. That's right. The Yuanshan Overlord can rival the Heavenly Demon and Heavenly Immortal, but Heavenly Demon and Heavenly Immortal also have different levels. So are there also levels in the Yuanshan Overlord. If the Grandmaster is perfect, wouldn't it be able to rival the peak of the Heavenly Demon? In the outside world, a light flashed. A young man in black appeared. And it was Fang Xing. Now he is the image created by distorting reality with the power of the black hole. In his body, there was only a tiny black hole as small as dust, which was slowly rotating. The terrifying devouring power was completely bound in the young man's body. I seem to have taken a different path. My soul has completely merged with my body and can no longer be separated. There is only one kind of power in my body. That is the power of the black hole. Or, I am the black hole now. Fang Xing clenched his fists, feeling his own strength. And it was a power that came completely from his own body. The future of martial arts. Could this be it? His eyes lit up. Although martial arts have no future in the main universe, there may be martial arts similar to Blue Star martial arts in countless roads in other worlds. But they have been deduced to a higher level. The 10 realms of martial arts in the main universe are truly immortal. And the 3 treasures of spirit, energy and spirit are united. This is just my guess. If I can get the great martial arts of other worlds, then I will be the first generation of martial arts ancestors in the main universe. Fang Xing smiled slightly and continued to look at the attribute panel. Space Law, 1/40,000, Master. Time Law, 1/40,000, Master. The space and time laws have reached the Master level of proficiency, which is the 4th level of the Tao, the realm of the body of law. I have mastered a trace of the power of space-time fusion. If I fuse the 2 laws, I can exert the power of the law of one thought, using the space-time world to repel and suppress the power of other laws. Even because time and void are originally top-level Tao principles, the power of the fusion of the 2 is not comparable to the ordinary 5th-level Tao principles. At least it can be compared with the 5th-level world of the top-level Tao principles, and when I upgrade the 2 to the Master level, after fusion, even the law world of the top-level Tao principles will be directly suppressed. Of course, the most important thing is not this. Fang Xing's eyes were burning, staring at the space-time avenue monument in front of him. After breaking through the black hole level in body refining and forcibly mastering a trace of space-time fusion power, he could finally get started by looking at the space-time avenue monument. Yes, the many insights before were just like a blind man touching an elephant in Fang Xing view now. Even he himself didn't know whether it was accurate in the end, and he had to confirm it through the attribute panel. But now, he can be sure that he can gradually understand this monument of the great Tao of time and space. To fully master one Tao is to be a celestial being or a celestial demon. But if one can fully master one Tao, then he is a demon emperor in the chaos realm. Only after becoming a demon emperor can one talk about eternity and transcendence. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. And on the attribute panel, his proficiency in the Tao of time and space was still rising rapidly. However, these two laws were clearly distinct, and no fused great Tao of time and space runes appeared. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dotian Palace? The 6th floor. The black-armored man stared at Fang Xing. You are here again? No. You seem to be quite different today. Although Fang Xing is now a young man in black, he is no longer the stone dragon before. But at their level, the identity is confirmed by the soul breath, the true spirit breath, the fluctuation of mana, etc. Appearance is meaningless. Indeed. Fang Xing nodded. Now I don't know how strong I am. I hope you could answer this question for me. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of the black-armored man. So fast. The black-armored man's armor flashed with light, and a series of ferocious barbs burst out. But in an instant, his fist could only helplessly pass over Fang Xing's shadow. What kind of world is this? It can suppress my world of Tao rules? The black-armored man was very surprised. He found out in the last fight that Fang Xing's understanding of Tao rules was very poor, and was suppressed by his world of Tao rules, and could not be used at all. But this time, the opponent can use the power of Tao rules. Not only that, he now seems to be in the turbulence of time and space, and the fluctuation of Tao rules is suppressed to the limit. Whoosh! Fang Xing figure flashed, teleported to the side of the black-armored man, and punched out with 5 fingers together. Buzz! The pitch-black emperor armor roared, like a sleeping dragon waking up, offsetting 90% of the attack. But the remaining 10% of power penetrated into the interior of the imperial armor through vibrations, still making the black-armored man feel like he was struck by lightning. Spirit Overlord? Chapter 444 Pangu Wu. You guessed it right. But unfortunately there is no reward. Fang Xing pressed down with his palm again, hitting the black emperor armor. Although the previous punch severely injured the black armor man, he did not die completely. Fang Xing felt that he was worthy of being the emperor armor, and did not hesitate to add another palm. Boom! The terrifying penetrating force fell on the black armor man. Although the emperor armor was intact, the person inside exploded in an instant and turned into a ball of meat. 32 Pangu orders. A wave of fat. Win another game, and you will almost have enough to collect an emperor weapon. Fang Xing was a little excited and a little looking forward to it. Emperor weapon. Don't look at it in the Pangu's secret realm. It seems to be everywhere. In the outside world, it is a good thing that is enough to make the immortals and demons fight for their lives. He is already a Yuanshan overlord, comparable to a major power of the demon, and ordinary emperor weapons can no longer meet his needs. But if you hold an imperial weapon, even a 3rd level or even 4th level heavenly demon would have the confidence to fight. The 7th floor. Fang Xing's eyes blurred, and he came to a hall. This hall is majestic and vast. Everywhere is azure, and the surrounding chaotic airflow is filled. And there is a terrifying sense of oppression. An old man with white hair and beard and black scales on his face emerged. Spirit Overlord? No. At least the peak of the heavenly demon. Fang Xing was a little dumbfounded. The gatekeeper of the 7th floor is so powerful? There is something shady in Dotian Palace. Ahem. The black-scaled old man's face twitched. I am not the gatekeeper of Dotian Palace, but the guardian of Pangu's secret realm. You can call me Wu Lao. So? Fang Xing looked around. Is this the core area of Pangu's secret realm? Yes. You can temper a body comparable to a heavenly demon in the realm of the spirit. You have passed the trial of the ancient god temple, and were teleported here. The black-scaled old man laughed. Then what about my Pangu order? Fang Xing thought of other aspects. All invalid? If I had passed the 7th floor, I could almost exchange for an imperial weapon. Hee. If you want to go back, I can naturally fulfill your wish. Wu Lao looked a little playful. Forget it then. Fang Xing's expression turned solemn, and he bowed solemnly. Black Dragon. Meet Master Wu. Well, your talent, especially your physique, is in line with my master requirements, and you have reached the threshold of becoming a registered disciple. Master Wu smiled. I wonder what the name of that great being is. Fang Xing asked. My master is an eternal being. Master Wu said, it is difficult for you to understand his realm now. Just remember one thing. My master, with his own physique, forced the infinite world and the endless universe to recognize his avenue, and then killed Tao to see me, and opened the Panmu Avenue. He often said, why do I have to comprehend the avenue instead of making the avenue recognize me? Use your physique. Make the avenue recognize you. and even open a path among the heavens and the myriad worlds? Fang Xing suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Pangu's secret realm favored those body-refining cultivators, because its master was a body-refining cultivator. In the Chaos Realm, one needs to fully comprehend a great Tao. Could it be that in the Eternal Realm, one has to create a great Tao on one's own? A trace of doubt appeared on his face. Yes. How can an external great Tao compare to one's own great Tao? If not, it cannot be eternal. Old Wu looked quite emotional. How can one transcend without eternity? Okay. He looked a little lonely. Are you willing to worship my master Pangu Wu as your master? I wonder what kind of responsibilities you need to take if you worship that existence as your master. Fang Xing pondered for a while and asked. Now he is not in the state of Xia at the beginning. Once he makes a vow like the cause and effect of the great Tao, it is still bound by a certain degree of force. After all, these oaths directly affect the true spirit. Heh. Do you know what I saw when I saw you? That is, summer insects cannot talk about ice. My master is infinitely great and has infinite power. What can't he do? What responsibilities do you, as a disciple, need to take? Old Wu sneered. Even this Panga's secret realm is just a small game that my master arranged casually when he was in the mood. If you little guys who have benefited from it have to take any responsibility, it is to practice hard. If one day, you can break through to the eternal realm, or even transcend, my master will be extremely happy. Hearing what Old Wu said, that Pangu Wu is still alive. That's right. There is no limit to the lifespan of the heavenly demon, let alone the demon emperor. The higher eternal realm will naturally not fall. Eternal? What is eternal? At least it must exist forever. Otherwise, the so-called eternity is a joke. Isn't it? Fang Xing heart moved. And with some vigilance, in this case, I am willing to become your disciple. Yes. Old Wu nodded. After my master achieved eternity, he has been traveling outside the Qingyuan realm. It is not worth his attention to accept a disciple. You only need to bow to his portrait to complete the etiquette of registering as a disciple. He waved his hand, and a large monument suddenly appeared in the ancient hall. This monument is not time and space, nor is it Qiankuan. Killing. It is a brand new road that makes Fang Xing tremble at the first sight. Panmu Avenue. On the stone tablet, there is only a figure. His back supports the sky, and he seems to be the best interpretation of Panmu Avenue. It even makes Fang Xing vaguely see the possibility of his own martial arts future. Only the position of his face is blurred. He barely gathered his mind and bowed. Well, the master has no objection, which seems to mean that he has recognized your status as a registered disciple. Old Wu smiled. The master has 13 registered disciples, 10 of whom have died so far. And there are still 3 including you. But I won't tell you their identities. Fang Xing rolled his eyes. This guardian seemed to have some bad taste. And as the master disciple, you can choose 3 things you want from these options. Old Wu waved his hand, and a series of light curtains appeared, each with a mysterious object in it. There are 9 light curtains in total. Fang Xing looked at the first light curtain and saw a strange ancient scroll of chaos color. When his eyes met, relevant information automatically emerged in his mind. Panwu Dadian contains the method of practicing Panwu Dao, as well as 36 external Dao techniques and 7,692 minor techniques. Note that if you learn this secret book, you can only reach the Chaos Realm at most. You may even be affected by the strong martial arts will in it, and it will be difficult to cut the Dao. Up to the Chaos Realm? Why do I feel that this Pangu Wu teacher put what he learned here in the hope that some students can achieve the Chaos Realm with Panwu Dao, and then cut off this Dao to achieve eternity? Fang Xing guessed Pangu Wu's plan at once. This is almost an open conspiracy. If a disciple cuts out Panwu Dao, he must have found its weaknesses and flaws. For Pangu Wu, it is a peerless genius-level resource that can make up for the shortcomings of his own Dao. He nodded and looked at the second light curtain, and found that it was a strange liquid, which was constantly changing into various shapes of weapons and armor. Customize an imperial weapon according to the requirements. He nodded and looked at the third light curtain, and found that it was a strange pill. Inside it seemed that there was an old man with a white beard, sitting cross-legged and explaining the Tao. Enlightenment pill. It can assist the cultivators who have reached the 9th level of the Yuanshan and the last step of the Tao. After one enlightenment, there is a 50% chance of breaking through the Tianxian realm. This, if those Yuanshan overlords knew about it, I'm afraid they would get it at all costs. Right? Fang Xing thought of Shiguang, who was only a little bit away from fully understanding the time Tao. If he got an enlightenment pill, with his talent, there is a 99% chance of breaking through and becoming an extremely powerful Tianxian of time. But, after all, there is no such opportunity, and regrets turn into ashes. Exotic treasure mirror of time. Contains the law of time. Can assist in comprehension. And has miraculous effects in performing time-related secret arts. Exotic treasure Yuan Ding. Contains the law of the void. Can assist in comprehension. And can also be used for fighting. A drop of source blood can transform the blood of the demon race and turn it into emperor blood. Or comprehend the special and gain an opportunity. Boundary order. Cause and effect card. The demon emperor of the Green Emperor Palace once owed a favor, and promised to do something or go all at once. Cut off the cause and effect and refine it into this card. Holding this card can take over this cause and effect. True Spirit Talisman. Refining this talisman. Once you die, you can reincarnate and maintain a trace of true spirit. Even in the chaos realm, it is difficult to stop. Fang Xing looked down and saw 9 options, which were indeed quite good. Among them, the boundary order was the most special, and there was no introduction, regardless of whether it was an imperial weapon, a secret treasure, a life-saving item, or a breakthrough elixir. They were all good things that even the immortals and demons in the outside world could hardly imagine. How is it? Which 3 do you like? Obu asked with a smile. These 9 options were obviously tailor-made for Fang Xing. He liked to see these juniors with red eyes, but helpless, and finally making a choice. Fang Xing fell into deep thought. My black dragon body is walking on the avenue of time and space, and the Panwu avenue is useless. But Panga Wu is obviously walking on the path of body refining similar to martial arts, which may be very useful to me in the main universe. At least it can be used as a reference. As for the Emperor weapon, I can't take it away at all. This is even more true for the Enlightenment pill. I have an attribute panel. As long as the proficiency is reached, I can naturally break through. Otherwise, I would not choose the top-level Tao to comprehend. This pill may be desperately needed by many souls, but it is useless to me. The 2 auxiliary enlightenment treasures can be considered. The boundary order is too mysterious, and it is obviously a gamble. I am not a gambler. As long as I don't gamble, I will never lose. Although the source blood is good, the same reason applies. I can't take it away, and I won't gamble on the opportunity. The cause and effect card is equivalent to a chance to appear in the chaos realm, which is very useful in the Qingyuan realm. As for the True Spirit Talisman, Chapter 445 Transcendence. True Spirit. Fang Xing eyes flashed. The soul has 3 layers: heart, mind, and soul. Spiritual consciousness and soul power are only the outermost layers, and the most secret techniques are cultivated. The power of will is the middle layer, illusory, and the cultivation methods and secret techniques of will are extremely rare. Even the demons and immortals can hardly obtain them. The last soul refers to the true spirit. The true spirit is the most illusory. Fang Xing can exercise willpower through martial arts, but the cultivation of the true spirit, or the secret techniques related to the true spirit, has only come across a true spirit talisman now. I travel through the gate of the heavens, which is the true spirit traveling. Therefore, if the effect of the true spirit talisman directly acts on the true spirit, it can definitely be taken away. If I have this talisman, after returning to the main universe, I will have a trump card when facing the creator of dreams. As for whether this true spirit talisman has been tampered with, now Fang Xing is in the Panga secret realm, and Wu Lao is even stronger than the heavenly demon. I have long been at the mercy of others, and they can tamper with me at any time. What's more, I still have the golden finger and the great sun Tathagata mantra. If there is anything unusual, I will definitely find it. Fang Xing has made up his mind and said, I want the Panwu Grand Ceremony, the True Spirit Talisman, and the Mirror of Time. Considering that he will leave eventually, it is obviously the most cost-effective to take away the inheritance treasures. And the inheritance of the Panwu Grand Ceremony is obviously much better than those exchanged in the Dotian Palace. The effect of the True Spirit Talisman, if it can be taken away together, it is obviously a big profit. For the rest, Fang Xing chose a time-based enlightenment treasure. After all, in terms of the void, when he shuttles through the gates of the heavens, he can carefully comprehend the origin of space, which is better than any enlightenment treasure. As for the imperial weapons, Fong Xing has always been thinking about Master Qinghua's legacy. And he certainly can't take it away. So of course he doesn't want it. Wu Lao was a little surprised, but didn't say anything. Any disciple's choice is the other party's freedom, and he has no right to change it. This is also a rule engraved on him. Okay. He nodded slightly, and 6 of the 9 light screens disappeared instantly. Among the remaining 3, 2 light screens disappeared, leaving only a silver talisman and an ancient bronze mirror. True Spirit Talisman. Time Mirror. Fong Xing stretched out his hand, and just as he touched the True Spirit Talisman, the talisman disappeared directly, and he didn't even feel it. The True Spirit Talisman has begun to work, protecting your true spirit. When you die completely, its effect will appear. Of course, you definitely don't want to see it. Wu Lao chuckled. Fong Xing nodded and took the time mirror again. This bronze mirror is only the size of a palm, bronze in color, and there are some rust marks on the edges. He looked at the mirror and saw an indescribable and ineffable origin of time reflected in the mirror. Good treasure. Fong Xing nodded and put away the mirror of time. There is also the Panwu Grand Cannon, which is the most precious inheritance of the master. Old Wu flashed and came to Fong Xing, pointing a finger at Fong Xing's brow. Fong Xing was startled. And then a volume of ancient books in chaos color automatically emerged in his sea of consciousness. Most of it was covered by the chaotic airflow. And now, he could only see a small part of the content. Panwu Avenue. Starting with martial arts. And continued by the True Self Principle. What? True Self Principle? Fong Xing's heart was like a storm. But his face did not move at all. In the main universe, if you break through the 10 realms by following the Blue Star martial arts, you can enter the True Self law. But it is also normal. Any warrior must be self-centered and have an extremely strong sense of self. It is most suitable for the True Self law. With the fist of the True Self, crush all illusions. There is nothing else except my martial arts. Okay. You have taken what you should take. I hope you can break through the heavenly demon and even the demon emperor in the future. Become the master formal disciple or even a direct disciple. Wu Lao nodded and pointed to a place in the palace. Swear by the causal stone that the news of this place must not be leaked. And then I will send you back to the Dotin Palace to wait for the end of the secret realm. Fong Xing was still immersed in the Panwu Avenue. His expression was a little dazed, but he still walked over and swore the causal avenue oath. Then, with a flash of light, his figure disappeared. Another registered disciple. I don't know when the master will come back. Wu Lao looked at the place where Fong Xing disappeared. His expression was very emotional. He is a strange creature created by the master, and his only task is to maintain the operation of Pangu's secret realm and select truly excellent disciples. This one is pretty good, but it's just that. This time the secret realm is opened, and a registered disciple can be produced, which is already a great harvest. Wu Lao's eyes are deep, and he seems to see where the other trialists are. But even Qian Tianzi can't arouse his interest. This is the normal situation. In the past, Pangu's secret realm was opened dozens or hundreds of times. If one trialist finally met the conditions and came to the core area, it was considered excellent. Sleep and wait for the next secret realm to open. Just when Wu Lao was about to fall asleep, a voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Xiao Wu. This voice. Master? Wu Lao's eyes were filled with tears, and he knelt on the ground. 1,367 reincarnations. You finally returned? I found a very interesting little guy, so I activated the eternal mark left here. A deep voice sounded, and the Panwu Avenue monument roared. Then, the majestic figure who stood tall and upright walked down from the avenue monument directly. His face still blurred. Is it the stone dragon of the candle dragon bloodline just now? Obu understood instantly. I am stupid. I didn't expect that the master would be alarmed by him. It seems that he has talents that I have not seen. The 12 registered disciples before Fong Xing even broke through the chaos realm. But Pangu Wu did not activate the eternal mark and appeared. Obviously, he has some extremely special talents. The work of the transcendent. Naturally you can't find it. Pangu Wu chuckled. Transcendent? Old Wu trembled. It turned out to be the work of the transcendent? Yes. I traveled through many great realms and the sea of the universe. I wanted to find the transcendent, but I didn't meet him after all. Pangu Wu sighed. Only after arriving at the eternal realm did I find that we were all immersed in the sea of suffering. We were all fish in the water, and the transcendent had already landed. Then, Master, Do you want it? Old Wu's eyes moved. No need. How dare I do anything to someone who is concerned by the transcendent? Such a great being might tie me up in my own trap with just one thought. Come and take a look now. Just make a good relationship. Old Wu was shocked to find that his master, the one who wanted to break the avenue and force the avenue to recognize his powerful existence, was actually smiling bitterly. Even he felt a sense of disillusionment. Although Old Wu has a bad taste, he is still a good person. In front of Dotian Palace, Fang Xing stretched out his palm and touched the stone tablet. 32 Pangu orders can be exchanged for a lot of good things. No. I can continue to challenge before the secret realm ends. He moved his expression and flew into Dotian Palace and came to the 7th floor. The 7th floor of Dotian Palace is a huge valley with birds singing and flowers blooming. A demon woman with emerald eyes, a human body, and a snake tail flew out. Green slave greets the young master. Although you are already the master registered disciple, I will not let you go. Soul Overlord. Life Principle? Fang Xing took a deep breath and knew that he had met a real opponent. Yes, I have comprehended the Tao of life and death to a very deep level. But I found that the Tao of death interfered with my Tao of life. So I could not achieve perfection after all. A trace of regret appeared on the face of the green slave. Fortunately, the master is here. And with his eternal power, I can live forever in this secret realm. Otherwise I would have died long ago. The means of the powerful in the eternal realm are really hard to guess. Fang Xing was quite emotional, and took out the palm-sized bronze mirror of time. This place doesn't seem to prohibit me from using treasures. Of course. The green slave smiled sweetly. External objects are also part of strength. Of course. If you have a one-time treasure that can explode the power of a heavenly demon or even a demon emperor, even if you pass the level successfully, Wu Lao will not recognize it. And there will be no reward. Well, these secret realms not only have strict rules, but also have the spirit of the secret realm as an error correction mechanism, which is very flexible. And it is difficult to get wool. Fang Xing nodded and put away the mirror of time. Then I will start. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of time and space turbulence lingered around him, and a huge world of time and space came crashing down. Then, his figure seemed to teleport, and he came in front of the snake girl and slapped her with one palm. Countless flowers, green leaves, and vines grew on the snake girl, with extreme vitality. Wherever Fang Xing black hole power passed, even time and space were distorted, annihilated, and swallowed. But those green plants grew in constant destruction, radiating a different kind of vitality. The strong of the life law have extremely strong vitality and are the most difficult to kill. Moreover, I also know the death law. The snake girl's body swelled up and turned into a height of 10,000 feet. The dark rule power in her hand condensed and turned into a spear. Whoosh! She threw the spear in her hand. And even the black armored man on the 6th floor would be shocked to death by this move. Fang Xing stretched out his right index finger and lightly tapped. His fingers were white and delicate, but there was a black spot on the fingertips, twisting wildly and swallowing everything around, like a black hole. Bang! The death spear fell on the black hole on the fingertips, and was instantly twisted and swallowed, and disappeared without a trace. A figure flashed, and Fang Xing had already arrived in front of the snake girl, and his body rushed forward like a huge arrow. Crash! The green ocean descended, making him seem to fall into a swamp of life. His unparalleled physique and great strength lost their effect in an instant. It's not been a few years since the mortal realm broke through the Yuanshan realm. It's already amazing to have the strength of a Yuanshan overlord. It's a pity. There are also strong and weak Yuanshan overlords. The snake girl's green slave had a dark green long sword in her hand, with vines and flowers on the hilt, and gently stabbed Fang Xing. Chapter 446 Yama Gate. Poof! A Yuanshan overlord used the Dao Rule sword with all his strength and pierced Fang Xing's chest. Fang Xing looked up, but a strange smile appeared on his face. Hua la la! The image of the black-clothed boy that he condensed with his magical power collapsed instantly, revealing a real black hole. The power of distorting time and space came crashing down, and the surroundings were dark, with a terrible gravity, and even light could not escape. The snake girl and the green slave seemed to be distorted, and were about to fall into the black hole. Go! She split herself, and a dark green body emerged from the original body, quickly escaping from the coverage of the black hole. The original body fell into the black hole, turned into an infinitesimal point, and disappeared in an instant. The last killing move is really terrifying. But it's a pity that it's the type of mutual destruction. The snake girl was a little regretful, and I am a strong person of the life law, and I am best at saving my life. Really? A palm emerged from the snake girl's back and pierced through her chest directly. Fang Xing figure only emerged at this time. How is it possible? That is obviously your real body? The snake girl's face was full of disbelief. It's the mirror of time. With the help of this strange treasure, I separated a temporary past body. You have been fighting with my past body. Fang Xing sighed. Since the treasure is not prohibited, he must use it. So that's it. The snake girl green slave had a smile on her face, and her figure exploded, turning into flying flowers all over the sky. The 7th floor. Past. Fang Xing was a little excited and came to the 8th floor of Dotian Palace. Young master, we meet again. The snake girl green slave looked at him with a smile, holding a soft whip in her hand. Snap! When the whip was swung, it seemed as if a sleeping dragon suddenly woke up, and the breath it exuded made Fang Xing change color. Emperor soldier? Bang! Outside the Dotian Palace, Fang Xing retreated in a panic, with a bitter smile. Alas, women with whips are not easy to deal with. He relied on the mirror of time to defeat the cuckold without the emperor soldier. But if the other party picked up the emperor soldier whip, he would not be his opponent, even if 2 or 3 of him came together. Fortunately, it's not a loss. 98 Pangu orders are enough to do a lot of things. Fang Xing looked at the exchange list. It's a rare trip. Bring a few more jars of chaos wine? By the way, I also need to use the strange objects to push my cultivation to the 9th level of the Yuanshan. Well, the rest will continue to comprehend the monument of the great Tao of time and space, in exchange for the body-building strange objects. After all, the Grandmaster still has a lot of proficiency to grind. Practicing is quick, not counting years. This day, Fang Xing's whole body shook, and he appeared outside the Pangu secret realm, landing on the periphery of the huge chaotic vortex. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light burst out, rolling him and Aoxian back to the deck of the Taishu ship. Brother Black Dragon. Aoxian was now in the form of a dragon, but he became even more majestic, with scales on his throat and 5 toes on his claws, carrying the majesty of a real dragon. Oh! Emperor Blood? Congratulations. Fang Xing smiled slightly. After I arrived at the ancient temple, I was teleported to a demon world to travel. I luckily completed an ordinary task, got the opportunity to be baptized by Holy Blood, and was eventually promoted to Emperor Blood. Aoxian was also a little happy. After transforming into Emperor Blood, she is now a real Emperor's son, enough to catch up with Qiongbai. As for Fang Xing, having seen the other party slaughtering the Emperor's son, Aoxian had no intention of comparing with him. It's a pity I didn't complete the ultimate mission and get the chance to go to the core area. Aoxian sighed. I don't know how amazing it is to meet the requirements. This sentence is obviously a test, but he didn't hold much hope. After all, Fang Xing and Qian Tianzi's strength are similar in Aoxian's opinion, and such strength could not meet the requirements of the core area in the past. Huh? Where is Qiongbai? Fang Xing asked in surprise. Qiongbai has fallen. The ethereal voice before sounded. In the Pangu secret realm, the Emperor's sons fought each other and competed for the Pangu order. Death is originally a normal thing. It was Mo Tian Yao, who followed the Taishu ship, who spoke. At this time, the celestial beings and demons of the major forces also finished communicating with their geniuses. In the direction of the Qingdi Palace, the Deerhorn demon suddenly rose and crashed into the Taishu ship. Black Dragon, dare you kill my Qingdi Palace daughter? Burning! A ball of flame emerged, and the way of fire fell suddenly, blocking the Deerhorn demon. Liwa Tianxian appeared on the deck. He was a young man with red hair. He laughed and said, in the Pangu secret realm, do not complain about life and death. I am so happy that your daughter is dead. Haha. As both of them are in the Tianxian realm, he and Mo Tianyao can only hide in the Taishu ship and break through the chaos realm. Naturally, they are very confident at this time. Hee hee. Lihua, you are very good. A Tianyao from the Wahuang Palace sneered immediately. As soon as these words came out, several celestial beings and demons cast unfriendly glances at him. How many princes have you killed? You 4-legged snake? A graceful figure fell beside Fang Xing. It was a charming and beautiful woman, the celestial demon M01. Looking at Fang Xing's expression at this moment, she simply didn't know what to say. Not many. Just 4. Fang Xing waved his hand. 4. Lihua. Let's go! M01. The celestial demon sighed faintly, and his ethereal voice rang out in all directions. In the secret realm, life and death are determined by God. If you still want to collect debts, Lihua and I will take over. As a celestial demon, she is certainly not as weak as she looks on the surface, but is extremely cruel. Of course, after saying those harsh words, Mo and Tian Yao did not stop, but drove the Taishu ship with Lihua Tianxian and crashed into Taishu. You black dragon. Lihua Tianxian came to the deck, looked at Fang Xing, and smiled. You gave us a surprise. The more Pangu orders you get by killing the Emperor's son in the first stage, the greater your advantage in the test of the ancient temple. Even if you can't pass the test of the ancient temple in the end, you can get a lot of good things. TSK. Lihua, don't be so blunt. Mo and Tian Yao licked his lips, looked at Aoxin and Fang Xing, and said softly, just I want to remind you, Wujia Mountain bought everything you got from the Panga secret realm at a high price. But not every immortal and demon is as easy to talk to as the two of us. Fang Xing understood this very well. Even within a force, the oppression of the high-ranking people on the lower-ranking people will not be less. For those celestial demons and celestial immortals, what's wrong with the Emperor's son in the Yuanshan realm? Even if he can be promoted to a celestial demon in the future, what benefit will it bring to them? Naturally, they will take advantage of the opportunity to get as much benefit as they can, and even slightly cross the rules and use gray area means to bully the weak. After all, in their opinion, no matter how powerful these geniuses are, the possibility of being promoted to the Chaos Realm in the future is not great, or even slim. As long as they don't advance to the Chaos Realm, they don't have to worry about the revenge of the geniuses in the future. Of course, if they knew that Fang Xing is now a Yuanshan overlord and can be on an equal footing with them, then they will have another attitude. I brought 3 jars of chaos wine and prepared to give them to the great sage of chaos. Fang Xing sneered and said directly, 3 jars of chaos wine. Lihua Tianxian's eyes suddenly lit up. How about giving me 1 jar? Although Hun Tian is powerful, he is very stingy. I will exchange merit points with you. TSK. I didn't expect Hun Tian to recommend a core member and get 3 jars of chaos wine in return. I also want to do this deal. Mo and Tian Yao came over with a scorching look. Aoxin couldn't help but feel a little scaly when she saw this scene. Although she also had the backing of Tian Yao in Wujia Mountain, it was not easy to keep her own gains. I have to thank you too for escorting me all the way on this trip. These 2 jars of chaos wine are just a small token of my appreciation. Fang Xing didn't care about this, and threw out 2 large jars directly. Haha. You are knowledgeable and interesting. If you get into trouble in the future, report my name to Lihua. Lihua Tianxian and Mo and Tian Yao were both overjoyed. They took the chaos wine directly, and looked at Aoxin again. Aoxin's dragon face immediately turned green. 100 Monkey Mountain. Crash! The void was broken, and the Taishu ship flew out of it. Fang Xing floated down, and saw that the Taishu ship quickly turned the bow, and it looked like it was ready to run away without saying anything. 2 Taoist friends. Have you done something wrong and don't want to meet me? The old ape? Crash! The chaos sea fell, covering 1,000,000 miles in radius, and a huge ape with burning hair walked across the sea. The terrifying aura was enough to scare ordinary mortals to death. Oh no! The old monkey is chasing us. Hurry up. Hun Tian. Taishu's ship. Do you think we are afraid of you? Lihua Tianxian and Mo and Tian Yao seemed to be less powerful than Hun Tian Dasheng, but relying on the Taishu ship, they were 2 to 1. Even though the shadows of the sticks in the sky broke the void of 1,000,000 miles in radius, they still left calmly. Fang Xing had just landed on the 100 Monkeys Mountain when the great sage Hun Tian came back angrily, carrying a stick as thick as a mountain peak. Did those 2 bully you? Hey Long. Just tell me. I want to seek justice for you. Seeking justice is fake, but seeking treasures is real. Right? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Ancestor Hun Tian. Hey Long was lucky enough to get some chaos wine in the secret realm this time, and I specially present it to you. It's actually chaos wine? 2 puffs of white air came out of the huge nostrils of the great sage Hun Tian. Okay. Okay. Li Hua. Don't ask. I remember it. Fang Xing was a little speechless and gave a jar of chaos wine. In fact, he still had several jars of this stuff. After all, he had so many panga orders, and he had to exchange them for some local specialties. After the heavenly demon, chaos wine is very useful for improving mana. He thinks he will definitely become a heavenly demon in the future, so he naturally needs to prepare more. Great Saint, please allow me to report. I have been bothering the 100 Monkeys Mountain for a long time. Now that the Panga Secret Realm is over, I want to go out and travel. The great Saint Hun Tian has shrunk a lot at this time. He is holding the big jar of chaos wine, which looks just right. Hearing this, he glanced at Fang Xing. It seems you have gained a lot in the Panga Secret Realm this time. Huh? It seems that your strength has also improved a lot. Haha. Go ahead. Since you have made up your mind, just shock outsiders. Its strength is indeed higher than that of Mo1 Heavenly Demon and Li Hua Celestial Immortal. And it seems to have seen some clues. Fang Xing bowed, turned into a black light, and floated away. The most urgent task now is naturally to go to the blue and white small realm and inherit the legacy again. Although the Qinghua small world only allows mortal creatures to enter, I am already a disciple of Master Qinghua. As long as I am within a certain range of the secret realm, I will be sensed by the world spirit snake girl and then guided. Now Fang Xing goal is of course not those imperial weapons, but the emperor weapon. Although the world spirit said that I can only obtain the emperor weapon after I become a heavenly demon, but now I am the Yuanshan overlord, and my strength is comparable to that of a heavenly demon, I should be able to pass the test. By then, with the emperor weapon in hand, my strength will increase, and there will be nothing to fear except the chaos realm. After obtaining the Panwu Grand Cannon and many other treasures, Fang Xing physique has taken another big step in the black hole level after years of cultivation. If I get another emperor weapon, it will be enough to give those celestial immortals and demons a surprise. Qingdi Palace. 8 terrifying heavenly demons gathered together. Among them are the heavenly wolf king with silver hair, the heavenly snake king with a green body, and the deer-horn demon king heading to the Panga's secret realm. The deer-horn demon king said in a low voice, "This is the situation. The emperor daughter Shurqing was confirmed to have died at the hands of the black dragon of Wujia Mountain." Damn it! It's the black dragon again! The heavenly wolf king roared. I knew that boy was a nuisance. If it wasn't for Hun Tian last time, I would have swallowed him in one gulp. Hiss. What's the point of saying this now? The heavenly snake king of the Shishi department said with a tongue stick, the emperor Qing is not here, and we can discuss with the 8 departments and immediately go to war against Wujia Mountain. Go to war? Not appropriate. A huge sky punk shook his head. In the Panga's secret realm, the emperor's son needs to fight to the death, and there is no regret for life and death. This is a joint agreement of our many forces. Going to war with this reason is a great loss of face. What's more, even if 8 or 10 of the emperor's sons die, it won't hurt us at all, but going to war with Wujia Mountain will really cause the death of the emperor. Are you really willing? As soon as these words came out, the deer-horn demon king, the heavenly wolf king, and the heavenly snake king felt cold in their hearts. Strictly speaking, only the 3 of them have lost face and interests. The other 5 demon kings may still be having fun. It is indeed unlikely to force a war. If that's the case, then let's leave it at that. It's okay for us to seek revenge in private or even find a third party to attack. The wolf king narrowed his green eyes and said, of course. The other demon kings nodded one after another. It was normal for major forces to attack hostile geniuses. Only those who can withstand it can be promoted to heavenly demons. Those who can't withstand it, then die. Even if it's Shurqing, the dead princess is nothing. A place with poor mountains and bad waters. No. Don't. Accompanied by wailing, a cultivator of the 9th level of Yuanshan was hit through the heart. Behind him was a Taoist in black, who bit the heart viciously, and his mouth was full of blood. Suddenly, the Taoist in black was stunned and took out a token, and his consciousness descended into a mysterious space. Wuxing Taoist. A bronze-masked figure came out of the black fog. I want to commission. Okay. Who do you want to kill? Wuxing Taoist chuckled. You delayed my meal. If it's not a big deal, you have to pay me 10 hearts. Wujia Mountain. Black Dragon. The bronze-masked man threw out a jade slip. It contains all the information. Once the matter is done, I will give you 100,000 square yuan crystals. It's really the son of a powerful emperor. This money is hot to take. Wu Xintao smiled, but I still took it. Good. Pay a 50% deposit first according to the old rules. I believe in the reputation of your Yanluo gate. The bronze-masked man gave an address to hide the yuan crystals. And his figure disappeared instantly. Hee. We really don't have reputation in Yanluo gate. Wu Xintao smiled, although it's hidden. This smell of wolf. Qingdi Palace? The Pangda secret realm has ended recently. And business has improved a lot. Chapter 447 Killer. Fang Xing, who was moving towards the blue flower world, suddenly felt a chill. It was the warning of the breaking cause and effect secret art. My cause and effect line was triggered, he murmured, with a sneer on his lips. I don't have many cause and effect lines. Except for the 100 Monkeys Mountain. That is. Fang Xing immediately performed the cause and effect secret art, and a hazy line appeared in his hand. This cause and effect line was extremely clear and only pointed to one person. It's not that Wujia Mountain leaked the secret, but that something happened to Song Zhong in the 7-killing demon palace again? Fang Xing shook his head. When he was laying out in the Taogu secret realm, he ordered Song Zhong to lure the prince of the Shishi department of the Green Emperor Palace, which might have left clues and hidden dangers. After all, as the first core member of Wujia Mountain, the higher he rushed, the more curious outsiders would be, and some information would always be leaked. It was natural that Song Zhong was found out. At the beginning, outside the Taogu secret realm, I directly sent Song Zhong into the void treasure to hide him, and covered up his cause and effect, and then left him to the outside world. After killing Fu Shan, I also let him fend for himself. Now it seems that he has finally been caught? After all, he is his own sole servant, unless he has no choice. Fang Xing will not take the initiative to kill. Moreover, he still keeps the other party as bait. Now it seems that there is indeed a fish on the hook. Come to me through the cause and effect secret technique? A sneer appeared on his face. Outsiders don't know that he has practiced the cause and effect secret technique to such an extent that he can detect it in advance and even trace the source. But at this time, he did not use the secret technique to cover up his own cause and effect. Instead, he was open and let the cause and effect line entangle and make a position. Anyway, it's impossible for a demon emperor to come, and most a demon emperor of the heavenly demon realm, just to test my current strength. Well, just in case, it's best to place the battlefield near the blue and white small realm. If you can't win, you can escape to the secret realm. Blue and white small realm. Outskirts. Fang Xing sat cross-legged on a mountain, with a gleam in his eyes. Before, I only broke through the black hole level with my physical body. Later, with the help of many strange objects, I also cultivated my soul to the 9th level. The auxiliary cultivation spirit liquid that can be exchanged in Dotian Palace will only be better than the soul liquid. But the weakness is still there. That is, the law perception is too weak, the strength is also average. Only the physique can be comparable to the existence of the 3rd level of the heavenly demon. Before, he did not do nothing in Dotian Palace. Nearly 100 Pangda orders, most of which were smashed on the physique and the monument of the comprehension of the great Tao of space and time, which made him make great progress in the black hole level. If he could only rival the 1st level of heavenly demon when he broke through before, which was considered the weakest Yuanshan overlord, then he could rival the 3rd level of heavenly demon now. And his strength had increased by more than several times? At this moment, Fang Xing felt the fluctuation of the void behind him, and a black hand rushed out, clawing at his heart. Puff! The black hand landed on his back, but it could not penetrate the black hole level physique at all, and he grabbed it with his backhand. Swoosh! A figure retreated quickly, but a crisp sound came from his hand. Heavenly Immortal? Imperial Soldier? Fang Xing looked at the Imperial Soldier in his hand, which looked like a black glove, and a smile appeared on his face. He grabbed the black glove with both hands and exerted force with both arms. Buzz! A terrible black hole twisting force immediately acted on the black glove. Crack! The black glove actually wailed, and a crack appeared on the surface. And then he opened his mouth and swallowed it, directly suppressing it deep in the black hole in his body. Time and space are distorted there, and even light cannot escape. It is the best prison and place of repression. At this time, Fang Xing finally had the leisure to look at the attacker in front of him. The other person looked like a Taoist priest, with a layer of black mist covering his face. But his aura was that of a celestial being. A celestial being killer. I didn't expect. Your physique has reached the level of being able to withstand the imperial weapon. And you can be a Yuanshan overlord. The Wuxing Taoist exhaled. Bah, I lost a lot of money on this business. Business? Are you from Tiansha Tower or Yanluomin? Fang Xing frowned. According to the rules of the killer industry, if you find that the target is seriously inconsistent with the estimated strength, shouldn't you go back and make a new plan? Or at least ask the employer to add a deposit? Haha, you Black Dragon is really interesting. Are you also in our industry? The Wuxing Taoist laughed strangely. The price will naturally rise. But the chance of you being alone is quite rare. I am quite interested in your heart and liver. Born as a killer. You like heart and liver. Are you the Wuxing Taoist? Fang Xing nodded. This celestial being is a notorious existence in the Qingyuan realm. He likes to bully the weak the most. And he is also a killer. When a killer from the heavenly immortal realm ambush and kill, even the son of the emperor from the Yuanshan realm has a high chance of death. Got it. Then go and die. The Taoist Wuxing thought. And a long black river emerged. This was the manifestation of his comprehension of the Black Water Tao principle. How terrifying is the power of a complete Tao principle. Fang Xing felt a terrifying suppression coming in an instant. Even the fluctuations of time and space were suppressed to the extreme. The comprehension of the Tao has always been his weak point. When he was at the mastery level before, he was often suppressed by the enemies born from the law of one thought. At this time, although the fusion of the laws of time and space made him equivalent to the fifth level of the Tao, he was still dwarfed by the immortals and demons. Even if it was the peak of the fifth level of the Tao comprehension, he was only a little short of comprehending the complete Tao. But as long as this step is not taken, the gap will be as big as heaven and earth. It is just a thought for the immortals and demons to kill ordinary Yuanshan realm 9th level. The only exception is the Yuanshan overlord. Even so, Fang Xing felt that his time and void Tao were suppressed, and it was difficult to teleport and perform other secret arts. Unless, with the help of a secret treasure. Buzz! A bronze-modeled mirror appeared in his hand, and his body instantly split into 3. The Tao of Time. The past and future bodies? What a treasure of time! The Taoist Wuxing naturally recognized the power of the mirror of time, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems you really gained a lot in the Panga's secret realm. He was a little greedy, and the long black water river was mighty, affecting hundreds of thousands of miles. Fang Xing past body smiled slightly, and the image of the black-clothed boy maintained by his magical power collapsed instantly and turned into a black hole. Boom! The terrifying gravity emerged and continued to spread around. Even light could not escape capture. Splash! The hundreds of thousands of miles of black water disappeared in an instant, as if it was constantly compressed and twisted, and merged into the essential core of the black hole. Whoosh! Under the terrifying gravity, the figure of the Taoist Wuxing was affected to a certain extent. At this time, another Fang Xing in black had come to the Taoist Wuxing and pointed out. His fingers were pale and delicate, but there was a trace of black hole power at the fingertips, which suddenly burst out. Bang! The Taoist Wuxing flew backwards for dozens of miles. The mist on his body dissipated, revealing a handsome face, not an ordinary Yuanshan overlord, at least equivalent to the 3rd level of the heavenly immortal. In time? No. Now it is already a big problem. He stretched out his hands and took out a pitch-black halberd from the black river around him. Splash! The halberd roared. The black water surged and turned into a pitch-black dragon, which fell down with a bang. The Taoist Wuxing has been able to live freely until now, and his strength is obviously not weak. He is a 4th level heavenly immortal. Now he uses another imperial weapon and performs the heavenly immortal secret method. Under the amplification, his power is terrifying to the extreme. Roar! The black dragon entangled the pitch-black real water and submerged Fang Xing. But the next moment, another black hole exploded, and the dark chaos swallowed up the area of hundreds of thousands of miles. A flash of light. The Taoist Wuxing held the halberd in his hand. His Taoist robe was damaged, and he looked at all this silently, his face gloomy. A million miles away, Fang Xing teleported to the entrance of the blue and white world. I'm not stupid. That Wuxing Taoist is powerful. I come and fight you after I get the inheritance. Although he couldn't enter the blue and white world, He released his breath at this time, and a flash of light flashed in the void and disappeared. Almost at the moment when Fang Xing disappeared, Wuxin Taoist turned into a dark light and came here. Seeing the blue and white world, he couldn't help but frown. Blue and white world. The territory of the Qingyi Palace and the Qisha Demon Palace is not easy to mess with. But the Qingyi Palace is easy to talk to. But the Qisha Taoist is not easy to talk to the Qisha Demon Palace. As a celestial being, although he couldn't enter the blue and white world, he was sure to destroy it. But in this way, he would definitely offend the two major forces. It's okay for the Qingyi Palace to be the client. But the Qisha Taoist is not a reasonable person. Just as Wuxin Taoist was hesitating, the sky flashed and a figure of a white-haired young man appeared. Fellow Taoist Wuxin. Fellow Taoist Qisha. Wuxin Taoist looked grim. I don't know why you came here. Hee. You imprisoned my elder of Qisha Demon Palace. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Qisha Taoist also wore a black Taoist robe, with white hair and handsome face. But at this time, there was a hint of scarlet in his eyes. Haha. Brother Qisha. This is all a misunderstanding. I found that your elders were suspected to be controlled. So I asked for justice for your elders. Wuxin Taoist said, now that the little thief has hidden in the Qinhua's small world. Brother Qisha. What do you think we should do with him? Wait. Qisha Taoist glanced at Wuxin Taoist and closed his eyes. It seems that he was afraid that if he looked at him a few more times, he would not be able to suppress the murderous intent in his body. Qinhua's small world. The steps kept going up, and the highest point was the statue of the Qinhua goddess. Fang Xing was directly moved here, and bowed to the statue of Qinhuan Yangyang. Whoosh! A beam of light fell, transforming into a gelling snake girl. She looked Fang Xing up and down for a few times and nodded. Congratulations on your promotion to Yuanshan. With the transformation of Zhulong blood essence. This is not too difficult. Yangyang specially prepared 3 imperial weapons for you. The snake girl waved her hand lightly like showing off treasures. And 3 beams of light fell, revealing the green scale armor, wooden longsword, and a heart-protecting mirror. This green snake armor and Yuanmu sword are both exquisite among the imperial weapons. But the most valuable is this Yuan mirror, which is a treasure to protect the Yuanshan. Chapter 448 Yukong Ring. Imperial Weapons. Fang Xing put away the 3 imperial weapons in silence. Even the Yuan mirror. It is said that in addition to defending against ordinary spiritual attacks, it also has a certain effect of protecting will. But if the will attack is too strong, it will be damaged immediately. Among the imperial weapons, it is considered an extremely excellent one. For me, it is still useless. Why do you seem unhappy? You must know that those Yuanshan cultivators have to hide their imperial weapons tightly, for fear of leaking the news. The snake girl was a little surprised. Ahem, I am now a Yuanshan overlord, and my strength is comparable to that of a celestial demon. I want to inherit my teacher imperial weapon. Fang Xing coughed and said, Yuanshan overlord? The snake girl was shocked. Could it be that you have been out for not more than 50 years? But 500 years? Or even 5,000 years? Well, after joining Wujia Mountain, my strength has increased quite well. And I happened to encounter Pengdu's secret realm and gained some opportunities. Fang Xing told the truth. So that's how it is. If you are the heavenly demon, I can directly make the decision and give you the emperor weapon that the queen finally obtained. But you are the Yuanshan. The snake girl hesitated. Then you can only go through the trial left by the queen. The queen once left a trial space, inside which there are puppets enlightened by her life law. And the strongest among them can be comparable to the weakest heavenly demon. If you can pass it, I will confirm that you have the strength of a heavenly demon and can inherit the emperor weapon. That's good. Let's go. Fang Xing nodded and walked into the space channel. After a few breaths, he walked out of the channel with a calm face. How is it? The snake girl seemed to be frightened at this time. It's true. Yuanshan overlord. And the time law is progressing rapidly. Maybe you will have a chance to revive the master in the future. There seemed to be some crystal tears in the corners of her eyes. Follow me. Her snake tail snaked forward and brought Fang Xing to the back of the temple. Countless trees were lush and green, twisted like dragons, and full of green. In the middle was an ancient tree. In the middle of the ancient tree, countless vines hung down, forming a tree ball. The power of the imperial weapon is vast. Even the power of the demons and immortals can only be 1/100th of it. If it were an ordinary Yuanshan cultivator, it would be useless. But you are the Yuanshan overlord. So it's a different story. As the snake girl spoke, she formed different seals with her hands. The vines were pulled out, revealing a black arm ring sealed in it. This arm ring looked very thick, almost like it was prepared for a giant. On the black ring surface, there were 3 strange gray lines. Fang Xing stretched out his hand and grabbed the arm ring. The power of the black hole wrapped around him, and he immediately felt a terrible power. So strong. Sure enough, the opponents of the Emperor weapons before were too weak to exert the true power of the Emperor weapons. The only exception was the cuckold slave of the Yuanshan overlord last time. Now I can only roughly refine it. His will was extremely terrifying, and he also took advantage of the refinement of the Emperor weapons. He went directly into the core of the Emperor weapons and left his own will imprint. Whoosh! The originally huge Emperor weapon shrank instantly, and its size became incomparably fit with his arm, and it was put on his right arm. Emperor weapons. Wukong ring. Feeling the vast aura carried by the Emperor weapons, Fang Xing's eyes became brighter and brighter. The most basic function of this Emperor weapons is naturally to protect himself, and to throw them out to hit people. It can make him burst out with the killing power of the 5th or 6th level of the heavenly demon. In other words, the Wuxing Taoist outside is no longer his opponent. And this is only 1% of the power of the Emperor weapons. If an Emperor weapons are completely awakened, the power will be fully unleashed, and it can even suppress the peak of the heavenly demon and compete with the demon emperor for a short time. Of course, there is hardly any celestial immortal or celestial demon who can use the imperial weapon to this extent, unless it is the celestial demon overlord, which is even rarer than the soul overlord. The celestial immortal overlord. The higher the realm, the greater the gap with the great realm. The soul overlord may rely on his physique or the top-level Tao principle comprehension to be comparable to celestial immortals and celestial demons. But it is almost impossible for celestial immortals and celestial demons to completely rely on themselves to be comparable to the chaos realm, unless they use external objects. For example, if a peak celestial demon, after possessing an imperial weapon, can fully exert the power of the imperial weapon and temporarily compete with the demon emperor, he is enough to be called the celestial demon overlord. There are 3 levels of in-depth use of the void ring. The first level is to stimulate a layer of Tao lines on it, to exert an increase comparable to that of a celestial demon. The second level is to stimulate another complete Tao, which can be comparable to the 7th level of celestial immortals. The third level is to integrate the Tao and evolve the power of the great Tao, which can suppress the peak of celestial immortals. The last realm is that the Emperor Soldier is completely awakened and erupted, which can temporarily compete with the demon emperor. But it will inevitably damage the origin of the Emperor Soldier, which is basically impossible to do. Now, I can only use the Wukong ring to hit people. If I hadn't been close to the Tao principle, I wouldn't be able to activate the Tao principle power engraved on it. Activating the Tao principle power is equivalent to having a complete Tao principle blessing, which can instantly erase Fang Xing's previous disadvantage in the law perception. After barely mastering the Wukong ring, he immediately began to comprehend the great Tao on the Wukong ring. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's actually the avenue of time and space? It's a little different, with time as the main and void as the auxiliary. But there is no doubt that it is still the way of time and space fusion. This imperial weapon is not suitable for Master Qinghua at all, but it is very suitable for me. Is it such a coincidence? No. Master Qinghua once explored the tomb of the demon emperor Zhulong, and the blood of Zhulong was obtained in this way. If the imperial weapon is found from the tomb of Zhulong, it is understandable that it involves time and space. And time is the main thing, which is in line with the nature of Zhulong. Fang Xing touched the black armband on his right arm, thinking, Black Dragon. Not good. At this time, the snake girl's face changed. 2 immortals came outside the Qinghua small world. The 7 killing Taoist has also come. The 7 killing Taoist is not an ordinary immortal. His killing power is amazing. If he was not born in a low-class family, his achievements may be far more than this. The 7 killing Taoist? Fang Xing nodded. It's just right to deal with them together. Send me out. Are you sure? There are 2 immortals outside. Even if you are the Yuanshan overlord. The snake girl hesitated. No matter what, I have to face it. I can't hide in the Qinghua small world for a lifetime. Not to mention. Fang Xing shook his head and said nothing more. But the snake girl must have understood. A immortal really can destroy the Qinghua small world at all costs. After all, No matter how powerful the Qinghua small world is, the Qinghua queen is just a demon. The other party might not be afraid of him if he is alive. But how long can the means left behind last after he dies? It was not like this before, because the two sides of the Qingdi palace were restraining each other, and keeping the trial disciples would have more advantages than disadvantages. Outside the Qinghua small world. Here it comes! The Taoist Qisha suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a scarlet flash in his pupils. Those who comprehend the great way of killing are indeed a group of lunatics. The Taoist Wu Xian next to him felt his scalp tingling, and he had a sudden feeling. Since the Taoist Qisha arrived, he has been frantically warning that he is about to die. But he did not dare to turn around and leave. Otherwise the Taoist Qisha might take action immediately. He could only secretly ask for help from the Yama gate, and then wait and see. Now, the variables have indeed come. Wuxing Taoist. There is also Qisha. Fang Xing stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Qisha Taoist. I wonder why the Lord of the Demon Palace came here. I came for a cause and effect. Qisha Taoist's eyes were bloodshot, but his expression became calmer, like a boiling sea, or a volcano before roaring. You came from my Qisha Demon Palace secret realm, and you harmed my Qisha Demon Palace disciples. Originally in the secret realm, life and death were determined by fate. If you killed all the trial disciples openly, I might have made an exception and accepted you as a true disciple. But you secretly harmed, enslaved my palace elders. How can this cause and effect be calculated? It's indeed time to do it. Fang Xing sighed. Although he could have argued that it was for survival before, and the law of the jungle of the demon race was destiny. But the truth is only under the strong fist. If the fist is not strong, it is useless to talk nonsense. Haha. So brother Qisha wants to kill this kid too. I'm willing to lend a hand. Wu Xian Taoist laughed and swung the black halberd in his hand. Roar! The black water law covered the sky and turned into a dark evil dragon. With a slight tumble, the area of 1,000,000 miles became a dark marshland. Wu Xian Taoist had no doubts about defeating the black dragon. Although the opponent was a Yuanshan overlord, he was not an ordinary celestial being. If he hadn't been careless before, the opponent wouldn't have escaped. But at this time, he secretly blocked the world with the black water law. And with the Qisha Taoist there, it would be impossible for the black dragon to escape into the blue and white world again. Facing this halberd, Fang Xing's eyes did not move, but he just raised his right arm lightly. Swish! The Wukong ring flew out and hit the tip of the black halberd. The world became quiet. Crash! The black dragon cried out in grief and shattered, followed by the halberd tip and the halberd body. This exquisite imperial weapon was destroyed in the first moment of collision. Zheng! The aura of Wukong ring burst out, as if an ancient dragon slowly awakened, and time and space were frozen at this moment. Bang! The black ring broke through the black water and hit the Heartless Taoist's chest. The Heartless Taoist flew back, with a hint of scarlet on the corner of his mouth. Emperor weapon? You actually have an emperor weapon? He was greedy and afraid. After the black dragon had the emperor weapon, he was obviously not his opponent. But Qisha Taoist was here, and they should be able to take it down with a joint effort. But the ownership of the emperor weapon, just as Wuxing Taoist was thinking. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There, a sword tip stretched out. It was the 7-killing sword of the 7-killing Taoist. You? He looked back and looked at the 7-killing Taoist, whose scarlet eyes gradually dissipated, his face full of disbelief, looking at the world. No one can be killed. The Taoist Qisha calmly drew his sword. Qisha specially came to settle the cause and effect with fellow Taoist. Chapter 449 Spreading Boom. Within a radius of tens of millions of miles, dark clouds covered the sky, and blood rained in the sky. The fall of the celestial being must be a strange phenomenon. Fang Xing was surrounded by the turbulent flow of time and space, and raised his hand to retract the Wukong ring. He looked at this scene, and then looked at the Taoist Qisha. The Taoist Qisha drew back the Qisha sword, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at him, obviously not wanting to let him go. Sure enough, to settle the cause and effect with Taoist Wuxing, you must also settle the cause and effect with me. The Taoist Qisha is just like the rumors. A killer embryo. Fang Xing said to himself. The name of the sword. Qisha. Everything in the world can be killed. Taoist friend. Please die. The Taoist Qisha flicked the Qisha sword in his hand. In an instant, the surrounding world changed, and the human race was in natural disasters and wars. People killed people, fathers killed sons, wives killed husbands, and their own kind killed each other. All kinds of tragic scenes in the world emerged. Then, the scene changed, and it was a scene of people killing livestock, tigers hunting rabbits, and the survival of the fittest in nature. There were even plants being harvested, picked, and gnawed. Even mountains and rivers were destroyed. Rivers dried up. The land sank. The planets were destroyed. In the end, a world went to decline. An entire world, even the universe, was killed and died. This is the way of killing. It is not limited to people killing people, but also people killing monsters, killing plants, killing mountains and rivers, and even the world itself. Nothing can be killed. The killing law is all-encompassing, and it contains countless cruel ways of killing. Even if you are slightly touched by the power of the law, you will be killed directly and die. This is the complete understanding of the power of a law. No matter which complete law, it must be able to suppress the incomplete law, unless it is an extremely special law. Even so, those top laws must be comprehended to the point of being only a little away from perfection, so that there is a slight possibility of resisting the power of the complete law. Feng Xing is now struggling at the 4th level of the master level in both time and space. It is still early for him to reach the 5th level, not to mention the perfection of the 5th level. According to common sense, he will definitely encounter a more terrifying suppression than the one-thought law. But at this time, Feng Xing is gently stroking the Wukong ring. A gray line lights up on the Wukong ring. Hula! A long river emerges, surrounding Feng Xing's body. This long river is slightly transparent, with a sense of time and shadow. It is the long river of time. After activating the 1st level of the Wukong ring, Feng Xing is like a time and space celestial being who has comprehended the complete time and space law. As soon as he thought, countless of his past bodies emerged, covering the sky and the sun, almost filling the sky within a radius of 100 miles. Even, every Feng Xing has a Wukong ring in his hand. Whoosh! Countless Wukong rings fell from the sky, as if it was raining a rain of imperial soldiers. The void of tens of millions of miles in radius was shattered. The silver void storm expanded. The chaotic airflow spread, and instantly tore through countless illusions of killing. Kill! The 7 Killings Taoist held the sword in his hand. The 3-foot sword tip rippled gently, and he actually pushed away one Wukong ring after another like a little effort. Although the 7 Killing sword wailed and cracks appeared, blood soon seeped out and filled the gaps on the sword body. Then, the 7 Killings Taoist's eyes flashed a trace of scarlet, and he actually locked onto the only true body among the thousands of Feng Xing. The man and the sword merged into one, turning into a long blood-colored rainbow, like a blood rainbow piercing the sun, killing Feng Xing. Puff! The 7 Killing sword roared, carrying the power of the killing principle, but could only helplessly pass through a phantom. The calm expression of the Taoist Qisha finally changed. Future? Today's me is not me. Yesterday's me is not me. Feng Xing hand showed the mirror of time. With a smile on his face, my real body is always in the next moment of the future. Although your 7-kill sword will kill you if you touch it, it cannot touch my real body. So what? The Taoist Qisha's eyes were bright, and the light of the 7-kill sword in his hand was blood red, drowning the 2 nearby phantoms of Feng Xing past bodies. You want to kill the clones through the connection between the clones with the killing law, which is equivalent to killing the original body. Feng Xing smiled slightly. Unfortunately, the past me has nothing to do with the real me. As soon as he thought about it, countless clones smiled at the same time, and manipulated the Wukong ring in his hand, and smashed it down. The time and space law is the top law. Once you achieve a celestial immortal, you will be a time and space celestial immortal. Naturally, you are stronger than other celestial immortals, better at saving your life, and it is almost impossible to be killed by celestial immortals and celestial demons. Bang! 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 One after another, the Wukong rings fell. No matter how good the killing swordsmanship of the 7 Killings Taoist was, the 7 Killing sword was not an imperial weapon after all. After sweeping away one Wukong ring after another, the 7 Killing sword let out a mournful cry and exploded directly, breaking into several pieces. The rest of the Wukong rings did not stop at all, and they fell with a terrifying power that rivaled the 5th or 6th level of the heavenly immortal. Cracks began to appear on the robe of the Taoist Qisha. The great illusion. One after another, The celestial demons and celestial immortals gathered. Lihua, EP401, and the great sage Hun Tian were all there. Humph. Lihua, EP401. You two still dare to show up? The great sage Hun Tian roared. You dare to embezzle my wine. Are you tired of living? I see you fight again in the future. Hee hee. The joking voice of the Lihua celestial immortal sounded. We have a fair trade with the Black Dragon. We paid the merit points. And the great illusion is a proof. It's not like a certain big monkey who took it directly and called it filial piety. That's right. The ethereal voice of the EP401 celestial demon sounded. It's actually chaos wine? A three-headed, mountain-sized demon said. As a core member of Wujia Mountain, we can go to Panga's secret realm because of this identity and the Panga order we gave us. After getting the treasure, isn't it natural to hand over some? It actually didn't care about the dispute between Hun Tian Dasheng and others, but it cared about someone taking it all for themselves. Ahem. I also think that we have been too casual with those little guys in the past. They have already obtained the inheritance of Panga's secret realm, which is a great benefit. Taking treasures again is a bit too much. A human fairy, who looked like an old woman, spoke. She said greedily, Chaos wine. I haven't even smelled it yet. Long Shenpa. The opportunity of the core members is determined by the Mountain Master. What are you going to do? Before the other immortals and demons responded, a green dragon demon roared like thunder. It was Aoxion's master, so it naturally spoke for Aoxion. Aoxion and Fang Xing are now on the same boat. Right. The great sage Hun Tian also shouted, What do you want to do? Rebellion? Although the ape roared. He was secretly calculating in his heart. The old dragon wants to speak for his disciple. EP401 and Lihua have benefited. And with me, it seems that there is nothing serious. He had expected some of the threats from the immortals and demons. In the history of Wujia Mountain, there have been many such things. The final result often depends on whether the backers of the core members are strong. This time, it seems that the result should not be too bad. At this time, EP401 Tian Yao suddenly smiled. And an ethereal voice sounded, I think we don't need to argue. I just got the news. It's from the Black Dragon. The first core? What happened to it? Another human immortal asked. He looked like a Confucian scholar, with 3 strands of long beard and a square appearance. The Black Dragon was assassinated by Wuxin Taoist outside the Qinghua small world. EP401 Tian Yao said. Oh, dead? Long Kanpo asked immediately. Wuxin Taoist is a celestial being of Yama Gate, and it was an assassination. The core members are almost certain to die except for the life-saving trump card. He once assassinated the true disciple of Tianxian Lu and succeeded. The celestial being who looked like a scholar said, he suddenly attacked Black Dragon. Obviously someone hired him. He is dead. But it is not Black Dragon who died, but Wuxin Taoist. EP401 Tian Yao said with a smile. Impossible. Other immortals and demons were shocked. Wuxin Taoist is dead. Could it be that Black Dragon has been promoted to a demon? Or did a Chaos Realm Master take action and even give Black Dragon a Chaos Realm trump card? Although not a demon, it's not far away. Black Dragon has been promoted to a Soul Overlord, and even fought a battle with Qisha Taoist. Defeated Qisha Taoist, made the latter spit blood and flew back, and closed the Qisha Demon Palace. EP401 Tian Yao did not hide anything and told everything. Now Black Dragon is not only a Soul Overlord. His strength is probably the top among all Soul Overlords. Long Kanpo stopped talking immediately. Her strength is similar to Wuxin Taoist, and far worse than Qisha Taoist. If Fang Xing can defeat the Taoist Qisha, he can easily defeat her. Ahem. It's a blessing that Wujia Mountain can produce a Yuan Overlord. The immortal who looked like a scholar coughed and said with a smile, As for the spoils and Panga's secret realm? Naturally. It is up to the core members to deal with it. I have no opinion. I have no opinion either. Other immortals and demons expressed their opinions. When Hun Tian Dasheng saw the scene, he sneered. In Wujia Mountain, strength is indeed respected. This group of immortals and demons can easily decide the interests of a core member, but not a Yuan Overlord. In fact, this Yuan Overlord may be more important than most of the immortals and demons present. Not only is his combat power stronger than most of the immortals and demons, but there are also many high-level secret realms in Qingyuan realm that do not allow immortals and demons to enter, but allow Yuan realm cultivators to enter. The output is very useful for immortals and demons. In such a secret environment, the combat power of a Yuanshan overlord is almost the most critical factor in determining the outcome of the battle. The number of Yuanshan overlords is extremely rare, and their lifespan is only 10,000 years, which is as short as an autumn cicada compared to the infinite lifespan of the immortals and demons. There is no Yuanshan overlord in the entire Wujia Mountain at this time. It is rare for one to appear, regardless of strength or scarcity. It is destined that the other party will have a lot of say, and become a powerful figure in Wujia Mountain in the future. Chapter 450 Qingma Realm. Taishu Illusion Realm. Fangxing had just entered when messages flashed wildly. Most of them were congratulations and flattery from the immortals and demons. And there were also many official members and core members that he knew and didn't know. Half a lifetime of wandering and no one cared. But one stroke of fame and the world knows. He complained and turned over the most important letters. The most eye-catching one was naturally the message sent by the Taishu Illusion Realm Spirit. Dear core member Black Dragon, your authority has been upgraded, and you can enter the Immortal Demon Hall to discuss politics. Fangxing knew that the Mountain Master of the Chaos Realm of Wujia Mountain has always been very mysterious. And he even went into seclusion, for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. The operation of the entire Taishu Illusion Realm mostly depends on the Realm Spirit. And the actions in the Qingyuan realm are decided by the discussions of many immortals and demons. Now that he has obtained a ticket to enter the Immortal Demon Hall, he has truly become a high-level member of Wujia Mountain. After having enough strength, status will naturally follow. As soon as he thought about it, he came to a magnificent hall. Black Dragon, you're here? A monkey with a burning for several feet tall came to greet him. It was the Great Sage Hun Tian. Great Sage. Fangxing nodded and looked around. He only knew Li Hua Tian Xian and Mo Wen Tian Yao. Haha. Daoist fellow Black Dragon. The battle in the blue and white world shocked the world. A celestial being who looked like a scholar stood up and said with a smile, I am Wan Xian. This one is Long Campo. And this one is Ao Jian. Fangxing took a glance and found that there were only 9 celestial beings and demons in the Immortal and Demon Palace. He was shocked. The lifespan of the Yuanshan realm is 10,000 years. But the lifespan of the Tianxian realm is no longer a problem. I don't know how many years have accumulated, but it is only this short. Even if those who died in battle and had accidents are counted, there are definitely not many celestial beings and demons in Wujia Mountain. From this point, it can be clearly seen that it is difficult to completely comprehend a law, and the rarity of the Enlightenment Pill. Okay, the main reason we are here today is to welcome Black Dragon, and to discuss the assassination of Black Dragon. Mo Wen Tian Yao's ethereal voice sounded, Wu Xian Taoist belongs to Yen Luo Min. And Yen Luo Min is a killer organization. And someone must have hired them. Black Dragon, do you have any suspects in your mind? Fangxing sneered, need I say that? It's either the Qingdi Palace or the Huahuang Palace and other forces whose sons died in my hands. Well, the Qingdi Palace is the most suspicious. In that case, why not go to war with the Qingdi Palace? Hun Tian Dasheng smiled, revealing his ferocious fangs. The faces of the immortals such as Long Canpo showed a trace of displeasure. War is fierce. Don't act lightly. Not to mention that now Black Dragon has defeated the Qi Sha Taoist and provoked the Yuan Imo sect. No matter how strong my Wujia Mountain is, it is not appropriate to make enemies on all sides. Fangxing watched coldly, knowing that Wujia Mountain would definitely not agree to go to war directly to retaliate. After all, we really have to go to the battlefield. And people will die. In addition, the Qing Emperor Palace did not start a war to retaliate for the death of the Emperor's son, and did not even take action personally, but only hired people. And there is no evidence. Although there is basically no evidence in the Qingyuan realm. When both sides are of equal power, they still have to follow the rules. These people, monsters, even the great sage Hun Tian, are just talking verbally. Although they are expressing goodwill, but they can't start a war for me. Fangxing watched coldly, and he saw it all clearly. Even when more detailed information about that battle came out and confirmed that he had the Emperor weapon, he might be jealous. Although it is difficult to seize it by force because they are of the same power and have equal combat power. Various tricks are inevitable. He chuckled, of course. I'm just preparing to take revenge myself. Has Wujia Mountain ever had any conflicts with the above forces in some secret realms of the Yuanshan god? Since I have become the Yuanshan overlord, I will naturally work for Wujia Mountain. The strongest point of the Yuanshan overlord is that he can enter and exit those secret worlds that only Yuanshan realm cultivators can enter and exit. Fang Xing chose to go to those secret worlds to cause trouble. First of all, to take revenge on the Qingdi Palace. And second, for his own safety. In such an environment, the Yuanshan overlord is almost invincible. No one dares to covet the emperor weapon. And it is others who have to worry about it. If it is in the outside world, it is not easy to say. He estimated that his strength is about the 7th level of the heavenly demon. If he encounters a strong man at the peak of the heavenly immortal, or the peak of the heavenly demon, he will still be defeated. Unless the emperor weapon is developed more deeply. The second law of power is activated. And even the avenue of time and space is integrated. For him, although it is not very difficult, it still takes a lot of time to comprehend and debug. Black Dragon, you have just been promoted, and you want to contribute to Wujia Mountain. You are really a role model for our generation. Emma Wen Tianya didn't know what he was thinking. And his beautiful eyes were full of mist, and he smiled. Yes. Li Tianxian also accepted Fang Xing benefits, and had a slight liking for him. And also agreed. A secret realm of the Yuanshan level? The Confucian immortal was moved and said, there is indeed such a place. Which is just suitable for you. Black Dragon. Old one. Are you talking about Qingmu realm? The great Saint Hun Tian said. It is the Qingmu realm. This realm has just been discovered not long ago. But it is vast and rich in resources. The various rare treasures produced are of great benefit to us. But now only Yuanshan level cultivators are allowed to enter. Qingdi Palace, Huahuang Palace, Yuanma sect, and our Wujia Mountain have disciples stationed there. Our Wujia Mountain has suffered from the lack of Yuanshan overlords, and has never been able to grab any good things. Not only is the territory small, but the harvest is also small. It is just right for Black Dragon to take action. The Confucian immortal talked freely. This is good for the entire Wujia Mountain. Even if Longshanpa didn't say anything. It just so happens that Black Dragon has become a colleague of ours. And he has no main responsibilities yet. So let him hand over the entire Qingmu realm. The immortals and demons have occupied many rights in Wujia Mountain. And it is impossible for them to spit them out to newcomers. Even if Fang Xing didn't mention it, he would definitely give him all the secret realms of the Yuanshan level. Well, I go back and look at the information, practice a little, and then go to Qingmu realm. Fang Xing nodded and agreed. Qingmu realm. After finishing the meeting in the Fairy Demon Palace, Fang Xing immediately asked Taishu Illusion Realm to retrieve the information of Qingmu realm. With his current authority, he was almost only below the Mountain Master. So he naturally got a detailed report very quickly. The Qingmu realm is located outside the Qingyuan realm. It is a small world that was automatically nurtured in the Taishu. After many investigations, it is even believed that it is the prototype of a large world with unlimited potential in the future, and may be comparable to the Qingyuan realm. However, it is still in the gestation stage, and the origin of the world rejects foreign demons and immortals. Only the Yuanshan realm and the mortal realm are not so repelled. All major forces have stationed Yuanshan realm disciples to enter the Qingmu realm and have gained a lot of benefits. Among them, the greenwood spirit heart is extremely beneficial for the cultivation of demons and immortals. If it is the purplewood spirit heart, it will help the Yuanshan 9-layer cultivators who practice the wood attribute Taoism to take the last step. Of course, the effect is definitely not as good as the enlightenment pill, but it also has 2 or 3/10 of the function. In addition, there are a large number of Yuanshan mines, Yuanjing mines, various natural treasures. When a large world is being nurtured, it is possible to automatically give birth to heaven and earth treasures. This is the Xiantian Lingbao. In terms of rank, some are comparable to the Emperor's soldiers, and the highest ones are even comparable to the Emperor's soldiers. Natural creation is the greatest power. Even the strong men in the Chaos realm cannot open up a Qingyuan realm. But in the Taishu, chaos creation is natural. In the gestation of Qingmu realm, the power of natural creation will also breed many strange things, which are gold mines when opening up wasteland, and are even enough to make the Chaos realm jealous. The natives of Qingmu realm are vulnerable, and now it is completely the stage for foreign strongmen, especially Yuanshan overlords. Although the number of Yuanshan overlords is rare, there are still quite a few of them if the major forces in the entire Qingyuan realm gather together. At least 1/3 are in Qingmu realm, which is not a small number. There are also Wujia Mountain, which does not even have Yuanshan overlords. It's really exciting. I can go and explore. At least it's much safer than the Qingyuan realm. It's just that the distance is a bit far. Even if I take the Taishu ship, it will take several years. It's just right. Take advantage of this time to comprehend the various inheritances and refine the imperial weapons. In the Qingyuan realm, a barren mountain, the void was broken, and a Taishu ship flew out. On the deck, there stood a number of Yuanshan realm cultivators. They were wearing green armor with ancient patterns on it, and their auras were faintly connected. Black Dragon Emperor, we are ordered to come and greet you, the leading soldier said respectfully. The Taishu illusion realm is very good at collecting information. They now know that this Black Dragon Emperor is the Yuanshan overlord, with outstanding combat power, and has defeated 2 celestial immortals in a row. Now that they have been transferred to Fangxing hands, of course they will be more respectful. The cultivation world has always only recognized the strong. Fangxing landed on the deck and asked casually, the 6 armies of Wujia Mountain, Pixiu, Qilin, Chengwang, Yinqiang, Weibo, Xianzhen. Which army are you from? These 6 armies are at least all Yuanshan cultivators. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that half of them are human and half are demons. With the help of war instruments and even battle array techniques, it is not a big problem to delay or even match low-level celestial beings and demons. Your Highness, we are the Chenglong Army Failing Daoheidu. Army Master Ao specifically ordered that everything should be done by the Emperor order. The general replied respectfully. Fangxing also knew that as the son of the demon clan, he was also on good terms with Hun Tian Dasheng and Mo Win Tianyao. So the army assigned to him must be influenced by the demon clan. Failing Daoheidu 3,300 Yuanshan, with the help of the Taishu ship, can also fight against celestial beings and demons. Fangxing nodded. Let's go to Qingmu realm. If it's nothing important, don't call me. With a flash of light, he had taken over the entire Taishu ship, came to the deepest part, and began to retreat.